Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. In the previous episode, after Transmigration, I inherited land and built a super territory with critical hit ability. Our protagonist Luo Yu formed a team and began to hunt boss efficiently, successfully obtaining a large amount of development resources. However, the hot weather prevented them from hunting outside for long periods of time. The monotonous life in the territory is also boring. Therefore, Luo Yu decided to upgrade the territory and build a high-end entertainment room to provide the team with more space for relaxation and interaction. But then there was a problem. When Luo Yu clicked on the water circulation construction page, he found that he needed to solve a difficult problem: how to keep the water in the swimming pool flowing. It is simple to bring the water pipe directly from the villa, but the drainage pipe cannot be shared with the existing pipes. If connected to a sewage pipe, the drainage would flow directly into the lake outside the territory, causing the lake water level to drop rapidly, which is obviously not ideal. If it is connected to the domestic water pipe, the hygiene problem will be even more unacceptable. In this case, can Luo Yu find a perfect solution? And in the process of building the entertainment room, what kind of unknown dangers will he and his team face? Want to know more fascinating developments? All the excitement is in after Transmigration. I inherited land and built a super territory with critical hit ability. Part 2 is tense and exciting, don't miss it. Luo Yu carefully studied the water pipeline diagram in front of him, frowned slightly, and then an idea came to him. He whispered to himself, "Connect the pipe back to the lake and add a one-way valve, and it will be solved once and for all." He had a comprehensive plan in mind, and then rolled up his sleeves and started construction. Don't be fooled by his relaxed look. In fact, every step is full of mysteries. The ups and downs of the water pipes, the precise installation of the valves, every detail may affect the smooth flow of water. This job may seem simple, but it is a double challenge of both technique and endurance. However, Luo Yu has always been good at turning difficult problems into works of art, and this time is no exception. An hour later, the outdoor temperature soared to 46 degrees Celsius. Global heat wave is coming! Temperatures in some areas reach as high as 50 degrees Celsius. The World Channel exploded instantly, and the news swept in like a heat wave. Some races with weaker constitutions were trapped on the brink of life and death, especially those who were unable to maintain a constant temperature, who were almost steamed to death. The Snow Tribe was simple and crude, and directly entered the summer hibernation mode, digging holes, burying themselves, and avoiding the heat. They sneered at the development of the territory. If you're going to die, what's the point of developing it? The entire Tiandao world came to a standstill due to this heat wave. Many races were helpless and life became increasingly difficult. However, humans' performance is impressive. Although humans are the weakest among all races in terms of physique, they have withstood the challenge of extreme environments with their constant temperature characteristics and smart brains. Some people dug cellars, some used evaporative cooling, and some even assembled simple cooling fans, demonstrating their excellent hands-on ability. A comment popped up on the World Channel. Humanity has finally upgraded from an inferior race to a slightly less inferior race. At this time, Luo Yu stood in front of the newly completed entertainment room, his eyes showing satisfaction. He looked at the clear water gushing out of the 4 outlets of the swimming pool and breathed a sigh of relief. Done! This high-end entertainment room is equipped with a water circulation system, which pumps water from the small lake and drains it back to the lake. The active water circulation makes the water quality far better than ordinary swimming pools. What's more, the swimming pool also has an evaporative cooling function, which can reduce the indoor temperature from 46 degrees Celsius to 27 degrees Celsius, instantly killing the outside heat wave. Luo Yu touched the cool pool water and smiled with satisfaction. This temperature is perfect. He then invited the residents to come and escape the heat. When the animals heard this, they came running over excitedly. The Wolf King, Dai, the Big Bull, the Cow, and even the little Golden Tiger, all jumped into the water. The Big Bull even showed amazing diving skills, which made Luo Yu couldn't help but sigh. Could this guy be a buffalo in disguise? On the side, Xiao Dai and 2 others joined in the water wearing simple clothes and had a lot of fun. Luo Yu scratched his head and murmured regretfully, "I should have prepared a few swimsuits earlier." He didn't go into the water, after all, he didn't have swimming trunks. He thought to himself. There is a market for swimsuits and swimming trunks. The heat from the swimming pool not only made the territory cool, but also made Luo Yu's territory score soar to 10,000 points. The system popped up a prompt. Congratulations on becoming the first lord in this area to reach a score of 10,000. Reward, random scroll *1. Luo Yu's eyes lit up and he unfolded the scroll to see the content, drug production table design drawing. After reading the material requirements, he frowned. Sterile materials? Silver and stone bricks? The system description also mentioned that purified water was needed to unlock related technologies. He put the project on hold for the time being and turned his attention back to the swimming pool. In the swimming pool, the animals couldn't stop having fun. The cool water made them forget the scorching heat outside. Luo Yu smiled and said to himself, "Let them have fun. Once the heat wave is over, it won't be so easy anymore." After returning to the warehouse, the temperature in the warehouse dropped to below 28 degrees Celsius because the animals all went to the swimming pool to escape the heat, and the stored wolf meat and aquatic products were all safe. Luo Yu took out some ingredients from the ice cellar and decided to make canned meat. Sealed meat can, basic meat *10, vegetables *5, iron or *2, nutritional value, primary, shelf life, 1 year. Although the properties are average, the ability to resist spoilage makes this canned food a life-saving food in summer. Luo Yu is sure that this thing will become a hot item, and immediately starts mass production. With his LV4 cooking level and the various bonuses from his equipment, the time it takes to make a can of meat was reduced to 7.5 minutes. Unexpectedly, he triggered an action frenzy buff, which increased his work speed by 50% within 3 days. The kitchen sink and cleaning table also faintly exuded the glow of speed. Luo Yu was in a good mood. It looks like this wave is really going to be successful. Afterwards, Luo Yu casually moved a chair, leaned lazily next to the cooking table, and started to make canned meat. It takes less than 4 minutes to make a can. It's a magic weapon to make money. He sighed as he picked up a can of food and tasted it, with a satisfied smile on his face. Sure enough, the characteristic of good news for foodies is extraordinary. Good taste can keep customers coming back. He rolled up his sleeves and continued to work, as skillfully as a worker on an assembly line. The cans came out one after another, and by dinner time, 105 cans of meat were neatly placed on the table. He looked at the results and clapped his hands with satisfaction. Sell? No rush. Just wait a day or two. The heat wave will make everyone's stored food moldy and spoil. Then you can name any price. A cunning flashed in Luo Yu's eyes. While eating dinner, he chatted with the 3 little cuties while watching the World Channel. The average temperature today was as high as 47 degrees Celsius. The whole world seemed to be a steamer, with grief everywhere. Some people began to notice the cracking of the ground, and the channel was full of discussions. There is no rain during the heat wave, and drought is coming. Crops can't withstand it now. Luo Yu sneered and shook his head. Food crisis? That's too far-fetched. The most important thing right now is the temperature, okay? Although he had no interest in those lords who were raising prices, he knew in his heart that this trend brought unlimited possibilities to his canned food business. Just as Luo Yu was dreaming about wealth and freedom, a system prompt popped up. Elena invites you to visit her territory. Do you agree? It's time to gather. Luo Yu stood up, gave a few brief instructions, and then clicked to confirm. The vision darkened and brightened again, and Luo Yu was already in Elena's territory. Fan Yunming and Na Kir had already arrived. After greeting each other, they began to tour the territory. Elena's territory has a unique style. Although the floor tiles and walls look ordinary, the huge tree house in the center is particularly eye-catching. Tree houses are built, not planted, Elena explained. Just selected on the construction page. It's completely integrated. Several people walked along the path towards the lake. The land on the roadside was so dry and cracked that it was shocking. Fan Yunming sighed. I don't know how many people can survive this heat wave and drought. Alice prayed in a low voice. May the goddess of light protect all living beings. Luo Yu's eyes were attracted by a piece of black land. He pointed at the land and said, Elena, this place is a little special. This is cursed black soil. You can't grow ordinary crops here. Any plants that grow here will mutate. Elena said calmly. My beast-attracting grass grows from here. Luo Yu walked closer and took a closer look, and found a row of black grass growing on the black soil. He touched his chin and pondered for a while, then smiled and said, It looks like poison. You guessed right, Elena said helplessly. This is the heartbreak grass. It is extremely poisonous, and anyone who eats it by mistake will die. Gelsemium elegans, it is extremely toxic and can be made into poison, venom, and poison pills. One plant of Gelsemium elegans is enough to kill a creature with a physical fitness below 30. Luo Yu's eyes lit up, and he raised his eyebrows and said, What a good thing! Isn't this a defensive artifact? Elena, how about digging a few plants for me? Elena smiled cheerfully and said, Dig wherever you want, just don't touch the venom. Luo Yu carefully dug a few plants with a tiangong knife, wrapped them in cloth and handed them to Fan Yameng, Nakor and Alice. To his surprise, the kind-hearted Alice accepted it without hesitation. Kindness is kindness, but self-preservation is an instinct. Luo Yu nodded secretly in his heart. Suddenly a scream was heard in the distance. Elena sighed. It was a member we recruited before. She accidentally ate the spiritual leaves from the black soil and became addicted. When she gets addicted, she will run around and smash things. I can't do anything about it. Fan Yameng frowned. Can't the spirit leaf be stopped? Is it easy? Elena smiled bitterly. I tied her up a few times, but she was so strong that she would not calm down until she struggled for a while. Everyone was silent for a while, and looked at Luo Yu at the same time. Luo Yu stared at the woman on the wall seriously and said, It's not difficult. Cut off the legs so that they won't run around. After the withdrawal reaction is over, we can install a wooden leg. When we have advanced medical technology in the future, we can consider regenerating the severed limbs. Chop the legs? The girls were stunned. Luo Yu pointed at the seeds of the spirit leaf and smiled, changing the subject. Elena, can you give me some of these seeds too? Elena nodded and said, Dig it yourself? Fan Yameng couldn't help but say, Stop. Stop discussing these scary things. It's so hot, and it makes my back cold just listening to them. She said and walked quickly towards the lake. We're here, let's get started. 15 minutes later, the body of the big black fish collapsed on the shore, and the scattered boxes on the beach were piled up in a mess. Luo Yu and his teammates' eyes revealed unconcealable excitement. Your team kills the lake monster, triggering a burst reward, 100,000 silver, for beast soul cores, 1 moon-chasing arrow, silver-level martial arts, 1 mind storm orb, silver-level item, 2 technology-sharing scrolls, for silver equipment treasure chests, 2 personal characteristic scrolls. Oh my god! This is such a huge explosion! Luo Yu couldn't help but sigh, and all the team members were so excited that they couldn't close their mouths. However, before their joy had completely faded, the lake suddenly surged violently, breaking their brief celebration. Warning: because your team has been hunting monsters in the lake, you have caused the wrath of the Blue Crab King. It will punish you for the ghost of the black fish. Boom! Water splashed everywhere, and a huge green crab jumped out of the lake. It was as big as 2 houses, and its huge claws gleaming with cold light were terrifying. Blue Crab King, gold level, intermediate intelligent creature, hostile target. This thing is deadly! Fan Yameng gasped, and the team members' faces changed. Luo Yu took a deep breath and quickly commanded, Elena, collect all the spoils! Everyone else retreat! Everyone immediately dispersed and evacuated quickly. Alice turned around and drew her bow, and 2 arrows flew straight at the Blue Crab King's eyes. However, the crab's eyeballs shrank, and the arrows hit its shell without leaving even a white mark. The defense is incredible! Luo Yu frowned and commanded calmly. Alice, Elena, spread out in high places and focus on the eyes to hinder its movement. Yameng and Kur, follow me! The 2 elf girls moved swiftly. One jumped onto the wall and the other climbed onto the treetops, shooting arrows one after another. Although they failed to hurt the Blue Crab King, they successfully affected its movements. Luo Yu lowered his voice and said to Fan Yameng and Nakor beside him, I will attract its attention. Nakor will go around from behind and attack its joints. Don't fight it head-on, look for its weaknesses. Understood. Naker quickly moved behind the blue crab king with 2 swords in hand and chopped accurately at the crab leg joints, but only sparks flew and it had almost no effect. Luo Yu smiled bitterly. The assassin's damage is touching. He swung the Tiangong knife in his hand and chopped directly at the joint of the crab's claws. The blade barely cut a gap, but the damage was minimal. So tough! Luo Yu gritted his teeth and shouted while swinging his knife. Retreat, don't fight hard. Try another method. Everyone was fighting and retreating, while the blue crab king was pressing forward step by step, waving his giant claws. Elena, get some wood. Let's burn this crab to death. Luo Yu suddenly had an idea. Upon hearing the order, Elena immediately called on the territory members to bring wood. Just as the fire was burning, the blue crab king suddenly turned around and rushed towards Elena. It's coming towards me? Elena wondered as she ran. Is it chasing the Lord? No, why didn't it lock onto me just now? Luo Yu's mind suddenly lit up, and he suddenly realized. It's the beast attracting grass. He left Fan Yumeng behind and ran towards the vegetable field, shouting, Elena, hold on! Alice, cover me! I have a plan! Elena tried her best to restrain the blue crab king, while Alice's arrows accurately hit the crab's eyes, constantly restraining its movements. In the vegetable garden, Luo Yu wrapped his hands with a cloth and quickly dug out a bunch of Gelsemium elegans. Fan Yumeng quickly reacted and took out a handkerchief to help, and soon dug out 10 plants. Hurry, give them to me! Luo Yu shouted loudly, with a look of determination in his eyes. Yeah! Fan Yumeng's face was covered with sweat. She gently handed the heartbreak grass to Luo Yu, and her voice was filled with worry. Be careful, don't get into trouble. Don't worry! Luo Yu smiled slightly, took the heartbreaking grass, turned around and ran towards the body of the big black fish. Fan Yumeng was stunned for a moment, and then she looked at Luo Yu's actions with a faint smile on her face. So you didn't just stuff it into the crab's mouth, you think pretty fast. Arriving at the body of the big black fish, Luo Yu stuffed 10 stalks of Gastrodia elata into the fish's mouth without hesitation, thinking to himself. Don't let me down! You used the heartbreak grass on the corpse, and it is taking effect. The 100-fold critical strike is triggered, and the toxicity of the heartbreak grass is increased to 100 times. After a few seconds, the body of the big black fish turned darker, even purple, emitting a strong smell of danger. Luo Yu clapped his hands and said with satisfaction, The toxicity is full, it's done! Then, he turned to Elena and shouted, Elena, give me the beast-attracting grass! Elena shook her head stubbornly. You don't have to do it, I know what to do! As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed to the big black fish and decisively threw the animal-attracting grass into the fish's mouth. In a moment, the blue crab king came rushing over and was completely attracted by the animal-attracting grass. It swung its huge claws, tore the body of the big black fish into pieces, and swallowed it in one gulp along with the poisonous grass and fish meat. However, its huge body suddenly stiffened, and its round eyes almost popped out. Then it fell to the ground with a loud bang and there was no sound at all. Your team killed the blue crab king. Along with the system prompt, a scroll fell from the body of the blue crab king. Everyone smiled at each other, amazed at the smoothness and simplicity of the operation. Fan Yumeng stared at the blackened crab shell and sighed in a low voice. This heartbreak grass is too poisonous. Naker echoed fearfully. Poisoning a gold-level monster is outrageous. Luo Yu seemed unusually calm. He picked up the scroll and said casually, Everything can defeat something else. By the way, the bodies of the blue crab king and the big black fish are both highly poisonous and must be burned as soon as possible. Everyone nodded and picked up torches to burn the body. Soon, the air was filled with the aroma of barbecue. It would be nice if this tasted edible, Neko muttered, pinching her nose. Later, everyone gathered in Elena's territory and began to distribute the spoils. Luo Yu opened the scroll and his eyes lit up. This is a scroll of energy-related shared technology. Unlock scroll of thermal energy supply technology, shared. He chose to use it without hesitation. The system prompt popped up, You have unlocked technology, heat supply. Naker's eyes lit up and she suggested, Aren't we going to burn the bodies? Why don't we just build an incinerator and equip it with a heat collection plate? Wouldn't that provide a lot of energy? Luo Yu praised. Great! Others also nodded in praise. Although the Blue Crab King did not drop many items, the value of this scroll was obviously extraordinary. Next, the supplies dropped by the big black fish began to be distributed. There were 100,000 silver coins, Elena took 50,000, and the rest was divided equally between Luo Yu, Fan Yimeng, and others. There are 4 beast soul cores, 1 for each of the 4 girls. The Moon Chaser arrow technique belongs to Elena, while the Mind Storm orb is held by Luo Yu. Psychic Storm orb can make neutral creatures or hostile units near the territory go crazy, and then attack the territory. Luo Yu held the orb in his hand, a sly look flashed in his eyes. I'll do some operations when I have time, it's a sure win. Afterwards, everyone continued to unlock technology and obtained carpet laying and city wall construction. Luo Yu is particularly satisfied with the carpet unlocking. Finally, I can lay carpets, and the comfort level of my home can be raised to a higher level. After distributing all the supplies, Luo Yu used a trait scroll to unlock the chef's trait upgrade. Your chef characteristics are upgraded to 3 stars, cooking speed plus 150%. Looking at the system prompt, Luo Yu showed a satisfied smile. Efficiency is life. The chef's characteristics have been upgraded, for sure. Looking back on this series of experiences, he couldn't help but sigh. Unconsciously, my profession as a lord has become all-round. Fighting monsters, farming, cooking, isn't this template a bit too perfect? The victory of this battle was a huge win. Sweat trickled down their cheeks, but the girls' faces flushed with excitement, making them look even more attractive. Luo Yu glanced at the group of beauties in front of him and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. They are so beautiful and they can fight together. It's amazing. It's already 10 o'clock in the evening. Do you want to have another game? Naker suggested, her eyes shining with eagerness. Everyone's eyes fell on Luo Yu. He glanced at the temperature displayed by the system, 40 degrees Celsius. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded and said, It may be even hotter tomorrow. Let's solve the problems that can be solved as soon as possible. Let's go, let's fight again. He gave the order decisively. Amid cheers, the team moved to Alice's territory. Completely different from Elena's dark style, this place was filled with the soft atmosphere of light elves, like a paradise. If there is no animal attracting grass, then continue to use milk tablets. Luo Yu took out the specially made milk tablets, still using the familiar routine. After the milk slices were thrown down, the big black fish swam over quickly. Everyone cooperated well and successfully killed it without much effort. Although the drop rate was average, the distribution of supplies was as orderly as usual. Just as everyone was preparing to distribute the supplies, the system's warning sounded suddenly. Warning: due to the attraction of the special milk and the team's continuous acquisition of a large amount of supplies, it has attracted the attention of nearby ground badgers. Number of ground badgers, 62. Everyone was stunned for a second, and then they heard noises coming from the east of the territory. I saw a group of ground badgers as big as local dogs running towards me in groups. Their claws were sharp, and they were obviously experts at digging. Luo Yu was not in a hurry and smiled calmly. This thing is very practical. It is perfect for digging moats or mining. Fan Yimeng asked curiously. How do we catch it? It's simple. Luo Yu pointed at the wall. Open a crack and let them in one by one. We have more people, so we are not afraid of them making trouble. Everyone acted quickly and created a narrow gap in the wall. Sure enough, the ground badgers came in one after another, and Luo Yu knocked the first one out accurately with a wooden stick. Fan Yimeng and Nakir quickly dragged it aside. The rest of the badgers also fell down one after another. Elena's technique of knocking them down with one stick was amazing. 10 minutes later, all 62 ground badgers lay down, and Luo Yu and Fan Yimeng began to tame them one by one. During this time, the others also successfully distributed the supplies dropped by the big black fish. Luo Yu was given a silver-level treasure chest, and when he opened it, he found a pair of shoes, silver flat shoes, increased movement speed, improved comfort, reduced foot diseases, reduced knee wear rate. He put on his shoes and felt extremely comfortable. This is what it's like. It's comfortable from head to toe. After 2 hours of hard work, 62 ground badgers were successfully tamed, and Luo Yu's taming level was raised to LV8. Each team member was given 12 badgers, and the remaining 2 were given to Nyoda. Earth Badger, Intermediate Intelligence, Strength 14, Constitution 9, Agility 15, Special Abilities, Digging, Mining. Looking at these cute little guys, Luo Yu nodded with satisfaction. They have good properties and can work even on hot days. They can finally fill the vacancy in the quarry. This time, everyone exclaimed that they had made a fortune from the spoils, but Luo Yu knew that the next focus would be to deal with the high temperature. An entertainment room is an urgent need and must be built as soon as possible. Don't let the high temperature drag us down. After discussion, the cooling plan was put on the agenda and everyone supported the action. It was already past 2 in the morning when he returned to the territory. Luo Yu settled the ground badger and took a bath. Feeling refreshed, he received a system prompt. Agility +1 when taking a bath. What a magical bathroom! He was in a good mood. When he returned to the room, Xiao Kong and Xiao Jin were already asleep, and Xiao Dai was curled up in the entertainment room. He yawned while holding Xiao Kong, and he fell asleep quickly. At 6 in the morning, Luo Yu was awakened by the heat. He looked at the temperature, 45 degrees Celsius. He quickly put on a heat-insulating suit to relieve the heat a little, and thought about his next plan while washing his face. The completion of the advanced entertainment room at the base has caused the rating to soar, but it has also brought more threats. The current raw materials, especially stones and wood, are running low and must be replenished as soon as possible. The ground badgers are useful now, and the quarry can be started. When it cools down a bit, I'll pull the bugs out to work, Luo Yu thought secretly. But the more difficult thing is the crops. Luo Yu walked onto the balcony, and the vegetable garden was sweltering with heat waves, and the leaves had already turned yellow. No matter how capable Xiao Kong is, he can't water the plants every 10 minutes. He frowned as he flipped through the technology tree. When he saw the automatic irrigator, his eyes lit up. That's it! Automatic irrigation device can automatically detect the soil moisture content, automatically irrigate when it is below 30%, and improve the soil fertility. Construction requirements: 500 iron ore, 500 silver, 1 B soul core. Coverage: 200 square meters. Luo Yu stared at the screen, feeling emotional. Anything with the word automatic in it always requires a B soul core. This thing has so many uses, so it's normal that it's expensive. He looked around the vegetable garden, which covered a total area of 2,000 square meters, with an effective planting area of 800 square meters. If one machine covered 200 square meters, at least 4 B soul cores would be needed, but he only had 1. No problem is a problem if it can be solved with money. Luo Yu smiled confidently, opened the warehouse, and the silver deposit showed 455,000. Full of confidence, he quickly entered the auction house. As expected, with the arrival of the heat wave, the demand for resources skyrocketed, and the average price of a B soul core had risen to 50,000 per piece. Luo Yu bought 3 without hesitation, spending 150,000 silver coins for 3 cores. It hurts, but it's definitely worth it. Without even having time to eat breakfast, he put on his hat and started working. 4 irrigation devices were quickly built. These devices were like enlarged versions of sprinkler heads, with exquisite animal soul patterns engraved on the surface, making them look high-end. Luo Yu installed irrigators at the 4 corners of the vegetable garden, ensuring that each one could cover the crop area. Next came the work of laying pipes so that the irrigators could be connected to a water storage facility rather than pumping water directly from the lake. Water tower, I still depend on you. Luo Yu connected the pipe to the water tower. After the water is flowing, the system prompt will sound immediately. Automatic irrigation device starts. In an instant, 4 irrigation devices sprayed out fine water mist, and the water splashed several meters high, like an artificial drizzle. The cracked land quickly became moist, and there was a hint of sweet coolness in the air. The sun shines through the mist and creates a rainbow. Luo Yu feels warm at heart and smiles. This money is worth spending. Fortunately, I spent 200,000 yuan in advance to buy the water cycle technology map, and now the vegetable field is lush and green. However, this map has been sold for 300,000 silver coins, and almost no one is selling it. Luo Yu thought. It should be worth at least 500,000 now. Just as I was sighing with emotion, the system popped up another reminder. The vegetable garden's score has greatly increased, blessed by a mysterious power. The growth rate of crops in the territory is plus 200%, lasting for 15 days. Luo Yu's eyes lit up, and he checked the data and found that after the fertility was improved, the overall growth rate of the vegetable garden had reached 329%. The growth rate of ordinary vegetables increased from 5% to 16.5%, and they could be harvested the day after tomorrow. Luo Yu was in a good mood and checked the base data. Number: Earthsia Country 23333 base score, 12,000 points health value, upper limit 98, current 83 entertainment value, 80 strength, 102 constitution, 102 agility, 101. The score has exceeded 12,000. He was pleasantly surprised, but frowned slightly. The hygiene value has dropped again. The entertainment room was crowded with animals seeking refuge from the summer heat, while the menagerie was empty. Luo Yu thought to himself. The probability of a heat wave attack is low, but the defense facilities still need to keep up. He commanded the badgers to go to the quarry, while he himself went to the mine. After a morning of work, the harvest was quite fruitful. The efficiency of the ground badgers was amazing, and they mined 660 stones every day, which were processed into nearly 10,000 stone bricks. Luo Yu nodded in praise. With this efficiency, the arrow towers and crossbows can be replenished quickly. However, problems ensued. The big bull pulling the mine cart ran away to escape the summer heat. Luo Yu called the beast girl Xiao Jin to take his place. Xiao Jin moved quickly and decisively. He pulled the cart with one hand and made a quick round trip in 1 minute. Luo Yu sighed in his heart. The top-level intelligent diamond beast girl, her speed and efficiency are impeccable. The temperature soared to 50 degrees Celsius at noon, and the world's channels were filled with lamentations. Fan Yimeng sent a message. All the silver has been exchanged for resources, and the entertainment room has been built. The water temperature has dropped to 30 degrees Celsius, so we can escape the heat. The accompanying picture showed that the water level in the pool was only 20 centimeters, but she and 2 members of the base were already sitting in the water, enjoying the rare coolness. The topic of swimming pools became a hot topic instantly. Alice and other girls were not to be outdone, and showed off their luxurious facilities one after another. Luo Yu looked through the screenshots and joked. You guys are awesome. You just soak in the water without wearing a swimsuit? Fan Yimeng immediately got angry. Luo Yu! Shut up! Why do you always ask these weird questions? Naker tilted her head, looking innocent. What is a swimsuit? Fan Yimeng glared at her fiercely. Ignore him! He just loves to make trouble. Luo Yu smiled innocently. Don't I care about you? Nakur, how about I design a Band-Aid swimsuit for you? After hearing this, Alina's eyes lit up instantly. Band-Aid swimsuit? We have similar body shapes, can we both wear it? Fan Yimeng's cheeks flushed, and her voice rose an octave. Luo Yu! Stop talking nonsense! Nakur, however, clapped and cheered. Luo Yu is going to give us swimsuits? That's great! Luo Yu couldn't help laughing, as if he had seen Fan Yimeng's face flushed with anger. Okay, then everyone should get one, don't fight over it. Fan Yimeng was furious and stamped her feet, threatening. If you dare to give me something like that, I will beat you up. The group was filled with a joyful atmosphere, and the girl's speechlessness and helplessness could be felt through the screen. Luo Yu lay leisurely in the swimming pool with a smile on his face. This is what life is all about. In the afternoon, Luo Yu returned to the kitchen and continued to make canned meat. While he was operating skillfully, he paid attention to the dynamics of the world channel. The channel was full of wailing voices. Some complained that the vegetable fields had no harvest due to drought, and some complained that the food storage was exhausted. Luo Yu's eyes flashed with shrewdness. Wait a little longer. When the situation becomes more tense, the price of our canned food can double. After a busy afternoon, he made 120 cans of meat. His cooking level was about to be improved, and his mood instantly improved. After dinner, he took a bath and opened the arena to earn some gold, but found that the entire arena was deserted. The heat wave makes people lose the energy to fight. Luo Yu quit reluctantly, but received a system prompt, bath entertainment, strength +2. He raised his eyebrows and smiled. This entertainment value is really a pleasant surprise. Then he opened the auction house, started purchasing wood, and began to build defense facilities for the territory. After carefully analyzing the map, Luo Yu made a plan. The south is the only direction that needs to be focused on defense, but directly building an entire wall would be extremely costly. He suddenly had an idea and designed a distributed defense line, building a small wall every 140 meters, equipped with automatic crossbows to form a crossfire network. After calculating the resources, he had a clear idea in his mind. There is not enough wood and iron ore for the time being, but it can be completed in stages. Sell the canned goods first, and the funds should be in place soon. In the early morning, the dazzling sunlight shone through the curtains, and Luo Yu found that the temperature had soared to 49 degrees Celsius. He quickly put on his thermal suit and walked out of the room to feel the threat of the scorching heat. The world channel was still busy, with wailing and trading sounds coming one after another. The reality of dying vegetable fields and food shortages forced everyone to find ways to survive, and the prices of various heat-resistant materials continued to soar. Luo Yu smiled lightly, having made a decision in his mind. After breakfast, the group chat became active again. Naker was the first to speak. I made 10 cans of meat yesterday. Can we sell them? Fan Yunmeng was also eager to try. I have done a lot here. Alina analyzed rationally. Everyone's vegetable garden is almost completely ruined now, and the meat without eye sellers must be almost rotten. Our canned food will be a lifesaver. Alice agreed. Luo Yu, this time it's up to you to decide when to sell it. Luo Yu chuckled and sent a message in the group. It's time to make money, but we have to unify the pricing first. He went on to analyze. Food can be kept for 10 days at room temperature, but in the current high-temperature environment, it will go bad in 2 days. Now in the market, a simple dish with a shelf life of 2 days has been hyped up to 1,000 silver coins, and it is still in short supply. Fan Yunmeng sighed. Yes, the food crisis caused by this drought is just as terrible as when I first entered the Tiana world. She paused and asked, Luo Yu, what do you think the price of our canned meat should be? Luo Yu simply replied, double it, 2,500 silver per copy. The group fell silent for a moment. Nakir asked cautiously, Luo Yu, isn't this a bit unscrupulous? 2,500 silver per serving. I feel a little guilty. Alice couldn't help but ask, Luo Yu, isn't this price too high? Can you tell me what you think? Luo Yu explained in a calm tone. The nutritional value of our canned meat is the same as that of simple dishes. One serving is enough to fill you up for a whole day. In this situation of rampant hunger, 2,500 silver is the hope of saving your life. He paused for a moment and added, only charging 2,500 silver coins to save a life is not a bad thing, but a kind act. These words were very powerful. The girls in the group thought about it carefully and nodded in agreement. Then let's set the price at 2,500. Everyone agreed. Luo Yu has a total of 235 cans of meat, but decided to test the waters cautiously by putting 100 on the shelves first. Fan Yunmeng asked, are they all available? I'm going to send a world message. After receiving a positive reply, Fan Yunmeng quickly posted a message on the world channel. Human race, anonymous newly made canned meat, with a shelf life of 15 days under the heat wave, has been put on the auction house. Grab it quickly if you want to stay alive. As soon as the news came out, the world channel exploded. Finally someone is selling canned meat. I guess that someone has unlocked this technology. 2,500 silver per piece? Is this can of yours inlaid with gold? But no matter how much you curse, if you don't buy it, will you starve to death? In just 10 seconds, the canned meat was sold out. System prompt: you sold canned meat and received 250,000 silver. Looking at the 250,000 silver coins in the account, Luo Yu raised a satisfied smile. The girls in the group couldn't stop laughing. Naker said excitedly, I made 25,000, so cool. Fan Yunmeng, finally I have enough money to build an arrow tower. Alice calmly reminded, everyone should focus more on personal attributes. It is more important to enhance your strength. Luo Yu also echoed, I agree. Balanced development, don't just focus on making money, safety is also important. After discussion, everyone reached a consensus. to devote all efforts to canned meat production and make a fortune in this heat wave. However, although other lords also unlocked the technology of sealing meat blocks, the storage capacity of the ice cellar was insufficient, and their output was far less than that of Luo Yu's team. At the same time, market followers pushed the price of canned meat to 3,000 silver. Luo Yu looked at the skyrocketing prices, shook his head, and laughed softly. Capital is too greedy, and the market will collapse sooner or later. He acted quickly and put 20 cans of meat on the shelf, still for 2,500 silver. The World Channel responded instantly. The conscientious merchant of 2,500 is here again. Conscience price. Grab it now. The 20 cans were sold out again in seconds. Afterwards, Luo Yu tentatively put 30 cans of meat on the shelves, and this time the price was adjusted to 3,000 silver. The World Channel was boiling again. The conscientious merchants who sell 2,500 yuan are out of stock, and the unscrupulous merchants who sell 3,000 yuan are here. But no matter how much you curse, you still have to eat even if you starve to death. As Luo Yu expected, although consumers were dissatisfied with the price of 3,000 silver coins, the canned meat was still sold out within an hour. You sell canned meat and receive 90,000 silver. Looking at the rapid growth of the account balance, Luo Yu secretly calculated the next strategy. When the auction price was driven up to 3,500 silver, the curses in the World Channel reached its peak, and some people even started to curse all creatures in the galaxy. Luo Yu sighed helplessly, and the veins on his forehead twitched slightly. He quickly put 30 canned meats on the shelves, and the price was adjusted back to 2,500 silvers. He wrote humorously in the product description, "Canned meats are sold at a low price. Please don't insult our kind and lovely galactic creatures. Thank you." The conscientious merchants in the Milky Way have restocked the goods again. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have cursed the Milky Way just now. Long live the Milky Way! Tourists are the real bastards. The style of the World Channel is getting more and more outrageous, and the screen is full of praises that make people laugh and cry. Luo Yu stared at the message and couldn't help laughing. While happily collecting the money, he decisively put canned meat on the shelves at 3,000 silver coins per portion. In this stunning operation, he sold all 135 canned meats at an average price of 2,800 silver, making a net profit of 378,000. Together with the previous 250,000, the account balance soared to 933,000 silver. Almost a million! I, Luo, am going to be rich! He looked at the numbers in the account, his mouth almost grinning to his ears. Of course, you can't just sit there with the money. Luo Yu immediately launched the Southern Defense Line construction plan and began to purchase materials, 200,000 units of wood, spending 500,000 silvers, 20,000 units of iron ore, spending 40,000 silvers. After everything was ready, he put on his sun hat, walked out of the south gate with brisk steps, and started building the wall in full swing. A 1-meter thick and 5-meter high wall was built every 100 meters, with automatic crossbows installed on the top. The entire defense line was like a mini bunker. 38 stone pillars were neatly arranged, and the south side was completely blocked. System prompt: Southern defense score increased by 1,900 points. Luo Yu looked at this steel jungle with satisfaction, and a sense of security he had never felt before surged into his heart. Standing on the watchtower, he couldn't help but feel a little bit of anticipation. If there is an attack now, it will be a good opportunity to test the effect. After dinner, the 3 little cuties happily ran to the swimming pool to play in the water, while Luo Yu stayed busy in the kitchen. He worked until midnight and was exhausted with a sore back, but he had a great harvest. 150 freshly baked canned meats neatly filled the shelves. When taking a bath, the system also adds a message: you take a bath to eliminate fatigue and gain physical fitness +1. Lying on the diamond bed, he closed his eyes comfortably and said with emotion, "This bed is worth buying." Then he fell into a sweet dream. When I woke up in the morning, the system prompt sounded again. You get the action frenzy buff. Global work speed +50%, agility +5, lasts for 3 days. Seeing the status bar showing an exaggerated global working speed of +200%, Luo Yu was overjoyed. This is simply cheating. He quickly started working. 150 cans of meat were put on the shelves, with an average price of 2,800 silver. They were snapped up in an instant, and he made a net profit of 420,000 silver. The account balance climbed to 820,000 silver. Making money is faster than spending it. There are so many rich people in the world. Luo Yu was so excited that he even ate his breakfast extra sweetly. Then, he dived into the kitchen and started the assembly line mode. 1 can every 3 minutes, and he could easily finish 20 cans in an hour. The girl's efficiency was far inferior to his. Some even sacrificed quality for speed and simply ignored the problem of poisoning rate. They just didn't care as long as they had the products sold. Luo Yu, however, crushed the entire field with his astonishing speed and quality, and couldn't help but laugh at himself. I'm a walking human assembly line! While he was busy, Luo Yu reached out to take the food Xiao Kong handed over, but touched a cold and hard object. You get Xiao Kong's treasure chest *1. He looked down and saw Xiao Kong calling excitedly. Woo woo woo! And rubbing his arm affectionately with his head. You said you tripped and when you looked up you saw a treasure chest? Luo Yu asked in surprise. Xiao Kong nodded happily, his eyes full of anticipation. Luo Yu couldn't help but hug her and kiss her, but found that she was covered in sweat. The temperature outside has soared to 52 degrees Celsius. Even though Xiao Kong can withstand high temperatures, he is still sweating profusely. Luo Yu gently wiped her sweat and said softly, Okay, stop running around and go play in the water with Sister Xiao Dai. However, Xiao Kong shook his head and hugged Luo Yu's arm tightly, refusing to leave, and even made a woo sound of grievance. My cutest little one! Luo Yu felt warm in his heart, stroked her head, and said with a smile. Okay, let's take a look at the good things you brought back first. Silently chanting, critical hit, in his heart, he slowly opened the treasure chest. 100x critical hit trigger, obtain attack summoner, animal, *1, gold level, one-time item. Animal attack summoner? Luo Yu looked at the prompt, and a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Recently, the production of canned meat consumed a lot of inventory, so this summoning is a good opportunity to replenish it. In addition, it is now scorching hot, and the fighting power of animals must have dropped significantly. This beast tide may be easier than expected. He leaned over and rubbed Xiao Kong's head, his voice gentle. Go to the swimming pool to play with Xiao Dai, don't get sunburned. Xiao Kong made a woo sound, nodded, and ran away with a skip. Luo Yu turned around, picked up the attack summoner, climbed up the watchtower and started to work. He quickly adjusted the defense layout, and transferred some automatic crossbows from the southern territory to the front line of the wall to ensure that the front defense was impeccable. Everything was ready, he decisively activated the summoner, and the difficulty selection interface popped up, easy, normal, difficult, extremely difficult, king, hell. Luo Yu touched his chin and whispered to himself. Only if you go extremely difficult can you get rare ecological animals, or even beast girls. More exciting! He clicked, extremely difficult, without hesitation. Your territory has welcomed a tide of beasts, total number, 278. Luo Yu smiled slightly when he saw the number. Usually the attacking units were no more than 60 or 70, but this time it was quadrupled, which was definitely the rhythm of a large-scale battle. He turned around and called Xiao Jin, who came running from the pool, all wet, mumbling. Master, I haven't even wiped myself dry yet. Luo Yu looked her up and down, and said in a serious tone. I haven't noticed it for a few days, Xiao Jin, your defense seems to have increased again? Master! Xiao Jin's cheeks instantly turned red. He covered his chest with both hands and stamped his feet in shame and anger. You are so annoying! As the two were joking, dust was already rising in the distance, and a tide of beasts was approaching fiercely. Tigers, leopards, wolves, rhinos, elephants, centipedes, scorpions, all kinds of animals were rushing towards them, and the earth was shaking like thunder. It's quite a scene. Luo Yu narrowed his eyes with interest. But soon, he found something strange. Bang! The leading animals fell to the ground one after another. They had heat stroke. Ha ha ha, these guys can't stand the heat. A lot of them fell down before they even reached the moat. Luo Yu laughed so hard that he fell backwards. In the 54 degrees Celsius high temperature, most animals simply can't stand running for a long time. As the beast tide gradually approached, the original number of 278 had dropped sharply to more than 100. "Open fire!" Luo Yu gave the order. The catapult roared, and the upgraded double fire burst had an explosive effect, and the first strike blew up the body of the desert centipede. "It's quite powerful, much stronger than before." Luo Yu nodded with satisfaction. Soon after, arrow towers and automatic crossbows joined the battle, and a rain of arrows shot at the beast tide like an overwhelming force. Large numbers of animals fell one after another, and only a few black iron-level rhinos and elephants were still resisting stubbornly. "Axe launcher, get ready!" Luo Yu shouted. Bang! The flying axe hit a rhinoceros' forehead accurately. Although it knocked it over, the rhinoceros had thick skin and flesh, and it soon shook its head and stood up. Luo Yu's eyes lit up, and he turned to Xiao Jin and said, "Go ahead, capture the rhino and the elephant alive." "Understood." Xiao Jin turned into a golden lightning and jumped down from the watchtower, approaching the rhino easily. The latter trembled all over, obviously frightened by the predator's pressure emanating from Xiao Jin and unable to move. Bang! Xiao Jin landed a punch, and the rhino fainted instantly. Then, she used the same method to quickly knock down the iron-level elephant and dragged the two behemoths back into the enclosure. Congratulations on successfully resisting the beast tide. Luo Yu looked at the system prompt and smiled with satisfaction. It's over before we even touch the city wall? It's still not satisfying. Although the defense was relatively easy this time, Luo Yu still felt a little regretful the beast girl he was looking forward to did not appear. Afterwards, he turned around to deal with post-war matters. The two black iron-level animals were sent to the taming field. Luo Yu activated the 3-star tamer feature, combined with the high-level taming ability and Xiao Jin's coercion effect, and easily tamed them. Chapter 104 Crisis, No Water. After treating them with herbs, Luo Yu checked their properties. Savage white rhino, black iron, male, adult strength 41, constitution 49, agility 23. Giant elephant, iron grade, male, adult strength 50, constitution 56, agility 21. The attributes of the two black iron-level animals are pretty good, and herbivores have relatively small food requirements. There is grass all over the ground, so they can eat slowly. In addition, because of their thick skin and flesh, they have some resistance to heat, allowing them to serve as porters during heat waves. Both elephants and rhinos can go to the lake to build nests and play in the water, which does not bring any health burden to the base, which is good. Luo Yu began to check if there were any living animals. After a thorough examination, most of them were found to be dead, and even those who were alive were only breathing their last breath and could not be saved. The weather is too hot, the animal mortality rate is extremely high, they have no grade and their physical condition is weak, there is nothing we can do. Luo Yu had to slaughter more than 200 animals before they were completely rotten. He called Xiao Jin and Xiao Kong, who also had the ability to slaughter and could move in high temperatures. In addition, he asked the healed rhinos and elephants to carry the animal carcasses to the slaughter site at the lake. Now they can only race against time against the heat wave to slaughter more meat. Fortunately, the sun will start to set soon. I have to say that Luo Yu's slaughtering efficiency is really amazing. The slaughtering efficiency is also linked to cooking. With an efficiency of 300%, a strength of more than 100 and a sharp tiangong knife, it is terrifying. In the end, it evolved into Xiao Kong constantly carrying meat to the ice cellar, while Xiao Jin helped carry the animal carcasses to the lake, and Luo Yu was the only one who was slaughtering the animals. 2 hours later, the animals' bodies began to rot and Luo Yu stopped slaughtering them. Not all of them were slaughtered, but the remaining ones were the carcasses of insects. After they began to rot, they were thrown directly into the incineration pit and burned. After this wave, we got 300,000 pieces of meat, and our warehouse was full. No need to worry about the raw materials for canned meat anymore. After doing all this, Luo Yu jumped into the lake for a swim, but was almost steamed. The water temperature on the surface of the small lake was a bit high due to the heat wave, and the giant octopus and the big snake had already hidden under the water. Finally washing off the smell of blood on his body, Luo Yu thought he could build an automatic slaughtering table that could automatically slaughter animals, but unfortunately there were no design drawings. After having dinner with everyone in the evening, Luo Yu started to make canned meat without stopping. Before 12 o'clock, he put 100 cans of meat on the shelves, with an average price of 2,800, making a huge profit of 280,000 silver. Now the silver has reached 1.1 million. Wow, I'm really rich this time. After taking a shower and going to bed at night, Luo Yu lay on the bed, resisting the urge to sleep, and began to add attributes to Xiao Kong and Xiao Dai. Xiao Jin can no longer use silver to increase attributes, but the two of them can. The beast girls can be inseparable from Luo Yu, and their strength is also their own strength. Now that I have money, add it. Originally their attribute values were Jinyu, a beast girl, strength 100, constitution 50, agility 50. Charm butterfly, strength 60, constitution 60, agility 70. Now it costs 2,000 silver to click on each time, and you need to click on these two little cuties 210 times in total to reach 100 of them. After a random order, plus, the total cost was 420,000 silvers, and the remaining silver in the base was 680,000. Jinyu, a beast girl, strength 100, constitution 100, agility 100. Charm butterfly, strength 100, constitution 100, agility 100. Full. Their attributes have all reached 100. In addition to their own growth, they will rely on the buffs they get randomly to gain attribute points, just like Luo Yu. Of course, most of the buffs they get are about hair growth progress, milk production progress, etc., and they rarely get attribute points. It is worth mentioning that improving physical fitness can also increase the maximum and minimum comfortable temperatures. Although it is not so obvious, it is also effective. In a heat wave environment, it is still necessary to take some physical exercise. After the extra time was over, Luo Yu let out a long sigh and soon fell asleep. Wake up in the morning and check the reminders as usual. You sleep to gain +1. After putting on his clothes and performing a set of Quangfing sword skills, Luo Yu was just thinking about preparing breakfast when another reminder came. Your Quangfing sword skills have been upgraded to the 2nd level, and the power has increased. Finally upgraded. Persistence is victory. Luo Yu was in a good mood and went to work. Today's temperature is the same as yesterday, 51 degrees in the morning. Although it did not drop, it did not rise either. This made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that the temperature has reached its peak, and the heat wave will enter a stable and declining period. But it's also hard to endure. Luo Yu is still working at full capacity to make canned meat today, and the group is also very active. Everyone was counting money until their hands cramped. They were so motivated. Tip: someone in the mercenary square has hired you to eliminate the big black fish in the territory. The commission is 5,000. Do you accept it? No. Luo Yu directly refused, clicked on the mercenary square, and temporarily changed his information to do not accept any tasks during the heat wave. I make tens of millions a minute, why would I go fishing with you for big black fish? Unless you're crazy. Luo Yu raised his lips and was about to continue making canned meat, but another reminder came: your water storage is insufficient, and the kitchen sink, cleaning table, and other items cannot continue to work. What? No water? He hurriedly checked the condition of the water tank, and sure enough, both the water tank and the water tower were empty, not even a drop of water left. Look at the working status of the water pump, 40 liters. A wind-powered water pump can now only extract 40 liters of water per day, because there is no wind. The importance of water to a base is self-evident, especially a base like Luo Yu. Without water, many things cannot be done. After the automatic sprinkler was installed, the water consumption was too high, and there was no natural wind during the heat wave. He hurriedly clicked on the hydraulic circulation technology to see if there was any way to solve the problem. The lightning water pump technology has not been unlocked, and there is no wind now, so we can only use the fire water pump. Thermal water pump uses combustion energy to extract water, daily water pumping volume 500 liters, daily energy consumption 100. Materials: stone 2000, silver 300, iron 300. The cost is much cheaper than a wind-powered water pump, and the daily water pumping volume is also constant, but it requires burning wood. The current market price of 100 wood is 250 silver. Luo Yu started calculating in his mind. During a heat wave, the 4 sprinklers will spray 8 tons of water every day, plus the amount of water pumped to keep the swimming pool running is about 2 tons, plus the current large amount of cooking, cleaning tables and sinks requires 1 ton of water. Chapter 105 Energy Technology. Let's go. Add in the water for the bath, toilet and daily drinking, it's probably another 0.5 tons, a total of about 12 tons. No wonder all the water stored in the water tower has been used up. There is no wind now, so the wind-powered water pump is just a decoration. To maintain automatic water supply, 24 thermal water pumps are needed. I looked at the stone bricks available in the territory. 37,000 stone bricks can make 18 fire-powered water pumps, but the wood burned every day is equivalent to 4,500 silver. Outrageous. Luo Yu was unwilling to burn wood in his heart. Difficulties arose again. As long as your thinking does not slip, there are always more solutions than problems. Luo Yu suddenly had an idea and thought of a solution. Oh right, our small group has unlocked the technology of heat supply. With this money I can use to burn wood, I might as well build a heat collection panel. Hurry up and open the technology tree, thermal energy collection plate, stone bricks *1000, silver *1000, copper or *1000, beast soul core *1. Heat absorption conversion rate, 0 to 1000 energy units per day. The so-called energy unit is easy to understand. The energy generated by burning 1 unit of wood is 1 energy unit. That is to say, this energy collection board can convert up to 1000 units of wood per day. Of course, just like a wind-powered water pump needs wind, this board absorbs heat energy and becomes hot. This thing is expensive, which is not so bad actually, but the fact that it requires a beast soul core as its material is outrageous. A piece of broken board actually needs a beast soul core. Is this some kind of high-tech thing? Luo Yu rolled his eyes, but thinking that this one-time energy plate seemed to be a very advanced thing, he was speechless for a moment. Okay, I need to revise my personal description in the mercenary square. Human Anonymous, iron level help to destroy the big black fish for free, but a contract must be signed. After the destruction, the beast soul core will belong to me. This price is a bit exaggerated, equivalent to an appearance fee of 50,000 yuan. It depends on whether the other party is willing. For now, it's better to spend money to buy the beast soul core. Clicking on the auction house, Luo Yu spent 100,000 yuan to buy 2 beast soul cores, and then walked to the roof of the villa. He plans to install thermal panels on the roof to absorb heat just like solar energy. Before clicking to build, he tentatively said something in his mind. 100 times critical hit trigger. The heat collection plate you click to build has been upgraded and changed to powerful heat absorption platform. It actually worked. The thermal energy collection plates are not counted in the buildings, but are actually counted in the furniture. The furniture can be critically hit. There was a flash of light before my eyes, and a large stone bowl appeared. Inside the bowl were all kinds of fantastic runes carved. It looked like a high-end product. I quickly checked the instructions. Powerful heat absorption platform. Heat absorption conversion rate 500 to 10,000 energy units per day. This thing is not 100 times as effective as an energy plate. It may be the limit of thermal energy furniture that can produce a critical strike at this stage, but even if it is not 100 times as effective, it is still ridiculously powerful. A minimum of 500 units of heat energy can be delivered every day, and the upper limit is 10,000. I looked at the current status of the thermal absorption platform. Heat output 3000. It is very powerful in heat wave conditions, and the daily heat output of 3000 can support 30 thermal water pumps to operate simultaneously. When Luo Yu saw it, he was overjoyed. There is still a beast soul core, he hurriedly repeated the sentence in his mind again. Tip: energy furniture can only trigger a critical strike once a year. Failed. Energy furniture can only critically hit once a year, which is more restrictive than the critical hit limit in the mall. It makes sense that energy-related furniture that can critically hit infinitely will lead to an excess of energy in the base, and an excess of energy will attract very powerful higher-level beings to attack. It seems to be a restriction, but it is also a kind of protection. Then just make a normal energy collection board. With a tap of his fingertips, an ordinary black energy plate was successfully produced. It was a rectangular black stone slab with patterns carved on it, and it looked quite simple. Heat collector, current output heat energy 500. The power of 500 really can't be underestimated. Nodding with satisfaction, Luo Yu looked at the territory's rating, which had skyrocketed by 2,400. Among them, the ordinary thermal energy collection plate has a score of 400, and the powerful absorption platform has a score of 2,000. 2,000. This is too horrible. Luo Yu's heart trembled slightly. We have to think positively. The intensity of the attack has increased, but the rewards after resisting it have also increased. At the end of the month, I will get an extra 20,000 silver coins. Well, it's a good deal. He comforted himself in this way and began to divert his attention. This is not the time to consider attacking, but we need to use the thermal energy as quickly as possible. It is best not to place a thermal water pump outdoors as it may break down easily in windy or rainy weather. He plans to build a water pump room. As for the location, build it near the water tower, as it is better to place the hydraulic facilities there. Clicking on the construction page, Luo Yu flipped through the workshop page and found the ideal building after a while. Greenhouse resistant. The internal environment is rough and can effectively resist the heat emitted from the interior, so that the walls will not melt and the building will not collapse. Stone brick * 5,000, silver * 500, heat resistant material * 500. Copper and iron can all be considered heat resistant materials, which means they just require a little more iron ore. Luo Yu directly chose to build them. There was a flash of light before my eyes, and an ordinary-looking stone bungalow appeared before my eyes. If the outside looks ordinary, the inside is really rough, just an unfinished house. Let's plant some flowers to increase the beauty. Now Luo Yu couldn't care less about so many things and started building a thermal water pump directly. After continuous clicks, small boiler-like buildings appeared in front of him, arranged very neatly. Luo Yu built 16 thermal water pumps in one go. Fire water pump, daily water pumping capacity 500 liters, current power 0. Of course, without fuel, the power is 0. Luo Yu first built a pipeline. A water pipe was passed from the pump room directly into the small lake. This pipeline is separate from the wind-powered water pump. Although it costs more stone, it avoids the territory being cut off from water supply after a water pipe is damaged. Then, a water pipe was used from the pump room to the water tank and water tower next door, and in this way, the water was available. Next is energy. Energy pipeline, per meter silver * 10, iron or * 10, copper or * 10. Energy pipelines are quite expensive, but all energy can only go through energy pipelines, so let's build them. An energy pipeline runs directly from the roof of the villa through the wall, then into the underground, and finally to the pump room, connected to each thermal water pump. It took a lot of resources, but the energy was finally available. The moment the energy is connected, the thermal water pump starts working immediately. Chapter 106 Technology Copy Scroll. Each one has a capacity of 500 liters at full power, and Luo Yu can even hear the sound of water flowing from the water tower next door. Of course, the current water pumping capacity is still not enough for the base to use, mainly because there are no stone bricks to continue building thermal water pumps. Currently, badgers are digging frantically in the quarry during the day, bugs are digging there at night, and Xiao Jin is also cutting there frantically. About 15,000 stone bricks are produced every day, and it will be done tomorrow. The water pumping problem was finally solved. Luo Yu took advantage of the fact that he didn't have to can meat and ran to the vegetable field to start harvesting vegetables. With sufficient water irrigation, the vegetables mature faster and can be harvested today. Picking fruits and vegetables, harvesting rice and other crops when they should be harvested, and then sowing seeds after harvesting. We are busy until dark. He was the only one who could harvest the vegetables in such high temperatures. If it were someone else, he would have gotten heat stroke and fallen to the ground within 10 minutes. This wave, including all apples, bananas, berries, rice, corn, potatoes, greens, cabbage, tomatoes, etc., a total of 40,000 units of vegetarian food were harvested, which is basically the current maximum output of the vegetable garden. After putting everything into the ice cellar, Luo Yu discovered that the ice cellar was about to burst. The more things there are, the more heat will be generated, which will cause the overall temperature of the ice cellar to rise. Fortunately, the temperature is still at a safe level and the ice will not melt. Luo Yu also thought about taking some water and putting it in the ice cellar to make ice cubes, but unfortunately it could not be frozen. The freezing point of water is below 0 degrees, which refers to the temperature of the water rather than the temperature of the ice cellar. Luo Yu has roughly calculated that in order to freeze the water in the ice cellar, the temperature must be at least below -8 degrees. This is not possible at present. The freezing technology has not been unlocked yet, so this is all we can do for now. Standing in the ice cellar and thinking for a while, Luo Yu felt that the reason why the temperature of the ice cellar rose again was not only because there were more things, but also because of the frequent entry and exit, which led to the loss of cold air. Just like the refrigerator at home, it is difficult to keep it cool if it is turned on and off frequently. He began to think about the solution, and after thinking for a while, he actually found a solution. The ice cellar is under the warehouse. As long as the ice cellar is affiliated with the warehouse, can't we use the warehouse's automatic storage function to put or take goods? This way you don't have to go in and out of the ice cellar frequently, just operate it at the door. Opening the building page, Luo Yu quickly found a way to connect the buildings. Buildings built by the system and buildings built by himself can be easily integrated by spending only 10,000 silvers. Luo Yu just pointed his finger, and the integration was immediately completed. From now on, Shao Kong only needs to throw the meat into the warehouse, and it will automatically teleport to the ice cellar. Advanced warehouses are so convenient. I walked to the nameplate at the door of the warehouse and operated it, and found that the total capacity of the ice cellar was 30 W food units, and now it has reached 29 W. Among them, 240,000 are meat and 50,000 are vegetarian. We are really on the verge of a margin call and need to consume a wave as soon as possible, especially the meat. At present, the price of meat is still rising, from the original 2 silvers to the current 10 silvers. The reason why it is so different from canned meat is that it cannot be preserved. Looking at the time, it is now 7 o'clock in the evening, which is the most active trading time. Luo Yu asked himself that it is impossible to can all the meat before the heat wave is over, so he simply put 40,000 meats on the shelves to test the waters. It's the market price. It was time for him to enjoy a pleasant bath. An hour later, all the meat was sold out and Luo Yu made a huge profit of 400,000 silver. For others, the heat wave is a disaster, but for Luo Yu, it is simply giving money away. It's so comfortable to soak in this big bath. Luo Yu leaned against the edge of the bathtub happily, looked at the 2 beast girls who were playing in the water and said, "Xiao Jin, Xiao Kong, come and massage my arm." Woohoo! Xiao Kong immediately ran over, and Xiao Jin blushed and spat. Perverted master. Luo Yu was enjoying the massage service from the beast girl's little hands. Here comes the prompt: you are doing entertainment activities. Because the entertainment value of the territory is high, your strength is +2. Currently, 106. Sure enough, the entertainment value of the beast girls is not added in vain. Giving them a massage is an entertainment activity. Just lie down and add attribute points. Speaking of which, the entertainment value plus attribute points is still a bit powerful. You can consider increasing the entertainment value a little bit more. While thinking this, Fan Yameng spoke in the group. Fan Yameng. I just got a box while fishing, and it opened a blank technology sharing scroll. She sent the screenshot. Team shared technology scroll. Blank team members can copy their unlocked technology onto the scroll. After use, all team members will obtain the technology. Those who share technology have a 10% chance of inheriting certain attributes, life skills, personal characteristics, etc. from the team trialists. Luo Yu. Hey, this is a win-win situation. Alice. Luo Yu is right. If this is put on the auction house, it should be able to sell for a good price. Fan Yameng. Have all the automatic defense technologies been unlocked? I don't think I have any technology to share with you. Nakaer. Luo Yu must have it, he is the best. Fan Yameng. Come on, Luo Yu, let's trade. I'll give you the scroll. A transaction box came directly. Fan Yameng put the blank scroll on it, and clicked OK naturally. The market price of this scroll is at least 300,000 yuan. Is she giving it to me for free? Do you trust me so much? Luo Yu muttered to himself, but did not refuse and directly chose to confirm. The transaction is successful. You get Team Shared Technology Scroll blank. Elena. Luo Yu, have you unlocked the mercenary technology? Alice. Luminous plant technology is more practical at this stage. Neoda. I want visitor technology. Everyone expressed their opinions. Luo Yu had a faint smile on his face. Since there was such a good opportunity, he would definitely copy the most practical technology. After all, his efforts are not in vain, there is a chance that he will get a reward. Luo Yu. Let me copy a piece of technology. It's quite practical, but it's quite expensive. Fan Yameng. Everyone has made a small fortune. I am looking forward to it now that you say that. Luo Yu didn't keep anyone in suspense and directly clicked the operation. Are you sure you copied the hydraulic cycle technology onto the scroll? After clicking OK, Luo Yu directly chose to use it. Luo Yu used the team technology sharing scroll, and all team members obtained the hydraulic cycle technology. Everyone was stunned when they saw the prompt, and it took them 3 seconds to react. Fan Yameng. Oh my god, water recycling technology! Water recycling technology that even 500,000 people in the world can't get! Chapter 107, Make a Fortune and Walk on the Carpet. Alice. Luo Yu, thank you, the goddess of light will always bless you. Alina. Well, I admit that you are a pretty good man. Naker. As expected of you, you are the man my sister likes. My sister likes you very much. Neoda. Brother, thank you so much. Luo Yu expected the reaction in the group. He smiled faintly and replied, What are you doing? Isn't it just a water-using technology? Don't get excited, it's no big deal. Everyone. Fan Yameng. Damn it, he got it wrong. Luo Yu could imagine how excited the girls were now. Now it was his turn to reap the benefits. He muttered to himself. Use shared technology and start to randomly inherit various abilities from team members. Triggered by 100x critical hit, success rate of inheritance increased by 100 times. You gain taming experience from Fan Yameng. Your tamer's personal characteristics are increased by 1 star. Your current characteristics are 4 stars. The upper limit of the number of graded animals you own is increased to 20. You gain shooting experience and sewing experience from Alice. Shooting level +4, current shooting LV12, sewing level +3, current tailoring level LV10. You gain combat experience from Elena, and add a new personal feature, fighter. Current feature, 1 star. You gain jumping and running experience from Naker, agility +10, current agility 111. You gain physical experience from Neoda, physical fitness +4, current physical fitness, 108. All inherited successfully. Luo Yu was shocked by a series of system prompts. This time, all aspects of his performance had skyrocketed. I also got a fighter trait, which increased the power of all martial arts by 10%. A real surge. And he essentially gave nothing. Huge profit. Fan Yameng. Luo Yu, how much experience have you gained from us? Have your life skills been upgraded? Luo Yu. It's okay, I added a little bit. Nakir. Luo Yu is so good to us. If my sister were a human girl, she would definitely marry him. Fan Yameng. Who wants to marry him? He looks younger than me. Alice. Yameng, is Kurt talking about her sister? Fan Yameng. Huh. Yes, it's her sister. I mean Luo Yu looks younger. Luo Yu. I just look younger, but I'm not young at all. Fan Yameng. Huh. Why does it sound weird to me? Luo Yu, you're starting over again, right? Alina. Start what? What riddle are you talking about? Naker. I know. On Earth they call this starting to drive. Luo Yu. It's late at night, is the midnight god of cars setting sail? Fan Yameng. Hate it, just drive slowly, goose. It's always so pleasant to chat with everyone. Having made a lot of money just now, Luo Yu is in a very good mood. He really didn't expect that a critical hit could be used to increase the success rate of inheritance. So comfortable. Late that night, the wind became stronger, and the wind-powered water pump, which had been moving as slowly as a turtle, finally started to turn. When he woke up in the morning, Luo Yu found that there was no buff today. After all, the base's various items were not very high, and it was impossible to have buffs every day. I looked at the temperature and found that the morning temperature had dropped a little compared to before, reaching 48 degrees. After 2 days of peak temperatures, the heat wave is showing signs of subsiding. Although it was just a tiny glimmer, everyone saw the light. Only with hope can we have the motivation to live, and canned meat sells better. After selling canned meat all morning, the base had 1.3 million silver. Luo Yu thought about adding entertainment equipment yesterday, so he walked towards the entertainment room. Now the animals in the entertainment room are playing in the water or sleeping, and it has become a barn. Luo Yu drove all the bugs to the first floor, and after spending some time with Xiao Dai cleaning the second floor, they prepared to lay the carpet. Carpets do not increase entertainment value, but they increase aesthetics and comfort. Currently, these two data are hidden data and have not been activated yet. If you want to activate them, you need to unlock the relevant technology. After activation, these two data will bring various benefits to the base, just like entertainment value and health value. To unlock the beauty level, you need 100,000 silver and a sapphire, and to unlock the comfort level, you need 100,000 silver and a ruby. Gems can only be mined or given in random boxes. Although it is not unlocked, we still have to do what needs to be done. Only after laying the carpet can we put things on it. After thoroughly cleaning the entire second floor, Luo Yu asked Xiao Dai to clean the third floor, while he stood there and clicked on the furniture page. Carpets come in many varieties, and like everything else, they can be upgraded on their original basis. Luo Yu plans to create high-end carpets that can increase both beauty and comfort. Comfortable and beautiful high-end carpet, per square meter various furs *90, cotton, cloth, *30, silver *30, gold *3. One word, expensive. Being expensive has its advantages. The more expensive it is, the higher the added values will be. The higher the values are, the higher the chance of getting a buff. I clicked on the high-end carpet column, chose blue as the color for the entertainment room carpet, and a simple plaid pattern. After clicking OK, a small piece of carpet appeared in front of me. This is 1 square. The entire second floor of the entertainment room is 300 square meters, and a total of 27,000 furs, 9,000 cotton, 9,000 silver, and 900 gold are required. Originally, there definitely wasn't enough fur available, but a previous wave of animal attacks had provided a large amount of animal fur, especially the fur of huge animals like giraffes. There is silver and gold, but there is not enough cloth. Cotton is cloth, and the cotton harvested in the Tiandao world is presented in the form of cotton cloth. Xiao Dai had consumed a lot of cloth making underwear before, and Luo Yu was planning to sell swimsuits after selling canned meat, which would require a lot of cloth. By the way, the cotton I planted on the shore should be ripe by now, right? When we walked to the lake, we saw that the fruits were ripe and ready to be picked. This wave of cotton was planted around the lake, covering a large area. Luo Yu and Xiao Kong began to collect and sell. He worked very efficiently and finished everything in half a day. Including yesterday's planting activities, the current planting level has reached LV8. He has reached this level without realizing it. I collected 30,000 units of cloth in one go, so now I'm done. Even with high fertility, cotton will not mature until autumn. This is the last batch of fabric before autumn. Get the carpet ready! Chapter 108, High Entertainment Value is Good. Back in the entertainment room, Luo Yu began to lay the carpet. This time he did not use critical strike. Carpets need to be laid 1 square meter at a time. There is not much point in using critical strike on 1 square meter of carpet. After a while, the carpet was laid, and the entire second floor of the entertainment room was completely renewed and looked much more beautiful. But compared with such a beautiful blue carpet, the bare-bones walls seem out of place. Since everything was already done, Luo Yu might as well decorate the walls as well. Still on the furniture page, he took a fancy to the high-end wall interior. Beautiful wall interior, per square meter stone bricks *10, silver *10, jade *3, gold *1. The price is much cheaper than a carpet. After all, it is just a decoration and not a new addition. We have all the materials, let's start decorating. After all the operations, the entire second floor wall was decorated with a new look. The newly decorated walls were beautiful and clean, and there were patterns on them, which looked beautiful no matter how you looked at them. This is more like a recreation room. When I looked at the base score, the carpets and walls were used for enjoyment, and the score was increased a lot, directly doing 1700 points of the score. Now the overall score of the base has reached 19,000 points, while Fan Yaming and other friends are only around 2,000 points, so they are doing quite well. The average level in the universe is only 1,000 points, a difference of 19 times. Luo Yu was very satisfied with the development of his territory. After a while, Luo Yu, Xiao Kong, Xiao Jin and Xiao Dai all took off their shoes and stood on the carpet with bare feet. The three little cuties walked back and forth on the soft carpet, looking very happy. As animals with top-level intelligence, they can, like Luo Yu, gain attribute points from the increase of various values in the territory, so they are happy when the territory is beautiful. This is a joy that comes from the heart. At present, the entire second floor is beautifully decorated, but it seems a bit empty. Get set up quickly. First up is the dartboard. Flexible and beautiful dartboard, building materials *200, cloth *200, iron or *100, animal feathers *100. When you are having fun, you can improve your shooting level, and the entertainment value is +5. All the materials were available, and Luo Yu directly chose jadeite for building materials. Jade is originally used for decoration, and a lot of it has been dug out from mines, so use it. Click OK, and a dartboard will appear on a wall, with a small table next to it filled with small darts. The three little cuties immediately started playing happily. Continue building entertainment furniture on the furniture page. Horseshoe nails, building materials *100, cloth *50, iron or *100, entertainment value +5. Horseshoe nails are played with rings. When I was a child, I wanted to play with small toys. When I grew up, I wanted to play with the female stall owner. Luo Yu also built a chess table, a poker table, and a mahjong table. These all have an entertainment value of +5. Since they are all made of jade, they will increase the aesthetics and comfort. In fact, no one plays chess or mahjong with it, it is just used to increase various values. If one day Fan Yameng and the others are not afraid to spend money to visit us, we can set up a table with them. Finally, Luo Yu built the jade pool table in the center of the entertainment room. This cost him a lot of resources, and his entertainment value increased by 10, which made him very happy. He looked at the panel and found that there have been some big changes recently. Number: Earth Summer Country 23333. Base score: 20,000 points. Health value: upper limit 98, current 95. Entertainment value: 115. Strength: 106. Physical fitness: 108. Agility: 111. Life skills: shooting LV12, animal taming LV9. Martial arts: wind blade technique, level 2, stealth technique. Personal characteristics: Zerg Nemesis, 5 stars, Miner, 1 star, Animal Trainer, 4 stars, Chef, 3 stars, Brewer, 1 star, Fighter, 1 star. The entertainment value has reached 115 points, which means there is a high chance of getting a buff whenever you are entertaining. A bunch of entertainment facilities also brought the base's score to 20,000. Luo Yu was just wondering if there would be any special rewards for getting 20,000 points, and it actually came. Tip: you are the first trialist in this area to reach a score of 20,000. Extra reward: personal characteristic upgrade scroll, below 3 stars, *1. Another scroll. Luo Yu directly chose to use it and upgraded his miner level to 2 stars, increasing the chance of shipping a wave of rare minerals. Xiao Dai excitedly ran to Luo Yu, took his arm and giggled. Master, master! Can we move the big bed here? It's beautiful and cool here. Sister Xiao Jin, Sister Xiao Kong and I all like it here. Luo Yu smiled faintly and said, If you like this, I will build some animal cushions for you to sleep on at night. No. Xiao Dai blushed slightly and said, We want to sleep with you. Looking at the shy and serious little appearance, Luo Yu exclaimed from the bottom of his heart, Xiao Dai is so cute. Luo Yu hugged her and said with a smile, Can you let me kiss you? Without waiting for Xiao Dai's consent, he kissed her little face, making Xiao Dai giggle and her face turn even redder. Tip: when you are doing recreational activities, you gain agility +1. Pfft. A kiss adds 1 point of agility. A high entertainment value is good. Luo Yu almost laughed out loud. After letting Xiao Dai go, he happily went to the kitchen. Interacting with the little beast girls is a pleasure, but making money is more important. While making canned meat, Luo Yu checked the condition of the water tank. Hey, the water storage capacity is 28% after the spraying? Was it windy last night? 28% of the water storage capacity is close to the safety line. Luo Yu originally wanted to build some more thermal water pumps, but now it seems that they are not needed for the time being. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Now Luo Yu no longer needs to concentrate on making canned meat. He can do other things at the same time. He is thinking about something at the moment. Xiaodia's unintentional words just now did remind him. The entertainment room is so beautiful, but there is no decoration in the big villa, and there is no bedside table in my room. It's time to decorate it. Keeping this in mind, Luo Yu began to think about the defense of the base again. He felt that he had missed something, but suddenly he couldn't remember it. Time always flies by quickly when working. After lunch, Luo Yu put the 80 cans of meat he made in the morning on the shelves, and they were quickly sold out. 224,000 silvers were obtained, and the total amount of silver reached 152.4 W, which is really a huge sum of money. What limits the development of the base now is not money, but stone bricks. Stone bricks cannot be listed on the auction house and cannot be traded for silver. Although stone bricks can still be obtained from other trial takers through barter, this method always has many limitations. Chapter 109 Rivals. There are many restrictions in the world of Heavenly Tao. This stone brick restriction clearly shows that they do not want certain powerful beings to develop too rapidly and deviate from the overall laws of the world of Heavenly Tao. There are always places where stone bricks are used in the territory. Luo Yu was thinking about how to increase the amount of stone bricks obtained. At this time, a prompt suddenly came. The Snow Leopard Tribe, woman, has signed your agreement and hired you to eliminate the big black fish. Do you accept it? No. Because he already had a powerful thermal energy bowl, Luo Yu directly chose no. I make millions per minute, why would I kill black fish with you? Go away. Unexpectedly, another prompt came. The other party is willing to add sapphire crystal. What? Luo Yu was shocked when he saw the prompt. He actually added this thing. Is he so rich? Sapphire can unlock beauty. Then, he thought of a fact. In the current heat wave, there are very few mercenaries who can move freely, and there is nothing he can do since the other party has paid such a high price to hire him. How many mercenaries are capable of carrying out missions in temperatures approaching 60 degrees Celsius? Since he had the sapphire, Luo Yu chose to accept the task. A light door appeared in the kitchen. He did not rush in, but made some preparations. Just in case, he placed 2 small ice cubes in the storage bracelet to prevent heat stroke, and also placed 4 automatic crossbows to deal with emergencies. After finishing his preparations, he walked in. After the world spun before my eyes, I found myself in an unfamiliar place. 2 houses, a wall that is still under construction, and some simple vegetable gardens. This is the overall picture of this territory. It can't be said to be very bad, but there is a little gap compared to Fanyameng and others. At this moment, Luo Yu exuded a light of invincibility for 5 seconds. In front of him was a woman with a white leopard head. This snow leopard girl was not the kind of leopard-eared beast girl as imagined, but a pure orc like Neoda. Although her figure was very good, it did not meet Luo Yu's aesthetic standards. Compared to her, Naker is the type of orc that Luo Yu likes. But besides this snow leopard woman, there were 2 men with red hair, who looked similar to humans. Fiery Martian? A mercenary too? Luo Yu frowned, and the other 2 were also slightly stunned when they saw Luo Yu. They looked at each other, and a ferocious look flashed in their eyes. After calming down, the long-haired young Martian man frowned and said, Female leopard, do you know the consequences of hiring 2 groups of mercenaries at the same time? The snow leopard woman seemed very anxious. She said anxiously, 3 big brothers from the human and fiery tribes. My brother has suffered from heat stroke and needs the cool water at the bottom of the lake to cool down. Please destroy the water monster as soon as possible. My brother can't hold on any longer, please. Luo Yu glanced at the snow leopard girl, then looked towards the bungalow. Through the window, he could indeed see a snow leopard boy lying on the bed. It seems that this woman is not lying. But the consequences of hiring two groups of mercenaries at the same time are very serious. Indeed, mercenaries cannot attack their employers, otherwise they will be judged to have failed the mission and teleported away on the spot. Their actions will also be recorded by the mercenary square, and they will become red-named mercenaries. Who would hire a red name who attacks their employer in the future? Reputation is very important to mercenaries. However, mercenaries have no agreement with each other and can attack each other. If you kill other mercenaries in your employer's territory, they will not actually die, but their mission will be deemed to have failed, and there is a chance that the things they were carrying will drop. It's a bit like killing and robbing. Because of this advantage, it is very easy for two groups of mercenaries to engage in a fight if they collide. The employer's behavior of hiring two groups of mercenaries at the same time will also be recorded by the mercenary square, leading to conflicts. Who will dare to take on his tasks in the future? The snow leopard girl in front of me seems to be too anxious. She has given everything she has just in case and has ignored the consequences. Luo Yu retracted his gaze and looked at the two fiery Martians calmly. The long-haired fiery Martian man exchanged glances with the short-haired man beside him, then laughed and said, "Since we are here, my human mercenary friend, let's cooperate with each other. Here, I have beads that can lure big black fish. Let's get started now." The long-haired man took out a red bead. Seeing this, the snow leopard woman breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you, brothers. I am very grateful. Let's go." Luo Yu glanced at the red bead in the man's hand, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. The four of them walked to the lakeside. The long-haired man placed the beads on a piece of bluestone, turned around and looked at Luo Yu with a smile and said, "Friend, we are all black iron-level mercenaries. We can learn from each other's experience. What do you plan to do?" Luo Yu laughed and said, "That's easy. I'll teach you some experience now." He walked up with a smile, and suddenly he made a thunderous move, slashing the two Martian men horizontally and vertically with his Tiangong sword, knocking them to the ground. "Human, you!" Shocked, both of them showed disbelief in their eyes. Luo Yu sneered. "What do you mean? You just want to pretend to be friendly and then attack suddenly. I can see from the first sight that you two are not good people. The first to strike is the strongest, and the last to strike will suffer. Don't you Martians understand this principle? Human race, you wait for me." Not convinced? Luo Yu sneered. "A race like ants dares to steal my business? I'm waiting for you at the Black Iron Yard, room number 9527, come if you're brave enough." As soon as he finished speaking, the Tiangong knife chopped down the two men. Their bodies disappeared, but some things were left behind. You defeated a trialist during a mercenary mission. The other party was also a mercenary. Your behavior will be recorded but will not affect your reputation. However, as a punishment, you will not be able to accept any mercenary missions within 10 days. There is a punishment for killing people and stealing treasures, and the world of heaven does not encourage such uncivilized behavior. No, I can't take any missions for 10 days. Luo Yu ignored the prompt and picked up the things that dropped from the other party. The short-haired man dropped a black iron-gray dagger, which was rubbish. What the long-haired man dropped? "Ha! Core! Territory core!" Luo Yu was shocked. This turned out to be a territory core, a good thing that could increase territory resources after use. It seems that what I thought was right. He walked quickly to the red gem he had placed before, picked it up and looked at it. Random attack summoner, gold level, can randomly attract attacks, can be used in any territory, number of uses, 2/3. This is a rare gold level raid summoner. Chapter 110, the second mercenary mission completed. This one looked a bit like the one he had used before, so Luo Yu's vigilance increased instantly, and he rushed out to kill without thinking twice. This thing can be used in other people's territories to summon attacks. Because of its random nature, if the attack is weak, it will just be a benefit to others, but if the attack is strong, it can take away other people's bases in one wave. When everything is converted into neutral resources, won't we be able to plunder them to our heart's content? Presumably, these two fiery Martians used this thing to destroy someone's territory, which allowed Luo Yu to obtain the core of the territory. Seeing that these two fiery Martians can accept mercenary missions again and come to the territory of the snow leopard woman, this behavior should not trigger the punishment mechanism. It's a good thing. Luo Yu happily put the beads into his bracelet, then looked at the snow leopard woman. At this moment, the snow leopard girl was staring at him in a daze. Luo Yu said calmly, "See, you hired two groups of people, and this is the consequence. But don't worry, now that I'm here, I will naturally help you with the work." Okay, thank you, brother." The snow leopard girl's voice was trembling. Luo Yu knew that she was afraid of him. He flipped his hand and threw a piece of ice from the bracelet to her. He waved his hand and said, "I don't need your help. Go back to the territory and take care of your brother." Ice. The snow leopard woman was extremely surprised. Under Luo Yu's gaze, she knelt down and said gratefully, thank you very much." Seeing Luo Yu nod, she ran towards the bungalow quickly. Luo Yu withdrew his gaze from the girl and looked at the calm lake in front of him. He did not take out the special milk to attract the monster, but just pointed with his fingertips. Boom! The giant octopus and the giant snake were summoned by Luo Yu. "Go, kill the monster in the lake for me." The giant octopus waved its tentacles, and the big snake roared and swam directly to the center of the lake. At the same time, the big black fish in the lake felt a huge threat and also faced the two monsters summoned by Luo Yu. There were huge waves in the lake and the three water monsters started fighting fiercely, but they stopped after a while. The big black fish is of silver level, and although the giant octopus is a juvenile, it is also of diamond level. There is a huge level difference between the two sides, and with the giant snake assisting beside it, the big black fish has no chance of winning. There's not even the ability to hurt them. A moment later, the giant octopus threw the black fish's body onto the shore. Luo Yu waved his hand, and the two water monsters he raised disappeared. This is the advantage of being an animal tamer. Even if you are in a foreign place, you can summon your captive animals at any time, and you can also send them back to your territory at any time. After the big black fish was dealt with, Luo Yu packed up all his things and walked towards the bungalow. In the room, Luo Yu threw all the messy things that black fish had exploded onto the table, and immediately received a system prompt. You have completed the mercenary mission and obtained 1 beast soul core and 1 sapphire crystal. Got the stuff. At this time, the snow leopard woman placed her brother in a bathtub filled with cold water from the bottom of the lake. With Luo Yu's ice cubes on the boy's head, it seemed that the symptoms of heat stroke would be relieved a lot. Thank you, human brother. The snow leopard woman was grateful from the bottom of her heart, but Luo Yu asked curiously, "Where did you get this sapphire?" The snow leopard girl explained, "The special event before the heat wave, the special event in my territory is the geological uplift, and this sapphire was found in the uplifted black spot stone hill." "Oh? A geological bulge?" Luo Yu asked curiously. "So, you should have a lot of stone bricks?" The snow leopard woman nodded and said, "My brother and I cut a lot of bricks. My brother wanted to build the wall as quickly as possible, so he started working before the sun went down. As a result, he got a heat stroke. We currently have 180,000 stone bricks in our territory. If you need them, we can give you some." "No need to send it." Luo Yu smiled faintly and said, 100,000 bricks are enough to build the wall. I will buy the remaining 80,000 bricks. Yes, it's acquisition. Stone bricks cannot be listed in the auction house, but can be traded on site. Visitors, mercenaries, etc. can trade with the Lord. In addition to being grateful to Luo Yu, the snow leopard woman was also a little afraid. Hearing Luo Yu say this, she didn't dare to disobey and could only nod in agreement. Luo Yu smiled and said, "I don't think silver is what you are in short supply of right now. Your beast soul core was also given to me as a reward, and I can't unlock the automatic defense core for a while. Well, I won't let you suffer any loss. I will exchange 80,000 stone bricks with 4 automatic crossbows." "Yes." A hint of surprise flashed in the snow leopard woman's eyes. Indeed, silver could not be converted into combat power immediately. Having 4 automatic crossbows would make people feel more at ease. These 4 automatic crossbows were also brought out by Luo Yu just in case. Now they had become trading items. Now that he had everything he wanted, Luo Yu smiled faintly and said, "Okay, it's almost time for me to leave. By the way, if your brother gets heat stroke again next year and you happen to have some rubies or something like that, you can come to me again. Bye!" The snow leopard woman didn't know what to say for a moment. When she saw the light gate appear, she bowed and said, "Goodbye, benefactor. If my brother and I are still alive next year, we will definitely come back to find you." Luo Yu smiled faintly and walked into the light gate. The next moment, he appeared in the kitchen of his own territory. "You have completed the mercenary mission. Current completion times, 2 times. Current success rate, 100%. The number of times and success rate are both guarantees of credibility." The first thing he did after coming back was to take a shower. The sanitary conditions in the territory of the snow leopard brother and sister can only be described as below average, so taking a shower would make things more clear. After stripping himself completely, Luo Yu was thinking of jumping into the bathtub, but then he changed his mind and decided that after returning from unfamiliar territory, it would be better to take a shower first to wash away the dirty bacteria and bugs on his body. The shower has not been built yet. There is a shower in the water circulation system. Just connect the water pipe and install a valve. The shower is just a small thing, and the high-end version of the shower is not expensive. After a simple operation, when he was about to confirm, Luo Yu silently said something in his heart. 100 times critical hit trigger. The shower you built is changed to colorful shower head. Colorful shower head, diamond grade after use. It can wash away all the dirt on the body, greatly reduce the chance of infection, relieve fatigue, increase beauty, comfort, and hygiene value. Another diamond grade nozzle is out. Luo Yu took a shower happily. It was nothing special, just because he felt comfortable. Looking at the ratings, a diamond grade shower head only has 500 points, which is acceptable. After a while, he soaked in the bathtub, opened the system interface, and used the territory core first. Chapter 111, The Sign of the Heat Wave Subsiding. After clicking OK, a prompt appears. You use the base core, your territory area increases by 10%, the land fertility increases by 10%, and the aquatic resources increase by 10%. The area has expanded again. The current territory resources have reached 139%, and the mineral resources have reached 144%. Awesome! The core of this base is the most amazing thing. Luo Yu also has a random attack summoner. Next time when he goes on a mercenary mission, he can just use it on any lord he doesn't like. Next, Luo Yu opened the technology interface. Aesthetic value unlocked, silver *1000000, sapphire crystal *1. After clicking OK, a prompt indicating successful unlocking appears, and the value of aesthetics appears on Luo Yu's panel. Base beauty, 188. Wow, the number is close to 200 as soon as it appears. Come to think of it, there may not be many buildings in his own territory, but there are a lot of irises planted in the villa, entertainment room and warehouse, and there is even a gold-grade amaranth flower in the bedroom. These flowers provide a lot of beauty. In addition to gardens, floor tiles, and various buildings, aesthetics were taken into consideration when they were constructed. There are also carpets, walls, jadeite, and entertainment facilities, which results in the aesthetics directly exceeding the entertainment value. Luo Yu took a detailed look at the aesthetics list and found that the value added for buildings was not very high. The number of high-quality floor tiles laid in the base was large, so the value added was quite a lot. Then Amon Luohua added a wave. The fire-powered water pump room, the simple prison, the quarry, the mine and the bugs crawling everywhere also reduced the aesthetics. It was not until he saw the end that Luo Yu understood why the territory was so beautiful. Still, because of the Beast Girls, Xiao Kong and Xiao Jin each added 20 points of beauty, and Xiao Dai added 25 points. Just the 3 of them added 65 points of beauty, which made the territory so beautiful. Tip: because of the beauty of your territory, it has been blessed by a mysterious power. Your shooting level is +1, currently LV13, and your strength is +2, currently 108. What does aesthetics have to do with shooting? Give me some cooking levels instead! Luo Yu laughed out loud, so beast girls are really the best companion animals. It does not count towards the score, has no emotions, but adds entertainment value and aesthetics. Luo Yu estimates that after the comfort value is unlocked, it might even increase the comfort level. Thinking of this, he couldn't help feeling annoyed. I was more careful at that time. I should have chosen the Beast Tide of Held difficulty. There will definitely be Beast Girls in Held difficulty. After taking a shower, Luo Yu felt refreshed and started making canned meat again. He still had to make money. Another day passed, and when Luo Yu woke up in the early morning, he got a buff, carving inspiration. When carving works of art, it is possible to have a bonus in quality, and this kind of inspiration is quite rare. It's a pity that he hasn't unlocked the art technology tree yet, so it's of no use at all. I looked at the temperature, and it dropped to 46 degrees in the morning. It's finally getting cooler, and it looks like the heat wave is going to subside. The world was filled with joy, and regional chats became active. The heat wave has lasted for 7 or 8 days. If the temperature doesn't drop, everyone will die. Luo Yu knew that this was the last period of huge profits for canned meat, so he put 100 cans of meat on the shelves in the morning, still with an average price of 2,800. As a result, he had a hard time selling them this time. Everyone knows that the heat wave will soon subside and starvation will only last for a day or two. Once the temperature returns to below 40 degrees, meat can be preserved for a longer time and food will not be as scarce as it is now. In the afternoon, Luo Yu put another 100 cans of meat on the shelves. This time the average price was 2,500, but it became increasingly difficult to sell them. At dinner time in the evening, there was a meeting in the group. Fan Yameng. Canned meat has been making huge profits recently, and many people around the world are selling it. The price has dropped so much today, it seems that the price above 2,000 can no longer be sustained. Naker. Yeah. It was hard selling today, but I can still make money. Alice. Luo Yu, what's your opinion? Luo Yu. I agree with you, Meng. Once the price collapses, those who have stocks will sell off in large quantities. The collapse will be like an avalanche, and the collapse will spread far and wide. The price is very likely to fall below 1,000, or even below 500. I think we should take action immediately while the price is still high, and sell out all the canned meat we have. Nyoda. I agree, what Luo Yu said must be right. Fan Yameng, Nakor, Alice, and Elena. Agree. They all voted in favor of Luo Yu's proposal, and immediately sold the remaining canned meat. Elena. Let's put it on the shelf now. How much is appropriate? Luo Yu. If we put it too low now, it will accelerate the collapse. Let's put it on the shelves at 2,400. All of them. Everyone put all their canned meat on the shelves. Luo Yu also put the 100 cans of meat that he made in the afternoon on the shelves at a price of 2,400. After selling for a while, not a single item was sold and everyone was looking worried. Fan Yameng. Are we asking too much? How about less than 2,000? The other girls also became worried. Luo Yu. Don't worry, there is no race that is not greedy. Those who buy canned meat now are not necessarily hungry. Alice and the others didn't react for a while, but Fan Yameng understood something. Luo Yu, are you saying that some unscrupulous merchants will hoard goods and then fleece the sheep? Luo Yu. What a bloody history! The more droughts and food shortages there were in history, the more full the grain merchants' warehouses became. Greed is everyone's original sin. Food is rare in the world of heaven. If something can be traded a second time, who wouldn't want to make more money? Only if you know how to make choices can you go further. As if to confirm Luo Yu's words, all the canned meats listed at 2,400 in the small group were sold out at the same time. Looking at the prices of canned meats, the lowest price was marked as 2,500. Some big guys or some wealthy small groups don't want the price of canned meat to collapse right now, so they are buying up low-priced goods. Nakor. Luo Yu is right. This is the last chance to shear the sheep. No one wants to let it go. Elena. Luo Yu, why do you know all this? Alice. I wish there was more kindness and less greed in the world. Fan Yameng. Luo Yu, you were not a capitalist before, right? Everyone was chatting in the group. Luo Yu took a look at his wealth. After selling the last wave of canned meat, he currently had a total of 202.6 W silver. Millionaire! This wave of profit is really a huge fortune. At night, it was Luo Yu's favorite bathing time again. The three little cuties took showers under diamond-level shower heads, which improved their hygiene a lot. Chapter 112 Heavy Rain. Actually, although beast girls look cute, their long hair, furry ears and tails are breeding grounds for bacteria. So you don't have to worry about them this time. Sure enough, when I held Shao Kong in my arms while sleeping at night, I could feel that her whole body was fragrant. Boom! In the middle of the night, Luo Yu was awakened by a thunder. Looking at the three beast girls sleeping beside him, he carefully got out of bed and walked to the balcony. During the heat wave, the sky was originally cloudless, but now it was covered with dark clouds. There is a hint of moisture in the air, and the wind blowing in your face brings a hint of coolness. Turning my head to look at the small lake, I saw the wind-powered water pump starting to turn rapidly. All these signs indicated one thing: it was going to rain. Boom! There was another loud thunder in the sky, and the first drop of rain fell on the dry earth and was quickly absorbed by the soil. Tick-tock, tick-tock! As the thunder sounded, raindrops as big as beans began to fall. It's raining! Luo Yu's first reaction was, fortunately, I sold all the canned meat during dinner. Those profiteers who hoarded goods at high prices should jump off the building. In an instant, the drizzle turned into a downpour, splashing all over the world. Luo Yu could see the green smoke rising from the ground. That was the water vapor produced by the collision of the high-temperature ground and the cold rain. The heat wave is over. Looking at the world, it was so exciting. Many people ran into the rain to bathe in the blessing of heaven. Naker. Luckily we sold the canned meat. Fan Yamum. Luo Yu, can you tell fortunes? Luo Yu. Yes, I observed the sky at night, and found that this rain will have a devastating impact on the vegetable fields. You must protect your vegetable fields. Fan Yamum. Vegetable garden? The vegetables I planted withered a long time ago. Elena. My vegetables are all wilting. I feel like the prices of vegetables will skyrocket soon. Alice. Fortunately, I listened to Luo Yu and built an ice cellar to preserve a batch of vegetables. Nakuer. Oh, let's talk about tomorrow. Today is a day worth celebrating. Luo Yu, aren't you driving? Fan Yamum. What? Kurt, do you know what driving means? Nakor. What does that mean? I've been paying attention to people's conversational skills, and it seems like everyone is very happy when they mention driving. Luo Yu. Midnight Car God has taken off. Kur is here to trade. I'll give you the Band-Aid swimsuit. Remember to put it on and take a screenshot for me to see. Fan Yamum. Kur, don't make a deal. Luo Yu, just tease the girls in the group, Due to the heavy rain, the chat atmosphere in the group was very lively, which also gave Luo Yu inspiration. Since we can meat, we can also can vegetables, and even fruit juice. Everyone's vegetable gardens are withering, so you should want to supplement vitamins, right? The heavy rain continued to fall, and the Tiandao world fell into a carnival. Everyone was celebrating the decline of the heat wave, and at this moment no one would think about what disaster was waiting for them ahead. The next morning, the heavy rain was still falling. After waking up, Luo Yu clicked on the prompt, warning, the Tiandao world has fallen into a special climate, heavy rain. After the heat wave ended, it rained heavily. Of course, the threat of heavy rain is much smaller than that of heat waves. Dry land and small lakes with dropped water levels will dilute the threat of heavy rain. At this stage, there will not be two major threat events occurring at the same time. Luo Yu walked to the balcony and looked at his territory. The sky was gloomy and the rain, although not as heavy as last night, was still pouring down. The temperature has plummeted, from 50 degrees to only 27 degrees, which is already a normal temperature in summer. The heat wave subsided so quickly that it was really unexpected. The price of canned meat at the auction house has dropped to 100 silver pieces, and no one is buying it. It can be said to be a sharp drop. The temperature has dropped, and many people form teams to kill big black fish during the heat wave. Now that everyone can get seafood, the price of meat will naturally plummet. Many people in the world were sneering at the unscrupulous merchants who hoarded goods, and Luo Yu was secretly happy about it. In this wave, some unscrupulous business groups may have lost hundreds of thousands, or even millions of silver. This is what happens when you don't know when to advance or retreat. After closing the world channel, he turned his gaze towards the vegetable garden. A canopy had been built over the vegetable field before, and the drainage ditch and other facilities were also complete, so there were no problems. After checking the water storage situation in the territory, I found that the 4 wind-powered water pumps were already running at full speed, and the water pumped up basically filled the water tanks and half of the water tower. Luo Yu thought that now was the best time to store water. He clicked on the construction page and started building the water tower again. Beautiful water tower, 30,000 stone bricks, 1,000 iron ore, 1,000 silver, 100 jade, water storage capacity, 16 tons. A large amount of stone bricks were purchased in the previous transaction. Click OK, and another water tower is completed. After its construction was completed, the water tower began to store water immediately. This aesthetically pleasing water tower cost such a high price, and its aesthetics rating has increased by 2 points. In fact, it is difficult to improve the aesthetics, thanks to the fact that Luo Yu has many beast girls, each of them is young and beautiful, like a mobile vase. Speaking of animals, after the temperature drops, the animals no longer need to live in the recreation room. Luo Yu directly ordered that all animals except the beast girls are not allowed to enter the recreation room and can go wherever they want. Domestic animals such as cows, bulls, and hens returned to the animal farm, and the insects went to the quarry again, along with badgers to dig stones, and the giant scorpions also went to the mine to mine. The mineral veins have increased by 10%, so you can start digging now. The rainstorm did not have much impact on these animals, and everything at the base began to return to normal. Warning: the water level in the small lake in the territory has reached the 90% warning line. A hint is coming. Luo Yu hurriedly looked towards the small lake. The wind-powered water pump was spinning rapidly at full power, and the water level of the small lake was clearly rising. If it was someone else's territory, the water would overflow and it wouldn't have much of an impact, but it was different in my own territory. If the water level spread, the cotton field would be flooded. If Luo Yu wants to prevent the lake from flooding, he has 3 options to choose from. First, dig ditches to drain the water out of the territory. Second, increase or deepen the overall volume of the small lake. Third, build dams. First of all, the first option is certainly safe, but according to the explanation of the heavenly Tao world, draining the water in the small lake will cause the loss of aquatic resources. There are big octopuses, big snakes, and many turtles in the lake, and more will be raised in the future. They all rely on aquatic resources, and Luo Yu will not allow the loss of them. The project to increase the lake area is ridiculously large and will encroach on land area. Chapter 113 Dam, Thermal Energy Storage Tank. As for deepening the lake, it is simply impossible. Luo Yu learned from the giant octopus that there was something like an air wall at the bottom of the small lake, making it impossible to dive to the deepest part. Although there seemed to be 3 options, there is actually only one way for Luo Yu: building a dam. There is actually another benefit to building a dam. Simply surrounding the small lake can very effectively reduce soil erosion, and will not reduce the overall fertility of the land in the territory. No problem, build it. Clicking on the building page, it was still the wall interface. Luo Yu planned to build a 20 centimeters high mini wall. This is to block water, not people. 20 centimeters is enough. If it is not enough, just fold it up higher. When choosing materials, he used stone bricks and iron ore together to reinforce the mini dam and prevent it from being washed away by waves. Click to build, and the mini wall began to spread along the shore of the lake. In just a moment, it surrounded the lake. Although the cost of building a mini fence is very low, it takes a lot of it. This time, 30,000 stone bricks and 10,000 iron ore were consumed. These bricks are consumed really quickly. Fortunately, the small flood control dam has been completed, so there is no need to worry about the water overflowing for the time being. I looked at the base score. The mini dam plus the beautiful water tower added another 1,000 points, and now the overall score has reached 21,500. Want to build defensive facilities? Luo Yu's eyes instinctively looked towards the south of the territory. In the wind and rain, simple fortresses stand firm, and automatic crossbows lie quietly on the top of the stone pillars, ready to fire at any time. Ha! The territory has grown in size, and the outermost edge of the territory is beyond the crossbow's coverage range. Luo Yu frowned slightly. The area of the territory would continue to expand. In order to consolidate the defense in the south, the crossbows would need to be continuously extended. The cost of the crossbows was still a bit expensive. He always felt that this was not a solution. Building bunkers as a defensive method seemed a bit stupid. "Master, it's time to eat." Xiao Jin walked to the balcony and reminded Luo Yu that breakfast was eggs, milk and tomatoes, which did not require cooking, so breakfast was now prepared by Xiao Jin. Luo Yu withdrew his thoughts, touched her head gently, and went to wash up and eat. In the morning, the rain did not show any signs of decreasing, but Luo Yu received another reminder: "Your powerful heat absorption platform is not working." I hurried to the roof and took a look. Oh my god, the stone bowl was full of water. There was no way it could work. Luo Yu laughed and placed the stone bowl at an angle of 60 degrees. Most of the water inside flowed out, so as not to affect the heat supply. I looked at the power, thermal output, 1000. The power of the thermal energy collection panel next to it is only 100. The thermal function is much less effective on rainy days, which will cause some of the thermal water pumps to stop working. This reminded Luo Yu. The amount of water the territory needs every day has been calculated. Now that the wind is strong, there may be no problem, but when there is no wind and the weather is relatively cold, the territory may be out of water again. This is how the heat absorption device works. When the weather is hot, the power exceeds the limit, and when the weather is cold, there is little output. As the weather gets cooler, the problem arises again, and we have to find a way to solve it. After clicking on thermal energy technology and searching for a while, Luo Yu's eyes lit up and he found a solution. Thermal energy storage box. Thermal energy storage box design *1, copper or *10,000, gold *5,000, silver *100,000. This thing is a little cheaper than the lightning collection box, but it's still very expensive. But there is no other way. The thermal energy storage tank is a necessary equipment for an automated base and is also one of the prerequisites for unlocking thermal energy weapons. After taking a look at the mineral resources of the territory, there are 20,000 copper ore and 7,000 gold. I have to say that the Golden Scorpion King is still awesome. He finds a gold brick every once in a while, and Luo Yu digs there sporadically, so much gold has been accumulated without realizing it. Now all that was missing was a design drawing. Luo Yu searched the auction house but couldn't find it. He tried to shout out to the world. Terran Anonymous. Design drawings of thermal energy storage tanks, some with prices. I originally called out with the mentality of giving it a try, and someone actually sent me a trading box. Black Water Tribe Anonymous. You collect blueprints, right? I have one. What do you plan to exchange it for? Having said that, he put the design drawing on the transaction interface, and the product was genuine and priced right. Luo Yu showed a hint of joy in his eyes. Of course I will exchange it for silver. How much is it? You name your price. Black Water Tribe. I don't want silver, I want vegetarian food. 3,000 vegetarian meals and I'll trade you the blueprints. Man, this is a win no matter how you look at it. Profit? Luo Yu replied with a sneer. The price of vegetarian food will skyrocket soon. No, it has already skyrocketed. I'm afraid 3,000 vegetarian food can only be sold for 300,000 silver. Do you think I'm a sucker? Besides, at this juncture, how many people do you think can come up with so many vegetarian dishes? Black Water Tribe. You have a point. How do you propose a deal? Luo Yu. Well, I happen to have some stock here. I'll give you 1,500 vegetarian food, which is all I have. I'll also give you 50,000 silver. That's all I can give you. Black Water Tribe. Do you really have 1,500 vegetarian dishes? Luo Yu didn't waste any words and directly put 1,500 vegetarian dishes on the shelves. How about it, buddy? All varieties have complete vitamins. Tiandao World has opened up secondary trading of food. You should know what the price of this batch of vegetarian dishes can be sold for, right? If it can be processed a little more. You are a smart person, you should understand. The Black Water Tribe was silent for a moment, but still replied. Okay. Since you have such a complete range of products, I will trade with you. But I have to remind you that you traded all the vegetarian food to me, so you should take care of yourself. The transaction was successful, and you obtained the thermal energy storage tank design. Got it. Luo Yu chuckled. This time collecting the maps went smoothly. He prepared to build a storage box. Moreover, once the blueprint is used, you will not need to collect blueprints again to make similar items in the future, so this deal is still very profitable. Click OK, and a light flashes before your eyes, and a square red box as tall as a person appears. Thermal Energy Storage Box stores 50,000 units of thermal energy, and escapes 1% of thermal energy every day. Placing it in a closed space can greatly slow down the escape of thermal energy. Just like a battery, if you leave it for a long time, current will leak out. The same is true for this box, but the escape rate is not very high, and there are ways to alleviate it. Chapter 114. Everyone has evolved from scrubbing to scraping. For such a large box, Luo Yu indeed needs to build a building specifically for storing energy. Greenhouse resistant, the internal environment is rough and can effectively resist the heat emitted from the interior, so that the walls will not melt and the building will not collapse. It is better to choose a greenhouse. It is a bit ugly, but it is practical. This time the greenhouse is adjacent to the last water pump room. This is the purpose of Luo Yu's plan. Put the thermal energy storage box into the room with good heat resistance and connect the energy pipeline, and the project is completed. However, the current energy supply for water pumps is not enough, so this thing is just a decoration for the time being. After doing all this, Luo Yu opened the auction house and checked the price of vegetables. In just one day, the price had soared to 80 silver per unit. This price is about the same as when he first entered the Tianda world, and Luo Yu estimated that it would go up again. The vegetable fields might be able to withstand the heavy rain, but the previous heat wave was too terrible. How many people can have automatic sprinklers like Luo Yu? Luo Yu currently has 50,000 vegetarian dishes, and if he sells them now he can get 4 million silver coins, which is a huge sum of money. However, Luo Yu did not choose to sell now, because the growth of vegetables is not a one-time thing, unlike meat, where fishing and shrimping can be done immediately once the heat wave subsides. Prices will only get higher in the future, and Luo Yu plans to also sell vegetarian food, fruit juice and other products in canned form to maximize profits. The directly unlocked sealing production technology can not only be used to make canned meat, but also canned vegetables. The principles are similar. Walking into the kitchen, Luo Yu's cooking level had reached LV6, and he began to make canned vegetables. This day was another day spent in the kitchen. As the sun set, Luo Yu made 200 canned vegetables, consuming 2,000 vegetarian units. When I opened the auction house again, the price of vegetarian food had risen to 90 silver coins, and people all over the world were calling for the purchase of vegetarian food. Of course, the price of vegetarian food will not be as outrageous as meat before. Meat can now fill people up, and not eating vegetables is nothing more than a lack of vitamins, which will not be fatal in the short term. Besides, some races don't have to eat vegetables. For example, the cat girl Car doesn't like vegetables and can eat only meat, which makes her white and tender. Canned vegetables are already on the market. Luo Yu is not the only one who has discovered this business opportunity. The price is relatively stable at around 1,300 silver coins. Luo Yu raised the corner of his mouth and priced his canned vegetables at 1,500 silver coins. He also added a sentence after the product information. This canned vegetable contains a mixture of various vegetarian ingredients and has high nutritional value. Most of the canned vegetables on the market are of a single type, and Luo Yu's mixed ones immediately attracted the attention of consumers. Soon, 200 cans of mixed vegetables were sold out, and Luo Yu made a profit of 300,000 yuan on the spot. He smiled secretly in his heart. He could make a lot of money and improve his cooking skills at the same time. How comfortable. Would you like to start trying to make juice tomorrow? Thinking this in his mind, he started to prepare dinner for today. I had dinner with the little cuties and looked at the weather outside. The rain had started to subside, but it looked like it would continue for another day or two. The warning water level of the small lake has reached 96%, but Luo Yu is not in a hurry because there is still a mini dam above the warning water level. By now it was completely dark, and he was taking a bath in the bathtub as usual. In the bath, he recalled that in his hometown, People said that people born in the year of the tiger would feel more comfortable when receiving a massage. Xiao Jin, come here and give me a shoulder massage. Oh. Xiao Jin wrapped a bath towel around herself, walked behind Luo Yu, and gently helped him massage. When you are doing recreational activities, strength +1. The goal was achieved. Luo Yu smiled and said, Xiao Jin, why are you wearing a bath towel when you take a bath? Isn't that too polite? Xiao Jin's face turned red, and he said hastily, It's not that I'm being polite, it's… Oh my master, you are a pervert! Luo Yu laughed out loud. Although it was raining outside, he felt much better. At this moment, someone spoke in the group. Naker, how are you going to spend the silver you earned during the heat wave? Elena, of course, I used all my silver to improve the attribute values. All 3 attributes have reached 100. Fan Yameng, I would like to call you a ruthless person. Alice, I also clicked on the attributes. Nyoda, me too, I'm working on my physique. Fan Yameng, hey, have you used them all to improve your attributes? How about you, Luo Yu? Luo Yu, I clicked on the attribute points of the small animals at home. Naker, yes, you are an animal tamer, and the strength of the graded animals is very important. Fan Yameng, that's true, but I think Luo Yu, you still need to add some personal attributes. Luo Yu, yes, we ordered it. It was fully ordered a long time ago. Unfortunately, it's hard to get silver now. Everyone. Fan Yameng, damn it, you've been so pretentious again. I want some attributes too. As a result, the 4 or 500,000 or 500,000 silvers that everyone earned in this wave were all used to upgrade their attributes. Wow, everyone upgraded their attributes to 100, and their combat effectiveness was off the charts, but they also returned to a state of poverty again. Naker, I feel full of strength. Luo Yu, congratulations, Kur, you have advanced from a bath scrubbing girl to a scraping girl. Naker, who wants to give you a bath? Hate it. Fan Yameng, Kur, you really misunderstood him this time. He said that your output was low before, but now it's a little bit higher. Goose, 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 goose. Elena, pfft, quite vivid. Naker, Luo Yu, you bully me, dare you come to the arena, I will give you a good scraping. Luo Yu, I would like to, but I'm in the iron rank. I'll be laughed at if I enter the normal rank. How about you come to the iron rank to find me? Naker, you, just wait and see how I beat you up. Elena, has Luo Yu already reached the black iron rank? I have to work harder too. Fan Yameng, yeah. I want to join PKC too. After the attributes were raised, everyone became very interested in the arena. Luo Yu also entered the black iron arena and started his gold gamble again. Same as always, 500 gold. As soon as the room was opened, someone came in. It turned out to be the 2 brothers Li Huaxing who were defeated by him that day. The long-haired man in a Taoist robe said coldly, Room 9527, despicable human, you are really here, we have been waiting for you for a long time. Luo Yu was surprised and said, Oh? You really dare to come? Nonsense! We, the fiery twins, are fearless and there is nothing we dare not do. The short-haired man said coldly, I'm not afraid to tell you that the 2 of us brothers have filled up our strength with silver. Today is the day you die. Chapter 115. No chance of fighting if the defense is not broken. Luo Yu showed a hint of sneer in his eyes when he heard this. Indeed, a wave of heat allowed some gifted races or smart guys to make a lot of money. Presumably, the attribute points of many people have reached 100. 100 is indeed very high, but it becomes very difficult to obtain attribute values above 100. 100 is just the beginning. Luo Yu said calmly, Stop talking nonsense, 500 gold, let's get started. Okay. Both brothers took out their long swords. 3.2.1, let's get started. The countdown ended, and the 2 flaming stars pounced towards Luo Yu from the left and right, slashing out fiercely with the long swords in their hands. This time, they used all their strength. Dang, dang! There were 2 muffled sounds, and Luo Yu swung the Tiangong knife in his hand continuously, shocking the 2 men and making them take a step back. You! There was disbelief in the 2's eyes. They used their full strength of 100 points, but the human in front of them actually pushed them back a step. This means that this person's strength exceeds 100, and it's not just 100, it's probably quite a distance beyond that. The long-haired man exclaimed in shock. Why do you have such a powerful force? Not only him, but everyone who came to the room to watch the fight also widened their eyes. Except for those terrifying races, 100 strength is the limit at this stage. Did this guy eat some kind of rare treasure? It's so terrifying. Luo Yu sneered. Why? Is this all the fiery twins are capable of? The two of them were furious when they heard this. The short-haired man said in shock. So what if your strength is over 100? Watch this. The two brothers attacked again, swinging their swords continuously, and rolling sword lights swept towards Luo Yu. Dang dang dang. Luo Yu also chopped horizontally and vertically, performing the second level of the whirlwind sword technique. Not only was he not suppressed by the two brothers, but he overwhelmed them instead. Everyone watching could see that the owner of room 9527 not only had a strength exceeding 100, but also an agility exceeding 100. The two brothers had chosen strength but not agility, so they were directly suppressed by speed. The key point is that this person seems to have martial arts, and quite powerful martial arts. He has the upper hand against two opponents at the same time. How awesome! Puff! With a dull sound, Luo Yu's Tiangong knife just brushed the long-haired man's shoulder and actually cut off his hand. The second level of Gale's sword technique plus the fighter characteristics made Luo Yu's sword power much greater than before. At first glance, it seemed like just a scratch, but in reality it had broken his arm. The long-haired man screamed and retreated repeatedly, but he had a good physique and did not disappear on the spot. He shouted, "No more hiding your abilities, show them!" Good! The short-haired man shouted loudly, and light appeared beside him. The next moment, 3 black snakes as thick as arms appeared beside him. This man was also a beast tamer. The black snake was very fast. It swam quickly and quickly went around Luo Yu's left and right and behind, and launched an attack at the same time. Attacks came from 3 directions, and Luo Yu could only move forward to dodge. He saw clearly that there was a green poisonous snake hiding on the ground in front of him, harboring murderous intent. Brothers are all snake charmers. At this moment, feeling threats from 3 directions and seeing that there was only one way out, Luo Yu felt a flash of lightning in his mind, which actually solved the confusion in his heart. Yes, why would I spend so much money on such a big project in the south? The attack can only come from one direction. Madness. I was so stupid before. Luo Yu's mind suddenly became clear and he started laughing. Then he turned around suddenly and chopped at the black snake behind him with his Tiangong knife. Puff! The black snake was split into 2 halves, but the black snakes attacking from both sides were about to bite him. Excitement showed in the eyes of the 2 brothers. Everyone watching the fight thought that Luo Yu had no chance of winning, but at the moment when the black snake bit Luo Yu, light suddenly appeared around Luo Yu. Bang! Bang! 2 black snakes collided with the purple light and were bounced back to the ground. Then Luo Yu killed them one by one with one sword. Light shield? Everyone was dumbfounded. This guy actually has a light shield. Are there shield belts now? Outrageous. This is outrageous. The 2 brothers Li Huaxing's eyes almost popped out, and they didn't know what to do for a moment. The opponent has a shield and is immune to damage, so what's the point of fighting? Luo Yu sneered. You guys are playing with snakes in front of me? With a touch of his fingertips, a giant red-scaled python suddenly appeared and swept over with its tail, while the 2 were stunned. Puff! The long-haired man, who already had a broken arm, was hit hard on the wound and died on the spot. The short-haired man reacted suddenly and dodged hurriedly, but suddenly heard a dull running sound. Looking up, he found a white rhino and a huge elephant rushing towards him. You fucking... Before he could finish his words, he was picked up by the rhinoceros, and then hit on the head by the elephant's trunk, killing him instantly. KO. You defeated your opponent in 6 minutes and 27 seconds. You get 500 gold and 1080 silver. After getting 500 gold, Luo Yu waved his hand, put the animal away, and waited quietly for the next challenger. No one challenged. The strength displayed by Luo Yu at this moment was so strong that no one dared to attack him. In fact, everything else is fine, as everyone is a capable person. The main problem is that this shield is too outrageous. Who would dare to go up without breaking the defense? After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Luo Yu found that no one came, so he had no choice but to leave the room. Suddenly, he discovered that Zerg 4444 had also opened a room, and it was Goldfield 200, which was now vacant. 4444 is an old acquaintance. Luo Yu clicked on it directly. The mantis man was slightly stunned when he saw Luo Yu, then laughed and said, "Very good, you are here again. I maxed out my agility this time. You will definitely lose today." Luo Yu said nothing, looking at the mantis man like a lamb to be slaughtered. 3.2.1 Let's get started. When the PK started, the two sides fought back and forth for a full 10 minutes before Luo Yu, very difficultly, killed the mantis man. You get gold * 200. Sure enough, the mantis man immediately spent another 200 gold to enter the room. This time, Luo Yu's victory was more difficult than last time. You get gold * 200. The mantis man gritted his teeth and said, "I have found your weakness. I will use my last 500 gold to win back my money with interest." His words were full of resentment, but also revealed a key piece of information. He only had the last 500 gold left. The battle started again, and this time the stakes increased to 500 gold. 3.2.1 Let's get started. KO. Luo Yu chopped the mantis man to the ground with one knife. Chapter 116 Mosquitoes Bring Disease. Luo Yu looked at the stunned mantis man and laughed. "Since we have no money left, let's stop here today. Next time, get more gold, and I'll have fun with you again." Then he left the room. Having earned 1,400 gold tonight, Luo Yu happily left the arena. The next morning, the rain was still falling, but it was much lighter than before. The temperature on rainy days is very cool, currently only 21 degrees, which is a comfortable temperature. Luo Yu looked at the prompt and found that he had obtained a buff that improved mining efficiency. There is also a tip from the Tianao world: the heat wave is over. Due to the heat wave, summer will be extended by 5 days, and there are 9 days left until the end of the month. The heat wave is unbearable, and the extended 5 days are very precious, which is valuable time for everyone to deploy defense facilities. Luo Yu also needs to improve his strength. It is difficult to improve one's own strength, but there are many high-quality animals in the territory, which can increase some attributes. Last night in the PK field, it was obvious that everyone's strength was getting stronger. Many people died in this heat wave, and those who survived have become stronger to some extent. Luo Yu knew that the various values of his territory were relatively high, which would gradually widen the gap between him and the general public, but this would take time. At this stage, he should enhance the strength of the animals. When the animals become stronger, it would enhance the overall strength of himself and the territory. Currently, the animals in the territory that can enhance strength include the 3 attributes of the Wolf King, the strength and agility of the Golden Scorpion King, and 8 kinds of animals: native chickens, elephants, rhinos, golden beetles, silver-armored ladybugs, and red-scaled pythons. They all have grades. As for Odd Eye and Big Bull, they have no grade and cannot be strengthened for the time being. Luo Yu calculated that to add them all to 100, a total of 610,000 silvers would be needed. Currently, there are 232.6 W silvers in the territory. Flour. If you don't spend it, just keep it and enjoy it. With a random click of plus, the strength of all grades of animals in the territory increased rapidly. After a moment, there were still 171.6 W silver in the territory, and the 3-dimensional strength of all grades of animals reached 100. Today's elephants and rhinos can carry and pull goods better, the Golden Scorpion King can mine more efficiently, hens can lay more eggs every day, and it can also serve as a better hidden weapon. Luo Yu felt that the defense of the Golden Scorpion King was sufficient now, and what he lacked most at this stage was stone bricks. He made up his mind and directly sent the Scorpion King to the quarry to mine. Such a powerful Scorpion King wouldn't be killed by falling rocks, right? The Scorpion King's mining speed is faster than that of the Badger and the Digger combined. Produce stone bricks quickly. Luo Yu has a big plan in mind. While making canned vegetables, Luo Yu began to study thermal defense technology. The previous thermal energy collection box technology unlocked part of the thermal energy defense technology. If you want to completely open this technology tree, you will need 20W silver and 2W gold. Gold has always been a long-standing problem for Luo Yu. Even though the current gold production is already quite a lot, it still feels like it will never be enough. Luo Yu opened the auction house and looked at the gold price. Gold is becoming more and more precious now. The ratio of gold to silver has reached 1 to 130. If you want to buy 20,000 gold, you need 2.6 million silver. My goodness, even if Luo Yu is rich, it's still not enough. A tall building starts from the ground. Work hard to make and save money. Another whole day was spent in the kitchen. This time, the canned vegetables sold totaled 400,000, and the silver recovered to the number of 211.6W. I looked at the bricks in the evening. The bricks I cut today plus those I had stored before totaled 70,000. This number is not enough, save it for another day. In addition, although the rock collapse in the quarry today did not cause any damage to the Golden Scorpion King, it killed 2 digging worms. Having lost a bug before, Luo Yu decided to buy a batch of digging bugs for the sake of mining efficiency. Tamed animals can also be listed on the auction house. Of course, at this stage, only ordinary animals are on the shelves, and there are no premium animals. After searching, he found that there were quite a lot of digging worms for sale, and the price was 1,500 each. Luo Yu simply bought 20 worms, which could last for a long time. The new bugs are directly sent to work in the quarry. Now they are divided into 2 groups. One group digs during the day and the other group digs at night, digging non-stop for 24 hours. Just dig till you die. During the evening bathing time, Luo Yu received another reward of 1 point of strength. The group was usually very lively at this time, but it was a bit quiet today. Everyone is happily fighting in the arena. Luo Yu also entered the arena. 2 hours later, he earned 1,000 gold and successfully completed today's gold-earning task. Speaking of which, I can be considered invincible in the Black Iron arena, but I have not yet upgraded to the bronze level. Some guys from high-level races are already in the bronze level. Of course, the bronze field is not open yet, so there is not much difference, except that it is easier to take on bronze-level mercenary missions. Another day passed. When Luo Yu woke up in the morning, he looked out the window and found that the rain outside had stopped, the sky had cleared, and the temperature was 24 degrees. This was the feeling of a summer morning. Is it finally over? A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and the bright sunshine made him feel even happier. Xiao Dai on the bed turned over lazily, and put her little feet on Luo Yu's legs. Luo Yu smiled secretly in his heart, and grabbed her little feet and tickled them gently. Shijia's beautiful eyebrows wrinkled slightly, and she woke up slowly. She found her feet were being held by her master, and her face turned red immediately. Master, you are awake! Look at her little appearance, so cute. Tip: you gain agility +2 when performing recreational activities. Luo Yu pinched her feet and said with a laugh, Get up, accompany me to wash up. Oh. Xiao Dai is very well behaved now. In the morning, during breakfast, Luo Yu gave the swimsuit pattern to Xiao Dai and asked her to make 10 pieces according to the sample to test the waters. Xiao Kong happily went fishing while Xiao Jin continued to cut stones. After walking out of the villa, Luo Yu discovered the problem. There are a lot of mosquitoes flying around inside the base, and even more so outside the walls. The continuous rainy weather has made the land very muddy. Although there are stone bricks and drainage ditches inside the base, the sanitation conditions outside the base are really very poor. There were many puddles of water and many flies and other flying insects, which made Luo Yu feel very uncomfortable. Tip: the continuous heavy rain has plunged the Tianao world into a disease crisis. Various viruses have begun to spread. The weaker your physical condition, the greater the risk of infection. Warning: your territory has been invaded by the Axa virus. 6 animals including the digging worm and the ground badger have been infected with Axa muscle syndrome. If they are not cured quickly, the virus will spread. Chapter 117 Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Luo Yu was slightly startled when he saw the prompt, and hurriedly checked the status of several animals. Sure enough, they all showed unhealthy. Axum muscle syndrome, mobility minus 50%, blood filtration minus 20%, consciousness minus 20%, cardiopulmonary function reduced by 10%. This symptom looks scary, but it does not seem to be life-threatening, but it will greatly reduce work efficiency. And it's contagious, which is quite troublesome. After a while, Luo Yu gathered the 6 sick animals together. After reading carefully, Luo Yu found that this disease required long-term bed rest for treatment, starting from 2 months according to the physical condition, and consuming 3 herbs every day. Looking at the sickly insects and animals in front of him, Luo Yu sighed and said, "Don't worry, everything will be fine soon." As soon as the voice fell, he raised his knife and killed them all. Just kidding, 3 herbs a day can be contagious, so I won't kill them and save them for the new year. Throwing the corpse into the incineration pit, Luo Yu resolved the incident safely. I looked at the health value of the territory. The highest value is 103, and the current value is 28. Hygiene value of 28. These mosquitoes flying everywhere are the source of the virus. If you don't have a healthy constitution, you will be infected. And even if you have a healthy constitution, there is still a possibility of infection. At this moment, the world channel and regional channels were in an uproar again, and small groups began to complain. Fan Yameng. "Oh, my 2 wolves and my little cat are sick, they have the flu. Damn it, the hygiene value is so low." Naker. "You are fine, but a member of the base I recruited before got Axum muscle syndrome. What should I do?" Alina. "What should we do? This disease is contagious. Let's kill him." Naker. Her attributes are very good, I can't bear to part with her." Luo Yu. "If you can't bear it, just build a house to isolate them, but there is still a risk of infection." There are some things that cannot be helped. The attack will start at the end of the month, and there will be more captives with good attributes. Naker. "Okay. Then I'll choose exile." Nyoda. "The members of my territory are also sick, so I have no choice but to exile them." Exile is a method used by the Lord to clear out members of the territory. It can only be used on members and cannot be used to exile trial takers. Alternatively, animals can be released from their territories. Simply releasing people or animals with infectious diseases is not essentially the optimal solution and may cause infection on a larger scale. Of course, this is not necessarily the case in the world of heaven. Naker and Yoda still softened their hearts. Of course, no one said anything. Being kind is not a fault. Alice. "May disease be kept away from every living being." Fan Yameng. "I hope no one else gets sick." Everyone sighed for a while, and Luo Yu said, "I think it's dangerous. Mosquitoes are one of the sources of disease transmission. Now is not the time to sigh. We must improve the sanitation value as soon as possible. Raising the sanitation value to above 60 can ensure the safety of the rest of the territory members." Everyone agreed that their small group had previously checked their physical fitness, and they were lucky that no trial taker fell ill. There are many trial participants in the World Channel saying that they are sick, which is quite troublesome. Nyoda. "By the way, I was browsing the regional channel before and saw that Shu Lai got a scroll of technology for repelling insects. Do you want to buy it?" Luo Yu himself possesses the characteristic of being the Zerg nemesis and is immune to all insects, but other people in the territory do not have it, so insect repellent technology is still very necessary. Luo Yu. "It would be best if you can buy it, please contact him." Soon, Yoda replied. "Chu Lai's small group also needs this technology scroll, but they are short of money. If we can offer 500,000 silver, he will be willing to help." Fan Yameng. "Oh my god, 500,000 silvers, why don't you go grab them?" Nyoda. "It's because he has a good relationship with our group. He wants to sell it on the market for 600,000 yuan. Alice. "After buying this scroll, I have to find a way to get a shared technology scroll." Elena. "I made some money in the arena these days, but the value of the insect repellent technology and shared scrolls added together is probably an astronomical figure." Luo Yu took a look at the auction house. Now the shared technology scroll was also on the shelves, but the price was 800,000, which was really an astronomical figure. "This adds up to 140 W. Alice. "Luo Yu, what do you think?" Luo Yu was silent for a while and then replied, I think it is not worth spending 1.4 million yuan just to increase the hygiene value and unlock the shared insect repellent technology. Whether you use this money to build a base or improve personal attributes, it's better than unlocking insect repellent technology. Let's use the money to improve the physical fitness of the rest of the base members. The higher the physical fitness, the lower the chance of infection. If there really is something infected, we will kill those who need to be killed, exile those who need to be exiled, and I will think of other ways later. Luo Yu is the core of this group, and everyone is a girl, so they almost instinctively choose to believe Luo Yu. The girls all agreed. As for Niu De, he always trusted Luo Yu blindly. The road is made by people. It may seem that there is only one road, but even if it was once covered with thorns, it will become a road as you walk on it. Looking at the insects flying everywhere, Luo Yu fell into deep thought. How to get rid of these annoying bugs? After standing on the balcony of the villa and pondering for a long time, he had a vague idea. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Give it a try. Walking on the muddy ground, Luo Yu came to the edge of the territory and dug out a square hole with the Tiangong knife. He clicked on the floor page and laid a simple stone floor. Then Luo Yu threw a milk tablet made of special milk into the pit and then filled it with water. The milk flakes dissolved in the water, giving off a strange fragrant smell. After standing there and waiting for a while, Luo Yu found that no insects flew over. He was a little disappointed. He turned around and saw a group of flies gathered not far away and flying around. These flies are as big as a thumb, and it is obvious that they are carrying a large number of pathogens. Huh! Is it because of me? Luo Yu, who possesses the Zerg Nemesis, is here, so the bugs dare not approach him. Sure enough, after he walked away a little, these bugs dared to fly over. I saw these disgusting flies flying around the small puddle, and some of them jumped into the water and licked the clean water. As the fragrance spread, more insects came in this direction and dived into the clear water. Although the power of milk flakes is not as attractive to living creatures as a complete portion of special milk and will not attract attacks, its attraction to insects should not be underestimated. A hint of joy appeared in Luo Yu's eyes. He found someone nearby, lit it on fire and threw it next to the puddle. Chapter 118. Luo Yu is a clever little guy. Many flies were immediately engulfed by the flames. Watching a large number of flies turn into ashes, Luo Yu felt indescribably comfortable. I looked at the territory's sanitation value and it increased by 1 point. No matter how much it increases, since it has increased, it proves that the method is effective. Looking at the burning flies, Luo Yu showed a hint of curiosity in his eyes. This fly meat is quite powerful. It is so burn-resistant that the flames take a long time to devour their bodies. After a while, Luo Yu found that the flies dared not come up. Life is instinctive, and not every animal has the courage to fly into the fire. After a group of flies died, the other flies started to circle in place and did not move forward. The health value began to drop again. After Luo Yu pondered for a moment, he thought of a solution. Gelsemium elegans. These damn bugs know fire, but they don't know poison. Lick it, try licking it again. Although the heartbreak grass in his territory has not yet matured, there are still a few heartbreak grasses that he had dug up in Elena's territory. Luo Yu dug a new hole, laid simple floor tiles in it, and then ran to the cowshed to milk the cows. 100 times critical hit trigger. Another half bucket of special milk was squeezed out. The cow felt her body was hollowed out and fell into a state of depression again. Luo Yu put most of the special milk into the eye cellar and scattered the rest into the pit. Because of the floor tiles, this special milk would not seep into the ground. Luo Yu put on gloves, broke off a small piece of heartbreak grass and threw it into the milk. Soon, the poison of the heartbreak grass seeped into the milk, and the smell of the milk began to spread. Flies and various insects that smelled the odor flew over in swarms. No matter what kind of insect it was, it would die instantly in the pit after licking the milk. At the same time, the dead flies also have the toxins of the heartbreak grass in their bodies, and are also tainted with a hint of special milk smell. These corpses are also very attractive to other insects. Word spreads from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, and all the insects that come over will die. Insects are very sensitive to smells. Soon, all the flies, spiders, centipedes and the like in the entire territory swarmed towards this direction in terrifying swarms. There were no insects in other places. Luo Yu saw that the pit was about to fill up, so he threw a torch into it. Call! The flames burned fiercely, countless insect corpses were burned, and the health value of the territory rose rapidly, but it recovered to above 60 in a moment. Luo Yu was overjoyed. He took a screenshot and told everyone about his experience. After understanding it, everyone was surprised and called Luo Yu a smart guy. Some of the special milk was distributed to everyone, not much, just a little bit was enough. Elena also distributed the heartbreak grass to the people in the group. Everyone followed the same method, and sure enough, the hygiene value of the territory increased. An increase in hygiene values means a decrease in disease risk. We have found a solution to this sudden disease disaster. Looking at the blazing flames, Luo Yu showed a hint of pride on his face, thinking that he was truly a little genius. Just turn around and make money by canning vegetables. 2 hours later, Luo Yu came to the burning pit again and found that these flies were very resistant to burning. It had been 2 hours and they had not been burned out yet. It would probably take another hour. At the same time, because the Tiandao world as a whole was mired in mud, more insects flew in from outside the territory, and the sanitation value began to decline again. Luo Yu estimated that it would fall below 60 in 2 hours. This means that after the corpses in the pit are burned, the milk and heartbreak grass need to be rearranged to burn the insects, which happens about once every 3 hours. As for how long this repetition will last, it is unclear. It depends on when the sanitary conditions in the Tiandao world completely improve. 3 hours later, the sanitation value dropped below 60, and the insect corpses in the pit were burned to ashes. Luo Yu was ready to arrange it again, but just as he was doing so, he suddenly had an idea. The heat wave is over, and the power of my thermal energy collection board has dropped sharply. Flies are so resistant to burning, so if I put a collection board here, wouldn't I be able to collect thermal energy continuously? Isn't this much better than wood? Thinking of this, Luo Yu showed a faint smile. He opened the mall and spent some iron ore to buy an iron rack. He planned to put the collection plate on the iron rack to be influenced by the flames. The temperature of the upper part of the flame is much higher than that of the bottom, so placing it on top can maximize its function. Heat collection plate, stone bricks *1000, silver *1000, copper ore *1000, beast soul core *1. Opening the auction house, the current price of the beast soul core is 60,000. Luo Yu simply bought 2. Now that he has money, it's okay to make one more board. After a series of operations, the 2 heat collection plates were placed on the shelf, and then the pits were arranged again. After a while, swarms of flies flew over again. Seeing that the corpses had accumulated almost enough, they lit a torch, and the incineration pit started working again. Thermal energy collection board, current power 1000. 1000 power! The limit has been reached directly. Luo Yu was overjoyed and hurriedly built an energy pipeline leading to the thermal energy collection box. Why not the pump room? Because of the strong winds and heavy rains in the past few days, the wind-powered water pumps were working like crazy, filling up 2 water towers and a water tank. Now there are only 6 thermal water pumps running, and there is no need to run more. The excess energy is sent directly into the energy storage tank for future use. Thermal energy storage tank, 3000/50,000. Looking at the stored energy continuously increasing, Luo Yu felt happy, thinking that flies were not completely useless. After returning to the villa and washing up, Luo Yu instructed Xiao Jin, who was cutting stones, to watch over the incineration pit every 3 hours. Xiao Jin is the most efficient in everything she does, and she has an excellent physique, so there is basically no risk of contracting any disease. This job is most suitable for her. Xiao Jin nodded obediently and ran to the incineration pit to check. Luo Yu smiled faintly and started to can the vegetables. At dinner time, he put the 200 cans he made today on the auction house and earned another 300,000 silver. This money came so quickly. The arena time continued in the evening. There were much fewer people today than yesterday. After 5 competitions, he earned 800 gold. Luo Yu logged off and went to sleep. When he woke up the next morning, the first thing he did was to check the hygiene value, 73 points. Maintained on the safety line. Watching the World Channel again, I found that more people were infected with diseases, all kinds of strange diseases, not fatal, but disgusting. The small group was peaceful. After using Luo Yu's method, no one was infected with the disease again. This method really saved everyone a lot of money. Luo Yu and Elena were also generous and distributed some special milk and heartbreak grass to everyone, helping each other. Chapter 119 Strike Formation. Next to me, Xiao Dai and Xiao Kong have woken up and are getting dressed. Xiao Jin ran out every 3 hours last night to set up the incineration pit. She is still sleeping now, so I won't disturb her. After breakfast in the morning, Luo Yu checked the condition of the thermal energy storage tank. It had reached the level of 18,000/50,000 overnight. It was not bad and it would be full in a few days. Early in the morning, Luo Yu cut all the stones that the earthworms and ground badgers had dug up last night. Adding the stock from yesterday, he now had 100,000 stone bricks. He could start to think about the plan in his mind. Strike formation. Yes, the previous battle with the fiery twins gave Luo Yu inspiration. He wanted to create a strike formation to completely eliminate the enemies coming from the east at the entrance. The design of the strike formation is complicated, but Luo Yu already has a detailed blueprint in his mind. He walked to the eastern edge of the territory. Looking at the fog and the looming wall of air in front of him, Luo Yu determined his direction. Every attack comes from this position. All attacking units or neutral units entered from the area in front of them, and Luo Yu basically calculated that the intersection hidden in the fog should be about 5 meters wide. The strike formation must be built from here. First, Luo Yu had to build a corridor so that the attacking units had to enter the strike formation along the corridor he built. As for the 2 walls that make up this corridor, Luo Yu chose to make mechanical walls. This is an advanced wall that appears after the city wall technology is unlocked. Its hardness depends on the material. The reason why it is called a mechanical wall is that it can hide terrible things such as automatic traps in the wall. Just like tightly sealed fireproof floor tiles can have spikes buried underground, mechanical walls can do the same. This was the wall that Luo Yu fell in love with at first sight. Mechanism wall, each section stone 200, iron or 20, silver 20, gold *2. Each section of the mechanism wall is 5 meters high, 1 meter long and half a meter wide, so the cost is very expensive, and even gold is used. Luo Yu began to build the first section of the wall close to the air wall. The distance between the 2 mechanical walls was 6 meters and they began to extend. The distance between them is 6 meters, close to the air wall, which ensures that all units coming in will be within the wall at the first moment. The 2 walls did not extend very far, and after 5 meters they immediately made a right-angled turn and began to extend to the left. The reason why the corridor suddenly turned instead of going straight to the position was because Luo Yu wanted the enemy to stay in the corridor as long as possible so that the mechanisms on both sides could kill more enemies. At the same time, turning and steering can also make more reasonable use of space. There is only one principle: the longer the enemy stays in your strike formation, the higher their mortality rate will be. The corridor extended 60 meters to the left, and suddenly turned another corner and extended to the right. This time, it extended 120 meters to the right. If the entrance is the center point, then turning left for 60 meters and then right for 120 meters can balance the left and right. In this way, the total length of the strike array is 126 meters, which looks better. Why the number 126? Because Luo Yu will build arrow towers and automatic crossbows on both sides of the corridor, both on the left and right sides. The number 120 meters is the coverage range of the arrow towers and automatic crossbows. If the enemy enters the corridor, no matter which end they are at, they will be attacked by arrow rain from both sides, which is very difficult to defend. There is a corridor extending in a straight line from the entrance, then turning left for 60 meters and then right for 120 meters, and the first section of the striking corridor is laid out. Total cost: stone bricks 25200, iron ore and silver 2520, gold 126. Everything else is fine, but the consumption of stone bricks is really huge. Luo Yu planned to build 3 sections of this serpentine corridor. After having the template for the first section, the next 2 sections became easy and were completed quickly. The total cost is 76,000 stone bricks, 7,600 iron ore and silver, and 380 gold. The first ring of the strike formation that Luo Yu had envisioned was completed. The second ring is naturally to prevent attackers or other units from climbing over the wall from above. Luo Yu spent iron ore to buy a large number of iron spikes and installed them on the top of the mechanism wall. These iron spikes are so densely packed that there is no space to hold on to or step on. If you are brave enough to try to climb over one, you will definitely be crippled. Only those who can fly, or those who are extremely agile and can jump 5 or 6 meters high, can jump out. If there really is such a method, it can only be done by Luo Yu himself. The construction of the iron spikes consumed a large amount of Luo Yu's iron ore, but he had stored a lot of iron ore these days, so it was still enough. Step 3: Arrow Tower. There must be an arrow tower at every corner, and there are 6 corners in total, which means 6 towers are needed. Automatic attack arrow tower, 3,000 pieces wood * 30,000, iron ore * 5,000, silver * 2,500. Building 6 arrow towers requires 180,000 pieces of wood and 30,000 pieces of iron ore. There is indeed some iron ore in stock, but Luo Yu is not willing to use up all of it. Anyway, the price of iron ore in the market has not fluctuated much, so he can just buy all of it. 18 W of wood, currently priced at 1 minute and 2.5 seconds, is 45 W. 30,000 iron ores can be purchased with 60,000 silvers, plus the 15,000 silvers consumed by 6 arrow towers. The total is only 525,000 silvers. The base currently has 252.6 W silver, and only a fraction of it was spent. Having money really can do whatever you want. Click on the auction house to buy. After a burst of buying, all kinds of supplies are piled up like a mountain. Luo Yu directly clicks to build, and in just a moment, 6 arrow towers stand outside the wall. The shooting range of the 6 arrow towers almost covered the entire corridor, but Luo Yu knew that this was not a killer weapon. After all, the enemy entered the corridor, and there were walls on both sides of the corridor, so it would be considered good if the rain of arrows could hit the target halfway. Luo Yu's real trump card is to build a dense firepower strike array at the exit of the corridor. It is also the real core of this formation. This will require the use of the 38 automatic crossbows built previously. In order to defend the south, Luo Yu spent a lot of money to build 38 automatic crossbows. He traded 4 of them with others, and there were 34 left, which could all be placed on the firepower array. If they are placed on both sides, every enemy coming out of the corridor will be shot at by 34 crossbows, and he will probably be shot into a sieve on the spot. The corridor is so wide that not too many people can rush out at once, which means that everyone who comes out will die. However, how to arrange it also requires some considerations. Luo Yu started to build a wall again. This time it was not a mechanical wall, but a much cheaper high-end wall. Chapter 120. Do you recognize this formation? The high-level wall extends out from the connecting corridor, and is built in a square with a length and width of 100 meters, with a wide opening on the front of the square. 100 meters was also calculated, which is exactly the crossfire range of the crossbow. The advanced wall was built quickly. Luo Yu removed all the automatic crossbows on the south side and installed them on the walls on the left and right sides of the square strike formation. There are exactly 17 automatic crossbows on one side. Such an arrangement can not only carry out crossfire attacks on enemies coming out of the corridor, but also provide fire coverage for enemies escaping outside the strike formation. There are 17 crossbows on each side, and a volley of fire can really be fatal. In this way, the strike formation is basically completed. The strike formation cannot be completely closed. Coming out of the corridor, there is an open space in front, which is also the direction leading to the territory. Luo Yu will not block this road, so should I still go on? Moreover, completely blocking the area with a wall would not be conducive to subsequent construction or firepower from within the territory. After that, we plan to build high-performance defensive weapons such as lightning towers and flamethrower towers, which are extremely accurate and have a very long range. Therefore, the front cannot be completely blocked by a wall. But such an open front was not acceptable, so Luo Yu clicked on the defensive building and built wooden chevaux de frise. A row of wooden barricades directly blocked the front, but not completely. There were two 2-meter small openings at both ends of the wooden barricades connected to the high-level wall for people to pass through. These two small openings allow animals to carry corpses, and it is also convenient for Luo Yu to collect spoils. Of course, the opponent could also break out of the attack formation through these two small openings. But how could Luo Yu leave such an obvious flaw? He built a row of half-person high sandbags behind a row of wooden barriers. He, Xiao Jin, and Xiao Kong could hide behind the sandbags and shoot with bows and slingshots, which was equivalent to a row of shelters. Attack those guys who may break out of the strike formation first. In this way, you and the animals can also participate in the defense. It is a little difficult to obtain attribute points now, and the chance of obtaining attribute points by participating in the battle is greater. After the sandbags are built, the striking array is truly completed. But Luo Yu was still worried, so he built two automatic crossbows at the two exits behind the sandbags. These two crossbows could not attack the enemy head-on due to the angle, but once someone really rushed out of the strike formation from the small intersection, they would be shot from behind by the hidden crossbows. A sneak attack from behind is often fatal. If the strike formation really cannot stop the enemy, these two crossbows can also take some time for the enemy to destroy them, so that Luo Yu and the little cuties behind the sandbags have time to retreat back to the wall of the main base and launch a second round of defense. Perfect. Looking at the winding yet majestic strike formation in front of him, Luo Yu felt invincible. Luo Yu felt that his attack formation was even more powerful than the Bagua formation. As I said, practice is the only way to test the truth. Luo Yu was happy and prepared to summon a wave of attacks. Because there are too many flies now, using special milk to summon an attack will be eaten by the flies first, so he decided to use a random attack summoner. Random attack summoner, current number, 2 of 3. Wait a minute, if I use it with 100x critical hit, will it increase the strength of the attack by 100 times? Luo Yu suddenly had an idea, but he suppressed it the moment it came out. This is too terrifying. If a large-scale attack of tens of thousands of people is really summoned, the current strike formation may not be able to withstand it. In order to better observe the operation of the strike formation, Luo Yu built a watchtower behind the row of sandbags. He stood on the watchtower and chose to use the random attack summoner. You are using a random raid summoner, and a random difficulty is being selected for you. Unfortunately, you have been drawn into an extremely difficult raid, which is 4 times more difficult than a normal raid. Tip: the prince of the Skarsa tribe is leading a large number of tribal warriors to attack you in order to avenge you. The attack will arrive in 2 hours. Please be prepared. It will take 2 hours to get there, no rush. Luo Yu took advantage of this time to make canned vegetables. In the past few days, the price of canned vegetables has not shown a downward trend. Just as previously speculated, vegetables cannot be grown overnight, and this high price will continue for some time. In 2 hours, 60 canned vegetables were made and put directly on the auction house. Seeing that the time was almost up, Luo Yu took the 3 little cuties to the strike formation. As soon as I got to the watchtower, I received a prompt. The Skarsa tribe has arrived at your territory. The attack begins. Attacking units, 480 people. 480 people came in one go at the extremely difficult level. The territory's current score is 23,000. In non-month-end attacks, the ratio is 200 to 1, which means there is 1 attack unit for every 200 points. In normal attacks, there should be 115 people. But this is an extremely difficult level, 4 times the normal level, which translates to 460 people. And because the hatred between the Skarsa tribe and the Luo Yu territory is relatively high, the difficulty is increased by 20 people again, and the result after conversion is 480 people. This scale is basically equivalent to the intensity of the attack at the end of the month. Tip: not long after, a large number of attackers appeared at the place where the east corridor connected to the air wall. The leader was the prince who was previously captured by Luo Yu and then sold for money. He should be the chief of the tribe now. Luo Yu estimated that there were more than 100 people crowded in the corridor, and even more people had not come in yet. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! As soon as this group of people appeared, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. Shouldn't they appear on a grassland? What the hell is this place? The wall? Inside the city? Did the lord of this place get kicked in the head by a donkey? He built the city at the very edge of his territory? The tribesmen had never encountered such a situation before, and everyone was confused, but at this moment, the 6 arrow towers opened fire directly. 6 rows of arrows fell rapidly, killing 8 people on the spot. What's going on? The attacking tribesmen immediately panicked, and they all ran for cover. However, there were walls all around them, and arrows were being shot at them from all directions. They could not avoid the rain of arrows at all. Whoosh! Another row of arrows rained down, knocking down 6 more men. The young chief roared, "Shields! Quick! Shield!" Shields appeared, and the soldiers hid behind them one by one, which alleviated the rain of arrows a little, but the rain of arrows was still falling, and they moved slowly under the shields and were shot at randomly. A large number of tribesmen crowded at the corner of the entrance, and more people had not yet come in. This had never happened before. Chapter 121 Death Corridor. In the midst of the panic, a chieftain shouted angrily, "Evil lord! Even these crooked buildings of yours cannot stop the progress of our warriors!" Luo Yu on the watchtower laughed and said, "Sixth Prince, we meet again. Don't be so confident. Do you recognize this formation? Come and try if you dare." "Pooh!" the young chief shouted. "What's the use of formations? Today I will destroy your territory and avenge my father. Forward! Charge!" Tip: the soldiers of the Skarsa tribe are encouraged, and their overall attack power increases by 5%. He is the chief after all. It's interesting that he can buff everyone with just a few words. The group of soldiers who received the buff began to charge forward fiercely, but there was only a corridor in front of them, and they could only move forward along the route set by the strike formation. Someone tried to climb over the wall, but was immediately stabbed to death by the iron spikes on the wall. Luo Yu had already figured it out. Unless ordinary soldiers were extremely agile, it would be impossible for them to climb over the wall. Braving waves of arrows, the soldiers rushed through the first bend. They thought there would be grassland after the corner, but unexpectedly, there was a corridor in front of them. The first corridor they rushed through was 60 meters long, and they had already lost the lives of 30 or 40 warriors, but the corridor before them was twice as long as the previous one. This kind of spiritual shock made many soldiers hesitate. Needless to say, I don't know how many bodies would be left behind just to walk through this corridor. Rush! Charge! For your king, for your dead companions, charge! The charge cry was made by a woman. Luo Yu, who was on the watchtower, looked closely and found that it was a beautiful female warrior wearing simple armor. Tip: encouraged by the queen, the movement speed of all soldiers of the Skarsa tribe increases by 5%. Oh? And a queen? Luo Yi showed interest in his eyes. Sure enough, under the encouragement of the queen, the soldiers moved significantly faster. But this is not enough. Arrows rained down, and each arrow tower fired a row of arrows. The crossfire of the 6 arrow towers gathered in this not-so-spacious place. Even if some of the arrows hit the wall, it would still be fatal. The soldiers charged fiercely, but fell in rows, as not everyone had a shield. Soldiers without shields were in trouble. Luo Yu took a spear, cut off the tip of the spear, and said to Xiao Jing beside him, "I will knock the queen unconscious, and you jump on her and capture her alive. Do you have the confidence to do it?" Xiao Jing laughed and said, "It's a piece of cake. If you hadn't restricted my ability, I could have killed them all by myself." Boast. Luo Yu laughed and threw the wooden stick in his hand directly. The stick spun and hit the beautiful queen, hitting her chest with a bang. Puff! Although he was wearing simple armor and a breastplate, he was still hit and spit out blood, then fell to the ground. "Queen!" The young chief not far away screamed and hurried to rescue, but suddenly a golden figure jumped in from outside the wall, killed the 2 female soldiers around the queen with 1 punch each, and jumped out of the wall carrying the unconscious queen. "Oh no! The queen has been captured! Chief, your wife has been captured. The lord of this territory loves to take off women's clothes. The queen will be raped. What should we do?" "Shut the fuck up!" The soldiers who saw this scene screamed in pain. The young chief roared and his face turned ashen. He stared at Luo Yu on the watchtower angrily. His eyes seemed to be spitting fire. The opponent's movement speed buff disappears. Xiao Jing carried the queen to the watchtower. Luo Yu tied her up and asked Xiao Dai to carry her down and put her on the wildebeest's back. The wildebeest immediately ran back to the base. The operation went smoothly and a prisoner was captured. Kill! Kill this bastard! The young chief roared, but the roar was of no use. The rain of arrows continued to fall from the sky. Nearly 100 people had fallen to the ground, either dead or unable to fight. This is a veritable corridor of death. Go! Once you pass the corner ahead, you'll find the grassland. Let's rush to the watchtower and chop this lord into pieces. Everyone was inspired again and rushed forward roaring, but the reality is often cruel. There is no love around the corner, only pure love warriors. No, there's just another corridor. The chief and the elite soldiers around him who were the first to rush around the corner were stunned when they saw the identical corridor in front of them. The long corridor, the familiar corner at the end of the corridor. This time, the heroic young chief was unable to determine whether there would be another corridor behind the corner at the end of the corridor. The rain of arrows is still falling from the sky, and the arrow tower never gets tired and keeps shooting. The warrior beside him smiled bitterly while holding his shield. Chief Dorno, this territory is too evil. Let's withdraw first and make a long-term plan after returning, shall we? No! Young Dorno gritted his teeth and said, This bastard caught Meilin! We still have a lot of soldiers. We must rescue my wife, otherwise she will. No, charge! The heroic chief actually charged forward waving his dagger. Seeing this, the soldiers were inspired again and followed Dorno to charge forward one by one. The death corridor ruthlessly harvested lives. This 120-meter corridor caused more than 100 warriors to die or be injured. Finally, they rushed through this corridor at the risk of serious casualties, and saw that what was in front of them was still a corridor. A long, 120-meter corridor. Luo Yu's strike formation has a total of 6 corners and 4 death corridors leading to the real strike formation. The one in front of them is the third corridor. Confused. Looking at the identical corridor in front of them, the warriors showed confusion in their eyes. Does this corridor really have an end? Could it be something like a maze? Dorno gritted his teeth and was about to launch another attack, but was held back by the warrior beside him. Chief! The casualties are too great. Next time we should bring more shields, better armor, and better diggers. No! Dorno roared. One last push. I want to save my wife. Rush! The chief had already charged, and the soldiers had no way to retreat. They could only bite the bullet and follow him for a distance. After another huge loss of life, there was another corridor before them. This time, they went from being confused to being desperate. Chapter 122, Powerful Strike Formation, A Visit to the Luxurious Prison. The corridor of death was renamed the corridor of despair in their minds. Luo Yu on the watchtower laughed and said, What's wrong, Dorno? Is that all the courage you have? Maybe if we rush through this corridor, we will see the vast grassland. Dorno stared at the shield and roared. I know your name is Luo Yu. Evil man, God will punish you. The end of the month is coming soon. With the blessing of the great gods, I will bring you the final judgment. Walk! Dorno said a few harsh words and turned around and left. Tip: the attack of the Skarsa tribe was repelled by you and the other side is running away. You get battle reward, free attribute points +8. Luo Yu smiled when he saw the prompt. After the super threatening heat wave event was over, the Tiandao world opened up new functions. There will be attribute points rewarded at the end of the battle. The specific reward number is related to the scale of the battle. Luo Yu's extremely difficult attack gave 8 attribute points. This matter has already been discussed in the world and in small groups, because some people have now reached the maximum attribute points of 100, and the next step is a watershed. Whether to focus on strength, physique or agility, this is the choice for warriors, tanks, assassins and archers. Luo Yu doesn't have this worry. These attribute points are extremely precious to others, but they are nothing to him. You can increase your ability points by interacting and having fun with the little cuties. Just add them as you like. Luo Yu allocated 8 free attribute points to 3 strength, 3 constitution and 2 agility respectively, and looked at the fleeing soldiers. You want to run away now? Can you really run away? If you want to go, you have to pass through the death corridor. The arrow tower will not care whether you are running away or not. Any hostile unit within its sensing range will be attacked by a rain of arrows. And if you turn around and run, the bodies of your dead companions will become roadblocks. A terrible rain of arrows fell from the sky, and most of the nearly 200 soldiers who turned around and fled stayed behind, with only about 20 people actually running away. Those who were able to escape were true warriors who were well equipped and holding shields. After 2 hours, this extremely difficult attack was over. The enemy was completely wiped out before they even saw the real strike formation. This efficiency was something Luo Yu had not expected. Just a few corridors and 6 arrow towers repelled the attack of 480 people. The real output is actually only the arrow tower, and its attack efficiency is almost 4 times that of before. No, Luo Yu felt that it was more than 4 times, the attack efficiency might be 6 times. If the original 4-sided defense method of the wall was used, 30 arrow towers would be enough to repel an attack of this scale in the same amount of time. Wonderful, really wonderful. Luo Yu was very satisfied with the strike formation he designed. Next comes the joyful part of counting the spoils. The first thing to do is to rescue the prisoners, and the location is in the open space of the frontal strike position. Xiao Kong and Xiao Dai continued to carry the surviving captives over, while Luo Yu and Xiao Jin used herbs, cloth, and other bandages to treat them. Prisoners are all money, and they can also help improve your medical level, so why not do it? It's just that the herbs are consumed a little quickly, but the territory is now fertile enough, and with the previous harvest blessing, there are enough herbs. Now is a time when diseases are rampant, and wounds are easily infected due to poor hygiene conditions. Luo Yu and Xiao Jin are racing against time with death. It took 2 hours to fight and 4 hours to rescue people. It took half a day to treat all the living prisoners. A total of 37 prisoners were captured, including 21 men and 16 women. There were also 18 people who could not survive the bleeding state, or whose wounds were infected, and Luo Yu gave up on treating them. 18 people also cost money. It's a pity that they couldn't be treated in time. This is because Luo Yu has a 200% bonus to the global working speed. One person is doing the medical work of 3 people, but this still cannot save them all. For the first time, he felt that there were not enough doctors in the territory. Of course, a few people were infected because the quality of treatment was too poor. There was nothing he could do as his medical level was only LV3, so he could only do his best. However, after all the treatment, Luo Yu's medical level reached LV4, and he was finally able to improve the quality of treatment. Escort all the captives back to the prison, and you will be prompted immediately. Your prison level is insufficient, and the captives will escape after they are all awake. Wow, isn't this a 100% jailbreak? These injured and unconscious prisoners were taken to the market and sold at half the price, making them worthless. Who would buy some injured prisoners? It also increases the risk of a prison break riot. Although there are still many things to deal with now, Luo Yu still decided to build a wave of prisons first. Advanced Prison, Building Materials *20000, Silver *20,000, Iron or *10,000. The high-end prison was what he had chosen before, but now Luo Yu no longer likes it and wants a luxurious prison. With the strike formation, he is not afraid of increasing his score. He will do whatever it takes to improve his score. Luxury Prison, Building Materials *250,000, Silver *50,000, Iron or *25,000, Gold 2,000, Jade 2,000. Most of the materials needed to build a luxurious prison are available, except for the bricks. In order to build the strike array, all the 100,000 stone bricks that were previously stored were used up. How long will it take to dig them out? Stone bricks cannot be put up for auction. After much thought, Luo Yu had no other choice but to sell them to the world through barter. Even though his territory has a high rating, there are not many that can actually be used and exchanged for stone bricks. After pondering for a moment, he sent a world message. Human Anonymous. Vegetables for stone bricks, ratio 1:30, fixed price, large quantity available. Vegetables are the most scarce thing now. Luo Yu believed that only vegetables could be exchanged for stone bricks in a short period of time, although he was obviously losing money. Things like stone bricks can be found by digging, but vegetables are the most scarce items at this stage. Sure enough, as soon as the news came out, a lot of trading boxes popped up. Because the conditions had been announced before, and it was this ratio, everyone traded very quickly. Luo Yu traded with 20 people in succession and finally collected 250,000 stone bricks, all of which were black spot stone and granite grade bricks. He didn't want ordinary ones. Of course, I also sold 8,000 yuan worth of vegetables in the market, which amounted to nearly 800,000 yuan. After all the materials were gathered, Luo Yu began to choose the location of the luxurious prison. The location of a prison must be chosen with care. Even in a luxurious prison, there is still the possibility of riots, so the location must be chosen carefully. Chapter 123, The Spoils of War, a Big Gain. Luo Yu needs to build the prison in a relatively safe location. Finally, he decided to build it not far from the menagerie and have the gate face the menagerie. This place is where the animals sleep. Strong animals such as the wolf king, elephants, and rhinos are all here. Once they riot, they will run into the high-quality animals raised by Luo Yu if they go out. How could a few unarmed captives be their match? Luo Yu was very satisfied with his choice of location. Click to build and a beautiful prison will be built. When I walked in, I saw that they were all single cells, and each cell was well decorated, with a separate bathroom, wash basin, single bed, as well as furniture such as bookshelves. If this is carpeted, it will be like a bachelor apartment. The environment inside the luxury prison is very good. There is no disgusting smell like in low-level prisons. The air is fresh, the sun is bright, and the patterns on the walls are also very beautiful. The prison has 3 floors, with 20 such cells on each floor, as well as evil places such as interrogation rooms and torture rooms. In addition, the 3rd floor is the essence of the prison, with 3 large rooms beautifully decorated and fully furnished. It is the best choice for detaining important prisoners or prisoners that you want to recruit. After all, the better the environment, the greater the chance of recruitment. Luxury prison, reduce the risk of jailbreak by 90%, increase the success rate of recruitment by 50%, improve the comfort of prisoners, improve hygiene, improve recognition, and improve work efficiency. Take a look at the panel. Number, Earth Summer Country 23333. Base score, 24,200 points. Health value, maximum 113 points, current 21. Entertainment value, 120 points. Beauty, 200. Strength, 113. Physical fitness, 111. Agility, 116. Life skills, shooting LV13, taming LV9, cooking LV7, medical LV4, mining LV9, planting LV8, tailoring LV10. Personal characteristics, Zerg Nemesis, 5 stars. The luxury prison was given a score of 1200, with the highest hygiene value increased by 10 points, the aesthetics increased by 10 points, and 5 points of entertainment value. By the way, what the hell is 5 points of entertainment value? Do some entertaining shows with the captives? Some evil thoughts flashed through Luo Yu's mind, but it was unknown whether his thoughts were consistent with those of most people. He nodded contentedly and began to imprison all the captives in the luxurious prison. The queen was naturally entertained in the VIP prisoner room on the 3rd floor, but she was dizzy now and there was nothing to talk about. Sure enough, after changing the environment, the expressions on the faces of those awake prisoners were much more relaxed. Tip: the risk of jailbreaking in your territory has disappeared. With a faint smile, Luo Yu did not immediately check the prisoner's personal attribute status. There were still many things to do, so there was no rush. After walking out of the luxurious prison, he first connected the water pipes to supply water to the prison, and then demolished the original old prison. After the demolition, the hygiene value increased a little bit, which is pretty good. Then, he turned his gaze towards the striking formation. The first step in post-war processing: strip all the clothes off the corpses and collect them. At this time, the 3 little cuties had gathered all the corpses in the open space of the strike formation. Luo Yu was thinking about taking off the clothes of the corpses himself, but suddenly he remembered that 10 of the captives were only slightly injured. Let them do it! Immediately, Luo Yu called these people out of the prison and ordered them to take off their clothes while still handcuffed and shackled. The luxurious prison made these people much more obedient, and they started to work immediately after hearing the orders. They were asked to take off all their clothes and throw all the bodies into the incineration pit. These were originally the jobs of Luo Yu and the little cuties, but the captives did it all. Comfortable. At this moment, the 3 little cuties are holding the pipes and flushing the water. The formation was covered in blood and mosquitoes were flying everywhere. The sanitation value was pitifully low. Luo Yu directly connected a pipe to the strike formation, and then separated out 3 pipes, asking each of them to hold a stone brick pipe and flush the water there. Anyway, there is plenty of water in the tank, so just flush it and you're done. As the bodies began to be thrown into the incineration pit, the blood on the ground was cleaned and the hygiene value began to improve. Luo Yu walked to the incineration pit, which was not far from the strike array. It was a building-type incineration pit that Luo Yu had modified before. It was large and deep, and could hold more than 1,000 corpses. There is an iron heat-resistant cover on top, which locks in the temperature inside to the maximum extent and prevents ashes from flying everywhere. It was paved with heat-resistant floor tiles and had a pipe connected to the sewage outlet, which could discharge all the mess in the incineration pit out of the territory. The water flow valve is located 20 meters away from the incineration pit. After the incineration is completed, you only need to open the valve to release the water. The water flow will wash away everything and drain it outside the territory. At this moment, all the corpses had been thrown in. A special torch was thrown into the incineration pit by Luo Yu. Sensing the heat transfer, the gap in the heat-resistant iron cover above automatically closed with a bang. The inside was already burning fiercely, but the outside was normal. The sanitation value of the territory is still rising. At the same time, with the high temperature, the iron cover is faintly turning red. Needless to say, the cover must be very hot now. Luo Yu directly purchased 2 beast soul cores, and then made 2 heat collection plates and threw them on the iron cover. Thermal energy harvesting plate, 1000 power. Sure enough, the power is full. The corpse also needs to glow and give off heat. An energy pipeline led to the thermal energy storage tank. Luo Yu turned and walked towards the 3 little cuties. Wouldn't it be more interesting to play in the water with them than facing the incineration pit? Tip: when you engage in recreational activities, you gain +1 physical fitness. Dealing with corpses, collecting clothes, collecting spoils, putting the clothes of the dead into the clothing recycling station, entertaining with the beast girls, etc. After doing all this, it was already dusk. After a big battle today, Luo Yu and the 3 little cuties didn't eat first, but took a bath. You used a colorful shower head to wash away the filth and fatigue of war, maintain your purity and reduce the risk of disease. The system prompt appeared. The diamond-level shower head was really comfortable. He and the 3 little cuties took a shower together and walked into the big pool in good health. Soaking in the warm pool water, Luo Yu felt relaxed all over and began to count the spoils of this battle. Captives 37. Recycling of all types of leather, 9,638 units. Various iron weapons, swords, guns, bows and arrows, 421. Silver, 159,660. Gold, 980. Jade, 1,733. Herbs, 203. The gains from this battle were still very huge, and it was considered a big fortune. In particular, the gains from gold and jade made Luo Yu overjoyed. However, many things were useless to Luo Yu, so it would be better to cash them in. Chapter 124 Women will only affect my sword speed. All swords, spears, swords and halberds are put on the auction house, with an average price of 200 each, which is very cheap. Luo Yu didn't want any of the leather. He had a lot of cotton cloth and beast girl's hair. These leathers were not needed for the time being, so he decided to sell them. After all the operations, I made some money, which made me feel very happy. Of course, the most valuable things are these captives. After earning 1,200 gold for today from the arena, Luo Yu began to check the attributes of the captives. First of all, there is the queen. Upon first glance, her attributes are quite good. Measurements are 50, 55, 48, and there are 2 more personal characteristics. Movement incentive, can inspire nearby friendly units to increase their movement speed. Handsome, appearance +10, Recruitment success rate plus 10%, taming success rate plus 10%. Both personalities are pretty good. However, Luo Yu saw a special note on the character interface. This character is a core member of the tribe, will not lose his memory, and his personal characteristics cannot be transferred through scrolls. This discovery surprised Luo Yu. Is this a special person? I hurriedly and carefully read the records about this type of characters in Description of the Heavenly Tao World, and found that the personal characteristics of special characters cannot be lost, but can be copied. This requires the use of personal characteristic copy scrolls. After clicking on the auction house to check, Luo Yu actually found this kind of scroll, and the price was not expensive, 200,000 each. People nowadays still don't understand what great use this scroll has. It is used as a transfer scroll. Little do people know that truly powerful personal characteristics can only be copied and cannot be transferred. Luo Yu decided to go all out and bought 4 tickets, 2 for his own use and 2 for storage. 80W was spent, but the scroll was obtained. Luo Yu was very straightforward. He directly chose to copy Meilin's 2 personal characteristics, and then use them himself. You get personal characteristics, handsome, 1 star. You get the personal trait, mobile incentive, 1 star. The handsome personality trait is very suitable for Luo Yu. Add in the animal training and good looks, and he feels comfortable now. Tip: when your territory's beauty exceeds 200, you gain agility plus 2. After letting out a long sigh, Luo Yu took a shower and went to bed. The next morning, Luo Yu woke up and got a buff, Action Frenzy. This buff is actually very powerful and it never stops, which is quite outrageous. He checked the prison conditions and found that everyone was in good condition. The luxurious prison also had a slight effect on the prisoners' injuries. There were 37 prisoners in total, 27 of whom were awake. After Luo Yu gave them a simple meal, he immediately sent them to work. Some people cleaned the territory thoroughly, while others went to the quarry to mine. These days, Luo Yu summed up a pattern: the quarry will collapse every once in a while, but it will be safe for at least 1 day after the collapse. It collapsed last night, crushing a bug to death. Today, the prisoners are asked to dig stones. If he's really unlucky and gets a few people crushed to death, Luo Yu will just have to accept it. Among this group of prisoners, there are several whose mining skills are above level 6. With the addition of so many prisoners, the efficiency of stone mining has been greatly improved. In addition, the sanitation value of the territory will slowly improve. It has been a long time since we did a thorough cleaning. While the captives are here, clean it up inside and out. After breakfast, Luo Yu looked at the situation in the incineration pit. All the corpses had been burned overnight, but the pit for burning insects on the other side was still burning. This wave of mosquito invasion is not over yet. The thermal energy storage tank is in good condition and has been fully filled to more than half capacity. I checked the World Channel and saw more people getting sick. In the regional chat, a few familiar faces were also saying their last words. It seemed they had given up on treatment. Luo Yu could only say with everyone, have a pleasant journey. However, the small group was fine after using Luo Yu's method. Luo Yu was just thinking about attacking the formation when a prompt came: your important captive Meilin has awakened and is currently in a weak state. Woke up! Seeing the prompt, Luo Yu showed a faint smile and turned to walk towards the luxurious prison. A moment later, on the 3rd floor of the luxury prison, Meilin sat on the big bed with an indifferent expression, looking at Luo Yu coldly. The woman was still very beautiful, but her complexion did not look good at the moment. She was pale and her weak condition made her look sickly. Is the wound infected? Luo Yu walked forward to check her wound, but Meilin hugged her chest and said angrily, "Kill me! I will never obey you even if I die!" Bang! Meilin was pushed directly onto the bed by Luo Yu, and then Luo Yu tore off her outer clothes, revealing her white skin underneath. You! Meilin's face flushed with humiliation as she looked at the man in front of her, while Luo Yu stared at her chest and frowned slightly. Sure enough, it's infected. Why is it so troublesome? He directly picked Meilin up, handcuffed her hands and tied them behind her back to facilitate his treatment, but Meilin thought Luo Yu was going to do something, and tears fell. This reaction was much more real than that of other indigenous women. After all, she is the queen, a special person. Luo Yu had no time to care about these trivial matters. In his eyes, Malin was a cash cow, and he was waiting for Dorno to redeem his beloved wife. If they get infected and die, it would be a huge loss. Luo Yu Medical at least reached LV4. After carefully observing the wound, they found that it was only a slight infection. Fortunately, it was okay. He took out the herbs and treated Malin again. It shouldn't be a big problem. Seeing this woman staring at him with red ears and tears in her eyes, Luo Yu touched her slightly swollen face and said softly, "It hurts. Be honest, I won't do anything to you, but if you dare to resist, don't blame me for being ruthless." Malin turned her head away in humiliation, tears dripping down her face again. Her every move did not seem like that of a native, but rather like that of a captured rich girl. Luo Yu felt like he was a villain now. Okay, let her be a villain. Whether she is a young lady or a native queen, it's all the same to Luo Yu. Interests are the most important. In his own words, women will only affect the speed of my knife drawing. But the beast girl won't. Just when I was wondering whether the young chief would redeem his beloved wife, I actually received a hint. The chieftain of the Scala tribe wishes to trade prisoners with you. Trialists can trade with indigenous forces. If they have a good relationship with the tribe, there will even be caravans coming to the territory to trade. Chapter 125. I have a Minotaur brother. You will be responsible for the consequences. According to the Tiana world, the natives do not have such a thing as a system, but they can communicate with the trial takers through the tribal wizards. In terms of communication, the wizard is able to seamlessly connect with the trial taker's system. He is quite an amazing wizard. After clicking OK, a transaction box pops up immediately. Dorno. You despicable lord, give me back my wife. Luo Yu. Very good, you finally came to me on your own initiative. I can give it back to you, but it depends on your sincerity. Dorno. Whatever you want, whatever you want. Luo Yu smiled and calmly stated his conditions. 500,000 silver, 500,000 stone bricks, 50,000 gold, and 50,000 jade. Dorno. Wishful thinking. Our tribe doesn't have so many resources. Luo Yu. Really? Looking at Malin, who was disheveled and holding her chest, Luo Yu took a screenshot of her posture and attached it to the transaction box. Dorno, I just took off Malin's top now. If you can't take out these things, I will take off her pants next. To tell you the truth, Malin is quite beautiful. I am very interested in her. Moreover, one of my Minotaur brothers is also coveting your wife's beauty. You should know the consequences. While saying this, he also sent over a photo of Nyoda. A strong Minotaur wearing animal skins and holding an axe. Ah! Dorno immediately sent a message. Evil! You scumbag! Don't hurt my wife. I don't have these things, but I have something else to replace them. An object was placed on the transaction box. Luo Yu took a closer look and his eyes almost popped out. The core of the territory! Yes, the Scala tribe not only attacked my territory, but also other territories in nearby areas. Luo Yu figured it out. Some trial participants who failed to withstand the attacks of the natives were killed by them, and the core of the territory fell into the hands of the tribesmen. After figuring out the key points, Luo Yu pretended to be righteous and said, How hateful! Your evil tribe has killed our friends in the universe, and you are the public enemy of us trial takers. 1 core is not enough, 10! Give me 10 cores and I'll let your beautiful wife go home. 10! Dorno quickly replied. Evil lord, you are too greedy. Our tribe cannot provide so many territory cores. Luo Yu frowned slightly and asked, Why? Didn't your tribe even destroy 10 territories? Dorno. We did destroy a lot of territories, but the core of the territory was handed over to the wizard priest, which can bring more resources to our tribe. We have already used them before. This is the only one that can be traded with you at the moment. Yeah? Luo Yu showed a hint of disappointment in his eyes and replied, Stupid, if it's not enough, won't you launch an attack? I'll give you 3 days. Once you have collected 10 territory cores, come and trade with me. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Dorno. No, the wizard has not received any guidance from heaven. We cannot attack without authorization, otherwise we will be punished by heaven. I am willing to meet your previous requirements, plus give you this territory core. This? Luo Yu touched his chin. It seemed that the day of the attack from the Tiandao world had not yet arrived, so he could not force these natives. He directly put the clothes that Maylin had just torn off into the transaction box. Forget it, I am a reasonable person. I will give you 1 day to collect the gold and other resources I need. I will return your wife's clothes to you first, and you can trade the territory core to me now. It will be considered as a deposit between us. My wife's clothes. One can imagine how angry Dorno on the other side was, but there was nothing he could do. Luo Yu left him with a very ferocious impression, and that Minotaur brother made him feel even more creepy. If you anger this evil lord, he might do something unpredictable. He had no choice but to make sure. The transaction is successful, you get 1 territory core. Luo Yu was overjoyed and closed the chat window directly. He walked to Maylin and touched her face, then laughed and said, Your Highness, don't be afraid. What I said just now was just to scare your husband. How could I bear to do something cruel to you? By the way, you must be hungry. Let's have lunch right away. At this moment, Merlin is like a real cash cow in Luo Yu's eyes. As a man of integrity, he should treat the queen well. With a hearty laugh, he walked out of the room and slammed the door behind him. When he reached the first floor, he had already used the newly acquired territory core, but what surprised him was that this core was different from the previous one. It only increased all territory resources by 5%. Logically speaking, it should be 10%. Standing at the stairs and reading the instructions carefully, Luo Yu understood. The territory core is also divided into different levels. Although it is generally 10%, some poorly developed territories have only 5%, while very well developed territories may have 20% or even 30%. Therefore, for the tribe, conquering those territories with very good development will bring great benefits. Maylin's clothes only changed 5%, which was a loss. Directly choose to use it, the resources of Luo Yu territory reach 144%, and the mineral resources reach 149%. Thinking of this, he had already walked to the first floor, but found that the wounds of 2 prisoners were slightly infected. Luo Yu treated them as well and gained some medical experience points. Just as he was about to leave the prison, an idea suddenly struck him. Isn't there a shortage of doctors in the territory? Isn't it enough for Xiaokong, Xiao Dai and I to improve our medical skills? There are so many prisoners in front of you. You can just drag them out and beat them up, inflict minor injuries and then heal them. After they are healed, continue beating them, and repeatedly beat and treat them to improve your medical level, right? Then, Luo Yu thought of the 5 points of entertainment value added by the high-level prison. An idea came to my mind. Let's talk about it tonight, let's get to work now. He walked to the watchtower in front of the strike formation, looked at the strike formation in front of him, began to summarize the gains and losses of the previous battle, and planned to improve the strike formation. Even though the opponent didn't even pass the death corridor, Luo Yu still found a problem. The corridor was too easy to walk through. Apart from the arrow tower, there was nothing else to hinder them. It was very easy to walk along the corridor. Apart from the arrow tower, there was nothing else blocking their way. If it weren't for the fierce firepower and the fact that the enemy didn't bring many shield soldiers in this attack, we would still be able to walk out of the death corridor. Chapter 126 Collect Ransom and Unlock Key Technology. The purpose of the corridor is twofold. First, to slow down the opponent's movement speed. Second, kill the enemy. At present, the arrow tower is very effective in killing the enemy, so we need to slow down the movement speed as much as possible. Luo Yu fell into deep thought, and when he looked at the burning incinerator, where insects were constantly being burned to death, a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. I'm not talking about setting fire. If I do that, I won't be able to capture any prisoners. I'll just make a profit by burning everything. If fire doesn't work, you can use water. Use water to make the land muddy. But this requires some skill. If used improperly, it will destroy your own strike formation, but if used properly, it can effectively slow down the opponent's movement speed. Just imagine, if the ground within the strike formation became completely muddy, the kind that is difficult to get up after stepping on it, wouldn't the opponent's movement speed be greatly slowed down? At this point, we need to use another very practical technology, terrain transformation. This is a more advanced geological technology that can only be unlocked after unlocking carpet technology. Terrain transformation, silver 50,000, Beast Soul Core *2. The price of unlocking technology cannot be underestimated, but for Luo Yu, who now has a huge sum of more than 2 million yuan, it is just a moderate amount. Directly choose to unlock. After clicking on the relevant interface, Luo Yu discovered various methods of terrain transformation. The transformation is also divided into 3 levels: low, medium, and high. To unlock the medium level transformation, the land fertility base must reach more than 200%, which is not yet achievable. However, there is no need for intermediate transformation, as it is already included in the low level transformation. Slowing swamp, movement speed reduced by 70%, health value reduced. Wow, the deceleration effect is really outrageous, and the cost is also very cheap, but lowering the health value is something Luo Yu doesn't want to see. The health value is actually a very critical value and cannot be lowered on its own. After some research, Luo Yu fixed his sights on a special type of ground. Speed bump, movement speed reduced by 50%. This type of speed bump does not reduce the aesthetics and hygiene value, but your feet will get stuck when you step on it, which can be fatal. Although the speed bumps will stick to both friend and foe, Luo Yu himself will not enter the corridor. Of course, it will indeed affect Luo Yu's time to collect spoils, but this little time is not a big deal, so let's build it. The cost of each square of the speed bump is 50 stone bricks, 20 iron ore, and 20 silver. In fact, the cost is still quite expensive, but in order to enable the strike formation to attack the enemy more effectively, Luo Yu still decided to make it. As for stone bricks, since the production capacity has increased, we can barely support it. Just start building them, and someone will deliver the stone bricks soon. After dinner, Luo Yu finally received Dorno's trade request. What an infatuated man he was, he sent the ransom so quickly. After clicking OK, Dorno put all the supplies on the transaction interface, and Luo Yu redeemed the queen as agreed. He sent a message with a smile. That's it then, happy trading. By the way, the end of the month is almost here. Bring your warriors and make a few more attacks. I'll be waiting for you. Dorno was already so angry that his scalp was numb. Without saying a word, he clicked OK and directly closed the transaction interface. The transaction is successful. You get silver 500,000, stone brick 500,000, gold 50,000, jade 50,000. Your hostility with the Skarsa tribe has increased. Get rich! What a huge profit! The gold is enough to unlock lightning technology and thermal defense technology, and the stone bricks are enough to support the territory construction for a period of time. Wonderful! Luo Yu discovered a way to get rich quick. Capture the chief's woman. If he was able to leave the territory, he would have taken the 3 little cuties to rob the tribe right on the spot. This is so cool! But even after receiving such a huge sum of money, Luo Yu still kept a clear head. He immediately clicked on the mercenary square and changed his personal description. Top mercenaries will help defend against attacks for free, provided that there are special people such as the queen, the chief's fiancée, daughter, or the chief himself in the attacking unit. After the battle, just send the special person to me as a reward. After modifying his personal description, Luo Yu happily put all the things into the warehouse, and then opened the warehouse to check the various resources he currently had. Silver, 2913000. Wood, 1721. Iron ore, 16328. Stone bricks, 509208. Copper mine, 10308. Jade, 52,376. Gold, 55,700. Platinum, 1,000. Diamonds, 0. Huge sum of money, really huge sum of money. Luo Yu prepared to unlock the thunder technology as soon as possible. Lightning storage box, blueprint *1, copper ore *20,000, gold *20,000, silver *100000. There was enough gold, but he was still short of 10,000 copper ore. Luo Yu simply chose to go to the market to buy it. Nowadays, people's mining level has also improved, and there are still many people selling copper ore. The price is 150, which is a bit expensive. Luo Yu was very rich now, so he could just buy it. After spending 500,000 silvers to purchase enough copper ore, choose to unlock directly. You have unlocked Thunder technology. What appeared in front of him was a golden box, about the same size as a thermal energy collection box, but obviously much more expensive. This was the lightning storage box, and it was also a prerequisite for unlocking all lightning technologies. Lightning storage box, 0/50,000. There is currently no electricity, so naturally the storage is 0. Luo Yu suppressed his excitement, carried the lightning box back to the base, and placed the box in the temperature-insulated room, leaving it there for the time being. He clicked on the relevant technology page. The entire lightning technology tree was very complicated. Most of it was dark, and there were only a few buildings that were lit. Thunder storage box, copper or *20,000, gold *20,000, silver *100,000. No blueprints were needed to build the box the second time, and Luo Yu did not need to build the box again, at least not for the time being. Lightning rod, copper or *1,000, gold *1,000, silver *20,000, beast soul core *1. Lightning rods are used to attract lightning. Even in weather without lightning, they can absorb free lightning elements in the air and slowly increase lightning energy reserves. But this price. As expected, just like the thermal energy plate, it requires a beast soul core. Continue reading below. Electric fence, per meter copper or *500, gold *50, silver *1000. The function of the electric fence is the same as that of the Earth's power grid. It is a lightning defense device. Luo Yu can use it to make an electric fence, or it can be arranged on the corridor of the strike array for defense. Chapter 127 Entertainment with the Captives. However, there are also disadvantages. The power of this primary electric fence is described as limited. It can only paralyze a person for a few seconds, and it consumes a lot of electricity. Luo Yu finally fixed his gaze on the electric shock tower that he had been thinking about. Electric strike tower, primary copper or *50,000, gold *50,000, silver *500,000. This price is so expensive. What does 50,000 gold mean? However, the description of this electric shock tower is mouth-watering. Electric strike tower, attack range 5,000 meters, including air, accuracy 100%, attack interval 20 seconds, power, instant kill below 100 physique. What made Luo Yu happiest was that this thing did not belong to the building category, but the furniture category, which meant that it could be critically hit. However, judging from the description, the consumption of lightning storage is very high. Currently there is still a shortage of 15,000 gold, so Luo Yu will not build anything for now. He plans to build a lightning rod. Lightning rods are naturally built on the roof of a building. Judging from the description, they are absolutely safe things, but Luo Yu still does not plan to install a lightning rod on the roof of his villa. Just in case. It can be placed in warehouses or prisons. Lightning rod, copper or *1000, gold *1000, silver *20,000, beast soul core *1. First build 3 lightning rods, then buy the beast soul core and click to build, then place 2 on the roof of the warehouse and 1 on the roof of the luxury prison. Then use the energy pipeline to connect to the lightning storage box, and everything is done. I took a look at the situation of the lightning rods. On days without lightning, the rated lightning absorption capacity is only 300 per day. 3 rods are 900 each. It will take a long time to store up enough lightning rods. At this moment he hoped it would rain and blow. By the way, critical strike has not been used in the past few days. Now that the mineral resources have increased, Luo Yu plans to try his luck and see if he can dig out large pieces of gold. He did it as soon as he thought of it. Luo Yu went to the mine and stood in front of the rock wall, preparing to use his pickaxe when he suddenly discovered that the Golden Scorpion King, who was mining at the same time, narrowed his eyes and seemed to be groping for something in the rock wall. This expression was like the man touching something soft through the curtains, with a look of enjoyment on his face. Luo Yu looked at the big scorpion beside him strangely, as if he understood something. He muttered to himself. 100 times critical hit trigger. The prompt appeared, and the next moment, the Scorpion King clamped a large yellow stone out of the rock wall. A huge nugget of gold. Just as Luo Yu thought, the golden Scorpion King was able to find a piece of gold every once in a while. It was always a small piece before, but he just tried it and succeeded in a critical hit. The animals belong to him, and in certain circumstances, the animal's behavior can be critical. For example, cows produce milk, beast girls produce hair, and Scorpion Kings dig gold. You get gold * 10,000. 10,000 gold. Wow, I earned 10,000 gold in one go, this is so cool. Luo Yu was so excited that he wanted to hug the Scorpion King and kiss him. Hurry, keep digging! Luo Yu asked the Scorpion King to keep up the good work. Encouraged by his master, the Scorpion King pushed his pincers into the rock wall again. Luo Yu stopped mining and stared at the Scorpion King's expression with wide eyes. Pieces of iron ore and copper ore were dug out, but the Scorpion King never showed that expression of enjoyment again. Luo Yu waited for half an hour and had no choice but to give up. The randomness was too strong. He couldn't keep an eye on the scorpion for 24 hours, right? The key is that even if you watch it 24 hours a day, it may not be able to dig up gold nuggets in a day. Shaking his head, Luo Yu put away the gold and started mining himself. He planned to accompany the Scorpion King to dig today, and at the same time pay attention to the Scorpion King's expression. Whenever he showed that kind of enjoyment again, he would strike back immediately. What if you're lucky enough to run into it? Until the time for dinner, the Scorpion King no longer showed that greasy uncle's lecherous expression. Luo Yu was disappointed and touched its head before leaving the mine. This time of mining has fully demonstrated my fast working speed. The mining efficiency is more than 5 times faster than when I just entered the Tiannao world. There is only 6% of the mineral resources left, which is on the verge of depletion. We can probably still mine for another day. After dinner, Luo Yu took the 3 little cuties into the prison. At this time, everyone in the prison had finished their meal and were lying lazily on their beds after a day's work. The environment of this luxurious prison is so good. Apart from working, there is no survival pressure like in the tribe. After only 2 days of living there, everyone's obedience has reached over 60%. Life is pretty comfortable. Luo Yu gathered all the prisoners, gave each of them a wooden stick, and formed a circle. He stood in the circle, holding a wooden stick, and pointed at several standing prisoners and said, You and you all. 10 people come up together and practice with me. The people who were called out looked at each other in bewilderment. One of the men knelt down and cried, My lord, my king! Please don't kill us! Who wants to kill you? Luo Yu said angrily. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Use the sticks in your hands to fight me. Hit them hard. If anyone dares to not work hard, I will kill him. As soon as these words were spoken, the captives dared not disobey even if they were unwilling, and they immediately rushed towards Luo Yu one by one. There was a lot of fighting going on. How could 10 people be enough for Luo Yu to defeat? All of them were knocked to the ground by him, and each of them suffered some minor injuries. Luo Yu also got a hint: you participate in entertainment activities and gain strength +1. Entertainment? You call this entertainment? Luo Yu complained in his heart, but it was fine as long as the attributes were added. Xiao Kong and Xiao Dai, take the injured away for treatment. Don't delay tomorrow's work. The 2 little cuties started practicing their medical skills right there, while Luo Yu pointed at the dozen or so female captives and hooked his finger, saying, Come on, all of you. If you hate me, then do your best to kill me. A female captive in her early 20s said seriously, Lord, we don't hate you. This place is so beautiful, we eat vegetables and meat, and we have milk to drink. You are so beautiful. We are all very grateful to you and admire you. We don't hate you at all. You dare not hate me? Luo Yu was furious and said, Asshole, do you think you don't need to practice with me just because you flatter me? For a moment, the sound of fighting was heard again in the prison. An hour later, Luo Yu was sweating all over and felt relaxed as he left the prison with the little cuties, leaving behind a group of captives who were knocked to the ground in a mess. Chapter 128. Luo Yu is harder to defeat than the boss. Luo Yu fought very skillfully. The prisoners were in better physical condition than ordinary people. Their minor injuries could heal after a day of sleep even without treatment. After treatment, you can recover overnight, and it won't affect your ability to go to the quarry to play during the day. After this meal, entertainment activities increased my strength by 2, my agility by 1, and also gave me a lot of medical treatment, which made me feel more comfortable. Sure enough, the attributes increase quite quickly through fighting, provided that there is support from the entertainment value. In the evening, Luo Yu soaked happily in the bathtub. Shao Kahn was the most obedient, and ran to give his master a shoulder massage. You perform recreational activities, gaining +1 constitution. Hammering the shoulder adds 1 point of physical fitness. Sometimes this happens when the entertainment value is high. This is also the busiest time in the group. Naker. Yameng, see you in the arena today! I don't believe I can't beat you! Fan Yameng. Hee hee, little girl, you're still not convinced, right? Come on, I'm not afraid of you. Elena. Which room are you in? I'll come too. Nyoda. I'll join in too. Alice. We haven't seen each other for a few days. Why don't we find a room and chat together? Luo Yu, are you coming? Luo Yu. Okay. Arena, ordinary room 4396. This is the room built by Fan Yameng. When Luo Yu entered the room, everyone was there. Brother, you're here! Nyoda laughed and gave Luo Yu a hug, and Luo Yu was also very enthusiastic. I need to make friends with my brother Nyoda. The reputation of the Minotaur is not to be underestimated. Fan Yameng beside him said in surprise. You! Oh my god, I was wondering if you, one of the most famous masters in the human race, had any relationship with you. I didn't expect it to be you. Seeing the girl showing surprised expressions, Luo Yu smiled and said, It's just luck. Yameng, have you changed your hairstyle? Short hair suits you very well. Ah? Fan Yameng's face flushed slightly, with a charming curve at the corner of her mouth, and she said playfully, I thought you wouldn't notice, you straight man. Of course he could find out. Luo Yu had developed a habit of observing the hair growth of the beast girls frequently. When meeting a girl, first check whether her hair is long or not. Not to mention Fan Yameng has a short haircut, even if it is slightly shorter, Luo Yu can still spot it. Seeing Luo Yu looking at her with a faint smile, Fan Mingyu's face turned redder and she suddenly snorted. Well, today I want to challenge you first. The stakes will be 1 silver. But to be fair, you let me have 1 hand and 1 leg. Luo Yu rolled his eyes when he heard this and said with a smile, You are so fair. Okay, I accept your challenge, but how about we switch the stakes? The loser has to satisfy one of the winner's conditions? Huh? Fan Yameng blushed immediately, and she said tentatively, Let me ask you, if you win, what do you want me to do? Put on some clothes. Luo Yu smiled and said, Band-aid swimming. Shut up! You pervert! Who wants to wear such a perverted swimsuit in front of you? Hate it! Look at me, I'm going to beat you up! Fan Yameng's face flushed, and after a light shout, he took out an iron sword and the battle began. Bang, bang, bang! After 3 consecutive sword strikes, Luo Yu stood still, while Fan Yameng was knocked back a little. She chuckled and said, Very impressive! I'm going to use my martial arts. You promised to let me use 1 hand. She rushed forward again, this time using her martial arts skill. Qing Feng sword technique. I have to say, Fan Yameng is actually very powerful. Her strength has reached 100 points. Each of her swords is so powerful that ordinary people cannot withstand a few of her swords. But Luo Yu's strength was 115 points, and he was able to completely block the Qing Feng sword technique with just 1 hand holding the sword. Moreover, because the Quangfeng sword technique was the 2nd level, coupled with the characteristics of a fighter, its power was much stronger than the Qing Feng sword technique. After more than a dozen moves, Fan Yameng could no longer hold on. Luo Yu said with a smile, You guys can come along too, so we can practice teamwork. Good! Naker immediately took out the dagger. Elena and Alice looked at each other and decided to practice team coordination since Captain Luo Yu had said so. Let's practice it well. The 2 women took out their bows and arrows, and Yoda also took out his axe and chopped towards Luo Yu. In this situation, Luo Yu would naturally not give up a hand. The people in his team were not weak, and this would be a good opportunity to enhance his actual combat ability. He cheered up and fought against many people alone, and even managed to tie with everyone for a while. If it weren't for Elena and Alice's tricky bows and arrows, he might even have the upper hand. His attribute points are indeed higher, 115 strength, 119 agility, and these attribute points added to him are not as simple as numbers. For example, Elena's bow and arrow can hit a person with 100 agility, but 101 agility exceeds her hit rate. It seems that the difference of 1 agility will result in a significant difference in hit rate. Luo Yu has an agility of 119. Even for an elf who is good at archery, it is difficult to hit Luo Yu. Bang! With a dull thud, Nyoda was hit by a knife. Because it was a training mode, he would not leave the room, but he would not be able to join the battle in a short time. Then Naku was also stabbed and watched. Now Fan Yunmeng was the only one left in the close combat. She was obviously panicking, and the fight ended with one sword. The next moment, Elena gave up the bow and arrow and rushed forward. Her melee weapon was a dagger. It must be said that Elena was better than Yunmeng and Ku in close combat. She could be called a melee archer and an old archer. After fighting with Luo Yu for more than 10 rounds, he was hit on the neck by a knife and fell to the ground, where he died. Alice was still drawing her bow and arrow, but unfortunately this beautiful light elf was already unable to stand on her own. Luo Yu approached her. Sister Alice with long silver hair held the bow and arrow in panic and tried to resist, but Luo Yu lightly tapped her forehead. KO. After a round of training, none of the 5 men could beat Luo Yu alone. Nyoda looked at Luo Yu with admiration, while the girls were surprised and admired him. There was already a hint of admiration in Naker's beautiful eyes. Everyone knows that Luo Yu is powerful, but no one expected him to be this powerful. Fan Yunmeng exclaimed, "You are really strong. It feels harder to beat than the boss. Luckily you are not the enemy." With a faint smile in Alice's eyes, Elena looked at Luo Yu and said, "Come again, I won't let you win so easily this time." Nakir whispered, "Yunmeng, why did Luo Yu use a knife to attack us, but was so gentle to Sister Alice?" Chapter 129, Challenge from a Full Team. Fan Yunmeng rolled her eyes at Luo Yu and whispered back, "He's good in everything except that he loves to bully us, and he's also obsessed with looks." At this moment, Luo Yu made a summary. He smiled faintly and said, "In fact, everyone is not weak, but there is no coordination and synchronization. It feels like they are fighting on their own, so I can defeat them one by one. What we are practicing is a coordinated operation, but we can't practice blindly. We need to summarize methods and practice scientifically and effectively." Everyone nodded, being calm and composed despite the victory. At this moment, Luo Yu made the girls feel safe. Naku felt her heart beating fast as she looked at Luo Yu. Although Fan Yunmeng had said before that Luo Yu was obsessed with looks, her bright eyes sparkled slightly as she looked at him. Nyoda laughed and said, "Luo Yu, you are right. We will practice whatever you tell us to do." We discussed together, and everyone was very happy to be able to get together and chat in such a busy life. But at this moment, Fan Yunmeng frowned slightly and said, "There is a prompt. Someone wants to enter our room for a team battle." Team battle, another mode of the arena. This mode will not increase your rank, but because there are many people and the stakes are high, and good performance can improve your status in the team, and at the same time train the team's collaborative combat effectiveness, etc., this mode is very popular. Especially after the heat wave ended, everyone realized the various benefits of teaming up to fight boss, and this mode became more and more popular. The number of people fighting in teams in ordinary fields has exceeded the proportion of people fighting alone. It is worth mentioning that there will be boss events in the Tiandao world. If the boss appears in someone's territory, a team will be needed to eliminate it. If there is no team, the only option is to hire mercenaries. Unless you can defeat the boss with the powerful defense of your territory. Now, because Luo Yu's team consists mostly of girls, everyone has just entered the arena and the team members have not yet had enough time to get used to each other. If we have a PK with other teams, I'm afraid it will be very dangerous. Well, theoretically it's a bad idea. Everyone looked at Luo Yu, who smiled faintly and said, "Agree, it's okay." Fan Yunmeng nodded carefully and agreed. Then a light flashed at the other end of the room and 10 people appeared. 10 people make a full team. Luo Yu saw clearly that among the team of 10, there were 3 people from the Golden Lion clan, and they should be warriors. The two winged tribe members should be assassins, the two tree tribe monsters are definitely tank types, and there are 3 water tribe members with blue hair holding bows and arrows. Except for the absence of characters like doctors, the cast can be said to be very complete, and they are all male, giving people a very fierce feeling. The leading man from the Golden Lion tribe had a bronze emblem on his chest, indicating he was a bronze level figure. Bronze level. Although Luo Yu has the strength of bronze level, because he only has a few PK matches every day, the number of matches is not enough, so his certification is still black iron level and has not been upgraded to bronze. This strong man from the Golden Lion tribe is actually at the bronze level. In addition, except for the strong man who is at the bronze level, a man from the water tribe and a man from the wing tribe are also at the black iron level. This team is extremely powerful. Coming here, obviously to bully the weak. Luo Yu and others were looking at each other, and the other party was also looking at Luo Yu and others. After seeing clearly, more than half of the 10 people showed sarcasm in their eyes. The strong man from the Golden Lion tribe stepped forward and sneered. Black iron level is rare among humans. Your team looks vulnerable. But since you are here, we will teach you how to conduct team combat. A winged clan man beside him chuckled and said, Captain, did you see that? This team has rare dark elves and light elves. I've seen so many elf girls, but their race is the rarest and most beautiful. Another person also laughed strangely and said, That human girl and cat girl are also rare and top-notch. This is an excellent team. Yeah? A gloomy-looking man from the water tribe said in surprise. I think this human man is quite good. Everyone opened their mouths, and the 2 team members beside him instinctively moved away. Luo Yu also felt a chill. Oh my god, he turns out to be a pervert. At this moment, Nyoda on our side had an ugly look on his face and seemed a little at a loss. Fan Yuming and Naker instinctively hid behind Luo Yu. Alice frowned, and Elena had an angry expression on her face. Luo Yu took a step forward and said calmly, You guys came here to bully the weak, right? Good. The strong man of the Golden Lion tribe snorted coldly. I will take a few team members to slaughter you trash and gain some experience in the arena so that I can upgrade to black iron. Stop talking nonsense and get started. Luo Yu said calmly. You can use us to gain experience, but you have to have the ability to do so. Well, since we've bumped into each other, let's have some fun. The stakes are 1 million silver coins. Hiss. Naker and Fan Yuming gasped, Alice and the others widened their eyes, and the group of people opposite also looked shocked. 1 million! Even if we count them as a team, this is still a huge number. Luo Yu didn't waste any words and directly paid 1 million silver coins and placed them in his own betting column. He looked at the man from the Golden Lion clan and sneered. Come here if you want to gain experience points. You can't even take out 1 million, right? Everyone was shocked, both at Luo Yu's courage and his wealth. In this era where 10,000 is considered a huge sum of money, Luo Yu can easily take out 1 million silver coins as gambling money, which shows how rich he is. You! The man from the Golden Lion tribe gritted his teeth. Now it was no longer a question of experience, or not, but a question of face. Because of the $1 million bet, there are already spectators in the room. If I back down, how can I be the boss in the future? Moreover, the enemy team only has 6 people, while we have 10. The strongest one on the enemy team is iron, while we are bronze. No matter how you look at it, you can't lose. Beside him, the winged clan man whispered. Boss, the other side is relying on their wealth to scare us away. Let's all gather a little, it should be enough. The sturdy man from the Golden Lion tribe glanced at the team members. Seeing everyone nodding, he gritted his teeth and took out all his belongings of 300,000. The other 9 opponents also took out their wealth with a grin, and the 1 million was complete. This? Fan Yumling and others suddenly became nervous, and at this moment more and more people came to watch the game in the room. $1 million bets are rare. The golden-haired man said in a deep voice. Let's get started. Okay, come on then. Luo Yu had a calm expression. Chapter 130 Luo Yu, a man who destroys the balance. 3.2.1 Let's get started. The moment the countdown ended, arrows from the opposite side were shot over. At the same time, 2 tree tanks walked in the front, and 3 warriors followed the tree tribe and approached Luo Yu. In addition, their assassin had already left the team, and the 2 archers hid in a corner where they were less likely to be shot. Arrows flying from the front are usually borne by the tank character in the front, or blocked by the soldiers. It was obvious that the opponent had already been well trained and possessed very skilled fighting skills. In addition, the opponent was obviously strong, but did not rush up rashly. A team battle is not a one-on-one duel. Rushing in fast will not only do no good, but you will immediately be besieged by the opponent, which is equivalent to giving up. Dang dang! Luo Yu waved the Tiangong knife to block the 2 flying arrows. Then he nodded to the 2 elf girls. The 2 girls understood what he meant and immediately stepped back while drawing their bows and arrows. The arrows shot directly at the 2 tree tribe men opposite. In order to avoid being shot by the opponent's archers, archers usually hide outside each other's shooting range. It depends on who has the better bow and who has greater strength. Obviously, both sides are now using iron-rimmed bows with 100 strength. Leaving aside their archery skills, judging from their apparent strength, either archer can hope to hit each other, as they are all aiming at the opponent's front row tanks. Swoosh! One of the 2 elves' arrows was blocked by the tree man's shield, and the other hit the tree man's leg. The tree man frowned and pulled out the arrow from his leg. It was just a frown, and it didn't seem to cause any substantial harm. Luo Yu looked indifferent. He waved his hand, and a light flashed in front of his eyes. He summoned his own animal. The rhinoceros, elephant, red-scaled python and wolf king all have attribute values of 100. Hiss! Beast tamer! They are all black iron level animals. Oh my god, why does he have so many black iron level animals? Some people in the audience gasped. No wonder the other side dared to fight 10 people with 6 people. It turned out that there was a beast tamer. Upon seeing this, Fan Yumeng hurriedly summoned her cat. She said it was a kitten, but what appeared was a black iron-level big cat, which looked a bit like a lynx and looked quite ferocious. It's a giant lynx! There are actually 2 beastmasters. This team is incredible! The audience's eyes widened, and the people on the opposing team all looked grim. The other party looked like a pushover, but I didn't expect he had such means. Luo Yu glanced at the large lynx that was roaring in a low voice, and without any further ado, he simply waved his hand, and the rhinoceros and elephant rushed over with a rumble. These are rhinos and elephants with all their attribute points maxed out. I heard that your tanks are quite tough, right? Come, let's have another competition. Swoosh! The opponent's arrows hit the white rhinoceros rushing in the front, but failed to break through the defense. Bang! The next moment, the aggressive white rhinoceros crashed into one of the opponent's tree men, who was knocked back repeatedly and had one of his legs broken. Immediately afterwards, the elephant rushed forward. Its impact force was even greater than that of the rhinoceros, and it knocked the other tree man directly away. The opponent's formation was broken on the spot. Luo Yu seized the opportunity, took out the Yang Yu bow and shot an arrow. Whoosh! The arrow shot out. Yang Yu's bow was a gold-grade bow. The power of this arrow was greater than the arrows shot by Alice and Elena. This arrow suddenly pierced a man from the Golden Lion clan. The man was pierced through the chest by an arrow and disappeared on the spot. The other side has lost some men. This super beast tamer is also a top archer. Everyone exclaimed again, even Alice and other members of his team were slightly stunned. They didn't expect Luo Yu to be so powerful. But now is not the time to be amazed. The next moment, the Wolf King and the red-scaled python have swept over and a melee broke out between the 2 sides. Luo Yu, who was not far away, whispered, Yumeng, did you see those 2 sneaky assassins? Keep an eye on them and don't let them get close to attack Alice and Elena. I can definitely do it. The 2 girls were a little panicked at first, but when they heard Luo Yu's words, they calmed down and tightened their weapons. At least they know what they should do. And Luo Yu shot another arrow. Puff! It was another chilling moment, as Luo Yu shot and killed another opponent. What a powerful arrow! Gold grade, definitely a gold grade bow and arrow. If we don't deal with this Super Beast Master, no matter how many people we have, they won't be enough for him to kill. How do we solve this? 5 animals have entangled the soldiers and tanks of the Golden Lion group. Tell me how to solve this. More and more spectators came to watch the game, and everyone was talking about it. Originally, they thought it would be a one-sided situation, and now it is indeed one-sided, but in the opposite direction. The situation became one-sided towards Luo Yu, and this reversal caught everyone off guard. In the field, the opponent's 2 assassins were closely watched by Fan Yuming and Naker, and had no chance to burst out with agility to kill anyone instantly, while the 5 animals entangled all the opponent's melee personnel. 2 of the 10 members of the Golden Lion team were killed suddenly, and the only ones who were able to act freely were 2 archers. But it was obvious that they didn't dare to move forward at all. The range and power of Luo Yu's bow and arrow were much stronger than theirs. They could never get within Luo Yu's range and could only attack the animals from a distance. At such a long distance, elephants, rhinos, and red-scaled pythons are not afraid of bows and arrows at all, they are just afraid of scraping. The large lynx is extremely agile, and the wolf king has maxed out its attributes. If the enemy archers can't hit it, they will be useless. Luo Yu's presence completely destroyed the balance of the battlefield. How can we fight? His Yang Yu Bao shot 1 arrow at a time, and if he killed 1 more person, the battle would be irreversible. Anyone with a discerning eye could see this key point, and the golden-haired man was also well aware of it. When he saw Luo Yu drawing his bow and arrow, he suddenly burst out with all his strength and slashed at the Wolf King who was entangled with him with a sword. The Wolf King narrowed his eyes, knowing the power of the sword, he retreated to one side, and the golden-haired man took advantage of this gap and rushed towards Luo Yu with a roar. After all, this person is a bronze-level master, with reaction, speed and other abilities far superior to ordinary people. He has to rush in front of Luo Yu before he draws his bow and solve the problem in close combat. The golden-haired man was very fast. Seeing this, Luo Yu gave up his bow and arrow and took out the Tiangong knife. Everyone stared at this scene with eyes wide open. Everyone knew that victory or defeat depended on this one move. At the moment when metal and iron collided, Luo Yu silently said something in his heart. 100 times critical hit trigger. The next moment, the sword in the golden-haired man's hand and Luo Yu's Tiangong knife suddenly collided with each other. Chapter 131, Killed Instantly. Puff! There was no suspense at all. Under the 100-fold critical strike, the strong man from the Golden Lion tribe was split into 2 halves along with his sword. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, and everyone was stunned. It was not until the golden-haired man's body disappeared that everyone reacted. All the audience in the room were in an uproar. This knife is shocking, what a style it is. Boss! The water tribe man screamed and was hit to death by the rhino, while the elephant rushed towards an archer of the other side. A moment later, the entire team of Golden Lion men was wiped out. KO, your team wins. It took 14 minutes and 37 seconds. You get gambling money and room audience income, 17W. The gambling money is automatically distributed equally to each member of the team. At this moment, the battle was over. Everyone looked at Luo Yu with admiration. Na Kir even hugged his arm excitedly and giggled. So awesome! You actually killed the Bronze Master in one blow. Oh my god, Luo Yu, I admire you so much! Fan Yumlam also looked at Luo Yu excitedly, while Neo De just pretended to stand in front of the 2 elf girls to help block the arrows, which meant that he got a huge sum of money for nothing without doing anything. He admired Luo Yu so much that he considered himself Luo Yu's most loyal brother. Seeing everyone looking at him so excitedly, Luo Yu smiled and said, Maybe my knife is better than his, I'm just lucky. Here it comes, Luo Yu's catchphrase, good luck. Can you consider it lucky if you kill someone with 1 blow? The girls all chuckled. They were all used to Luo Yu's humble words and admired him even more. Be calm and composed when you win. What a handsome man! Next, Luo Yu practiced team combat with everyone. Seeing that the time was almost up, everyone left the arena and it was time to go to bed. When he opened his eyes in the morning, it was another morning. Luo Yu had breakfast as usual and arranged his work for the day. There are still some mineral resources. Let's go to the mine and dig them all out today. The right thing to do is to collect all the gold as soon as possible. On the way to the mine, Luo Yu suddenly remembered something and went to the warehouse instead. I clicked on the nameplate at the door of the warehouse, and at a glance, I found what I wanted, and a smile appeared on my face. Thermal Technology Core. Raiden Technology Core. There are these 2 cores in the warehouse. After unlocking a major category of technology, you will be given a core. After you have a warehouse, the core will automatically appear in the warehouse. Luo Yu had forgotten about it before, but now that he remembered it, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He hurriedly took out the 2 cores and installed them on his lower bracelet. Each core can increase the quality of buildings by 5% and territory resources by 1%. This means that the power of defensive equipment such as arrow towers and automatic crossbows has increased by 10%, and all kinds of resources have increased by 2%. Now, the mine resources have recovered to 8%, which is great. A moment later, Luo Yu stood in front of the rock wall of the mine. He muttered something in his heart, and then swung a pickaxe down. 100 times critical hit trigger. You get Jade *6000. I fainted. This wave of critical hits gave me a lot of jade. I'll go back and make jade bedside tables. Well, there is still one chance for 100 times critical hit, but Luo Yu will not use it again. This critical hit is kept as a backup. Just like last night, the enemy can be killed instantly at the critical moment. The bronze level Golden Lion tribe expert last night was indeed powerful. Luo Yu knew that he could not defeat him in a few rounds, so he got angry and used a critical strike to kill him instantly. 1 million gambling money, what's the big deal? Just a critical hit, and it's done. After a whole morning of mining, Luo Yu and the little cuties had lunch in the afternoon, and then took a walk on the grassland. The weather has been quite cool these days, with temperatures around 24 degrees Celsius. Walking on the grassland, Xiao Dai and Xiao Kong were playing, and Xiao Jin beside them said, "Master, the muddy situation has improved a lot in the past few days, and the mosquitoes have almost been eliminated. Does the thermal energy collection panel need to be removed? Well, you can go and dismantle it later and put it on the roof." Good. Xiao Jin nodded obediently. Luo Yu touched her tiger ears absent-mindedly, but his eyes were looking at the striking formation in the distance. He had a dream last night. He dreamed that when the Skarsa tribe came to attack, everyone was looking up at him, which made him feel like he had become a sitting duck. When I woke up in the morning, I was thinking, what if a sharpshooter came to the tribe and I was standing on the watchtower and was shot down by someone with a continuous bow and arrows? The shield can only block 2 attacks. We can't just expose ourselves to the enemy like this. Luo Yu thought so in his heart, and after pondering for a moment, he came up with an idea. The fog of war. Wouldn't it be enough to just let the fog of war cover the strike formation? This not only blocks the enemy's sight, but also keeps them trapped in the death corridor for a longer time. Isn't it wonderful? Once you figure out the key points, the next step will be easy. Why not just create another one? War fog diffusion box, iron or *10,000, silver *10,000, gold *500, emerald *500. Rebuilding no longer requires a design drawing, and this amount of money is just a drop in the bucket for Luo Yu now. He directly chose to build, and a flash of light appeared in front of his eyes, and the fog box appeared. Xiao Dai, take the mist box to the strike formation and place it behind the sandbags. Good. Xiao Dai responded, picked up the box, spread her wings and flew over. In this way, the strike formation was also hidden in the fog of war, and the defense of the territory was strengthened again. Luo Yu was satisfied and was about to end his walk. As he was walking, Xiao Kong suddenly fell to the ground with a whimper. Woo! Xiao Kong cried out in grievance, and Luo Yu immediately went forward and picked her up. Just as he was about to complain, he discovered that half of the box was exposed on the ground, and the other half was still buried in the soil. You get Xiao Kong's treasure chest *1. Wow, it turns out that he wasn't walking unsteadily, but Xiao Kong's passive ability was triggered, and he was finding different ways to give the box to him. After opening it, Luo Yu saw that there was a scroll inside, not anything else, and a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. You get a territory weather change scroll, random, *1. Huh? Is there any such thing? After reading the instructions, Luo Yu showed an amused look on his face. This scroll can instantly change the weather in the territory. Whether it is windy, rainy, hail, lightning, or sunny and warm with spring flowers is all random. As long as you are lucky enough, you can even get effects such as Harvest Blessing and Holy Light. Chapter 132 Critical Hit. Top Electric Shock Tower. Luo Yu didn't know why the Blessing of Harvest was included in the weather, and he didn't want to know, but it would bloom anyway. He smiled faintly. This is a good thing. What if we encounter extreme weather, such as a heat wave? Wouldn't it be a huge profit if we have hail? Thinking of this, he put away the scroll of weather changes, touched Shao Kong's face and said, "It's not a bad fall. When we get back, I'll help you take a bath." Woohoo! Oh my god! There's a ship coming to my territory! After receiving the prompt, Luo Yu ran out of the villa to observe immediately. Wow! A huge and tattered wooden boat slowly descended and landed with a bang on a large open space in the west of the territory. Tip: if you get within 30 meters of the ancient flying boat, you will wake up the sleeping ancient creatures in the flying boat. Luo Yu received the prompt before he got close and stopped on the spot. Looking closely, the shabby flying boat in front of me was about 30 meters long and looked a bit eerie. Waves of cold air were slowly emanating from the flying boat. Under the influence of the cold air, the surrounding grass and trees were withering little by little. Withered flying boat. The withered smell of the flying boat will make the grass and trees wither, but it has no effect on people and animals. There are unknown ancient creatures inside the flying boat. As soon as he read the introduction of this flying boat, Luo Yu's heart sank. This kind of flying boat is the type that must be fought against. The withered smell it emits will destroy your vegetable and cotton fields. Luo Yu knew that the intensity of this kind of special event was also linked to the territory's score. His own territory's score was so high. Who knew what was sleeping inside? Looking inside through the dilapidated deck, I found that the creature sleeping inside the cabin seemed to be quite large, but I couldn't see clearly what it was. We landed half dead in the west, the weakest defense point. How miserable! At this time, the regional channel was in an uproar. Some people's territories had also won the bid, and the flying boat landed directly on them. Some are attributeless flying boats which are better, but some are withered flying boats like Luo Yu's, and even worse are the spiritual flying boats. A strong fortress is often breached from within. Someone, remember to save some dog meat for me when you eat it tonight. Everyone started to wish this unlucky guy well, and at this moment, someone in the group also spoke up. Alice, may the goddess of light bless my friends. Elena, I think this is an opportunity. Activate the flying boat and kill the boss to get the equipment. Luo Yu also took a screenshot of his own flying boat and uploaded it. My F*King flying boat is withered, the plants at home are in trouble. The girls immediately became worried, and Yoda said on the spot, Boss, I have also activated the visitor technology. I will help you. Fang Yamam, I'll come too. Nakuer, Luo Yu's territory score is ridiculously high. We have to pay a lot of money to go to his territory. Alice, don't worry about that. Shall we gather at Luo Yu territory? Luo Yu, don't be nervous, don't you know my strength yet? I can handle it myself. Everyone, listen to me. I think this is an opportunity. Ancient creatures will definitely produce good things. Those of you who haven't registered as mercenaries should go and register. There will definitely be a lot of business this time. Let's go on missions as a team to make money. Good. Fang Yamam, we believe you, but Luo Yu, you have to trust us too. If you can't handle it, be sure to tell us at any time. We are a team, and no matter how much money we pay, nothing will happen to you. Kir. Luo Yu, please don't be in trouble. After finishing the team call, Luo Yu began to ponder whether he should transfer all the crossbows in the strike formation here. Beside him, Shao Jin whispered, Master, I sense a hint of danger. The monster sleeping inside should be quite powerful. Don't be careless. Chapter 134 Humans are reminded of their fear of being dominated by giants. Luo Yu nodded cautiously upon hearing this. Even the proud Shao Jin said that the monsters inside were powerful. It seemed that they were really fierce. After pondering for a while, Luo Yu decided to spend some money. The maximum distance that monsters can sense is 30 meters. Luo Yu began to build a wall around the ancient flying boat with a boundary of 50 meters. First surround it and load it with crossbows, which will at least stop the monsters for a while. But I have an electric shock tower, which shoots lightning every 5 seconds. If I can block it for a while, I can shock you more times. I looked at the lightning reserves. Lightning storage box, 1800/50,000. With the current lightning reserves, the electric shock tower can be used 18 times. Luo Yu feels that this should be enough. Build it. A moment later, a circle of intermediate walls with automatic crossbows on them, and the first layer of defense equipment was built. Luo Yu spent some more money to build a watchtower. He put 50 javelins in his bracelet and went up to the watchtower. There were 3 little cuties around. Xiao Bai was a little nervous, while Xiao Kong and Xiao Jin looked excited. As cute as they are, they actually like fighting. Luo Yu said in a deep voice. Ready to start. Xiao Jin used his skills immediately. Oh! The hunting time has begun! Xiao Jin seemed even more excited, and the next moment, Luo Yu held a javelin and threw it hard towards the ancient flying boat. The javelin spun and hit the flying boat. It was so powerful that it directly penetrated the hull. Tip, your actions awakened the sleeping creatures in the ancient flying boat. A terrible roar came from the flying boat, as if some ferocious creature was about to be born. Boom! With a loud bang, the deck of the flying boat exploded and a giant jumped out from it. Roar! The giant let out a long roar towards the sky, and the sound was heard for hundreds of miles. This is a male giant wearing animal skins and holding a stone stick. He is over 7 meters tall, with strong muscles all over his body and a scruffy beard. He looks very fierce. Titans, ancient race unknown. The Titan giant's eyes looked towards Luo Yu, who was on the observation deck 50 meters away. His huge eyes were full of murderous ferocity. These eyes really made Luo Yu feel cold in his heart. That day, humans once again remembered the fear of being dominated by giants. This line popped up in his mind. The automatic weapons in the territory responded immediately, attacking the lightning tower first. ZZ! A blue lightning bolt shot out from the orb on top of the lightning tower and exploded on the Titan giant with a bang, instantly blasting a bloody hole in his chest. Lightning is so fast that there is no way to dodge it. Roar! The Titan who had just awakened was severely injured. Bleeding continued from the hole in his chest, and his huge body began to retreat. At the same time, the crossbows installed on the wall fired rapidly, and one arrow after another hit the Titan's body and pierced into the flesh. Although it's scraping, but with so many arrows scraping together, it still has some power. Ouch! Xiao Jin's tiger roar burst out, just like a tiger roaring in the mountains. The Titan looked at Xiao Jin on the watchtower, seeming to be a little afraid. Tip, the tiger roar skill takes effect, reducing all attributes of the opponent by 10%. A prompt appeared, but Luo Yu frowned. Although it was effective, he did not fall into a panic state. It only reduced the opponent's attributes by 10%. Xiao Jin is still in his infancy and cannot exert his full power. Roar! The ancient giant also roared, pulled out a few crossbow arrows from his body, and rushed directly towards the wall on the side. Bang! With a loud bang, large cracks appeared on the section of the wall that was hit. The wall is destroyed, current durability, 30%. 70% of the durability was knocked off in one go. Luo Yu chose to repair it immediately, and the durability of the wall began to recover immediately. The next moment, another javelin shot out from his hand. Whoosh! The spinning javelin was at an incredibly fast speed, aiming directly at the giant's throat. The giant seemed to know that the javelin was powerful, so he stopped gathering strength to hit the wall, and instead swung the stone stick in his hand horizontally, accurately knocking the javelin away. With just this one move, his agility value is definitely higher than Luo Yu. This is a flexible giant. However, although this attack did not hit the giant, it prevented the giant from destroying the wall immediately, and restored some of the durability of the wall, which was valuable. ZZ! The electric tower released another bolt of lightning, accurately hitting one of the giant's arms. Bang! The giant roared in pain and hit the wall with the stone stick in his other hand. Boom! This furious blow caused the wall to collapse, but before the giant could step out of the wall, Luo Yu's javelin shot out again. The giant roared in pain and pulled the spear out of his neck. Blood flowed everywhere, but he did not fall down. He looked at Luo Yu with even more hatred. This giant has such a tall physique. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The automatic crossbows on the wall were still shooting, and a large number of arrows pierced the giant's body. Although they did not cause much damage, they made him bleed profusely. The giant's body was covered with wounds and he looked extremely miserable. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze swept out. The giant had just stepped out of the wall when he smelled the fragrant breeze and almost staggered. Charm skill takes effect, power reduced, reducing the opponent's action power by 5%. The giant was charmed for a moment, and after standing firm, he instinctively looked at Xiao Dai with a hint of desire in his eyes, but a flying stone hit the giant's eye hard. Roar! After Xiao Kong evolved, the range and power of her slingshot increased a lot. Her stones specifically hit people's soft parts, especially round things, which are her primary targets. Like eyes or something else. ZZ! Before one wave of lightning came, the electric tower's cooling time was over and another bolt of lightning struck the giant. Boom! The fatal explosion hit the giant's already injured chest, directly blowing it apart. Chapter 135 100 times critical strike, legendary personal characteristic. Under such a blow, the giant fell to his knees with a bang, and let out a desperate roar. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! The automatic crossbow was still firing arrows frantically. The giant was supported on the ground with stone pillars. Blood was constantly dripping from his body and he was seriously injured. After maintaining this shape for 5 seconds, the shock tower opened fire again. The lightning blew the giant's head directly, and the entire head was blown into a bloody mess. Then green smoke rose and it was burnt. Boom! The huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang and could not get up again. From the moment the giant jumped out of the deck to the moment he fell to the ground with a loud bang, it took no more than 20 seconds. The top-level electric tower is too powerful. Who can withstand it? Seeing that the giant had not yet died completely, Luo Yu turned off the automatic attack function of the electric shock tower and continued to operate it to turn off the automatic crossbow as well. He jumped off the watchtower, holding the moon and sun swords, and walked slowly towards the giant. The giant was dying, looking at Luo Yu, Xiao Jin and others who were walking slowly towards him with despair. When he got closer, Luo Yu tentatively released the animal taming technique. Tip: ancient creatures cannot be tamed using the taming method. It's not that it cannot be tamed, it's that it cannot be tamed in the way of taming animals. Luo Yu doesn't know the specific method, and it's unclear whether this function is open. Looking at the dying giant, Luo Yu said calmly, "Can you speak? Any last words?" The giant opened his mouth and spoke weakly. "The great God will punish you." Before he could finish his words, Luo Yu plunged his knife directly into the giant's charred head, killing him on the spot. "Are you going to say something harsh again?" "There is no difference between saying such last words and not saying them at all. I don't want to listen to them." "Congratulations on killing the ancient titan." A prompt appeared, and then the giant's body slowly dissipated. These ancient creatures leave no corpses after their death. But in a moment, the giant's body completely disappeared, leaving only a huge stone stick and a huge animal skin garment. Luo Yu pulled the animal skin clothes aside, and underneath the clothes were many boxes. "It's shipped!" Luo Yu hurriedly recited to himself. 100-fold critical hit triggers, and one of the rewards produces a critical hit, increasing the effect by 100 times. "I thought all the rewards were critical hits." The greedy snake swallows the elephant is exactly what Luo Yu is like at this moment. "I checked the harvest, and it was pretty good. You get silver *2000000. You get territory core, 10%, *1. You get martial arts, physical skills Ziyayu *1. You get a flying boat energy core *1. You get props, tracking chestnuts *10. You get a personal characteristic scroll *1. First of all, it was the territory core. This giant actually gave me a territory core, and it was 10%. In the eyes of someone like Luo Yu who can consume all the territory resources every month, the territory core is the most valuable thing, nothing else. Use it on the spot. You use the territory core, the territory area increases, current territory resources, 156%, mineral resources, 161%. Luo Yu only felt a flash before his eyes, and the area of the entire territory expanded again. It's good that the area is large, and the construction area and planting area will also be larger in the future. However, if he wanted to strike the formation, he would have to set up a new death corridor and attach it closely to the air wall at the edge of the territory. He had already planned these things beforehand. Your body skill increases the chance of evasion after practicing. Don't hesitate, just use it. You have learned the Zaiyayu agility technique. Current agility technique, level 1. This is Luo Yu's second martial art. His body movements are quite good and his body becomes agile, making him a Miss Monster and an all-round warrior. After learning the body movements, he turned his gaze to the energy core of the flying boat, which was a square crystal with various runes engraved on it. It was very beautiful. Flying boat energy core, stable output of 1000 units of energy per day. The output energy can be converted into any form of energy units. Wonderful! Luo Yu finally understood why the ancient flying boat could fly for so long. It turned out to be because of this energy core. A stable output of 1000 units of energy every day. Currently, the territory has enough thermal energy, but lightning energy is very scarce. When the time comes, we can just connect a pipe to the lightning storage tank and we'll be done. If other elemental energy systems are unlocked in the future, they can still be converted. Powerful! Luo Yu thinks this core is amazing. I looked at the tracking chestnut again. This strange prop looks a bit like a lychee, is the size of a ping-pong ball, and is an automatic attack hidden weapon. Tracking lychee, a one-time item. After using it on a target, it will stun the target with a high probability. Good stuff. In the future, if a beast girl or other person or animal you like enters your territory, use them directly. After knocking them unconscious, tame them if necessary and imprison them if necessary. Not bad, I'll take it. After putting the chestnut into the storage bracelet, Luo Yu looked at the last scroll that popped out. Personal trait scroll, hero, legendary personal trait. Above diamond is grandmaster, above grandmaster is king, above king is legend, above legend is epic, and he actually has a legendary personal trait. This time the critical hit was quite fierce. No, that's too cruel. Hero characteristics: 1-star maximum comfort temperature plus 10, minimum comfort temperature minus 10, global working speed plus 20%, global success rate plus 20%, personal beauty plus 10, global attack speed plus 20%. Looking at the introduction of this personal characteristic, Luo Yuren was stunned. This feature can only be summed up in one word: strong. Is this so strong with only 1 star? We have already experienced the heat wave, and it goes without saying how important the upper and lower limits of comfortable temperature are. The key is that this is not added by equipment, but a direct improvement of the body. Such enhancement is even more valuable. Attributes such as increasing work speed and success rate are also very powerful. Not to mention the aesthetics, the most powerful thing is the attack speed. Others can shoot 1 arrow, but Luo Yu can shoot 1.2. Everyone who plays games knows that attack speed is very important for ADC, and warriors also need attack speed. Luo Yu had never heard of anything that could increase attack speed, but today he saw it. Invincible. This feature is simply unbeatable. He wanted to use silver to upgrade his characteristics, but was told that to upgrade personal characteristics above diamond level, he needed to purchase special upgrade coupons in the mall. What kind of online game routine is this? Tiandao is also an old operator. Chapter 136. Gather together for a team fight. Luo Yu complained in his mind, opened the mall, and after searching for a while, his eyes almost popped out. Legendary trait upgrade scroll, 10 million silver. Question mark. 10 million! Luo Yu closed the mall on the spot. What about 8 digits? What kind of cosmic joke is this? No money! We don't do these fancy things. After studying everything that exploded thoroughly, Luo Yu looked at the stone stick left by the giant. Compressed stone stick, made of compressed stones, can be purchased in the system mall to restore the decompression spirit liquid. Huh! Compressed stone club has been restored to granite club. Looking at the huge stick in front of him, Luo Yu suddenly realized that this was what the stick originally looked like. It was compressed by a mysterious ancient power into a form that was convenient for giants to use. Its density and power were increased. Now that it has been decompressed, it has returned to its original appearance. Luo Yu handed the Tiangong knife to Xiao Jin beside him and said, "Xiao Jin, cut it a few times when you have time. Let's try to cut this stick into bricks before the end of the month." Xiao Jin nodded seriously and said, "Master, it doesn't take until the end of the month. I can cut it in 2 days. Luo Yu smiled and nodded, looking at the large piece of animal skin clothing. Sure enough, it was also made of compressed material. After being decompressed with spiritual fluid, it simply formed a roll of leopard skin, a full 50,000 units of leopard skin, and it was prompted that it was a brand new leopard skin. These leopard skins can be used to lay carpets, make sofas, etc. to increase comfort and beauty. This wave is so comfortable. Good person. Titans are such a good guy." A moment later, Luo Yu, holding 2 swords, walked into the ancient flying boat with the 3 little cuties. The flying boat was much cleaner than expected, and there were no other living creatures. Luo Yu discovered that there were some simple furniture and other things inside the flying boat, but they were all ancient items and would reduce the aesthetics if placed in the territory. The materials of the entire flying boat and all the furniture are compressed materials and can be decomposed. After Luo Yu left the flying boat, he decisively bought 10 bottles of spiritual liquid and dropped them all on the flying boat. Immediately, light began to flicker in front of his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the flying boat disappeared, replaced by a pile of raw materials. Wood *2000000. Iron or *50,000. Copper or *30,000. Silver *10,000. Jade *5,000. Gold *3,000. Platinum *50. Wow, I made a lot of money this time. Especially timber, because the trees in most people's territories have been cut down, the price has skyrocketed to 1:5. 20 W of wood is equal to 100 W of silver. It turns out that the flying boat itself is a huge fortune. Awesome! Ancient events are amazing. Tip: you have decomposed the ancient spaceship, the event is over, and you get the battle reward free attribute points plus 10. Wow! 10 points of attribute. More than even the extremely difficult raids give. In fact, I think it should be so. First, Luo Yu's territory score is higher. Second, the Titans are actually very powerful. If it weren't for the Lightning Tower, it would cost a lot to deal with them. Of the 10 attribute points, Luo Yu added 4 strength, 3 constitution, and 3 agility. Number: Earth Summer Country 23333. Base score: 26,000 points. Aesthetics: 240. Strength: 119. Personal characteristics: Hero, Legendary, 1 star, Mobile Inspiration, 1 star, Handsome, 1 star. Martial Arts, Zaiyayu. Luo Yu was satisfied with his increased strength. He ordered the elephant and other animals to move all the resources back to the warehouse, while he started watching the World Channel. As expected, the World Channel is severely polarized. Some people felt that they were unlucky to have run into an ancient spaceship, while some people whose territories had no spaceships landed also thought that they were unlucky to have missed such a good thing. I checked the team channel and everyone was waiting for news that Luo Yu was safe. Luo Yu. I've fixed it. There's only a hole in the wall, no other damage. Fan Yamam. Great! Naker. I knew you would be safe. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and Luo Yu smiled and said, Lucky, he was killed by my defense facilities. By the way, the things from the ancient flying boat are pretty good. Do we want to gather in the territory? Fan Yamam. Okay. Let's gather and fight. A moment later, in Naker's territory. Outside the wall of her base, an ancient flying boat lay quietly on the grassland. Everyone was there, watching from afar. Luo Yu said, If you get within 30 meters of the flying boat, the ancient creatures will be awakened. We don't know what is sleeping inside yet. To be on the safe side, let's build a wall first. Kerr, do you have enough bricks? Enough! Naker nodded vigorously and said, I was thinking of building a warehouse. There should be enough stone bricks. Luo Yu smiled faintly and nodded, saying, Use the spaceship as the center of the circle, and build a wall with a radius of 40 meters. Just tear it down after defeating the boss. The loss of bricks won't be that big. Naker did as she was told and built the wall in just a few moments. Everyone climbed up the wall, and Luo Yu said seriously, We will stand separately and shoot with bows and arrows. Whether it will be a close combat or something else, it depends on the specific situation. For this tactic, everyone should stand apart. Everyone in the small group followed Luo Yu's command and began to stand apart. Luo Yu held a spear in his hand and looked at all directions of the wall. After seeing the team members nod, he shouted, 3, 2, 1. Let's start the group. As the voice fell, the javelin in Luo Yu's hand shot out and pierced fiercely into the flying boat. Roar! There was a loud roar, and then the deck exploded, revealing a huge body. Tip, your team has activated the ancient creature, Asperger. What appeared before my eyes was a huge black caterpillar with a huge mouthpart at the front end. Chapter 137 Easy Solution. The caterpillar is about 3 or 4 meters long and as thick as a water tank. It looks quite ferocious. As soon as this strange insect appeared, it opened its mouth and sprayed out a stream of green liquid, which went straight towards Luo Yu. Luo Yu reacted very quickly and jumped away immediately, shouting, The strange insect can spray venom, attack immediately! Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! Everyone started shooting arrows from their bows. Fan Yameng, Naker, and Yo Da's shooting skills were limited. Their arrows were powerful but not accurate. The bows and arrows of the two ADCs, Elena and Alice, were both powerful and accurate. With two PU sounds, the two arrows pierced into the body of the monster insect, causing green plasma to burst out of its body. At the same time, before the dodged Luo Yu could stand firm, a javelin was shot out. Puff! With a dull thud, the javelin pierced directly through the body of the monster insect and nailed it to the ground. But the strange insect twisted its body and broke the javelin. It ignored the wounds on its body and opened its mouth to spray out green venom. The target is still Luo Yu. Obviously, it also knows that Luo Yu is the biggest threat here. Luo Yu dodged in a hurry, but he didn't expect that the strange insect could spray venom at a very fast speed. Thump, 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 continuously. Luo Yu's agility came in handy at this time, as he dodged all the attacks continuously, but he didn't have time to throw the javelin for a while. It's just that the strange insect was attacking Luo Yu crazily, and the other team members were also attacking it crazily, especially the two archers. The strange insect was simply a sitting target. Arrows flew out, and blood mist continued to burst out of the monster insect's body. It finally couldn't bear it anymore, turned its head and opened its mouth to spit venom at Elena, who had the most severe output. In terms of combat power alone, Elena is second only to Luo Yu in the team, and her agility is also 100 points. Elena dodged the venom by turning sideways. Luo Yu shouted, Whoever the monster insect is targeting should jump off the wall to take shelter, and come up and shoot when it targets someone else. It was not difficult to go up and down the wall with 100 points of agility, and everyone did the same. For a while, the venom of the strange insect could only spray on the wall to corrode the stone bricks, and could not hurt anyone at all. Using this method, even the least agile cow in the team will not be hurt. By the way, this guy Nyode got 170,000 silvers for no reason before, and he boosted his attributes. Now all aspects of his attributes have improved, and he looks like a tank. Finally, I've caught up with the main group. After dodging the shots 3 or 5 times, the strange insect was already covered in wounds, but its agility seemed limited, and it had no ability to jump out of the wall. At a certain moment, Luo Yu seized the opportunity, threw the javelin in his hand with force, and it directly pierced the open mouth of the strange insect. Puff! Green blood splattered, the strange insect wailed in pain, then its body stiffened and fell to the ground with a bang. Hint, your team killed the Asperger worm. Kill him now? Luo Yu was slightly stunned. He didn't expect it to be so easy. On second thought, Ker's territory's score was only 3,000, while his own score was almost 30,000, a tenfold difference. Naturally, the intensity of the event would also be much different, so he was able to win easily. The corpses of the strange insects in front of them began to disappear. Nako cheered, and the girls all showed beautiful smiles on their faces. A moment later, in the kitchen of Naker's base, everyone was busy cooking, preparing to have a meal together to celebrate and discuss the spoils. Fan Yuming handed a tomato to Luo Yu and said with a smile, "I didn't expect to get so many supplies by decompressing the spacecraft. Is this a welfare event before the attacks at the end of the month?" Luo Yu took the tomato and started cutting it, then shook his head and smiled faintly. "Not really, it's mainly because we are too strong. If it were someone else, it would be difficult to deal with this bug." Naker added more wood to the stove and chuckled. "Of course I am strong. I feel like I am getting stronger. Hey, Captain, let's quickly distribute the spoils." Luo Yu looked at everyone and saw that everyone was looking forward to it. He smiled and said, "Well, let's divide all the raw materials of wood and iron or equally. A territory core with 5% of the resources should be left to Kur. After all, this is an event for her territory." Everyone nodded in agreement. Luo Yu continued, "I will use the shared technology scroll right away. Sterile technology is still quite important. We won't sell it. We don't need that little bit of money." "Agree," Elena said. "These technology scrolls and other things can often not be bought with silver." Everyone nodded in agreement, and Luo Yu directly chose to use the shared scroll. You use the shared technology scroll to unlock the technology, sterile technology. Seeing the system prompt, Luo Yu showed a faint smile in his eyes. He was about to unlock the sterile technology, but was stuck on the item of purified water. Now the scroll came out directly, he was very happy. When you go back, you can build a medicine workbench and then a hospital. All of these require sterile technology. Everyone smiled. Luo Yu said, "We are lucky. We still have a low-level shared technology scroll. Do you have any basic technology to share?" Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Low-level basic technology is actually very easy to unlock, and there is nothing good to share. Luo Yu asked curiously, "Have you unlocked all the sewing table technologies?" "I do have one, how about sharing this?" "Good." Fan Yameng chuckled and said, "It just so happens that the cotton in the territory is ripe, and autumn is coming, so we can consider making some clothes." Everyone had no objection, and after agreeing, Luo Yu shared his sewing table technology. You share technology and start to randomly inherit various abilities from team members. You have inherited the beast taming experience from Fan Yameng, and your beast taming level has been raised to LV10. You failed to inherit Alice's abilities. You inherit. Because the number of critical hits has been used up, this time the shared inheritance is the original version. I inherited some experience from Yu Meng, upgraded the beast taming level, and inherited 2 points of physique from Yoda. These attribute points and experience points are basically free, which is pretty good. In this way, everything was distributed. Naker asked curiously, "It reminds me that I solved the incident and gave me 2 free attributes. What should I order?" "Agile," everyone said almost in unison. Luo Yu smiled faintly and said, "As an assassin, your 100 points of strength are enough for now. First, increase your agility." "Oh." Naker obediently clicked on agility. After a while, everyone at the table looked at Luo Yu in surprise. Fan Yameng said in astonishment, "Luo Yu, your cooking skills. Were you a cook before?" Seeing everyone looking at him like this, Luo Yu laughed and said, "Your cooking level has improved. You like it, I'll make more next time." Chapter 138 Yuling Cottage Mercenary Group. I love it very much." Nyoda was wolfing down a chicken leg. The girls all chuckled when they saw this. After chatting for a while, Luo Yu smiled and said, "Let's get down to business. Have you unlocked the mercenary technology?" "That's right, I had planned it before. This time we will go on a mercenary mission as a team to fight the boss." Everyone had been spending a lot of time in the arena during this period, and with the previous victory over the Golden Lion team, their experience points had skyrocketed, and they had all been upgraded to the Black Iron level. You can become a mercenary if you reach the Black Iron level. Now everyone in the world is asking the mercenary group to help solve the boss in their home. Luo Yu and others naturally don't want to miss this opportunity. After asking, everyone has unlocked the mercenary technology, even Yoda has unlocked it. After all, people's mining level has improved now, and crystal stones are not so rare anymore. There are not many organized mercenary teams like Luo Yu and his team now. Once they arrive at the mercenary square, they will definitely fight for it. Even if they make excessive demands, I'm afraid someone will agree to it. Luo Yu smiled and said, "What kind of compensation do you think would be appropriate for us to ask for when we go on a mercenary mission?" Fan Yameng, "I want money! Lots of money!" Elena, "There are 6 of us in total, so we should give him 60,000 silvers, right?" Naker said, "No, there are so few mercenaries now, we have to ask for at least 120,000 of them." Alice, "Luo Yu, what do you think?" Seeing everyone looking at him, Luo Yu smiled faintly and said, "Those who can come up with so much money must be quite capable. People may not be willing to hire mercenaries. Those without ability can't come up with that much money. My offer is free." Huh? Everyone looked at Luo Yu one by one, and Yoda laughed dryly and said, "Boss, is this free? Let's discuss it again." Luo Yu laughed and said, "Our mercenary group's label will say we will help solve the ancient threat for free, but all the profits from the ancient flying boat will belong to us." When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned at first, and then they all reacted. Fan Yameng chuckled and said, "Smart! The profit from the flying boat is far greater than silver." "Agree!" Naker immediately raised her hand, and Alice and the others also smiled. Alice, "Luo Yu, you are the captain, you set it up." Luo Yu smiled faintly and nodded. After clicking on the mercenary square, he first registered the mercenary group and then filled in the mercenary information. Yuling Xiaowu Mercenary Group, free help to solve the ancient flying boat in the territory. All the profits belong to this mercenary group. Click if you are willing. As soon as the mercenary group's information was posted on the wall, business started coming in. Everyone received a prompt. Someone has signed an agreement to hire your mercenary group and is waiting for the group leader's confirmation. Everyone looked at Luo Yu, who smiled and asked, "Are you full? Shall we go?" Everyone, "Let's go!" After the choice was made, a light gate appeared in front of everyone. Luo Yu led the group in, and Yoda immediately followed. The girls held hands and stepped into the light gate together. This was their first collective mission, and thus a great mercenary group was born. When he came out of the light gate, a man from the Black Wolf clan stood in front of him to greet him. He was not surprised at why the Yuling Xiaozu mercenary group had so many beauties. At this moment, he said anxiously, "My fellow bosses, the one in my territory is the withered flying boat. If the withered aura continues to spread, my vegetable garden will be ruined. Please help me." Luo Yu looked around the territory and found that it was surrounded by a wall, which was good. He smiled faintly and said, "Don't panic, since we are here, we will naturally solve it. But we will guide the monsters to the wall so that they can be killed more easily. It may damage your wall. Is that okay?" At this point, what else could there be? The man nodded repeatedly. A moment later, Luo Yu and others stood at different positions of the wall, but saw Luo Yu throwing a javelin. Although the distance was a bit far, the javelin still hit the ancient flying boat. Ancient creatures awakened. A giant spider appeared in this territory and headed straight for the wall as soon as it appeared. It had not run far when a spear pierced its body, and then an arrow pierced its skin. The spider began to spurt blood, and it looked like it was even worse than the weird insect trash in Nakor's territory. Ker's territory score is naturally not comparable to Luo Yu's, but it is still much better than that of ordinary trial takers. This giant spider is a bit difficult to defend on its own, but it is not enough in front of the mercenary group. Luo Yu thought this was an opportunity to practice coordination, increase combat experience and courage. He shouted, "Yam, Kur, Nyoda, the 4 of us will go up and fight, while Elena and Alice will provide cover with bows and arrows." Hearing Luo Yu's words, the 3 of them immediately went down the city wall together. Luo Yu was not holding the Yang double swords, but an ordinary long sword. He was the most agile and was the first to rush forward and chop at the spider, cutting off one of its legs. Then, Kur Yuming and Yoda all launched their attacks. 10 minutes later, the giant spider let out a desperate hiss and fell to the ground, indicating its death. "The battle is over, You get a reward from this battle, attribute point +1. They were given 1 attribute point. Luo Yu put it on physique, and Yu Meng and the others also got +1 attribute point. It is better to have it than nothing. When the Black Wolf Tribe's Trilus saw that the spider was dead, he breathed a sigh of relief and thanked Luo Yu and others repeatedly. After Luo Yu exchanged a few polite words with him on behalf of the mercenary group, he began to collect the spoils and disassemble the ancient flying boat without any hesitation. The spider gave me 2 fangs, which was nice, and a lot of other odds and ends. The mission is over. According to the agreement, all the spoils will be carried back to where Luo Yu and others started, which is cursed territory. For a while, a large pile of spoils was piled up in cursed territory, and according to the previous agreement, everyone shared it equally. This time, 5% of the territory core was given to Luo Yu, and the 200 power flying boat energy core was given to Alice. This is not just a one-time mission, everyone will have a share in the future, so everyone will be happy. After Luo Yu used the territory core, he looked at the data and found that the fertility and other resources had reached 161%, the mines 166%, and now the mineral veins have recovered to 15% of the resources. It's time to mine again. In fact, this mission took less than an hour, and everyone thought we should keep trying. Luo Yu also hoped to take advantage of this opportunity to earn more. There were a lot of resources after the ancient flying boat was decompressed. Even if 6 people divided it equally, it would be a huge sum of money. Actually, if he brings all the animals in his territory, he can fight the ancient creatures alone. However, to accept this kind of ancient mission alone, you need a silver level mercenary or above. Chapter 139 Diamond Grade Complete Set with Bedding. Now in the entire Tiandao world, the highest level is bronze. It's a good opportunity to make money with everyone, so why not do it? Everyone just drank a glass of water, and another business came in. Luo Yu stood up and said, "Let's go." Oh! Everyone walked into the light gate excitedly. On this day, everyone went out on missions together, and did not return home until 9 o'clock in the evening. They completed a total of 6 mercenary missions. After using the diamond shower head in the evening, Luo Yu soaked in the bathtub and all his fatigue was swept away, feeling relaxed all over. Tip: you gain +1 strength while bathing. Oh, there are still 5 attributes that haven't been added. This time, Luo Yu directly added 5 points to his physique, so his physique reached 120 points. All 3 attributes are over 120, which looks comfortable. After these mercenary missions, although the team occupied all the resources of the ancient spaceship, they did not actually produce any special technology or props worthy of attention, and the things that were dropped were far inferior to those in their own territory. Other people's territory scores are too low, and the intensity of the attack is unbearable to watch. Instead, a lot of various miscellaneous resources were obtained. To be honest, the ancient flying boat itself is the biggest benefit. Various types of wood and iron ore are too important for the construction of the base. At present, Luo Yu is too lazy to count, because the ancient flying boat will exist for 3 to 5 days, and everyone has agreed to go out on mercenary missions in the next 3 days. We'll do the statistics together then. The group is quite quiet at the moment. It seems that everyone is tired. Not everyone can wash away fatigue by taking a bath and washing their hair like Luo Yu. Taking advantage of this time, he entered the arena to earn gold. In one night, he had elephants, rhinos, and other animals joined together to beat up other trial participants, and earned another 500 gold. There are really a lot of gamblers. There are always people who don't believe in evil and enter his gold field, which is simply giving away money. After that, we worked non-stop on mercenary missions for 3 consecutive days. In total, we completed 25 missions over 4 days, all of which were completed successfully and no one was injured. In the past few days, everyone has accumulated valuable practical experience, fully honed their skills, gained a lot of attribute points, and countless materials of all kinds. It can be said that it was a great harvest. After taking a shower in the evening, Luo Yu lay on the bed, opened the warehouse, and made a careful summary. Silver 1489032. Wood 380,000. Iron ore 120000. Stone bricks 907000. Copper 80,000. Jade, 70,000. Gold, 8,000. Platinum, 1,150. Diamonds, 0. For cloth, 8W. It can be said that there has been a huge profit in the past few days. All kinds of resources in the territory are very abundant because the mineral veins have increased. Xiao Jin is busy cutting various stones produced by the mineral veins, and he hasn't even cut the big stone pillar yet. Don't worry about stone bricks, you can consider construction. In addition, there are 18 points of free attributes. Luo Yu has exactly 6 points for each attribute. After a series of operations, the panel changes as follows. Number: Earth Summer Country 23333. Base score: 26,200 points. Health value: 113 points, currently 90 points. Entertainment value: 120 points. Aesthetics: 240. Strength: 126. Constitution: 126. Agility: 128. Luo Yu yawned and thought to himself, I will build the bedside table tomorrow. Thinking this, I slowly fell asleep. Boom! Luo Yu was awakened by a thunder and lightning in the middle of the night. It was raining heavily from the sky. Luo Yu had just walked out to the balcony to observe when suddenly a bolt of lightning struck directly on the lightning rod in the warehouse. One look at the lightning box and the lightning reserve increased by 2,000. A faint smile appeared on Luo Yu's lips. If he wanted to store lightning quickly, he would have to be struck by lightning directly. Tip: when you watch a thunderstorm, you will be affected by the beauty and gain agility +1. Seeing the prompt, Luo Yu revealed a faint smile, and reminded himself in his heart to prepare for the change of seasons. Then he went to bed, hugged Xiao Kong, and slowly fell asleep. In the early morning, the sunlight shone through the curtains into the room. When Luo Yu woke up, he felt a hint of coolness. Autumn was already at hand. Tip: you get buff by sleeping. Cost calculation: you save 10% of the cost when building items, shopping in the system mall, etc. What a buff! The buff given every morning would make Luo Yu happy. After breakfast, Luo Yu walked to his room. According to the plan, he would improve the decoration of the villa today. The first is the bedside table. Luxurious bedside table. Building materials *500, gold *200, silver *1000. Directly import building materials and click to build. Affected by the cost calculation buff, construction costs are saved by 10%. Luo Yu saw the right opportunity and said something silently in his heart. 100 times critical hit trigger. The luxury nightstand you build changes. Colorful Lucky Cloud Jade Luxury Bedside Table. Diamond level beauty +10, comfort increased, entertainment value +1, hygiene value +1 when connected to a bed, improve rest efficiency by 10%, positive buff acquisition probability +10%. Wow, it's directly matched with the big bed, both are diamond grade. Looking at the colorful bedside table in front of him, Luo Yu felt the luxury and extravagance. This is what a room is. Affected by the beauty, you gain +1 stamina. He started adding attributes randomly again. Luo Yu had already considered building a dressing table in addition to the bedside table. The dressing table is for girls. There are 3 little cuties sleeping together in the room. Letting them dress up and put on makeup after getting up every day will increase the beauty of the room. Aesthetics is the attribute value. No doubt, use the critical hit. Colorful Lucky Cloud Jade Luxury Dressing Table, Diamond Level Beauty +15, Comfort Increase, Entertainment value +5, hygiene value +3, there is a high probability of obtaining a beauty increase buff when dressing up. What appeared before my eyes was a very beautiful dressing table, decorated with white jade and gold, with a large mirror. There were also various rouge and powder on the dressing table, all of which were women's products. Luo Yu called the 3 little cuties over. Xiao Kong and Xiao Jin were not very interested in the dressing table, but Xiao Dai liked it very much. Tip: Xiao Dai gets a buff after dressing up, beauty +5, 1 day. Under Luo Yu's coercion, Xiao Kong and Xiao Jin also dressed up, and indeed their beauty increased by 5 points. To be honest, the 3 of them did look much prettier after putting on lipstick and rouge. As soon as I saw the beauty of the territory, I gave it a score of 280. Cool. Looking at the territory's rating, it has skyrocketed by 3,000. Although the king-size bed is diamond grade, it is a necessity and the added score is acceptable, but the dressing table and bedside table are luxury items and cost directly 1,500 each. Chapter 140: The Incredible Bedroom. Well, there is a lightning tower, so don't be afraid. So there was some furniture in the room, but it was not enough. Missing wardrobe. There are still 2 critical hit opportunities. Luo Yu decides to go all out and builds a jade wardrobe directly. After another round of operations, a beautiful wardrobe appeared at the edge of the room. Colorful Lucky Cloud Jade Luxury Wardrobe, Diamond Level Beauty Plus 10, Comfort Increased. When storing clothes in the wardrobe, the clothes will be repaired automatically and slowly. Wow, it can be repaired automatically, which is simply a bug-like property. People in the world have long said that some silver clothes are too expensive to repair after they are torn, and the sewing level required is also high. The key is that they will also wear out when you wear them. Now it can be repaired automatically. Every night, Luo Yu just needs to put his clothes and pants in the closet to offset the wear and tear. Won't they be brand new when he comes out the next day? Awesome. If you want to talk about practicality, then it has to be a wardrobe. Now that I have a wardrobe, dressing table and bedside tables, the next step is the curtains. There is no need to critically hit curtains, murals and other decorations, because they are measured in meters, so there is no need to critically hit 1 meter. Luo Yu started right away. Beautiful jade pendant curtains, per square meter cloth *100, silver *50, jade *100, gold *3. Once the curtains were installed, the whole room became much more beautiful. Then there are carpet and tile. Comfortable and beautiful high-end carpet, per square meter various furs *90, cotton, cloth *30, silver *30, gold *3. As for the color of the carpet, it is better to distinguish it from the color of the entertainment room, and it is better to choose a warm green for the room. There was a flash of light before my eyes, and it was all done. Now looking at my bedroom, it is so beautiful and comfortable. The 3 little cuties are all very happy. Who doesn't want the place they live in to be clean and beautiful? Having said that, the little beast girl at home has a lot of hair, which sometimes sticks to the carpet, which will reduce the hygiene value of the room over time. After thinking about it, Luo Yu decided to change the floor tiles. Replace the floor tiles with sterile floor tiles and then lay carpets on top, which provides double hygiene, double comfort and double enjoyment. Get it done! Sterile floor tiles, per square stone bricks *100, silver *100, iron or *50, gold *5. Just choose to lay all of them. Even through the carpet, Luo Yu can see the light flashing. Lifting up a corner of the carpet, the pure white sterile floor tiles may not look very beautiful, but the hygiene value will increase a lot, thus improving the overall hygiene of the room. Luo Yu nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, another prompt suddenly came. Tip: the overall rating of your bedroom, incredible, you get +5 free attribute points, and an additional 5 free attribute points at the end of each month. Done! Luo Yu laughed loudly. According to the description of the heavenly Tao world, once the beauty, comfort, wealth, hygiene, etc. of places such as bedrooms, entertainment rooms, and workshops reach a certain level, it will trigger a system evaluation. When the evaluation reaches the standards of incredible, extraordinary, paradise on earth, etc., there will be different rewards, and this reward is permanent. There will be a wave at the end of every month. Cool! This wave is really comfortable. Save up your critical hits in the future, and critically hit the carpets, curtains, wall hangings, etc. 1 square at a time, and then you will have a bedroom that is like a paradise on earth. Luo Yu was having a great dream and was in a very good mood. My room has been decorated like this for the time being. There are many rooms in the villa, including the living room, guest room, kitchen, etc., which are not decorated yet. Just in time for the buff of cost calculation and enough materials, I can decorate them all. But before that, Luo Yu first added the 5 attribute points he had obtained, adding strength to them. You choose to increase your strength by 5 points. Current strength, 131. Some attributes have reached 130, which is actually far away from the standard value of 100. After that, Luo Yu began to decorate each room in the villa. The floor tiles in the entire villa are all sterile tiles, which greatly increases the hygiene value. Aesthetic carpets are laid on top of the sterile floor tiles, with green carpets in the rooms, red carpets in the corridors, and dark gray carpets in the basement. Except for the kitchen, bathroom, toilet, and other places where water is needed, all other places in the villa are covered with carpets. The curtains are all made of jade pendants. Luo Yu also placed luxurious bedside tables, dressing tables, and wardrobes in each guest room. These decorations are not for people to live in, but to increase various values. He hopes that one day he can raise the ratings of the entire villa to an incredible level. This wave cost Luo Yu a lot of stone bricks, iron ore, fur cloth, and other basic materials. Similarly, because of the actuarial buff, he also saved a lot of raw materials. I took a look at the warehouse inventory and didn't worry, there was still plenty. After a busy morning in the villa, the hint came. Guided by a mysterious force, the ancient flying boat left the landing site and set off to wander in the starry sky again. The ancient events are over. Looking at the world, it can be said that some are happy while others are sad. Those who are capable can make a fortune, while those who are not capable can only stare blankly or have been eliminated. To sum up, the threat posed by ancient events is not as great as that of heat waves. At present, the biggest threat to the Tiandao world is still various extreme weather conditions, which are too terrifying. It's lunchtime now and the group is getting active. Alice. The attack is about to start at the end of the month. Everyone should build some defensive facilities in the next few days just in case. Fan Yameng. Yes, the arrow tower is already being built. We have a lot of materials now. Naker. I want to build an arrow tower too. People in the world say that arrow towers are the most powerful. Elena. The arrow tower is powerful, but don't fall behind in your own practice. Nyoda. I finally built the wall. Boss, your territory score is high, so you must be careful and safe. Luo Yu. Don't worry, I'm still somewhat confident that we can survive this month's attack. Fan Yameng. Just a little? Luo Yu, I suspect you have already unlocked the thermal energy weapon, right? Luo Yu. Not yet, let's do some other construction first. Fan Yameng. If you have money, thermal energy weapons are more powerful. I am saving money to build a thermal energy collection box. Luo Yu smiled secretly in his heart. He hadn't made the thermal energy weapon yet, but he had unlocked the lightning energy. Luo Yu. Indeed, energy technology is the general trend. While the price of beast soul cores has not skyrocketed, I think we can buy a large number of them and prepare to build thermal energy collection panels. Chapter 141 Magical Flowers, Defense Upgrade. In addition, not only thermal energy, but also other energy items require beast soul cores to build. Naker. Oh. I was confused, now I have an idea for construction. Everyone agreed that Luo Yu's words provided them with ideas for territory construction. If someone in a team develops very quickly, that is a natural advantage. Luo Yu was essentially paving the way for them. With someone like Luo Yu around, they would be able to avoid many detours. Everyone was eating lunch and chatting. Neko wanted to visit Luo Yu's territory, but everyone found out that to visit Luo Yu's territory, they needed to pay a visiting fee of 30,000 yuan. Outrageous. The admission fees were getting more and more outrageous, which completely discouraged them from doing so. After dinner, Luo Yu looked at the panel. With all the luxurious and beautiful carpets, sterile materials, etc., the territory's score directly reached 31,000 points. The aesthetics also reached 305, and the hygiene value soared to 187. Tip: you are the first trialist in this area to achieve a score of 30,000 or above, and you will receive rewards, 3,000 gold and 3,000 jade as encouragement. Tip: you are the first person in this area to reach a beauty level of 300 or above. You will be rewarded with 1 potted plant upgrade scroll and 3 free attribute points. Huh! Pot upgrade scroll? Curiosity showed in Luo Yu's eyes. After checking, he found that it meant literally upgrading the quality of a potted plant. He first put 3 points into Constitution, increased it to 130 points, and then prepared to use the reward coupon. Wash the dishes after you 3 finish eating. Good! The 3 little cuties all nodded, and Luo Yu went to his room. There is a pot of shining amaranth flowers in the room. There is still one last chance for a critical hit, so let's go all out and use it. After Luo Yu muttered to himself, he chose to use the upgrade scroll on this beautiful flower. The flowers began to shine, making people feel very comfortable. You use the upgrade scroll on the shining amaranth flower, and it is upgraded to Holy Amaranth Flower, Grandmaster level. Holy Amaranth Flower, Beauty plus 30, Health Value plus 30, Global Work Speed plus 20% within the light coverage, Sleep Efficiency plus 20%, Disease Block plus 20%, Block Filthy Demons, Block Insects. Special function, produces 1 drop of purified water every month. Wow, he was directly promoted to the Grandmaster level. This effect is too cruel. Luo Yu showed shock in his eyes. Although the score increased by 2,000, it was worth it. Huge profit. I still have a piece of gold-grade soft armor that needs purifying water. Now that it's almost the end of the month, it's just the right time to use it. Under the cover of this holy light, Luo Yu felt very comfortable. It would be a waste to just keep this thing in the bedroom. You can carry it with you when you work in the future. Anyway, you have the storage bracelet, so you can take it wherever you go. It won't get damaged if you handle it with care. Besides, how can a master-level flower die just like that? Today, all kinds of numerical values rose too sharply, and Luo Yu felt a little worried again. Now that the base score has increased so much, and there are still a lot of materials, let's build a wave of defense facilities. After a moment, he walked to the front of the striking formation alone and fell into deep thought. There are 2 options now. The first is to build more arrow towers. This is the simplest and most brutal way, and the effect is immediate. The second solution is more complicated. First, upgrade the arrow tower, and then unlock the firepower enhancement effect in the thermal energy application. Connect the upgraded arrow tower to the thermal energy storage tank. Then the arrows released by the arrow tower will carry thermal energy, increasing the power. Third, directly build a thermal energy bunker and place it in the strike formation. Luo Yu first checked the instructions of the thermal bunker. Thermal bunker releases thermal fireballs to bombard enemy units. There is a splash effect after the explosion, and the thermal energy consumption is large. Required materials: thermal bunker, compressed thermal conductive material *50,000, iron or *10,000, copper or *5,000, silver *100,000. The most striking thing about this cost is that it is expensive. The thermal conductive material technology needs to be unlocked. The price of unlocking it is 50,000 silver, which is not expensive, but the cost of the material itself is too expensive. A thermal conductive stone brick requires 5 ordinary stone bricks, 5 copper ore, and 5 silver. In other words, to gather all these materials, you need a total of 250,000 stone bricks, 250,000 copper ore, and 250,000 silver. Although it doesn't require gold, the cost is really outrageous. In addition, after Luo Yu carefully read the instructions, he found that the bunker could not defend against air attacks. After experiencing the ancient flying boat incident, Luo Yu knew very well that the enemies might not necessarily come from the ground, but could also appear from the sky. Air defense was already on his agenda. Arrow towers and lightning towers can provide air defense, but bunkers cannot, so it is more cost-effective to upgrade arrow towers at this stage. Luo Yu is not the kind of person who would drag his feet. Now that he has made the decision, he might as well get started. Arrow tower upgrade: stone bricks *30,000, silver *30,000, gold *500. There are a total of 12 arrow towers in the territory, 6 of which are in the strike formation and 6 are around the base wall. Luo Yu upgraded them all with just one click. You choose to upgrade 12 arrow towers. Total cost: stone bricks *360000, silver *360000, gold *6,000. Are you sure? Without any hesitation, Luo Yu chose to confirm. Upgrade successfully? As the prompt appeared, all the arrow towers flickered, and the original wooden arrow towers turned into stone arrow towers. Arrow tower: 2 stars, range 250 meters, shoots 10 arrows in a single attack, can be connected to elemental blessing. The range of a 2-star arrow tower has increased by 50 meters, and it can shoot 4 more arrows at a time, but judging from these two attributes, the firepower of the upgraded arrow tower is basically equivalent to 1.5 unupgraded arrow towers. The key is to be able to use elements to enhance attacks, which is what Luo Yu wants. Clicking on the Thermal Energy Technology interface, Luo Yu chose to unlock the Thermal Energy Enhancement technology, spending 50,000 silvers in one go. After unlocking the technology, it is now possible to add thermal energy to some building facilities. This can not only be added to defensive facilities such as arrow towers, but also to other buildings, provided that the quality of the building is above high. For example, a large villa is high-end. After heating, the walls and floors will heat up. Isn't it autumn soon? Heating the walls is a good choice to resist the cold. Of course, this type of building thermal energy consumption is very large. We'll talk about these later. First, let's strengthen the arrow tower. Chapter 142, Draining all the aquatic resources. He directly pulled a new energy pipeline out of the thermal energy storage tank, first connected it to the arrow tower in the territory, and then a straight line led to the strike formation and connected it to the 6 2-star arrow towers. The reason for pulling a new pipeline is simple. Luo Yu wants to connect a valve, which will be closed at ordinary times and opened only when needed to provide thermal energy. Arrow heat energy attachment. After hitting the target, the heat energy will invade the wound, causing the wound to worsen and the pain to increase, and there is a certain chance that the opponent will enter a state of heat stroke. Puff! Can you still get heat stroke? Luo Yu almost laughed out loud. He got a heat stroke after being shot by an arrow. What a magical function. But it's a good thing this way. If you have heat stroke, you will fall to the ground and faint. After fainting, you will no longer be the target of the arrow tower, which may greatly increase the capture rate of prisoners. Pretty good. The thermal arrow tower has been fixed. Automatic crossbows, throwing axes and the like are all furniture that can be loaded and unloaded. They cannot be connected to thermal energy pipes. Let's leave it like this for now. Luo Yu still has one thing to do, which is to expand the strike formation. Because the area of the territory has increased, the strike array cannot reach the edge after the expansion of the territory edge, so a corridor must be added. As more corridors are added, more arrow towers must also be added to ensure complete fire coverage. After a series of operations, the strike formation was connected to the edge of the territory's air wall again. At the same time, 2 2-star arrow towers were erected, and speed bumps were laid on the ground. Everything was completed. Looking at the enhanced strike formation, Luo Yu felt a lot more relieved. At this time, Shao Kahn was fishing, Xiao Jin was cutting stones, Xiao Da was making a swimsuit, the captives were digging frantically in the quarry, the animals were carrying things, patrolling, sleeping, they were doing all kinds of things. Luo Yu found that he was the only idle person. He walked to the warehouse and looked at the consumption of various resources. After this wave of large-scale construction, the resources were consumed very rapidly. Basically 2/3 of them were consumed. In addition, Luo Yu was surprised to find that he didn't have much meat left. Yes, the meat has been sold several times, and there are so many captives and insects in the territory recently. In addition, after the rhinos, elephants, wolf kings and other animals have been upgraded, they also need to eat meat, and their appetite is much larger than before. It is not a lot for large animals to eat 20 units of meat a day. Small animals and insects like Adai and ground badgers also eat 10 units of meat a day, which is considered a small amount. Then there is Luo Yu and the 3 little cuties, and so many captives. The entire base consumes more than 800 units of meat a day. There are only about 4,000 pieces of meat left in the territory, and it seems like it won't last much longer. In fact, Luo Yu has nothing to worry about, because the fertility of the territory is very high now, which causes crops to grow very quickly. The crops will mature before the meat is eaten up, so there is no such thing as famine. After some consideration, Luo Yu decided to prepare for a rainy day and store more meat resources. I walked to the lake and looked at its aquatic resources. There was still 122% left. You don't know until you see it. It's outrageous. It's almost the end of the month, and the reserves of aquatic resources are actually higher than the initial state. The giant octopus, the giant python, and so many turtles ate it for almost a month, and the fish ate more and more, which was quite outrageous. After next month, the aquatic resources will be reset. No matter if you have consumed them to 0% or have not eaten any fish, they will be reset to the highest value, just like the effect of mineral veins. It would be a waste to keep so many resources. We have to find a way to catch the seafood and solve the problem of meat shortage. It would be fine even if we could sell the excess. In his spare time before, Luo Yu had woven a fishing net with wisteria, but it was undoubtedly impossible to catch all the aquatic resources with just one fishing net. At this time, you need to use your brain. Luo Yu walked into the pavilion, touched Xiaokong's little head, and then had an idea in his mind. A moment later, he took the fishing net in his hand, hung a tablet of special milk on the fishhook, and then extended the fishing rod. The milk slices are not put into the water, but are placed about 3 meters above the water surface to lure fish. Tick-tock! The milk flakes slowly began to melt under the sunlight, and a drop of liquid dripped into the small lake below. The fragrance spread, immediately attracting a large number of fish and shrimp. Luo Yu cast his net directly and caught dozens of kilograms of fish on the spot. These fish and shrimps were still alive and kicking. Luo Yu quickly sent a message to the world. Fresh seafood just out of the water has been put on the auction house. Friends who like fresh seafood should hurry up and buy it. The current market price of a unit of aquatic products is around 5 silver coins, which is quite cheap. Luo Yu believes that it is fresh goods, so he puts it on the shelf for 6 silver coins and marks it as fresh aquatic products. There are so many people in the universe, and it's not just the people on Earth who like fresh fish, everyone likes it. And the price is not expensive, it was sold out as soon as it was put on the shelves. Luo Yu kept up the good work, catching and selling the fish as he went along, using up the excess aquatic resources to make money. He found this kind of work particularly exciting. I fished until the sun went down and earned 350,000 silver in one go. But when I looked at the aquatic resources, I found that 50% of them were consumed in one afternoon. If the price of seafood continues to remain at this level, that is to say, Luo Yu can sell about 1.2 million silver coins from seafood every month. What a huge sum of money! This is the benefit of increasing territory resources. That night, everyone entered the arena, but Luo Yu, who was taking a bath, did not participate. In his words, I am too strong. If you can't learn anything by following me to gain experience, you can try to form a team without me. It seems to make sense at first glance, but in fact Luo Yu just doesn't want to play house with them. Yes, they are good looking, but making gold is obviously more attractive than hanging out with women all day. Luo Yu was not there, and Elena also said that she would act alone. Myodo was very tactful and said that he wanted to train alone. Finally, Yumeng, Kerr and Alice formed a team together. This will be the norm going forward. On that day, Luo Yu encountered a Zerg who was taken advantage of in the black iron field and made a huge profit of 1,200 gold, which made him feel good. I looked at the experience bar. I still have about 10 wins to reach bronze level, so I should be able to upgrade before the attack at the end of the month. In the next 2 days, Luo Yu basically caught all the aquatic products, leaving only some small fish and shrimps for the giant octopus and other animals to eat. As for whether they could catch them, it depended on their own abilities. One night before the attack, Luo Yu upgraded his rank to bronze, and his personal suffix in the mercenary square was finally bronze-level mercenary. Bronze-level mercenaries are coming out. No, their appearance fees are much higher, and they are also more likely to receive their favorite mercenary missions. Chapter 143 Chief, our soldiers have suffered from heat stroke. All the critical hits he had in the past few days were used up, and they were all used for mining. Luo Yu mined the ore veins completely, and there was not a single piece of ore left. All the critical hits produced platinum, and the platinum in the territory has reached 3,000, which is pretty good. In the morning, Luo Yu got up in high spirits. The day of the attack had finally arrived. The attack at the end of the month is like a big test for all trial participants. Those who can survive it will develop better, while those who can't will be doomed. I checked the buff out of habit. I was lucky this morning. I was given a shooting accuracy buff, which increased the hit rate of all shooting actions by 50%. Luo Yu currently has 3 buffs, one is fatigue recovery, 2 days, one is action frenzy, 7 days, and one is increased shooting accuracy, 1 day. Luo Yu, who was standing on the balcony drinking milk in the morning, Got a buff for viewing the scenery, all attributes +1. This is all thanks to the dressing table. After the 3 little cuties put on makeup, their appearance immediately improved. As a result, all attributes were given +1 this time. How comfortable! In the world and regional channels this morning, everyone was praying and wishing each other well, hoping to get through this disaster safely. Every time there is a major threat like this, there are many people saying their last words and confessing their love on the World Channel, which is very exciting. When a person is about to die, he will talk a lot. There are endless revelations, such as he is the best at sex, he used to peek at girls taking baths, he actually has an illegitimate child outside, he used to date his ex-boyfriend when his husband was away on business, etc. A whole truth or dare show. Luo Yu watched with great interest. The group is also very active, and everyone is gearing up to prepare for the attack. Just after finishing breakfast, the system prompt appeared. A mysterious force swept across the entire Tiandao world, and various indigenous creatures began to gather and prepare to launch an attack. Will this be the first wave of attacks again? As if to confirm Luo Yu's thoughts, the prompt appeared again. Warning, various indigenous creatures in this area will attack immediately, please be prepared. The first wave. This area is once again the first to be attacked in a wave, and just like last month, new warnings are coming. Soldiers from the nearby Skarsa tribe have begun to attack your territory, and they seem to be using a clever tactic. The Skarsa tribe again? At Luo Yu's call, the animals immediately acted according to the plan he had set long ago. The Wolf King, Rhino, and Elephant followed Luo Yu and the 3 little cuties to the attack formation, while the other animals huddled inside the fence and waited for orders. The 3 animals stood behind the sandbags, ready to attack any enemy that broke out of the strike formation at any time, while Luo Yu and others went up to the watchtower. After waiting for less than half a minute, a large number of Skarsa tribe soldiers appeared at the entrance of the strike formation. Luo Yu took a look at the attack summary and found that there were a total of 660 attacking units this time. The number of people who actually came to attack must be more than 660, because if the soldiers have mounts, the mounts and the soldiers are counted as one unit. Looking over there, I saw that some soldiers were riding mounts like wild boars and bison, and some were riding spiders, which was very cool. The entrance to the strike formation could not accommodate so many soldiers at the same time, and a large number of them had not yet come in. Luo Yu discovered that each soldier seemed to be carrying a shield, some were made of iron, some were made of wood, and some of them also carried a bag, but no one knew what was inside. Whoosh! Arrows rained down, knocking down more than a dozen people on the spot. Because of the fog of war, the soldiers had to wait until the arrows were very close before they could react, so it was difficult to defend effectively in the first place. Dorno, the young chief of the Skarsa tribe, shouted, "Damn it! It's the fog of war. This evil lord has upgraded his position again. Put up your shields!" Everyone instinctively put their shields on their heads, and a rain of arrows fell. This time, only 7 or 8 people were knocked down, and the effect was much worse. "Warriors, forward!" With a loud shout from the young chief, the tribal soldiers began to advance with shields in hand, howling. Tip: the soldiers of the Skarsa tribe are inspired by the chief, and their overall attack power increases by 5%. Tip: the soldiers of the Skarsa tribe are inspired by the queen, and their overall movement speed increases by 5%. 2 buffs were put on the soldiers' heads. Although they were screaming, they found that they were not running fast. The ground beneath their feet seemed to be sticky, seriously slowing down their progress. Arrows rained down from overhead, and although the shields were very effective, people were still shot to the ground. "Oops, it's a speed bump." The beautiful queen beside Dorno gritted her teeth and said, "Husband, the fog of war makes it difficult for the warriors to see the direction, and the speed bumps make it difficult for the warriors to move. Even with shields, they will suffer heavy losses. Let's execute the first step of the plan immediately." "Good." Dorno followed his wife's advice and shouted to the soldiers around him, "Pass the order, let the mounts charge." The order was passed down quickly, and a large number of animals rushed out of the other side's crowd, including wild boars and wild dogs, rushing forward recklessly, and in the front was a big rhinoceros. Arrows fell on it, but did not stop it from moving forward. See! Suddenly, there was a sound of electric arc, and blue lightning cut through the fog of war. The rhino rushing in the front was electrocuted and fell to the ground, dying on the spot. The electric tower takes action. No one can see the situation clearly in the fog of war. It doesn't matter whether the rhino is dead or alive. The most important thing is to charge. A large number of animals rushed forward, and Luo Yu, standing on the watchtower, had a clear view of everything. I have to say, this is a good tactic. The animals have thick skin and tough flesh, which attracted a large part of the arrow tower's firepower, making the warriors behind them safer. And if there are any traps or something like that, the animals can clear them first. It seems that Dorno did his homework well after returning. But this is far from enough. They have just entered the corridor of death, and there is still a long way to go. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Most of the arrows went towards the animals, but some also landed on the heads of the tribal soldiers, who blocked them with their shields. It was fine for those using iron shields, but some soldiers did not have enough strength, and those using wooden shields found something wrong. My shield is smoking. Fire! Fire! Someone screamed, and the wooden shield caught fire. At the same time, someone shouted, Chief, Queen, our soldiers have sunstroke after being shot by arrows. What? Dorno roared. Bullshit, if you're hit by an arrow you'll just bleed, you won't get a heat stroke. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will feed you to the pigs. Chapter 144 Smart Tactics 1. The soldier immediately fell silent. Merlin, who was beside him, glanced around and found that the wooden shields were indeed burning. Some soldiers had thrown their shields away in fear. But in this situation, throwing away the shield is equivalent to exposing oneself to the rain of arrows. Malin thought of something and frowned as she said, Husband, I heard from the wizard that some of these outsiders may have elemental blessings. The arrows of these bows have thermal energy blessings. Elemental weapons? Dorno shook his head repeatedly and said, Impossible. The great wizard has given instructions. These outsiders are very weak and cannot possibly possess elemental weapons. Malin, let's not think too much. Warriors just need to move forward bravely. He once again gave a voice of encouragement, and the soldiers charged forward, despite the obstacles of speed bumps and the fog of war, braving the rain of thermal energy arrows. Time passed minute by minute, and after a large number of animals were killed, they finally rushed through the first death corridor. Go ahead! Victory is just ahead! The soldiers crawled over the animal carcasses and advanced. ZZ! Another bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, and the soldier who shouted the loudest was hit by the lightning and fell directly to the ground. On the watchtower, Xiao Jin asked curiously, Master, do you need me to roar like a tiger? Luo Yu smiled faintly and shook his head. Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? If a problem can be solved with a defensive formation, we don't have to fight it ourselves. Xiao Jin nodded as if he understood, and at this moment Luo Yu watched all this calmly. They had only walked through the first of the 7 death corridors. It's not the time for me to take action yet. Now all the attacking units have entered the death corridor. Luo Yu did some calculations in his mind and realized that at the current attack efficiency, it would be difficult for this group of people to pass through the 4 corridors even with shields. It now seems that the thermal energy blessing is still very effective. The chance of heat stroke is quite high. Not only the soldiers who were hit by arrows suffered from heat stroke, but some of the animals who were hit by arrows also suffered from heat stroke. These animals can be tamed and kept for oneself, or they can be sold, which is better than selling them for meat. In addition, the effects of speed bumps and fog of war are very good. Luo Yu roughly compared it with the last time and found that the opponent's speed was more than twice slower. The 8 2-star arrow towers are very powerful. These arrow towers are hidden in the fog of war. Perhaps the people of the Skarsa tribe cannot see them, but Luo Yu can see them clearly. The arrows are shot out in rows, which is so powerful. The firepower is indeed twice as strong as before. If this continues, this group of people in the tribe will be completely vulnerable. Luo Yu opened the energy interface and looked at the lightning and thermal energy reserves. Lightning storage box, 14500/50,000. Thermal energy storage tank, 37080/50,000. The energy reserves are sufficient, and the electric shock tower can still strike out 145 lightning bolts. The heat energy consumption rate is not fast. At the current consumption rate, it can last for more than 5 hours. Let alone 5 hours, Luo Yu felt that it was a miracle that this group of people could hold on for an hour. He operated it and reduced the power of the electric shock tower. Now it can kill instantly those with a physical fitness below 500. After some adjustments, it will be enough to kill instantly those with a physical fitness below 20. It doesn't need to be that powerful, and stunning is more economical than electrocution. However, no matter how powerful it is, the amount of electricity consumed each time is the same, which is quite unscientific. ZZ! Another arc of electricity struck out, and a female archer who was rushing in the front suddenly froze. Her body began to twitch violently for a few times, and then she fell to the ground and fell into a coma. This is a prisoner captured. Luo Yu showed a smile and glanced at the chat box in the group. No one was talking at the moment, and everyone was concentrating on facing the attack. The regional channel was a bit tragic, as someone's wall had been breached and it looked like they were doomed. This summer, there have been quite a few natural disasters such as heat waves, mosquito pests and diseases, and many people do not have the energy to arrange defensive measures. After exiting the area chat, Luo Yu looked down again. The soldiers who had rushed through the first death corridor were still struggling to move forward. Suddenly, Luo Yu discovered that Dorno and Maylin were discussing something. Wait, it seems the number of people is not 660? Luo Yu felt something. Yes, the hint is that the other party used a clever tactic, and it seems that they have a backup plan. Sure enough, Luo Yu's idea was soon confirmed. Air raid alert. A group of Skarsa tribe soldiers are attacking your territory by airborne. Airborne? Luo Yu was startled and looked around, and found a black spot in the eastern sky. Upon closer inspection, he saw that it was a soldier wearing a fur glider, gliding towards him from the sky. I guess he jumped directly from the mountain and glided all the way into the territory. How awesome! Looking at the gliding soldiers swooping down quickly, Luo Yu's eyes showed curiosity. How could they stop at such a fast speed? Wouldn't this lead to a head-on crash into the wall? As he was thinking this, the gliding soldier had already rushed to the sky within 500 meters from the core of the base. Sizzle! The shock tower opened fire, knocking one person to the ground. He lost his grip on the hang glider and fell directly from the sky, smashing to pieces. Sizzle! Electric arcs were continuously fired into the air, and the enemy's air force was destroyed one by one, but the enemy had only 60 people and there was only one electric shock tower, so it was difficult to wipe out all the enemies. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! When approaching the base, the arrow tower opened fire, and arrows kept flying into the sky. Although the power was reduced when shooting upwards, these arrows carried heat energy. The attack doesn't need to cause much damage. As long as the arrow is inserted into the glider, it will ignite immediately. The soldier who was originally diving towards the base turned into a fireball in midair, flew around for a while, and then fell directly, setting fire to a grassland. Luo Yu saw it clearly. These soldiers seemed to want to rely on diving over the wall and directly enter the core area, but they did not seem to expect that the arrow tower could ignite the glider. I was foresight enough to upgrade all the arrow towers including the thermal energy, otherwise there would be no such effect. At this time, the catapults were also throwing stones into the sky. Although the hit rate was touching, it was very oppressive. If you continue to insist on landing inside the wall, I am afraid that everyone will be shot to death by the arrow tower before they land. The key is that you can't see the specific landing location because the entire core area is shrouded in the fog of war. What if I fall into the crossbow arrow and am dying? Wouldn't I die on the spot? Therefore, this group of elite gliding soldiers decided to land far away and not attack the core area inside the wall, but to attack the strike formation from the rear after landing. Chapter 145 Airstrike and Self-Destruction. Get behind enemy lines. Primitive tribes also fight guerrilla warfare. Puff! Puff, puff, puff! After the remaining glider soldiers circled in the air, cloth packages appeared on both sides of the glider. The cloth packages swelled up under the action of the air. At the same time, they folded the glider and floated down. Is this the primitive paratrooper? This is unscientific! Luo Yu opened his mouth and was stunned for a moment. It is hard to imagine that a primitive tribe has such elite paratroopers. But think about it, there is nothing strange about it. I can even shoot someone with one arrow and make him suffer from heat stroke. Can't the tribe have an air force? Of the 60 paratroopers, 10 were killed in the sky. After the remaining 50 landed on the ground, they rushed directly towards the strike formation under the command of the captain. They were lucky to land in a location that was just out of the attack range of the catapults. As a result, the longest-range defensive weapons in the core area of the territory could not reach them, so they could be said to have a smooth journey forward. Looking at the paratroopers rushing towards him, Luo Yu sneered and sent out animals to fight. The giant rhinoceros, the elephant, the wolf king and the red-scaled python rushed forward. The giant rhinoceros rushed the fastest and knocked over a soldier as soon as it came up. These are all high-quality animals, and their attributes have been raised to 100 by Luo Yu. Even though these paratroopers are elite, their average attribute is only around 20. How can they possibly be a match for the animals? The long swords in their hands couldn't even break the skin defense of the rhinos and elephants. But in terms of lethality, the Wolf King is the most ruthless, giving people the feeling of a tiger entering a flock of sheep. No matter how many sheep there are, they cannot defeat a tiger. That's the situation. Sizzle! The electric tower was still discharging electricity, taking away a lucky person every 5 seconds. This group of paratroopers had high-quality animals in front of them, and the base's defense array behind them, so they were doomed. In fact, they were doomed from the moment they entered the base. Luo Yu remembered one thing, that animals without grades have a chance to evolve through continuous fighting. Thinking of this, Luo Yu directly sent out all the animals in the territory to besiege the group of paratroopers. A Dai rushed the fastest, followed by the silver-armored ladybug, the ground badger, the bugs, and so on, all of whom rushed out madly. There was no need to look at this group of paratroopers, as they were doomed. Luo Yu looked at the fierce battle with a smile on his face. Suddenly, he was startled by a loud explosion. He turned his head quickly and saw a cloud of green smoke rising from the strike array. Boom! Boom, boom, boom! The explosions occurred continuously. Luo Yu saw it clearly. Rats with bulges on their backs, as if they were carrying humps, kept jumping out and would explode once they were attacked. Oops, it's an exploding rat! Xiaodai exclaimed softly. Master, this kind of rat will explode once attacked, and the power is not small. Luo Yu understood everything without her saying anything. Did she mean for me to stop attacking the mice? The key arrow tower is not under my control. Luo Yu looked at the rats jumping out of the soldiers' backpacks below and frowned slightly. He never thought that there were such creatures as self-destructing rats. They were simply a breath of fresh air in the world of evolution. Dorno showed a ferocious smile and said sternly, Quick, dig out the bombed wall! Shield cover! Under the protection of shields, soldiers with high mining skills began to dig the mechanism wall frantically. Some walls whose durability was greatly reduced by the explosion were now being excavated, and their durability dropped rapidly. It turns out that the function of the explosive rat is to blow up walls. With both the airdrop and the explosion, Dorno really put in a lot of effort. Under the cover of shields, several walls were dug frantically. Although the rain of arrows was still killing the opposite side, once the wall was dug through, the arrow tower would be exposed to the attack range of the enemy soldiers. Even a 2-star arrow tower cannot withstand the siege of so many soldiers. This is all made of money. Luo Yu knew that he had to take action, so he first clicked on repair, and the durability of the mechanism wall recovered rapidly. Then, a javelin appeared in his hand and he threw it out directly. Under the huge force, the javelin pierced through the shield on the spot and penetrated into the digger's body. Whoosh! Swoosh! 2 more javelins were thrown out, and the other 2 excavators were also stabbed to death on the spot. Why is this guy throwing so fast? Merlin's face turned pale. They had information that Luo Yu was powerful with his javelin and bow and arrow, but they did not expect his attack frequency to be so fast. Whoosh! Another javelin was thrown out, and the soldier who was trying to fill the position and dig was stabbed to death on the spot. Luo Yu would stab anyone who dared to dig the wall with his javelin, specifically targeting the enemy's engineers. In the corridor of death, The explosive rats were still charging and arrows were raining down from the sky, but the excavation operation had stopped. Malin gritted her teeth and said, "Husband, the Lord's javelin here is very powerful. I'm afraid our plan to drill through the wall will fail. Charge! There are still animals clearing the way. There is still a chance." Dorna looked around when he heard this. Because of the fog of war, he didn't even know where Luo Yu was standing to throw the javelin. This feeling of unknown made him feel uneasy. Hesitation will lead to failure, and when the time comes, you will not be able to care about so many things. He gritted his teeth and said, "Okay. I'll listen to you. Rush! Let's defeat this demon head on!" The chief shouted again, and the soldiers' morale, which had been declining, rose again, and they advanced forward one by one. Seeing that this group of people stopped digging holes in the wall, Luo Yu smiled. After all, repairing the mechanical wall is very expensive. Dorno has made great progress and can even force himself to take action. Unfortunately, they had just passed the second corridor of death, and they still had a long way to go to break through the strike formation. The arrow tower was still firing thermal arrows tirelessly. The paratroopers on the grassland had been almost killed by the animals and the lightning tower. Although some animals were injured and even some insects and badgers were killed, it didn't matter. The injured can be treated and their medical skills can be improved. The dead can be considered to have died gloriously, so just buy another batch. Don't worry if you have money. Half an hour had passed since the attack began, and Luo Yu felt that it was nearing its end. He looked at Dorno and Merlin in the crowd below and found that the two were supporting each other and seemed to have a very good relationship. The couple has such a good relationship. If one of them is caught, the other will definitely not abandon or give up, right? It's really enviable. Luo Yu took out a chestnut, determined the target, and clicked to use it. Whoosh! The tracking Maolizi flew directly downwards, aiming directly at Malin. Chapter 146 easily passed. It is obvious that Luo Yu is going to use the same old trick again and capture Malin to threaten Dorno. Just as the chestnut was about to hit Merlin, Merlin suddenly slipped and staggered, just avoiding the attack of the chestnut. As a result, the chestnut hit Dorno directly on the forehead. Boom! With a muffled sound, Dorno opened his mouth and fell on his back. Husband! Master Chief! The people nearby immediately became a mess. Luo Yu realized that he had hit the wrong person, but he didn't care and immediately said, "Xiao Jin, follow me. Let's catch him alive!" The next moment, Luo Yu and Xiao Jin went down from the watchtower and rushed towards the corridor of death at high speed. Luo Yu jumped over the 5-meter-high wall in one leap, and slashed vertically and horizontally with the Yang swords in his hands, knocking down several confused soldiers on the spot. The same was true for Xiao Jin beside her. No one could stop her for a single round while she swung the Tiangong sword. The master and servant acted like they were in an empty space. In just a few moments, they had chopped down more than a dozen soldiers and rushed to Merlin and Dorno. "It's you!" Malin suddenly drew out the long sword from her waist and slashed towards Luo Yu. With a clang, the long sword was blocked by Yang's double swords and broke directly due to the difference in quality. Didn't father say that my sword was the best sword in the village? It broke in an instant. Malin muttered to herself in annoyance, but Luo Yu laughed when he heard it and said, "It turns out that it's the village sword. There must be something fishy going on." As he said that, he pushed Malin to the ground, snatched the unconscious Dorno from her arms, and said with a faint smile, "Malin, if you want to save your husband, bring the resources here." He was about to leave, and seeing this, Malin screamed, "They are trying to kidnap the chief. Quick, surround them!" At once, a large number of soldiers rushed over. Xiao Jin led the way with the Tiangong knife in his hand. Anyone who was hit was cut in half. The power of more than 300 was too terrifying. Luo Yu waved his hand to deflect 2 arrows that were accidentally shot at him, and laughed. "Malin, keep in touch!" After saying that, he jumped up suddenly and jumped out of the death corridor. At the same time, Xiao Jin also jumped up and jumped out directly. This is the agility gap. "Asshole!" Malin screamed in despair. "Bastard lord, I must kill you with my own hands! Charge! Get out of the death corridor and rescue the chief!" When the warriors heard the queen's scream, they were encouraged again and began to charge forward madly. However, speed bumps are disgusting. The 50% speed reduction doesn't matter whether your morale is high or not, it just slows you down. Arrows rained down from the sky with no sign of stopping. On the other side, the group of paratroopers had all been wiped out on the grassland, and the electric shock tower shifted its attack target back to the soldiers in the death corridor. Sizzle, sizzle! It takes 5 seconds to stably stun a lucky person. Being stunned is better than dying in battle. A moment later, Luo Yu stood on the watchtower, looking at the soldiers slowly advancing below, and knew that the outcome was decided. Of the original more than 600 people, only 100 are still holding on. They are doing very well and have already reached the 4th corridor of death. After turning a corner, the soldiers found that there was fog and corridors ahead. Even the bravest warriors could not stand it. Someone immediately advised, "Queen, our warriors have been almost exhausted. Going on will only increase the losses. Retreat quickly." Merlin was obviously not as capable as Dorno in command. Being in the attack formation, it was difficult for him to retreat because he still had to walk through the corridor of death, and the ground was covered with fallen soldiers, making it even more difficult. The really smart thing to do would be for some of the warriors to continue charging forward, while she herself would run away with a small group of elite troops. At this moment, hearing the suggestions of the warriors around him, Merlin was at a loss and hurriedly gave the order to retreat. The defeat was like a landslide. Just as mentioned before, there was no way to retreat, and the remaining 100 or so soldiers were almost all shot down in a short while. Only a few truly elite warriors protected Merlin and escaped from the corridor of death. At a certain moment, the arrow towers stopped whistling and the noisy sounds of various wars ended. Congratulations on successfully resisting the month-end attack. At the end of the month, rewards are distributed. You will receive 330,000 silver, 33,000 iron ore, 33,000 wood, 33,000 stone bricks, 33,000 copper ore, 3,000 gold, 3,000 jade, 1 silver-level treasure chest. You captured the tribal chief and received an additional reward, technology chest *1. You gain free attribute points plus 10. Because the opponent has adopted airstrikes, explosions, and other attack methods, you get additional combat rewards, mall coupons, 70% off, *1. The chieftain of the Skarsa tribe has been captured by you. Queen Maelin will take over the position of chieftain temporarily. Your hatred with the tribe will increase. A series of prompts appeared. Although the attack was very intense, it was relatively easy to resolve. Luo Yu glanced at the situation in the group. No one was talking. They must be concentrating on dealing with the attack. The next step is to deal with post-war affairs. A moment later, looking at a large group of prisoners on the open space of the strike formation, Luo Yu's face was full of smiles. This time, a total of 97 prisoners were captured. Most of them fainted from heat stroke or electric shock, and they didn't have serious injuries. They were treated one by one, and those who could not be cured were redeemed at a low price. Because Luo Yu worked very quickly, it only took half an hour to treat all the captives. There are 85 people in total, all of them should be thrown into the luxurious prison. Now there are exactly 100 people in the prison, including the 15 prisoners who were not sold before. The first and second floors of the luxury prison can hold a total of 200 prisoners, with no risk of overcrowding. As for Dorno, he was thrown into the VIP prisoner room on the 3rd floor, the same room where his wife had been imprisoned before. Even though the lover is gone, her fragrance remains. Luo Yu still takes good care of the couple. I haven't had time to check the attributes of these prisoners yet. I'll check them carefully when I have time. After looking at the situation in the prison, even though it holds so many prisoners, the risk of jailbreak is still very low. After all, it is a luxury prison. Feeling at home. After taking care of the prisoners, the next thing to do is deal with the bodies. The 15 captives who had not been sold out last time were called out. They were asked to carry the bodies, strip off the clothes, and then throw the bodies into the incineration pit together with the animals. They had become very skilled at these operations. Because there were many animals capable of carrying them, the carcasses were disposed of quickly. On the other side, 3 cute little guys, Xiao Kong, Xiao Dai, and Xiao Jin, are collecting the spoils. Chapter 147: Saving Animals and Discovering Business Opportunities. Every soldier carried something with him, the most common of which were herbs, pemmican, and silver. Some wealthy soldiers would also produce rare minerals such as gold and jade. In addition, the large number of weapons left behind by the tribal soldiers is also a wealth, so let them collect them slowly. Luo Yu continued his treatment work. Now that the captives have been treated, it's time to treat the animals. There were more than 100 mount animals in this attack. Because they charged so fiercely, most of them died, but some of them were lucky enough to survive. The first animal that Luo Yu rescued was a black iron-level gibbon. He didn't know which bastard used the gibbon as a mount, but it didn't matter. Gibbons can use tools and are much smarter than ordinary animals. Although they are far inferior to beast girls, they are also pretty good. This iron-level gibbon was shot in multiple places by arrows and was bleeding all over, but fortunately it managed to survive. Luo Yu began to treat the animal quickly. There was a chance that the animal could be tamed directly during the treatment. He was now a 4-star beast master with a taming level of LV10, so the chance was not small. Sure enough, after treating the last wound of the gibbon, a prompt appeared: you tamed the gibbon directly during the treatment process. Gibbon, iron grade, high intelligence, adult male strength 29, constitution 28, agility 35. This small attribute is considered acceptable among the black iron level, and the advanced wisdom is very good. Luo Yu is rich now, so he simply raised all its attributes to 100. After spending 358,000 silvers, the gibbon became full of energy on the spot. This injury would have kept an animal with a physical fitness of 28 points lying down for 7 or 8 days, but for an animal with a physical fitness of 100 points, it would be nothing. The gibbon rubbed Luo Yu affectionately, jumping around him lively. Luo Yu smiled and said, "Go and help the 3 beast ladies collect the spoils." Ho ho ho. The gibbon cried out twice and then ran happily to help, while Luo Yu continued to treat the animals. There is only one quality animal, and as for the other wild boars, wild cattle, etc., we will save them if we can, and eat their meat if we can't. After a series of operations, 12 animals were rescued, all of which were large animals that could be ridden. Luo Yu simply tamed them all. These animals of no quality were of little help to him, so he could sell them or give them away depending on the situation. It's a pity that no explosive rats survived, otherwise they could have been thrown out as grenades. What a pity. Your medical level has been upgraded to LV6. Your taming level has been raised to LV11. Life skills have been upgraded again, especially the improvement of medical skills makes Luo Yu very happy. Now with 10 free attribute points, Luo Yu still adds them in a balanced way. 4 strength, 3 agility, 3 constitution. There is no rush to open the treasure chest, but Luo Yu is more tempted by a 30% discount coupon from the mall. Originally, it cost 1000 W silver to purchase a legendary feature upgrade scroll, but after using it, it became 300 W, and this number does not seem so out of reach. When throwing the javelin before, Luo Yu had already clearly felt how significant the increase in attack speed was to his all-round improvement. Don't be in a hurry, accumulate slowly. At this time, Xiaokong ran over with a bag. Woohoo! She called out happily. Luo Yu took it, opened it, and asked in surprise, "Is this a cigarette?" What was in his hand was something rolled up with yellow leaves, similar to a cigarette. After checking its properties, he found that it was indeed tobacco. Ulan leaf cigarettes, cigarettes made from dried ulan leaves and ulan silk. They are addictive drugs. Long-term smoking will cause damage to organs such as the lungs and throat. People with a physical fitness of more than 100 will suffer from immune damage. If you can't relieve your addiction, you will fall into a mental state. Withdrawal reaction, small, threat, small. Isn't this just a cigarette? Luo Yu showed an amused look on his face. He looked into the bag and saw a pile of cigarettes, flints, fire starters, and even ulan leaf seeds. You can tell at first glance that he is an old smoker. Luo Yu himself doesn't smoke, but this is an opportunity to make money. The territory is expanding rapidly now, and Luo Yu is thinking about expanding the planting area. Well, let's leave a piece of land to grow tobacco. Seeing Xiaokong standing in front of him obediently, Luo Yu wanted to touch her head, but found that his hands were dirty, so he half squatted down and kissed the little cutie on the cheek, making Xiao Kong giggle. You gained strength +1 by performing entertainment. Puff! Luo Yu couldn't help laughing out loud, feeling happy, and continued to work. More than an hour later, Naker was the first to speak in the group. Is everyone okay? Luo Yu. I have no problem here, how about you? Now that the topic was opened up, everyone had actually overcome the crisis. Even Myoda relied on his own martial arts skills to kill the tribal soldiers who came to attack. However, no one spoke first for fear of affecting others. Elena. I had 60 people here, but they all died under the city wall. Fan Yameng. Are they all dead? Did you smear the juice of the heartbreak grass on the arrow? Elena. Yes, I thought it would be a fierce battle. Everyone. You are cruel. After a chat, they found out that the scale of attack was roughly 60 units in most cases, and Fan Yum had the most, with 100 units. There were actually a lot of people attacking at this point, but we had obtained a large amount of raw materials from the previous mercenary mission, and everyone listened to Sister Alice and used them to strengthen the base's defense. With arrow towers and automatic crossbows flying everywhere, plus their already strong strength, it doesn't seem that difficult for them to survive the attack at the end of the month. Of course, they all took part in the battle themselves, unlike Luo Yu who just watched the whole battle. Fan Yameng. Luo Yu, there must be a lot of people attacking your territory, right? How are the animals? Luo Yu. Well, a little more than you. The rhinos and elephants at home have thick skin and flesh, so they are fine. By the way, I caught some pigs and cows. I'll give each of you one. You can use them to transport goods. Fan Yameng. No need to give them to me, I have tamed a bunch of them and was thinking of giving them to you. Who wants a big wild boar? This thing gives me the trepidation of the heart. Alice. I have cured it a little bit, but unfortunately my taming level is not high, so it is a little difficult to tame it. Fan Yameng. Sister Alice, I will help you tame it. Nakir. And me, Luo Yu, come and help me tame the giraffe, okay? Luo Yu. Sure, just patting your little ears will be your reward. Naker. Oh, you can touch me, but you can only touch me, not my sister. Chapter 148, Mercenary Mission of the Same Clan. Elena. Fan Yameng. I can help too. Can you let me touch Ker's ears too? Alice. Do you humans like cat girls? Fan Yameng. I like it. Ker is super cute. But I think my likes are different from some people, right, Luo Yu? Luo Yu. Yameng, are you prejudiced against me? I am not what you think. Fan Yameng. What's that like? Goose, 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 goose. Nyoda. Boss, I have captured 2 female prisoners and I have no way to recruit them. Please help me. Luo Yu. If you sell the captives and buy 2 more, isn't that the same as recruiting them directly? Attributes are not important to you, right? Nyoda. Huh! Boss, you are such a genius! While everyone was chatting and dealing with the aftermath, Luo Yu took a look at the regional channel and found that the situation was far from as optimistic as in his own small group. The intensity of this attack is greater than the one in the spring. It's not that the ratio of the number of people has changed, but the methods of attack are more diverse. Some were digging tunnels, some were diving, and some were as unlucky as Luo Yu and encountered air raids. It can be said that all aspects of land, sea and air have been challenged. Everyone in the regional channels has suffered heavy casualties and is complaining. Those who complain are considered good, but some don't even have the chance to complain. Luo Yu sighed softly. His life was easy and comfortable, but the overall environment was still very cruel. According to last time's experience, the first wave of attacks will last for 4 hours, and we have to wait until this wave of attacks is over before we go on the mercenary mission. Let's work together while we still have time. Luo Yu stuffed the clothes of various dead people into the fabric recycling table. After more than 3 hours, everything was almost done, and Luo Yu checked the various items that had been added in this wave. Weapons of all kinds, 428. Silver, 5.6 W. Herbs, 903. Gold, 2030. Jade, 4,903. All kinds of cloth and fur, 3 W. At present, all the corpses have been thrown into the incineration pit, and the heat absorption plates have been installed again. They should be able to replenish all the consumed heat energy with some left over. What surprised Luo Yu was that after the battle, although our Dai was covered in wounds, it was promoted to a higher grade. This stupid dog finally evolved into a black iron stupid dog. Luo Yu has maxed out all of its attributes. The originally injured Adai is now full of energy, and is happily helping to carry supplies. Among the old faces in the base, there are still big bulls, cows, and wildebeests that have not evolved. Luo Yu has a plan in his mind, but there is no rush. I once again summarized my current territory supplies. Silver, 120W. Wood 33W. Iron ore 90W. Stone brick 89W. Copper 7W. Jade 8W. Gold 10,000. Platinum 3,000. Diamonds 0. Fur cloth 6.5W. The supplies are still very abundant. Luo Yu is going to build a large workshop and hospital next, which requires a large amount of supplies. As soon as he came out of the warehouse, Luo Yu saw the prompt. The first wave of attacks this month ended, with a survival rate of 43.1%. Luo Yu sighed secretly when he saw the prompt. Sure enough, the survival rate was lower than last month. This wave of attacks is being discussed on global and regional channels, with some sharing their experiences, some showing off, and some crying miserably. There was also a heated discussion in the group, and everyone got a lot of trophies. It seemed like there was going to be another wave of takeoff. By now everyone has finished their work and is ready to take on tasks. Elena said she wanted to take on mercenary missions on her own, and so did Luo Yu. They both liked to be alone. The three girls, Kur Young and Alice, formed a team to take on the mission, while Nyoda was still counting the spoils. At this moment, Luo Yu was eating lunch, quietly waiting for business to come. His personal description is that he only accepts mercenary missions involving special people. After all, only by capturing special people can one be qualified to negotiate. After eating and taking a shower, an hour passed and still no business came. He was already a bronze-level mercenary. How much did he look down on the human race? Luo Yu was just thinking about whether to change the instructions when he suddenly received a reminder. The human race, female, signed an agreement to hire you. Do you accept it? Oh? A human female? This was the first time that Luo Yu received a mission from his fellow tribesmen. He quickly dried his body, dressed neatly, and then chose to confirm. A light gate appeared and Luo Yu stepped in. After the world spun before his eyes, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment. At this moment, Luo Yu was inside a wall with several automatic crossbows on it, and several small houses inside the wall, a relatively ordinary territory. There were 3 girls standing in front of me, all of them were from Earth. They were all dressed quite nicely, with necklaces, earrings, bracelets, etc. However, their attire did not seem to match this territory. Of course, none of this matters. What matters is that Luo Yu has seen them. You are RTN? The most beautiful girl standing in the middle nodded quickly and said, Yes, are you our fan? Luo Yu smiled faintly and said, Now is not the time to talk about fans or not, let's go up the wall first. Having said that, they walked straight towards the wall. The 3 idol girls looked at each other and nodded, as if they had communicated something. RTN Group was a popular idol girl group in the past. The most famous member of the group, Guan Xiaoyan, was sweet-looking and very popular. With the overwhelming publicity, even people like Luo Yu who didn't care about entertainment knew them. Walking up the wall, Luo Yu looked at the 40 or 50 people rushing towards him, and his eyes immediately locked on a woman in red armor. Few people in the tribe wear armor, so it seems that this young woman is a special person. Around them, the 3 idols climbed up the wall. Guan Xiaoyan moved closer to Luo Yu and said timidly, The attackers this time are the natives of the Alpha tribe. The woman in red armor is the princess. Mr. Mercenary, you will protect us, right? Luo Yu laughed and said, My job is to drive away the attackers for you. Of course I will take action. After saying that, he didn't waste any more words, just took out the javelin and threw it out on the spot. Whoosh! The javelin accurately pierced the shield soldier, and the huge force pierced the shield directly, nailing the man to death on the spot. This move made the three beautiful idols stunned. The shield soldier seemed to be 200 meters away from the city wall. What a huge amount of strength this requires! And he hit the target right away. Mr. Mercenary has great shooting skills. The other two girls tugged at the corner of Guan Xiaoyan's clothes. Guan Xiaoyan nodded slightly, her eyes shining as she looked at Luo Yu. Chapter 149 Titanium Straight Man. It goes without saying that this handsome young man, who looks to be in his early 20s, is definitely a strong man. The most powerful person among the human race. She gently played with her long hair, revealed a confident and charming smile, and said softly, "Good trick. Mr. Mercenary, your strength should be about 100 points, right?" Luo Yu nodded casually, took out another javelin and threw it out with a whoosh. Puff! Another shield soldier was ruthlessly pierced by the javelin. Shield soldiers are Luo Yu's primary target. Only when the shield soldiers are eliminated can the automatic crossbows play their advantage. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! The javelin in Luo Yu's hand never missed its target. He shot one by one, and in the blink of an eye, he had killed 6 shield soldiers. So strong! There was admiration in the eyes of the 3 female stars. Putting aside his strength, Luo Yu's outfit actually looks ordinary, but you can find clues upon closer inspection. The Lord bracelet on his left hand and the storage bracelet on his right hand are finely crafted and are obviously good things at first glance. The purple clothes also have various patterns and colors. Under the sunlight, they faintly emit a hint of purple light. Even though Luo Yu has hidden his purple light shield, one can still see a little bit of his outline if one looks closely. This gives Luo Yu a hazy and mysterious feeling. Luo Yu's shoes were also trimmed with a silver border, and they were obviously silver grade. The 3 girls are all stars, and stars observe these outfits more carefully. After one look, they basically confirmed one thing. Luo Yu is not only powerful, but also very rich. Most importantly, he is young and handsome. He is simply the perfect candidate for a lover. Guan Xiaoyan looked at Luo Yu more eagerly. At this moment, the attack from the tribe below had already rushed to the range of 100 meters. 3 automatic crossbows began to release arrows. Luo Yu took out the golden Yangyu bow in a flip of his hand. He shot the arrow without missing a single shot. With one arrow, he knocked an enemy to the ground. Gold level bow and arrow? Can you easily hit a running target from 100 meters away? Guan Xiaoyan covered her mouth gently. After the 3 of them came to the Tiandao world, they lived a good life relying on their beauty and communication skills, as well as the fans they had accumulated before. Otherwise, I wouldn't have so many jewelry gifts on me. If several big fans who were doing well were not facing the threat of attack this time, they would not have wanted to hire mercenaries. For various reasons, they happened to find a bronze-level human mercenary who met the requirements, which made them interested. Life in the world of heaven is hard. Who doesn't want to be supported by others? The Luo Yu in front of them met all their psychological expectations. Guan Xiaoyan felt that those big fans who admired her and the men who claimed to be strong were like crows compared to the man in front of her. It's impossible not to be moved when facing such an outstanding man. Watching the targets being shot down by Luo Yu one by one, Guan Xiaoyan winked at the girl next to her. The girl named Xiaotong immediately moved closer and asked with a smile, "Mr. Mercenary, you are so powerful, there must be a lot of girls who like you, right? Do you have a girlfriend?" This is when the investigation began. Luo Yu shot down another archer and said with a smile, "Miss Xiaotong, when you opened your mouth, why do I smell the fragrance of tea? I guess the final summary of the topic is, your girlfriend is really terrible. Unlike me, I only feel sorry for Geisha, right? Ha 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 ha!" An expert can tell whether something is right or not with just one move. Luo Yu's words directly blocked what she wanted to say next. You titanium straight man! Xiaodong's face turned red with anger. Guan Xiaoyan and another girl also looked unhappy. From just these few words, they could tell that this man didn't take them seriously at all. Their confident looks and figures are not even worth the attention of this man. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! Luo Yu continued to shoot arrows from the bow and arrows, and every arrow hit its target. People kept falling down. In the awkward atmosphere, the 3 beautiful idols discovered that every arrow Luo Yu shot did not hit the vital points. All those who were shot down by him can be captured and taken prisoner. Although the 3 stars were annoyed at Luo Yu's lack of understanding of romance, they were also shocked by his abilities. At the same time, they were secretly grateful that the man held back. These captives are a great treasure. This man is really strong. He looks like a straight man, but he has a gentle side. Although Luo Yu mocked them, Guan Xiaoyan became more curious about Luo Yu and her mood became even more enthusiastic. After the 3 exchanged glances, they all understood each other's thoughts from each other's eyes. We must take down this man! At this moment, the attacking natives from below had already rushed to a range of 50 meters. 20 of the 40 people were shot down by Luo Yu, and it seemed that they could not hold on any longer. Luo Yu took out a hairy chestnut, clicked on it, and it hit the woman in red armor like a precision-guided missile. She screamed and was knocked unconscious on the spot. Princess! The surrounding soldiers gathered together, and Luo Yu jumped off the wall directly. With a wave of his hand, the giant rhino, the elephant, Adai, and the gibbon appeared at the same time and rushed over with a roar. Bang, bang, bang! 5 animals with 100 attribute points rushed over collectively, and knocked down all the soldiers who were protecting the princess. Finally, Adai ran to Luo Yu with the princess in his mouth, wagging his tail continuously. The one who understands me is Adai. Tip, you have successfully assisted the Lord here to repel the tribal attack, and the mercenary mission is completed. The princess was captured and the opponent ran away. Luo Yu completed the task easily and a smile appeared on his face. The 3 female stars on the wall looked at Luo Yu's back with shock in their eyes, and there was even a hint of admiration and worship in Guan Xiaoyan's eyes. This man is not only an archer, but also a beastmaster. What a strong man! A moment later, in the open space inside the wall, Luo Yu threw the princess onto the back of the rhinoceros. According to the agreement, the princess was now his captive. Just as he was about to leave, Guan Xiaoyan beside him hurriedly said, Mr. Mercenary, thank you for protecting us. If you don't mind, stay and have a cup of tea before leaving? Luo Yu smiled faintly and said, No need, the mission is completed, I will leave first, you guys can do whatever you want. Wait a moment! Xiaotong called out to Luo Yu again. Mr. Mercenary, we were so obvious, didn't you feel anything at all? We are all human. As long as you give us a nod, the 3 of us are willing to live in your territory. Chapter 150. Please don't hurt my daughter. Oh my god, what kind of nerdy straight guy would ignore us like this? Xiaotong seemed to find it difficult to understand Luo Yu's thoughts, and Luo Yu also had an expression of confusion on his face. He was surprised and said, Go live in my territory? Yes, it seems that the heavenly Tao world does have this function. But why do you want to give up your territory? Don't you want to become stronger? Guan Xiaoyan asked seriously. Is it possible to become stronger by going to your territory? Mr. Mercenary, don't you like us? You support us, protect us, and we take care of you, isn't that good? Or are you afraid that you can't afford to support us? Don't worry, we are not that delicate. Looking at the self-conscious expressions of the 3 girls in front of him, Luo Yu laughed. He said, We are all children who grew up under the red flag. The textbooks teach us to be self-reliant and work hard. Did you go to elementary school properly? Although I don't have any special abilities, I have my own hands and feet, so I don't need anyone to take care of me. By the way, I see you have all your limbs intact. Why do you need to be raised? Women hold up half the sky. You 3 girls together can't even hold up this small piece of sky? As far as I know, pets need to be taken care of by people. Are you pets? You. These words left the 3 beautiful idols speechless, including Guan Xiaoyan, who all looked at Luo Yu awkwardly. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Luo Yu smiled faintly and said, Okay, you can talk to me about business, but don't talk to me about topics like love. You all know that I'm a straight man. 3 beauties by. Stop! Before Guan Xiaoyan wanted to say something, Luo Yu had already stepped into the light gate. The 3 beautiful idols all looked unhappy. They were annoyed by what Luo Yu had said before, and also very upset that such a good man had run away. At the same time, I feel a little ashamed. Sometimes, simple truths are written in elementary school textbooks. The world of heaven is so cruel, and it is so rare to meet a man as outstanding as Luo Yu, who is also of the same race. It would be a pity to miss it. Guan Xiaoyan looked at the system prompts and found that the other party's name and number were all anonymous. She had never had a private chat with him, and there was no chat record. She would not be able to find this man in the future. Just as she was feeling frustrated, another girl beside her who had been silent thought of something and said, "Although the face of the man in the arena is blurred, his figure is really similar. He seems to be you, one of the top 100 masters of our Earth." "Real?" Guan Xiaoyan showed a hint of surprise on her face. After hesitating for a moment, she clicked on the arena and searched for U.S. information. Sure enough, she found that the body shape and clothing were almost the same. A faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she chuckled and said, "No man has ever been able to escape from my palm." "You right? Wait." After returning to the base, Luo Yu had forgotten about the 3 female stars. In the past, Luo Yu might have thought that the 3 idols were very beautiful, but after frequently spending time with the 2 beauties, Fan Yuming and Alice, he found that Naker's cuteness and Elena's coolness were incomparable to them. There is no harm without comparison. "I have so many beauties in my harem, I don't want to keep a few idle people." He shamelessly called the beauties in the team his harem. After boasting about himself, he walked into the prison and threw the princess into it. When they reached the 3rd floor, Dorno woke up. He looked at Luo Yu angrily and said, "Evil Lord, I want to duel with you. Do you dare to duel with me?" Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Dorno was kicked to the ground. Luo Yu pointed at his clothes and said, "Duel with me? See my clothes? They're glowing. I'm standing here for you to hit me. Can you break through my defense? Stay still, or I'll beat you to a pulp." After being kicked, Dorno understood her current position. She lay on the ground and couldn't get up for a while. "It's not that I was hurt, but I felt a little sad. What a comfortable carpet! It's more comfortable than my bed. I really want to sleep here." This was his real thought at the moment, and then he realized that his thought was too shameful, so he quickly stood up and sat on the sofa on the side. What a comfortable sofa! I want to sleep so badly. Luo Yu naturally had no time to care about this stupid princess, because at this moment he received a reminder. The chief of the Alpha tribe wants to talk to you to discuss the princess's ransom. Malin didn't show up, but the other side came first. As soon as the dialogue box was opened, information popped up immediately. "Alpha, my lord, please return my child to me. I will agree to anything you ask for." Luo Yu thought to himself that the chief was quite polite, but when it came to interests, he would not be polite at all, and replied directly, 10 territory cores, and I will ensure that your daughter is safe." As he said this, he sent a screenshot of the princess. Alpha. "Oh! What a rich carpet! This rich lord, the wise prophet of the tribe, told me that at most 2 territory cores can be traded at a time. Your request is too much." Luo Yu. "Really? Then let's trade a few more times. In this way, you give me a territory core first, and I will return your daughter's socks to you." Alpha. "My lord, the prophet means that you can only trade 2 cores with the same trading partner at most. Otherwise, the supreme god will punish you." Luo Yu frowned when he heard this, replied with a, "Wait a moment," and then carefully read the various instructions of the Tiandao world regarding transactions with the tribe. The maximum amount for each transaction is 2 territory cores. Once this amount is exceeded, you cannot put in even 1 piece of silver. This is a means to balance the entire world, and there is nothing we can do about it. After Luo Yu confirmed this, he said, "In that case, then 2 10% territory cores." The other party was very straightforward and directly put 2 territory cores on the trading box. Luo Yu took a look and found that they were indeed 2 10% cores. "Wonderful!" He laughed, walked up to the unconscious princess, and stripped off all her clothes. After taking it off, I found that the armor was actually silver grade, and the lining and pants were black iron grade. She is truly the daughter of a rich family. Putting the princess's image on the shelf made Alpha slightly stunned. "Rich lord, why do you treat my princess like this? Please don't hurt her, don't take screenshots, and don't post related photos among your trial participants. Please trade immediately." Chapter 151 Ransom for Cores. Alpha quickly clicked on the transaction, and Luo Yu replied with a smile. Don't be offended, Chief. I'm just asking for money. Who made your daughter dress so well? Don't worry, I'm not interested in building a weird welfare website, so I won't take screenshots. Having said that, he clicked OK. The transaction is successful, you get 2 territory cores. Done! A smile appeared on Luo Yu's face. He had checked the attributes of this princess before. She was a special person indeed, but she did not have any good personal characteristics. There was nothing to worry about when doing business with her. With a flash of light, the princess disappeared and the core of the territory was obtained. Seeing that Dorno was still looking at the place where the princess disappeared, he said with a smile. Is it so beautiful? In my opinion, this princess is not in as good of a shape as Mei Lin. Dorno was furious when he heard this. You really did something terrible to Mei Lin. She still said no. Bastard lord, I want to duel with you. Luo Yu laughed and said, I just pushed her, I didn't do anything else. You have to trust your wife. Snort! Dorno snorted lightly, and his originally ugly expression eased a lot. It seems that he still believes what Luo Yu said. Indeed, given the current positions of both parties, there is no need to lie. Dorno was secretly grateful to Luo Yu for not doing anything evil to his wife. After hesitating for a moment, he said, Although the Alpha tribe is far away from here, I heard that this tribe is very powerful. The chief of the tribe is a man who protects his own shortcomings and is also a smiling tiger. You stripped the princess naked. I don't think he will let you go. Oh? Luo Yu asked curiously. Do your tribes still interact with each other? There's one more thing I'm curious about. What does the red dot next to your Skarsa tribe on the map represent? Is it another tribe or some ferocious beast? Dorno shook his head and said, I can't tell you this information. After becoming a prisoner, some of the knowledge about this world has been sealed by the great gods. Luo Yu frowned slightly when he heard this. As expected, it was impossible to understand this world through captives. It was mainly through exploring on one's own. He asked curiously, According to what you said, the Alpha tribe will attack me? Dorno shook his head and said, The distance is too far and they probably won't make the long journey, but they will hire tribes near your territory to attack you, and they will even hire you trial takers to attack. There is such a saying? Luo Yu was surprised and was about to ask a question when a prompt appeared. New information released. When the relationship between the trial territory and the indigenous forces reaches a certain level, you can participate in the indigenous attacks and play your own role. When the territory is attacked, you can also call on the indigenous forces with whom you have a good relationship to come to the rescue. The new intelligence information surprised Luo Yu again. It meant that he could join the natives in attacking other trial takers' territories? This is a bit cruel. It is completely an act of plundering other people's resources and core territories. Once this information is made public, it will probably cause a bloody storm, and Luo Yu feels that he is definitely not the first person to know this information. Hint, would you like your team to share this intel? Luo Yu chose to share. Although we don't have this need for the time being, the information still needs to be made known to everyone as a reminder. Sure enough, the group immediately became active. Fan Yameng and Naker felt it was a bit scary, Elena thought they should take the initiative, and everyone had their own ideas. Luo Yu told everyone not to leak the information for the time being. As we were talking, another reminder came. The acting chief of the Skarsa tribe wants to talk to you to discuss the ransom of Dorno. Here it comes! Luo Yu nodded with a smile. Mei Lin. Evil guy, let my husband go immediately! Luo Yu. Mei Lin, can you change your temper? If I get angry, your husband will be the one in trouble. Mei Lin. You! Humph! If you don't hurt my husband, I'll be nicer to you. Luo Yu doesn't care about the attitude, he only cares about the ransom. Luo Yu. Old rules, 2 territory cores, I guarantee your husband is safe. Well, you must have attacked a lot of territory cores this time, right? Just 2 cores are easy for you. Mei Lin. Impossible! The wizard said that the hatred between us is too high. Giving the core of the territory to you is like digging my own grave. I can give you a lot of resources, but you don't want the core of the territory. Luo Yu. Really? That's good. Your husband has a delicate complexion and doesn't look like a native. My Minotaur brother has long been interested in him. You should know that my brother doesn't mind meat. If you dare to say no again, I will give Dorno to him immediately. You should know the consequences, right?" While saying this, he also sent over a photo of Nyoda. Same photo, same couple, same threat method. You devil! Don't give my husband to that monster, trade him now! Malin seemed very excited and directly placed 2 10% territory cores on the transaction box. Didn't the wizard say that the territory core cannot be traded? Is this alright? It seems that Nyoda's deterrent power is very strong. I'm determined to make friends with this brother. He looked at Dorno and said, "You are free. You and Malin are welcome to attack at any time." Dorno said strangely, "What did you talk about with Malin? She is a woman with her own opinions. She shouldn't agree to your conditions so easily." Luo Yu rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "She has her own opinion? She may be brave, but she has no brains. It seems you don't know your wife very well. Okay, bye." After saying that, he dragged Dorno's image onto the trading box. The transaction is successful. You get 2 territory cores. Your hostility with the Skarsa tribe has increased. 2 more. A deep smile appeared in Luo Yu's eyes. No need to say anything, just use it. You choose to use 4 territory cores. Current territory resources, 201%, current mineral resources, 206%. It's over 200%, some technologies can be unlocked. The attack was the key to Luo Yu's wealth, and he left the prison satisfied. The prison door was slammed shut. Luo Yu looked back and wondered if there were too many people imprisoned. This time, the half-yearly rating mechanism update will not include prisoners in the rating, right? Moreover, there will be a food crisis. Speaking of the food crisis, he reacted immediately. Many carcasses of killed animals were piled together and slaughtered quickly. Chapter 152 Score Update, Core Significance. A moment later, he came to the lake and began to slaughter the animal carcasses at a rapid speed. All kinds of internal organs were thrown into the mine cart and taken to the incinerator pit to be burned. He was unwilling to throw these things into the lake and lower the hygiene value of the entire territory. There were 60 or 70 animals killed, and even with Luo Yu's cooking level and overall work speed, it was a huge workload. In fact, he could have asked the prisoners to slaughter the animals, but for reasons of food hygiene and safety, he did not do so and instead did it himself. It is better to be safe than sorry. He was really afraid that the prisoners would poison him. In this way, he slaughtered the animal carcasses while waiting for new mercenary missions to come. As a result, no one hired him anymore when the sun went down, because the conditions he proposed were too strange, and everyone chose to trust some mercenaries who wanted money. After all the animals were slaughtered, the meat was carried back to the warehouse by Adai and Atai and automatically put into the ice cellar. Because they were all riding animals, they earned 40,000 pieces of meat in this wave, so there was no need to worry about the meat crisis. After returning to the villa, Luo Yu took a bath with a diamond shower head. After washing away the dirt and traces of war, the diamond shower head really gave him a cleansed and comfortable feeling. A moment later, he was soaking in the bathtub, enjoying the shoulder and back massage services from the little cuties, while chatting with everyone, when the prompt came. The attacks at the end of this month have all ended, with an overall survival rate of 41.08%. The data is out, and indeed the losses are greater than last month. Behind the cold numbers are the lives lost. The world of heaven is cruel. It is a place that tests all personal qualities such as courage, wisdom, and strength. The strong will become stronger, while the weak can only struggle to survive and become stronger. Of course, even if so many trial takers died, there are still more than trillions of living beings in the heavens and myriad worlds. There are still a large number of trial takers in the entire Tiannao world. After the test of time, some weak races have been eliminated. Luo Yu knows that as time goes by, the challenges they will face will only become more severe. He liked this feeling, and compared to his previous comfortable life, he preferred the present days. I just miss my sister sometimes. He tried many times to find his sister in the world, but there was no response. I searched for my sister's name using visitor technology and thousands of results came up at the same time, and most of them were too far away to be accessed. His sister is the only trial taker he hopes to live with. Luo Yu had a feeling that his sister must still be alive, maybe even living well. He believed that as long as he kept moving forward, he would eventually find her. On the next morning, an autumn breeze blew the jade curtains. When Luo Yu woke up, he heard the clear and pleasant sound of jade pendants jingling against each other. The three little cuties still huddled around him as usual. They seemed to feel the coolness of autumn and hugged him even tighter. It's a pity that beast girls are of different species after all. Even if they look like humans, although Luo Yu likes them very much, the feelings he has for them are mostly like a master treats his pets, and he really doesn't have much desire for them. Of course, although there are no big desires, small desires are constant. Occasionally teasing and bullying them can also make people happy physically and mentally. It is said that you should not touch a tiger's butt. In order to exercise his courage, Luo Yu would occasionally try it. When you perform recreational activities, you gain strength +1. Sure enough, he gained the favor of the god of courage and was blessed with strength. Seeing Xiao Jin hugging him tighter, he chuckled and continued to read the prompts. Autumn is coming, and the territory resources are restored to full value. Tip: the territory scoring mechanism has been updated. All trial participants and territory members will be forced to calculate their scores. This tip surprised Luo Yu. I hurriedly checked the territory score and it came to 36,225. I checked the panel again and found that there was indeed a change. Number: Earth Summer Country 23333. Base score: 36,225 points. Personal score: 3225. Health value: 187 points, currently 74 points. Entertainment value: 121 points. Aesthetics: 335. Strength: 138. Constitution: 134. Agility: 133. Personal characteristics: Hero, 1 star. You gave me so much in personal rating? Luo Yu opened his mouth, vaguely remembering that his previous personal score was only 70 or 80, but now it has reached a terrifying 3,000. He hurriedly checked the formula for personal scoring. Each attribute point is equal to 1 score. For all life skills above LV3, each additional LV1 is equal to 10 scores. All personal characteristics, regardless of level or star rating, are each scored 100 points. All martial arts are each scored 500 points. All in all, Luo Yu's attribute values scored 405, life skills scored 420, personal characteristics scored 900, and martial arts skills scored 1500, which is exactly 3225. I looked at the data again, and now the average personal score in the Tiandao world is 175 points. Luo Yu knew that the score of 175 was inflated, and the actual average should be much lower than this number. Just like the per capita income on Earth in the past, if he, an ordinary person, averaged his assets with those of the capitalists, would also be worth hundreds of billions. What truly reflects the data is the median value, but the Tiandao world has not announced this number. Luo Yu estimated that the median should be around 130, or even less. In addition, my own rating is also inflated. The territory scoring mechanism is updated every 6 months. This update only calculates personal ability, but not equipment. Luo Yu asked himself whether this outfit was more valuable than himself. In addition, each attribute point counts as 1 point, which is a very rough algorithm. Here's a very simple example. An ordinary person's strength is 10 points, while a strong man's strength is 15 points. Although there is only a 5-point difference in scores, when an ordinary person meets a strong man, he will be killed instantly. Under the formula algorithm of the heavenly Tao world, the higher the attributes of a creature, the higher the value of the attributes it will add later. This is a cost-effective attribute point. Relatively speaking, the lower the basic attribute points of a creature, the lower the cost-effectiveness of its own attribute values. The real algorithm should be a very complex formula. Such a rough algorithm in the world of heaven is equivalent to allowing the strong to take greater advantages. Just like Luo Yu, with a higher value, in disguised thinking, it means less score added, and the lower the score, the smaller the attack intensity and the higher the survival rate. The more people there are in the territory and the more low-level members there are, the more low-cost attributes there are, which in turn increases the intensity of the attack. The same is true for life skills and personal characteristics. Chapter 153 Autumn is here, the advantage of fertility. Upgrading from LV11 to LV12 increases the score by 10 points, and upgrading from LV3 to LV4 also increases the score by 10 points, so do they have the same meaning? Luo Yu's hero characteristics added 100 points to the score, and the minor characteristics also added 100 points, which are completely two different concepts. It is obvious that the Tiandao world hopes that the trial takers in the territory will become stronger and stronger, rather than having more and more territory members. Luo Yu immediately understood the core meaning of this crude algorithm. Looking around the world, everyone is talking about personal ratings. I raised my rating by 5,000 in one go. Are there any scumbags in the galaxy with a higher rating than me? Is 5,000 awesome? I have dozens of people in my territory, and my rating increased by 8,000 in one go. Do you want to compete with me? Sorry, I increased my price by 12,000, and the Milky Way and Taurus are both garbage. I am an Earthling from the solar system. My territory has suddenly gained a score of 1.5. Are you comparing yourself with me? I am the eternal god of the Milky Way. Everyone is competing with each other and showing off, but few people mention the problems with the core algorithms. Right now, the average score of the Tiandao world is not even 3,000. With so much added at once, can it withstand the attack? Some guys just don't use their brains. Seeing the chat content on the World Channel and Regional Channel, Luo Yu shook his head and stopped paying attention. It doesn't matter. He is the beneficiary of this algorithm anyway, a huge beneficiary. At the same time, he was secretly glad that this algorithm update did not take animals into account in the scoring, nor did it include territory resources and captives, otherwise he would have been really panicked. Luo Yu got up and stretched to greet the new day. I looked at the temperature. It was 14 degrees in the early morning, which was actually a little chilly. This day, things really change in an instant. After washing and having breakfast as usual, the three little cuties at the table were munching on meat patties in a daze. Xiaodai eats nectar every morning, which she collects herself. Looking at her enjoying expression, Luo Yu feels very strange. Nectar is not honey, so it seems that it doesn't taste good. Xiao Jin eats the same simple meals as Luo Yu. With his high attribute points, his appetite is also large. The portion he eats in the morning is enough for Luo Yu's previous lunch. Xiao Kong frowned. She always liked to secretly pick out the tomatoes and other vegetables that Luo Yu put in the lunchbox. However, when she saw Luo Yu looking at her, she would show an aggrieved expression as if she had done something wrong and endure the pain to eat the vegetables. This little look is so cute. After breakfast, they have developed the habit of going to the dressing table to put on makeup to increase their appearance. Look, Luo Yu was walking on the grassland feeling the coming of autumn, and the reminder came. Affected by the beauty, your agility when appreciating the scenery is +1. At this time, the friends in the group have all woken up, and after reading the updated content, everyone has different reactions. Nyoda and Ko obviously didn't think too much about it. Elena and Alice seemed to be thinking, and Fan Yumeng directly raised the questions in her mind. Fan Yumeng, this rating update feels wrong. Why do I feel so malicious from the update? Is Luo Yu here? What do you think? In addition to the 3 trial takers in Fan Yumeng's territory, the most female members were recruited, and her score was increased by more than 5,000 in one go. This smart girl was a little panicked. Luo Yu smiled secretly in her heart. Before, while so many members of their territory were helping with the work, the 3 of them were just lying on the armchairs, enjoying the scenery comfortably. Now you know you are panicking. Luo Yu spoke out all his thoughts and speculations, which caused an uproar. Among the 6 people in the group, except Luo Yu and Elena, the territories of the other few have recruited a lot of members. Especially after the attack yesterday, the prisoner market has been very active. Everyone had made a lot of money before, and one by one they bought the prisoners they needed, and the number of members increased greatly. Now, in Luo Yu's words, these are all low-cost effective ratings. Na Kuer. Luo Yu, what should we do now? Should we sell it again? Luo Yu. Look at the price of prisoners now. Upon hearing this, Everyone searched for the price of the captives and were shocked when they saw it. Any slight disturbance will be reflected in the market immediately. Compared to yesterday's average price of 18,000, the price of the prisoners is now only 9,000. Smart people are already selling the prisoners. Naker. This? I just bought 10 female archers yesterday. What a loss. Luo Yu. I've already bought them, so this is the only way to go. Let's improve the cost-effectiveness of the points and upgrade their attributes. Well, the premise is that loyalty must be high. Fan Yameng. Indeed, the tactic of using more people is now at a disadvantage. The price of prisoners with average attributes will plummet, while the price of prisoners with strong personal characteristics will soar. Everyone has to take the route of less but better. While chatting, the group basically reached a consensus that in the next period of time, the cost-effectiveness of territory members should be improved, and improving attributes is a top priority. Of course, even if the attributes of the members are raised to 100, the cost-effectiveness is still far from that of the trial taker with 120 attributes. Under this rule, the more powerful the individual creature is, the higher the cost-effectiveness of the various added abilities. While walking and talking, Luo Yu went to the vegetable field and began to open up a new planting area. The score update actually has little to do with him, it's just that the prisoners are cheaper. The Lone Ranger route he took at the beginning was obviously the right one. In terms of cost-effectiveness, animals now have a higher cost-effectiveness. After all, animals are not included in the ratings. However, according to the nature of updating every 6 months, it will have to be taken into account sooner or later. Luo Yu has already started preparing for a rainy day. Now, he plans to open up an area for growing ulan leaves and make money by selling cigarettes in the future. The current fertility of the territory is 201%, which means that the planting cycle will be shortened by half, but due to the drop in temperature, most crops show non-ideal growth progress, growth rate minus 10%. The current temperature is not low. When the temperature drops, this value will continue to change until the growth stops. The growth cycle of ulan leaves is 20 days. At the current growth rate of 191%, it will be almost mature in 10 days. Luo Yu hopes to harvest the first wave of ulan leaves during these 10 days in early autumn. This time, the planting area opened up by Ulan Yi is very large. Luo Yu works at a high speed overall and the planting level has also improved. Now the planting speed is very fast and it can be done in just 1 hour. Thinking about the shortage of everything in winter, he plans to plant more crops and harvest them before the temperature drops completely, so he wants to expand the planting area. The area has doubled, and the location is where the west wall extends. Chapter 154, Building the Fighting Arena. The current resources are sufficient. Luo Yu simply clicks to build a wall. After doubling the area, he began to sow seeds in the new planting area and finished all the work in just one morning. Next, Luo Yu connected the pipes, purchased the bee soul cores, built automatic sprinklers, and so on. Everything was done. Only Luo Yu dared to add a new planting area in the fall because his territory is very fertile. If it were someone else's territory, it would be a useless effort. It was already afternoon. Xiao Dai flew to the vegetable field with a lunchbox in her arms. After handing the lunchbox to Luo Yu, she said with some concern, "Master, there are too many captives and new animals in our territory. They can consume 2,000 units of food a day. Even though we have a lot of reserves, we won't be able to hold out if this continues." Luo Yu smiled faintly and nodded. He had naturally thought of this problem. Now the price of prisoners was low, and it was not easy to sell them. It was obviously not cost-effective to support such a large group of people just to mine and clean the house. He planned to build a sinister structure, a fighting arena. A fighting arena, also known as a coliseum, is a building where captives, wild beasts, and other creatures fight for entertainment. The fighting arena will increase a lot of entertainment value. Not only will it increase the entertainment value, but the trial takers will also be able to enter the system's dedicated fighting arena channel and register to become a fighting arena owner. After successful registration, the virtual image of the fighting arena in your territory will be projected into the room of the channel, which is equivalent to a live broadcast, presenting the fighting and beast fighting process in front of the audience. This is an entertainment activity. Audiences watching the fights have a chance to gain attribute points, increase their combat experience, and satisfy their own entertainment needs. As a master, you can get a lot of money and have a chance to get attribute points. There is no one on the Fighting Arena channel right now, so Luo Yu plans to give it a try. He estimates that after the ratings are updated this time, there will definitely be people who will start a Fighting Arena business like him. Although the Tiandao world has an anti-monopoly mechanism, competition is inevitable, so either don't do it, or do it in a big fighting arena. Luxurious fighting arena, stone bricks 1 million, wood 500,000, silver 1 million, cloth 100,000, gold 10,000, jade 10,000, platinum 3,000. This building material is horrible. Luo Yu had already taken the miscellaneous spoils to the auction house and sold a lot of them. He looked at the existing resources in his territory and knew that there was definitely enough silver. Although it would cost 1 million stone bricks, he could actually afford it. After all, the big stone pillar has not been cut yet. There is currently a shortage of 17W of the 50W worth of wood, but it can be purchased. The fighting arena needs 100,000 pieces of cloth. We had 60,000 before, plus the 10,000 pieces of cloth from slaughtering animals, so we still need 30,000 pieces. The cotton will be ripe tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, so it won't be a big problem. 10,000 gold, 10,000 jades, and 3,000 platinum are all available at the base. After this summary, Luo Yu realized that he would be able to build a luxurious arena in a few days. A smile appeared on his face, and he climbed up the watchtower and began to observe where the luxurious coliseum should be located. The 100 by 100 meter core area certainly cannot accommodate the prison. The luxury prison occupies a large area in the core area. In addition, the workshop and medical room will definitely be built in the core area. Therefore, expanding the territory has become a top priority. After observing from the watchtower, Luo Yu had already determined the basic development route for this month. For territory buildings, expand the base area, build a fighting arena and a workshop, and for defense, add an electric shock tower. This requires a large amount of stone brick resource support. Xiao Dai beside him asked curiously, "Master, have you sold the swimsuit from last time? Are we still making swimsuits?" Luo Yu smiled and shook his head. "Keep all the furs and cloths for the future. Xiao Dai, you and Xiao Kong can go fishing together." "Good." Xiao Dai showed a beautiful smile on her face, flapped her wings, flew out of the watchtower, and flew towards the pavilion. Luo Yu went to the mine to mine. "There's 204% of the mineral vein, let's dig it up." Luo Yu spent the next 2 days mining. His overall work speed was too fast, and coupled with the characteristics of a miner, he was simply a mining maniac. He and the Golden Scorpion King were digging like crazy, and they could dig out 20% of the mineral resources in a day. I have to say that the Golden Scorpion King is also outrageous. Its mining level can be upgraded, and as the level increases, its mining efficiency becomes faster and faster. Various iron ores and copper ores have been produced in large quantities, but the shipment rate of stone bricks has become very low. But it doesn't matter. The bugs and badgers in the quarry work 24 hours a day, so there is enough stone supply. Of course, the more stones there are, the more insects will be crushed to death. However, due to the update of mineral resources, the probability of insects appearing has also been updated. Dig out one and tame it. The rate of insects decreasing in the quarry is not fast. If they are really not enough, just buy them. In addition, the critical hits in the past 2 days were also used for mining, producing 1,000 units of platinum and 1 crystal stone at a time. This is a great thing for unlocking technology, so keep it. In the past 2 days, Luo Yu's mining level has reached LV10. Various resources in the territory are piled up in large quantities. Luo Yu can already build a fighting arena at a glance. On the morning of the 3rd day, Luo Yu habitually checked world chat while eating breakfast. Sure enough, the wind direction in the world has changed. The original comparison and showing off are gone, and everyone is worrying about how to offset these newly added scores. Most people realize that a territory does not have to have as many people as possible, but rather has to have as many elite people as possible. The price of captives has already started to plummet, from 9,000 to 6,000 now, while the price of animals has increased, from an average of 3,000 to 6,000. All of this was within Luo Yu's expectations. After breakfast, Luo Yu walked out of the west gate of the wall. The fighting arena was built here, but because the luxurious fighting arena occupied a large area, the moat needed to be filled. Luo Yu had thought about it carefully before. With the strike array, the moat seemed no longer needed. It was time for it to exit the stage of history. If it was needed again in the future, he could just dig it out. What we need to do today is to fill the moat. Drainage is simple. Just block the water inlet connecting the small lake to the moat, and then dig a thick pipe to the outside of the territory. The main reason is that the amount of silt filling work is huge. Luo Yu alone would have to work for several days, but he had so many prisoners. After calling out all the prisoners, Luo Yu directly gave the order to fill up the moat. Let's get started. Chapter 155, Galaxy Coliseum. First they released the water, then filled it with mud, sand and stones. It took a full day for 100 people to finally fill the moat. After taking all the prisoners back, Luo Yu came to the open space in the west and clicked on the building page. He simply clicked build. There was a flash of light before my eyes, and a beautiful circular building gradually appeared in front of me. The overall style of the fighting arena is similar to the Colosseum in ancient Rome, but of course it is not that big, only about 60 by 60 meters. The audience will watch online, and there is no need to accommodate so many people, so this area is just right. Luxury fighting arena, a place to hold captives, animals, etc. for fighting, with +10 beauty, +10 hygiene, and +20 entertainment. Tip: you have the qualifications to register as a host of the Fighting Arena channel. Tip: when you build a large entertainment facility, all your attributes will be affected by the entertainment value. Looking at the luxurious fighting arena in front of him, Luo Yu was very satisfied. He was not in a hurry to read the instructions carefully. Now the whole fighting arena was exposed outside the wall. He would add more walls first. There were still some stone bricks left, and after some operation, the wall extended again from the west, enveloping the entire luxurious fighting arena. Luo Yu dismantled 4 automatic crossbows from the strike position and installed them on the wall to increase defense. Done. Walking into the fighting arena, Luo Yu felt a wave of brutal and fierce aura, and his blood boiled, wanting to find someone to fight. This is the feeling I want. Luxury fighting arena, every time you fight, you have a 30% chance of gaining attribute points, a 0.3% chance of gaining personal characteristics, and a 5% chance of gaining attribute points when watching a fight. When fighting in the fighting arena, the owner of the fighting arena has a chance to gain attribute points no matter where he is or what work he is doing. The chance of gaining attribute points is 60%. This is the advantage of the luxury fighting arena. Generally speaking, a 2% chance of gaining attribute points from watching a fight is already good, while the luxury fighting arena is 5%. Moreover, as the master, Luo Yu has a 60% chance of getting points as long as there is a fight in the fighting arena, which is a very high probability. Attribute points are something like that, 1 or 2 points, they add up to a lot. Nodding with satisfaction, Luo Yu prepared to start working tonight. After dinner, he clicked into the system fighting arena interface. Registration as a fighting arena owner, you need to have a fighting arena building in your territory, be at black iron or above in your personal arena, and pay 100,000 silver coins. Do you meet all the requirements? Do you want to pay for the silver registration? Luo Yu chose to confirm, and a prompt immediately appeared. Please select the name of your fighting arena. After thinking for a while, Luo Yu named it Galaxy Coliseum. The name should be simple and straightforward. We won't do anything fancy and will just go straight to the Coliseum. World News: the human race, Anonymous, has established the Galaxy Coliseum. Trialists can go to the Fighting Arena channel to watch. When watching, there is a chance to gain attribute points and enhance entertainment value. This is world news pushed by the system. It is much more effective than shouting in the world, and it immediately sparked a topic. Everyone started to pour into the room. The room is actually a projection of the luxurious Colosseum of the entire Luo Yu base. After everyone enters the room, they have their own seat, and these virtual seats are quite high. The upper limit of the number of seats in the luxurious fighting arena is 10,000. 10,000 creatures were watching the battle in the stands at the same time, and the amazing thing was that although everyone was in different places, some high and some low, the visual presentation was the same. Immediately, the entire fighting arena became bustling with activity. The people of the Tiandao world gathered in small teams, and there were not many opportunities for such a large-scale gathering. Wow, which rich guy built this luxurious fighting arena? It's so beautiful. Where is the rich man? I want to meet him. Hee, judging from the name, this rich man must be from our Milky Way. Don't worry about this or that. Why don't you have any show? Put on a show. Let's do it. The 10,000 seats were filled in an instant. Luo Yu did not expect the crowd to gather so quickly and was a little caught off guard for a moment. The fighting arena you run is full, and you get a reward, free attribute points +2, daily limit reached. Looking at the 10,000 people in his room, Luo Yu knew what to do. He looked at Xiao Jin beside him and said, "Go, capture a male prisoner and throw him into the fighting arena." Xiao Jin chuckled and said, "Is it finally starting? Master, I want to fight too. Can the animals send me to fight?" Luo Yu rolled her eyes. She was quite self-aware and thought she was an animal, but you don't think so. And how could he possibly let the beast girl next to him engage in hand-to-hand combat? Putting aside other things, there were so many people in the room, and with Xiao Jin's pretty face, she would definitely be swearing before the fight even started, and would even mock Luo Yu. "Just for some money, not that bad," he said unhappily. "Just don't go up, go ahead." "Oh." Xiao Jin responded and walked quickly towards the prison. A moment later, the door of the fighting arena was slowly opened, and a native who looked quite strong walked in slowly with a hint of fear on his face. As soon as he appeared, the room exploded. Everyone cheered and many of them urged them to get on the animals and start fighting quickly. Luo Yu also knew that there was no point in dragging things out, so he went straight for a wild boar that he had tamed before. The wild boar in the fighting arena let out a low roar. Under normal circumstances, tamed animals will not actively attack their captives, but the fighting arena is a special building. All creatures in this type of building will become warlike, and the wildness of some animals below intermediate intelligence will be aroused, and they may even attack their owners. Look, the wild boar's roar became even deeper, and although the male prisoner was frightened, he was an indigenous warrior after all, and he often fought life and death battles, so he immediately got into the state. Roar! The big wild boar roared and rushed forward, and the male prisoner also shouted loudly, and refused to retreat or give in. Bang! The big wild boar crashed into the prisoner, and the male prisoner punched the wild boar hard on the head. If it were on Earth, it would be impossible for an adult male with bare hands to defeat such a huge wild boar, but in the world of heaven, everything depends on attribute values. As long as your attributes are high, a little girl of 7 or 8 years old can kill an elephant with one punch. The male prisoner's strength seemed to be similar to that of a wild boar. Although he was knocked away by the wild boar, this punch almost knocked the wild boar unconscious. Okay. Go, go, go! Punch with your fists. This wild boar is so stupid, bite him and nudge his butt. Chapter 156 Make Small Money. Oh, this male warrior has such well-developed muscles. I like him so much. Is the owner here? Please sell this male captive to me. For a high price. The scene immediately became lively. Everyone had been holding back in the Tiandao world for so long, and in such an atmosphere, they all cheered and shouted to their heart's content. Every time flesh collides with flesh, cheers break out, the audience's entertainment level begins to rise, and naturally their fatigue level decreases. My waist is no longer sore, my legs no longer hurt, and my eyes are no longer blurry. Seeing the lively scene, Luo Yu thought of another function. Start a gambling game. However, the gambling games in the fighting arena are not as complicated as those in the previous bookmakers. It is just a simple and crude bet on the outcome. The winner of the bet will split the money of the loser equally. The more you bet, the more you win. The less you bet, the less you win. The specific system will calculate it. There is no banker in this kind of gambling, and Luo Yu himself does not make any money, he just earns popularity. When the popularity was high just now, it was given 2 attribute points. As everyone was cheering, a horizontal gambling bar appeared in the air above the fighting arena. Big Wild Boar vs. Warrior. Everyone was in high spirits, and started betting right away. Naturally, the wild boar had an overwhelming advantage. The bets on both sides are 460W, 1970W. Luo Yu smiled secretly in his heart. He spent 100,000 silvers to buy the male warrior to win. Others cannot view the properties, but Luo Yu can. The male warrior's strength and the wild boar's strength are both 24 points, but the male warrior's agility is 27, while the wild boar's agility is only 15. It's clear who wins and who loses. If the betting limit was not 100,000, Luo Yu would dare to bet 1 million. As long as he operates properly, Luo Yu will definitely win the gambling game. In the fighting arena, a man and a beast were fighting each other, but since they could only fight with their bare hands, there was not the bloody and flying scene as one might imagine. However, such hormone-fueled programs are really popular. Look, more and more people are flocking into the fighting arena, but now the fighting arena is just one room, the Galaxy Coliseum, and it is full and no one can get in. This has caused many people in the world to curse and jump up and down, scratching their heads in anxiety. Luo Yu naturally saw all of this, and he had a vague idea. 15 minutes later, the male warrior won as the wild boar was knocked over by a punch. Boom! The iron gate opened, the male soldier let out a long sigh and walked into the iron gate, while two thinner captives ran out and dragged the wild boar down. Even though the wild boar is unconscious, some injuries from punches and kicks are actually nothing. You get silver 12W. The prompt appeared. Luo Yu bet 100,000 and won 20,000. Sometimes money is so easy to make. Those who win money in the fighting arena are even more excited, while those who lose money want to make up for the loss and shout to start the next round quickly. Luo Yu was not in a hurry at all, he had something to do now. In a room on the second floor of the fighting arena, Luo Yu personally treated the wound of the male warrior named Banan, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Not bad, add an egg to your 3 meals starting tomorrow." "Thank you, Lord." Banan was flattered, seemed very happy, and hurried to express his gratitude. "Is this an egg thing?" "No. This is a matter of face. There are so many people imprisoned in the prison, and everyone eats the same dry meat pie. If I have an extra egg, it's considered beef pie, and it's just face saving. You can speak louder." After Luo Yu treated Banan, he treated the wild boar. He worked quickly and could heal the external injuries in just a few minutes. Just as imagined, although he was beaten badly, the injuries were actually not too serious, and he would be fine after resting for a day or two. Your medical experience increases and your medical level is raised to LV7. The experience bar was about to be upgraded, and now it has been upgraded directly. Make money and practice medicine at the same time, without interfering with either. In fact, it is just past dinner time, which is when everyone is the most free. The second show must be held, but it must be done well. The first thing is the tickets. We are counting on collecting money from the tickets. The maximum price of a ticket to the luxury fighting arena is 20 silver coins, but because it is luxurious, it comes with 20 VIP rooms and 200 VIP seats. Luo Yu certainly would not waste this opportunity to make money. He simply set the ticket price for the fighting arena at 20 silver per person, the VIP seat at 20 gold per person, and the VIP room for the night at 200 gold. Taking advantage of the fact that you are the only fighting arena on the market, raise the price. Tip: the owner of this fighting arena room has set an entrance fee. You need to pay the entrance fee before watching. The audience who were originally shouting were kicked out of the room in an instant, and for a while they started cursing in the public channel of the big room of the system fighting arena. But no matter how much you curse, you still have to pay. Because everyone has discovered that the fighting arena has a very good entertainment effect. It can improve one's entertainment mood, reduce the threat of negative emotions, and a good mood can also improve work efficiency. 20 silver, not expensive. Ordinary people paid 20 silver coins, but some people noticed that there were VIP seats and VIP rooms, which made a difference. With so many people watching together, how prestigious would it be to sit in the VIP seat? The VIP room is even more prestigious. Bring your own woman or a group of women and sit in the VIP room. It is such a comfortable thing. Sure enough, the place was packed before the second game even started, including the VIP seats and VIP rooms, which were all booked. There are so many races in the world, and there must be a lot of rich people. When Luo Yu looked at his income, he found that he had earned nearly 200,000 silvers and 8,000 golds from tickets. Wow, This is 8,000 gold. Get rich! Luo Yu was so excited that he almost cheered. The second game would be arranged immediately. This time, Luo Yu found a female warrior to fight against 4 ground badgers. Female warriors are still popular, and Luo Yu deliberately asked her to dress sexier. The whole audience immediately whistled and cheered, and the atmosphere was lifted a lot again. Luo Yu naturally started gambling again. He knew the accurate 3-dimensional attributes of this female warrior, so he was sure to win every time he bet. While everyone was watching the fight, Luo Yu began to arrange the programs for the next 3 days and made a schedule. What about the big wild boar vs 3 wild wolves, Banan vs the devil muscle man, the strong man vs 3 female warriors? Anyway, do whatever is interesting and attracts the audience. Why only 3 days? That's because the world of Tian now adopts a balancing mechanism, and projects like fighting arenas, which are easy to form monopolies and have relatively low costs, have many restrictions. Luo Yu's luxury fighting arena is also limited to 4 days of operation per month. To lift this restriction, you need to purchase a business extension voucher in the system mall. Chapter 157. This is the effect of packaging promotion. The permanent day coupons from fishing boxes are better, but no matter which one, it is very difficult to obtain. In other words, the resources Luo Yu can harvest from the fighting arena every month are easy to calculate. Similarly, the stores opened by the trial participants themselves, such as the weapons shop and prop room that will be opened in the future, will have many restrictions. This is a powerful anti-monopoly mechanism. Although the world of heaven is cruel, it is relatively fair. The Colosseum has 4 days of opening every month, and Luo Yu plans to open it once every 10 days on average, and open it twice in a row at the end of the month to make steady profits. Influenced by this business opportunity, some people in the world have begun to collect materials to build their own fighting arenas. Also, due to the anti-monopoly mechanism, the competition will not be that fierce. After arranging the time, Luo Yu entered the arena for the battle. Watching a fight scene is just for fun, but if you want to increase your combat power and gain combat experience, you have to go to the arena. Luo Yu now basically plays 5 PKs every day, rain or shine, and has never lost a single game. He can be called the Dugu Chiobai of the Black Iron Field. After earning another 500 gold in the arena, Luo Yu took a bath and slept peacefully while holding his little cuties. When Luo Yu woke up in the morning, he got a visual buff, eyesight plus 100%. The world in front of me suddenly became clear. It was a whole new experience. If he had this vision before, he would be able to clearly see the room of the beautiful sister in the building next door from his balcony. Unfortunately, the elder sister is nowhere to be found now, so he cannot use her strengths. After breakfast, Luo Yu opened the fighting arena and took a quick look at what the audience had left in the guest book yesterday. After flipping through them, he found that most of the messages were meaningless, but there was also some information that he lacked. Is the owner of Galaxy Coliseum here? Is Banan for sale? I like him very much. The price is negotiable. My ID, Aquarium 66551. Is the boss here? I want to buy the female warrior from yesterday, she is so sexy. Also, do you have those sexy clothes for sale? My ID. Many people left messages wanting to buy the captives that appeared yesterday, which made Luo Yu smile. Why is the price of prisoners so low? That's because there is no publicity and no packaging. Before becoming stars, celebrities are just a group of ordinary people. After being packaged by the agency, they immediately become handsome men and beautiful women. There is no doubt that after yesterday's few games, the several captives who appeared on the stage have become little stars. Especially Banan, with his strong muscles, sparse stubble, and determined eyes, it goes without saying that he is definitely the type that women of all races like. Luo Yu opened the transaction interface and sent a transaction box to Shuiza 66551. Water Tribe, female, Mizuka. Ha! Are you the owner of the Galaxy Coliseum? Human, anonymous. Yes, I heard you want to buy my Banan, right? Shui Xiang. Great! I dreamed about Banan yesterday. Sell him to me now. Just name your price. Luo Yu laughed secretly in his heart. How can you do business like this? Isn't it obvious that you are getting ripped off? He specially selected a photo of Banan's muscles and dragged it to the trading box. Banan is the star of our Coliseum. I like him very much, but out of conscience, I hope he can have a good home. Since you really want to buy it, then 100,000? He tentatively offered a price. The market price of captives is falling again and again. Even if the banana looks good, it can only be sold for 10,000 yuan at most. Luo Yu directly made a tentative offer of 10 times the price. Shui Xiang. 10W? Boss, I won't allow you to insult Banan. He's worth at least 200,000. I'll pay 300,000. Sell him to me immediately. I don't want him to suffer at the hands of a lord who doesn't know the value of his property. Is this what a fan is? Love it, love it. Luo Yu. I'm sorry, I was careless. What the girl said really enlightened me. I decided to change my ways and pay more attention to Banan. 400,000, my Banan is definitely worth this price. Shui Xiang. Is that so? You finally understand. The young lady who was obsessed with Banan directly put down 400,000 silver coins and clicked OK. Luo Yu was afraid that the other party would go back on his word, so he used his hand speed to the extreme and clicked OK at the speed of light. The transaction is successful, you get 40W silver. After receiving the huge sum of money, Luo Yu directly put the girl from the water tribe into the blacklist. Love can easily make people lose their minds, but after calming down, she will find out that she is an idiot. What if she asks for a refund? Just block him and be done with it. However, after the transaction was successful, Luo Yu's conscience was condemned. I just promised Banan yesterday to give him an extra egg every day, but he sold it after just eating one meal, so I didn't have time to nourish him properly. It will definitely be very hard when you get there. Come on, Banan, see you again if possible. Luo Yu thought so in his heart and clicked on another person's transaction box. Luo Yu spent the whole morning talking about business and sold 7 prisoners. Of course, not every guy is like Shui Xiang. Most of them are normal. The 7 captives were sold for a total of 600,000 yuan. If it is sold at the current market price, 50,000 yuan would be considered pretty good. What's this? This is packaging and exposure. No matter who they are, after being packaged and promoted, they will be treated as treasures by some people, who will pay for them without blinking an eye. In just one day, Luo Yu had already made back his investment in building the fighting arena. Sometimes being the first person to eat the cake feels so comfortable. However, I used up a lot of materials yesterday to build the fighting arena, so I still need to summarize it. Silver, 90W. Wood, 0.8W. Iron ore, 70W. Stone brick, 1.7W. Copper ore, 8W. Jade, 6W. Gold, 9,000. Platinum, 1,000. Diamonds, 0. For cloth, 1W. A lot of silver was earned back, iron ore and copper mines were not consumed much, and everything else was almost sharply reduced. Especially the stone bricks, they are gone again. Next, Luo Yu plans to build a workshop and a hospital. There is no other way, he has to accumulate them slowly. Fortunately, there is still a little bit of the big stone pillar that has not been cut completely. Although big things cannot be built, it is still enough to do some repairs. In the afternoon, Luo Yu went mining again. The Golden Scorpion King and I dug a piece of iron ore while each other dug a piece of copper ore. Watching the mineral resources being consumed, Luo Yu felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. It's just like doing daily tasks in games before. If the resources are not used up every month, I always feel like I'm losing out, and I have to use them up before I can feel comfortable. I was happily mining when I heard Shukong's chirping voice from behind. Woohoo, master, look! Xiaokong handed the box in her arms to Luo Yu. It was indeed her exclusive box. Chapter 158 Beast Girls Illustrated Book Contract Collection. Since evolving, Xiaokong has gradually learned to speak and the chance of him dropping boxes has increased. Luo Yu thought that there were still some critical hits that were useless, so he started. He muttered to himself and opened the box. 100 times critical hit trigger. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item, Beast Girls Illustrated Book of Contracts. Beast Girls Illustrated Book of Contracts. This book contains all the Beast Girls Illustrated books in the current Tiandao world. Each time you light up an illustrated book, you will get a related attribute bonus. Huh! Is it possible to drive something like this? There was a strong curiosity in Luo Yu's eyes. I flipped through this thick illustrated book, and found that almost all of the illustrations were dark. The unlit illustrations only had a black outline of the picture. Only the 5 illustrations of Night Butterfly, Charm Butterfly, Xuanqiu Beast Girl, Jingyue Beast Girl, and King Sable were lit. Night Butterfly illustration lighting feedback, Strength +1, Constitution +1, Agility +2, Taming level +1. Charm Butterfly illustration lighting feedback, Strength +2, Constitution +2, Agility +5, Mental Strength increased, Personal Beauty +5. Xuanqiu Beast Girl illustration lighting feedback, Strength +2, Constitution +1, Agility +2, Luck +5. You activate the hidden attribute, Lucky. The feedback of the Jingyue Beast Girl's illustration is Strength +5, Constitution +5, Agility +5, Luck +10. There are many hidden attributes in the Tiannao world. Luo Yu hurriedly looked at the panel and found that the attribute column of luck appeared in the column below agility. The initial luck value is 0, and the current luck value is 15 points, all given by Shao Kong. Luck affects quite a lot of things, such as you'll get more when harvesting crops, the quality of milk will be better when milking, you'll be less likely to suffer fatal injuries when attacked, your hit rate will be higher when shooting at others, and so on. Luck is everywhere. 15 points of luck is equivalent to 15% of fortune, which is a very powerful attribute. Looking at the cute Shao Kong in front of him, Luo Yu hugged her and kissed her twice, making Shao Kong giggle with a red face. King Sabel's illustration light up feedback, Strength +20, Constitution +20, Agility +18, Luck +10, all melee personal characteristics +1 star, Medical LV +2. Wow, the attributes that Xiao Jin provides alone are more than those of Shao Kong and Xiao Dai combined. She is a diamond-level tigress after all, awesome. Luo Yu was so excited that he checked his panel immediately. Number, Earth Summer Country 23333. Base score, 39,225 points. Personal rating, 3387. Health value, 207 points, currently 155 points. Entertainment value, 151 points. Aesthetics, 380. Strength, 170. Physical fitness, 165. Agility, 1168. Luck, 25. Life skills, shooting LV13, taming LV12, cooking LV7, medical LV8, mining LV10, planting LV8, tailoring LV10. Martial arts, Quangfing Dao Shu, 2nd level, Zaiyayu, 1st level, concealment, 1st level. Personal characteristics, hero, 2 stars, Zerg Nemesis, 5 stars, miner, 2 stars, tamer, 4 stars, chef, 3 stars, brewer, 1 star, fighter, 2 stars, handsome, 1 star, mobile incentive, 1 star. The panel has changed a lot. The base score has increased by 3,000, which is given by the fighting arena. Attribute points, life skills, and personal characteristics have all increased, but what shocked Luo Yu the most was the hero characteristic. 2 stars. The hero's characteristics are 2 stars. This feature is counted as a melee feature, and Xiao Jin's illustrated collection adds 1 star to this feature. Oh my god, this is a super feature that requires 1000 W silver to upgrade once. Awesome. Invincible. Luo Yu hurriedly looked at the characteristics. Hero characteristics, 2 stars maximum comfort temperature +20, minimum comfort temperature -20, global working speed +40%, global success rate +40%, personal beauty +20, global attack speed +40%. Wow, all attributes have doubled, and the attack speed is 40% faster. Luo Yu took out the Yangyu bow, drew the bow, put the arrow on it, and shot 3 arrows in succession. As expected, the speed of raising his hand increased the speed of shooting arrows. I was shocked. It turns out that I was the ADC. He laughed heartily, and was in a very good mood indeed. Tip: affected by the beauty, you gain strength +1 when appreciating the scenery. Now Luo Yu's attributes have far exceeded the limit of 100. He doesn't know what the attributes of powerful races like the Dragon Clan are, but he knows that he can easily kill a black iron level master in seconds. I'm afraid even a bronze level player wouldn't be able to hold me back for 3 rounds. After moving around on the spot for a while and adjusting to his newfound strength, Luo Yu kissed Xiao Kong again and started mining. At present, with the support of various buffs and clothes, his global working speed has reached 300%. His mining efficiency is so terrifying that he can be called a human excavator. Iron ore, copper ore and other materials were dug out in large quantities, and the resources in the mineral veins were also decreasing rapidly. Finish digging early and finish work early, just do it. While mining, Luo Yu's thoughts also wandered. This newly acquired Beast Girl encyclopedia was extremely powerful. At present, it was the most valuable thing in his territory. I'm afraid the clothes I'm wearing are far less valuable than this illustrated book. We have to find a way to collect Beast Girls. In fact, he has always had this idea. With the continuous development of the territory, he and the 3 little cuties are a bit too busy to handle it alone. If they have captives, they can only do some rough work. Where can I catch the Beast Girl? That night, Luo Yu had a dream while sleeping. He dreamed that his big bed was filled with all kinds of cute little Beast Girls. His collecting habit was satisfied, and he planned to double the size of the bed. But when he wanted to check the resources of the territory, he found that it was all fur. All the resources are gone, and only the furs are left. Where's my gold? Where is my jade? Luo Yu woke up suddenly and found that it was Xiaokong's tail on his face. His face was covered with hair. No wonder he had a nightmare. Xiaokong's sleeping posture was hard to describe. After Luo Yu laid her down, he looked out the window. His eyesight increased by twice as much, allowing him to see things clearly at night. The moonlight outside was beautiful, and the big birds flying in the sky were also beautiful. Wait a minute, Big Bird! Luo Yu was startled and quickly looked at the prompt, only to find that there was a prompt. The scouts of the Black Wind Pirates are investigating the terrain of your territory. Warning, you have discovered his whereabouts, and the scout has become a hostile unit. These types of prompts require you to discover them first before they are given, which is different from ordinary attacks. Chapter 159: The Threat from the Pirates. Sizzle! The moment it turned into a hostile unit, the lightning tower attacked instantly, and a bolt of lightning hit the Black Hawk flying 600 or 700 meters high in the sky. Ah! There was a scream from the back of Black Hawk, and the man and the eagle spiraled down and crashed into the small lake with a bang. The lake was splashing with water. Luo Yu finally came to his senses, jumped up from the bed, and woke Xiao Dai up, saying, "Hurry, hold me! Just hug me, oh my master is so annoying!" Xiao Dai, who was wearing pajamas, had a blushing face and a shy expression. "No, I mean carry me to the lake." "Ah? Oh." Xiao Dai immediately hugged Luo Yu and didn't even bother to put on her clothes. She spread her wings and flew towards the lake with her master in her arms. But it was too late. When they arrived at the small lake, the man and the eagle were eaten by a giant octopus. By the small lake, the giant octopus blinked its big eyes and looked at Luo Yu innocently. The big snake beside it was obviously very annoyed that its delicious food was snatched away by the octopus, but it dared not say anything. Looking at the innocent giant octopus and the annoyed red-scaled python, Luo Yu sighed in his heart. After all, they only have intermediate intelligence, and their actions are based on their nature. In their minds, why don't they eat the hostile units and keep them for the new year? To be honest, Luo Yu felt that the giant octopus might not even have intermediate intelligence. It was probably the intermediate intelligence rating that the diamond rating forced on it. Where do these Black Wind Pirates come from? Luo Yu frowned slightly, and suddenly thought of what Donor had said before. Could it be that the Alpha tribe had really hired some messy forces to deal with them? There are even scouts, so they should not be underestimated. If I hadn't woken up right away and had a vision buff, I wouldn't have noticed it. Maybe this is luck. They can ride on big birds. Are they all in the Air Force? Luo Yu was thinking about it in his mind, but Xiao Dai beside him asked curiously. Master, the big octopus's expression is not right. Luo Yu was stunned when he heard this, and found that the giant octopus's expression twisted, and then it spit out a black thing, and then showed a comfortable expression after spitting it out. Xiao Dai immediately fished the black thing out of the water and handed it to Luo Yu. Master, this seems to be a crossbow. Luo Yu nodded. This was indeed a crossbow, but not a simple crossbow. Heavy handheld crossbow, range 100 meters, great power, high accuracy, can easily kill creatures below 50 physique. Judging from this description, this heavy crossbow is quite powerful. Luo Yu once again raised the danger level of the Black Wind pirates in his mind, and they must be on guard against them. An autumn wind blew by, and the autumn night wind was already a little cold. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Go back to your room and sleep. In the morning, Luo Yu woke up early. While eating breakfast, Luo Yu said in the group, "Did you see the prompts? Are there any special prompts last night?" Fan Yumum. "No, what happened to you?" Alice. "Luo Yu, do you need our help?" Luo Yu. "It's okay, there was just a little thief who came and I got rid of him." Elena. "Is it a theft? I encountered it once before. It was really stupid to steal from the Dark Elves' territory in the dark." Luo Yu chatted with them for a while, then checked the regional channel and was sure that the Black Wind pirates were only targeting him. After breakfast, Luo Yu began to arrange defenses. "I originally planned to build the luxurious workshop first, but now it seems that it is better to build the air defense equipment first." After searching on various pages, Luo Yu still felt that the best air defense effect was the electric tower. Electric strike tower, primary copper or asterisk 50,000, gold asterisk 50,000, silver asterisk 500000. Once again, 50,000 gold became a stumbling block, but this time, Luo Yu was not panicked at all. He has many other resources that can be exchanged for gold. As everyone's mining level improves and mineral resources recover, gold production has increased. At this time of the month, the price ratio of gold is 1 to 110. If I only use silver to buy it, I definitely won't be able to afford it in a short period of time, but Luo Yu can exchange it for other things. Bartering is more cost-effective than auctioning. World, Anonymous collect gold, and exchange it for various minerals, meat, animals, and furs. Some trades? Immediately, many trading boxes popped up. In fact, everyone's demand for gold is not as great as Luo Yu's. Luo Yu wants to build everything luxuriously, so he consumes a large amount of gold. At this stage, the consumption of iron ore and stone is the greatest when building ordinary and sturdy buildings. I clicked on a trade box, and the other party was a Wind Tribe girl. She sent a cute *** emoticon. "Human brother, I have 5,000 gold. Do you have any copper ore? Can you trade with me?" Luo Yu. "The Wind Tribe girl is so cute. Do you have a photo? Give me a photo and I'll give you 50 copper ore for free, okay?" The Wind Tribe girl said, "No, you are such a bad guy. Hey, do you want to trade or not?" Luo Yu chuckled and liked to tease some cute girls. However, no matter how cute they were, it was impossible to get more money from them. According to the auction house's ratio, 5,000 gold can be exchanged for 15,000 copper ore. Luo Yu put 13,000 copper ore in and said, "Sister, you are so cute. I'll give you another set of clothes." "Really? That's great." The Wind Clan girl is cute but not stupid. The demand for copper ore is obviously greater than that for gold now. Although it is true that the ratio is 1 to 3, they also need to have a large amount of goods. Now that the other party can take out so much copper ore at once, the transaction is still not a loss. The key is that my cuteness worked, and I even gave her clothes as a gift. After clicking OK, she said excitedly, "Thank you, little brother, I like this dress very much." "Wait, what's a Band-Aid swimsuit? It looks like there's so little fabric. How should I wear this?" Luo Yu. "Everyone is in a difficult situation in the Tiandao world, so save as much fabric as possible. You can wear it by just clicking. You can try it. Send me a screenshot after you try it out. I have other colors available." "Oh. I'll try." After this test. "Hate it, little brother, you pervert. Room 76598 of the arena. If you want to see it, come and see. I will beat you to death." That's it. The other party deleted the transaction box. Luo Yu laughed inwardly. Does this count as a date with a beautiful woman? He silently memorized the room number and prepared to find some time to have some fun. Then, he clicked on another trading box, and this time he met a man from the barbarian pig tribe. Chapter 160: The World's #1 Martial Arts Conference. Wild Pig Tribe, Male, Anonymous. 3,000 gold for 150,000 iron ore. Okay. Luo Yu straightforwardly made a deal with him. A large amount of iron ore had been dug up recently, and the total amount of iron ore in the base exceeded 1 million. It's nice to use some of it up. In the following time, Luo Yu kept clicking on the trading box, exchanging iron ore, copper ore, jade, fur, and even animals and captives for gold. After a whole day of trading, he finally collected 50,000 gold. Of course, this also consumed a lot of his resources, especially mineral resources. After checking, there were only 3,000 iron ore left, and 50,000 copper ore. This was the copper ore that Luo Yu had deliberately saved. Now the demand for copper ore had really increased. This wave of exchange can be said to be a huge loss, but it doesn't matter. The mineral resources have been mined for several days and there are still 150%, so there is no need to worry for the time being. Build the lightning tower. Walking outside the villa, Luo Yu took a quick look and decided to build the lightning tower in the garden at the front door. Electric strike tower, primary copper ore *50,000, gold *50,000, silver *50,000. While building, Luo Yu muttered something in his mind. 100 times critical hit trigger. Top level electric strike tower, attack range 50,000 meters, including air, accuracy 100%, attack interval 5 seconds, power, instant kill below 500, physique, adjustable. Sure enough, the top level electric tower was hit again. As the light flashed before his eyes, the top level electric shock tower appeared. Now, the entire power was greatly enhanced. The defense of the entire base has become much stronger, and Luo Yu can rest assured. Tip: you are the first trialist in the nearby area to reach a score of 40,000 or more, and you will receive rewards: 5,000 gold, 5,000 jade, and 5,000 wood. Giving out a wave of small rewards made Luo Yu smile happily. Now that the defense of the territory has been strengthened again, he can consider building new buildings. Luxury Workshop, stone *300, 000, silver *50, 000, iron *50, 000, copper *50, 000, gold *5, 000, jade *5, 000. Wow, this price is much more expensive than a big villa. At present, except for the gold and jade that have just been given, everything is in short supply, especially stone. There is always a shortage of stone. Luo Yu is preparing for a ruthless attack. After a moment, he gathered all the captives in front of the quarry and said in a deep voice, "All of you, go into the quarry and mine stones for me. As you know, the quarry could collapse at any time. I am training your agility and courage. Whoever collects more stones will have the priority opportunity to fight next time the fighting arena opens." These words ignited the passion of the prisoners. Although the food and accommodation here are good, they are still captives after all. Once they are bought at a high price, they immediately become members of the territory. If you are lucky enough to meet a gentle and normal lord, then you will have a bright future. The premise of all this is to have a good performance in the fighting arena. The higher the price you are sold at, the more the buyer will value you. This is a simple logic. Set off! As soon as Luo Yu finished speaking, the group of people rushed directly into the quarry and started working in a hurry. Luo Yu asked Xiao Dai to be responsible for record keeping. People should be trustworthy, so who dug how many stones should be recorded. Of course, the quarry is really dangerous, and they might get injured or crushed to death from time to time. It all depends on their luck. At this time, Xiao Jin was busy. Stones were continuously pulled over by elephants and rhinos. Xiao Jin waved his Tiangong knife and cut wildly. Stacks of stone bricks continued to appear. Looking at the jumping numbers on the stone bricks in the base, Luo Yu was very satisfied. I checked Xiao Jin's forging level and found that it had reached LV14 without me noticing. Although stone cutting is not considered forging, it is at least a kind of handicraft, and it will slowly increase the forging experience. Once the workshop is built, Xiao Jin can be responsible for forging. Then it would be nice to open a weapons shop in the system shopping street to make money. I looked at the stone bricks in the evening. Originally, We could produce about 30,000 stone bricks a day, but today we directly produced 100,000 stone bricks. This energy production capacity even surprised Luo Yu. But it also came at a certain price. 9 captives were injured by stones, and 2 of them were seriously injured by headshots. After treatment, they were sold back to the Skarsa tribe by Luo Yu for 2,000 yuan each. Not to mention, treating the wounded also increases the medical level, which is quite good to train. According to the current accumulation progress of stone bricks, we can build a workshop in 3 or 4 days. After dinner, Luo Yu was taking a bath and chatting comfortably. Sure enough, a prompt came, affected by the hygiene value, your physical fitness +1. I took a look at the Fighting Arena channel and saw that dozens of fighting arenas appeared at the same time today, 2 of which were of luxurious specifications. There are still many rich people, and people immediately come to compete. Of course, Luo Yu is not too worried because under the anti-monopoly mechanism, competition will not be so fierce. He entered the arena as usual in the evening and earned 400 gold today. However, as his fame grew, fewer people sought him out for competition. After 5 PK matches were over and I was preparing for the arena, I suddenly received a system prompt. Tip: the total number of matches in the Tiandao World Arena has exceeded 10 billion, activating the world's #1 martial arts conference. The world's first martial arts competition, starting from the first day of winter, participants can register through the regional arena, and the winner will receive generous prizes. As the news came out, the entire Tiandao world was in an uproar. Luo Yu carefully read the instructions of the world's #1 martial arts conference. In fact, the rules are quite simple. You just need to draw lots for PK within the area, and the top 10 will advance. It's that simple. The prizes have not been announced yet, and will be made public when the competition begins on the first day of winter. For a moment, the entire Tiandao world became excited, and everyone was gearing up for the martial arts competition. But there are also clear-headed people who first have to get through this long autumn before they are eligible to participate in the martial arts conference. There is also a lively discussion in the group at this time. The girls all want to participate in the martial arts competition. Everyone should practice martial arts well this month, and strive to get a good ranking next month. Luo Yu reminded them that no matter what happened, the first priority was to survive and to resist the invasion of various disasters. Only when you ensure your absolute safety does it make sense to think about other things. Chapter 161: Black Wind Pirates. Disasters always strike when people let their guard down, and the same is true for attacks. At dawn, Luo Yu, who was sleeping, suddenly received a prompt. Alert! The Black Wind Pirates are attacking your territory and are expected to arrive in 1 minute. 1 minute! Luo Yu frowned slightly, put on his clothes, walked to the balcony, and looked at the sky calmly. At this moment, the sky just began to turn red, and black dots were flying towards the territory under the morning sun. Alert! The Black Wind Pirates have arrived and will attack immediately. The prompt sound appeared again. Because of his improved eyesight, Luo Yu saw clearly that 40 black eagles appeared in the sky east of the territory. Riding on the back of the Black Hawk were pirates wearing light armor and holding crossbows. They looked very strong. It's the Air Force. Woohoo! A one-eyed pirate shouted. This territory is great, there's also fog of war. No wonder the brothers who came to investigate were killed here. The money given by the Alpha tribe is not enough. We need to ask them to pay more. What do you think, Chief? The one-eyed pirate looked at the burly leader who was carrying a big knife beside him. The leader laughed and said, The money must be increased, but this territory looks very rich. Brothers, we are blessed. Rush! The leader shouted and began to dive, intending to rush directly into the fog of war. He seemed to have absolute confidence in himself. The pirates all shouted and laughed, following their leader's flight path and killing them. Sizzle! An arc of electricity suddenly shot out from the fog of war and instantly struck the leader in the front. Bang! With a loud bang, the leader and his eagle were blown into a bloody mist by the electric arc. Leader! The pirates all screamed. The leader's 200 physique was electrocuted to death in one go. It was an electric shock tower. It is definitely a very high-grade electric shock tower. Sizzle! Another bolt of lightning rushed out from the fog of war, electrocuting another pirate riding a black eagle into a ball of bloody mist. For a moment, the pirates were stunned by the electric shock, and the Black Hawk was frightened and flew around in the sky. Some of them did not dare to approach. Luo Yu stood on the balcony with his hands behind his back, looking at the sky calmly with a smile on his lips. "Master, it's cold outside, put on some clothes." Xiao Dai gently put a coat on Luo Yu and said softly, "Shall I warm a glass of milk for you?" "Well, go ahead." Luo Yu smiled faintly and nodded. If we talk about understanding people, it has to be Xiao Dai. She was the only one who woke up at this time. Xiao Jin and Xiao Kong were the type who could sleep very well. As long as you didn't wake them up, they wouldn't wake up even if there was thunder outside. Did I increase the power of the lightning tower too high? Luo Yu thought this in his mind, but lowered the power a little. The original 300 physical strength instant kill has been adjusted to 200 physical strength instant kill. I hope someone can survive such a blow. In the sky, after the initial panic, the pirates immediately elected a new captain and dived towards the base. These pirates are very powerful and have strong adaptability. However, some things cannot be solved by just making adjustments. Sizzle! The two lightning towers discharged again. Bang! There were two loud explosions, and two more pirates exploded. However, this time, they did not explode into a bloody mist directly, but were blown into a bloody mess. Both the people and the birds would definitely not survive, but the things they carried with them might be able to be preserved. Why is the interval between attacks so short? Does this territory have 4 electric shock towers? That's impossible! The one-eyed dragon cried out in surprise. They are still 3 kilometers away from the core of the territory. Even if the Black Hawk flies very fast, it will still take several minutes. Wasn't there 5 seconds between the attacks just now? A sense of fear rose in the heart of the one-eyed dragon. In the past, he had always been successful in robbing other territories or tribes, but this time he hit a wall. Sizzle! 2 more lightning bolts took away 2 pirates steadily. As the newly elected leader, he roared, "Quick! Full speed ahead!" The Black Hawks flapped their wings and dived to speed up, which required them to lower their altitude. Although this speed was a little faster, they were within the range of the arrow tower. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! There were a total of 8 arrow towers in the strike formation hidden in the fog of war. The moment the group of pirates flew low, they started shooting. These are all 2-star arrow towers that can fire 80 arrows in one breath, and they are the kind with thermal energy. Be careful with the arrows! The pirates reacted extremely quickly, and Black Hawk was very agile, dodging the arrows by dodging in the air. However, there are always unlucky ones who don't have time to dodge, and are hit by the arrows directly. The Black Hawk, the mount of the female companion of the one-eyed dragon, was shot. He asked with concern, "White Snake, are you okay?" Snort! The woman called White Snake sneered and said, "How can a black eagle be injured by a few bows and arrows? Even a 2-star arrow tower can't easily stop us. Wait a minute. Black Hawk, what's wrong with you?" Before she finished her words, she discovered something unusual. The black eagle under her suddenly lost its strength, and after flapping its wings a few times, it began to fall. "I have heat stroke." "Ah. The temperature at night is only 12 degrees, why did you get a heat stroke in autumn?" "White Snake!" The one-eyed dragon exclaimed, and the White Snake screamed. She and the Black Hawk spiraled down and fell to the ground. Black Hawk fell to his death on the spot, and she happened to fall on Black Hawk. Although she did not die, she was badly beaten. But she was an elite member of the pirate group after all, with a physical fitness of over 100, and she was able to barely stand up in such a situation. He had just stood firm when he was attacked. Whoosh! An arrow pierced her shoulder. A heat energy was transmitted from the arrow. She opened her mouth and fell to her knees. "This arrow has fire poison." As the voice fell, he fainted on the spot. "Not good! These are thermal arrows, don't get hit!" The one-eyed man shouted loudly, and the pirates were frightened. Where did the lords here come from? How come they have lightning and thermal weapons so quickly? It's very likely that he is a trial taker from the legendary Fire Phoenix clan. Everyone be careful, the flames may burst out at any time, Don't get burned! The pirates chatted loudly, avoiding the fog of war that enveloped the strike formation. But because it was a 2-star arrow tower, its range was longer than before, and it fired another batch of arrows before they could avoid it, killing 3 pirates. Chapter 162, No Way to Survive, right? Rush! The one-eyed dragon roared loudly. The enemy's arrow towers are all at the entrance, and the real core area is weakly defended. Go! As long as we break into the fog, we will win! The roar of the one-eyed man inspired everyone. The pirates made strange noises again, and the Black Hawk also made crisp cries, which greatly boosted their morale. Sizzle! 2 more bolts of lightning appeared, killing 2 pirates. The direct fighting hasn't even started yet, and almost 10 people have died. This is something they could never have imagined before. You know, pirates are all top-notch fighters, and their attributes are basically around 100. At this stage, the combat effectiveness of ordinary pirates is stronger than the average level of trial takers. With 40 pirates and an air force, they would be almost invincible if they were to plunder other people's territory. Glancing at the 2 companions who were electrocuted, the one-eyed dragon gritted his teeth and said, "The chief of the Alpha tribe actually asked us to attack such a territory. More money! More money! Rush!" The black eagles spread their wings and rushed to the core area of the territory at their fastest speed. The pirates were eager to know what the territory hidden in the fog looked like. Just as they were charging, suddenly, everyone heard the sound of breaking wind. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A hail of arrows came towards them, catching the pirates off guard and knocking down 4 of them. What the hell, one-eyed dragon, didn't you say there was no arrow tower? What is this? At least 10 arrow towers are firing at the same time. One-eyed dragon. Shit, how did I know this lord was so rich? This is weird. Didn't this guy build anything but the arrow tower? Can the arrow tower of Grand Mutsali be eaten as food? The pirates were all cursing as the rain of arrows coming towards them came one after another. Sizzle! 2 more bolts of lightning struck. Every time the pirates heard the sound of electric arcs, they were frightened because they didn't know whether the electric tower would target them this time. The sound of electric arc is like walking through the gates of hell. It is so terrifying that many people will wet their pants when they hear the sound of electric arc. Bang! 2 explosions sounded, and the 2 lucky ones were taken away on the spot. The one-eyed dragon roared, "Brothers, these 10 arrow towers of the other side are the last defense. Rush! There are 150 meters left, charge!" Before he could finish his words, a row of arrows came towards him and his 3 companions were shot down again. This also made the other pirates breathe a sigh of relief. After all, the arrow tower also has a cooling time. With this last distance, they only need to block 2 more waves of arrows and they will be able to rush into the fog. Now is the time between attacks from the arrow tower and the shock tower. Rush! Every pirate was slapping the Black Hawks, making them burst out at their fastest speed. Take advantage of this interval and charge. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! Coming towards him was a row of arrows. Attack interval? There were indeed gaps between the arrow towers, but the pirates had rushed into the automatic crossbow shooting range. 6 automatic crossbows opened fire, and there was no interval. Puff! The 2 pirates in the front were caught off guard and were hit directly by the automatic crossbow arrows. Fortunately, the crossbow arrows did not carry heat energy, so they only felt severe pain but did not suffer from heat stroke. Lord here, I'll kill your whole family. Can you feed them by building so many defense facilities? You don't want to give us pirates a chance to survive, right? One pirate collapsed, but collapse could not save him, and he was greeted by a stone. Yes, rocks. Before, the distance was too far and the catapult was flying, so Luo Yu did not let the automatic catapult fire. Now that the distance is closer, and it is flying in a straight line, it is time to fire. Bang! The stone collided with the fast-flying Black Hawk and smashed it into a meat patty. Catapult! Damn it, you always give me some new tricks, and give me cannons and crossbows to serve me. The one-eyed man roared, and the pirates took out their cannons and crossbows while charging, now within their firing range. The power of the cannon crossbow is stronger than that of the automatic crossbow. The crossbow's strings sounded bang bang bang, and one thick cannon crossbow after another shot into the fog of war. These pirates are all experts. Although they cannot see the target, they can attack in the direction where the arrows are coming from. There was a loud crackling sound, and the 2 arrow towers were attacked. Unfortunately, this is a 2-star arrow tower, no longer made of wood, but a mixed structure of wood and bricks. Although it lost a little durability after being attacked by the cannon and crossbow, it only lost a little durability. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Sizzle. Boom. The sounds of arrow towers, automatic crossbows, electric shock towers and catapults complemented each other, and when the pirates rushed into the last 40 meters, only 18 people were left. At the final distance, the remaining pirates all had ferocious looks on their faces. The one-eyed dragon roared, "Destroy the electric tower first!" Just as he finished his words, there was a sound of breaking wind in the fog ahead, followed by a black shadow shooting out. He instinctively tilted his head to avoid the black shadow, but a female pirate behind him was not so lucky. Ah! With a scream, the female pirate was hit on the face by the stone axe, and her head was split in half. Fuck, it's a throwing axe launcher! Alpha Tribe, you guys are actually trying to trick us! We will destroy your tribe when we get back! He secretly congratulated himself for his quick reaction, and at the same time cursed the chief of the Alpha Tribe in his heart. But just as this thought came to his mind, he smelled a fragrant breeze. Huh! What a nice smell, is that pollen? At a certain moment, confusion appeared in his only remaining eye, and then he suddenly woke up. Not good! This is poison powder, hold your breath and don't inhale it! But by the time the pirates realized it, it was already too late. Both the pirates and the Black Hawk under them had already inhaled Xiaodia's pollen. After Xiaodai evolves, the power of the charm pollen is incomparable. No matter how elite these pirates are, or how ferocious Black Hawk is, after suddenly inhaling it, their mobility will be reduced by at least 30%. The Black Hawk's speed suddenly slowed down. The last bit of distance can be said to be a matter of life and death. If you slow down a little, you may die. Sizzle! 2 arcs of electricity struck out again, taking away the 2 lucky ones. At the same time, a rain of arrows shot out. This time, because of the pollen of the charmed butterfly, Black Hawk's mobility was greatly reduced, resulting in failure to avoid this wave. Puff, puff, puff! There were continuous sounds of arrows hitting flesh, and a row of arrows actually knocked down 8 people. The pirates only have 9 men left. Shit! It's Night Butterfly! This lord has kept Night Butterfly Beast Girl in captivity. Once I break through the territory, I will definitely ravage all the Night Butterflies. Chapter 163 Victory. The powerful attributes of the pirate captives. The one-eyed man spoke fiercely. The last 20 meters. The last 9 pirates even felt that they had entered the fog. Victory was just around the corner when suddenly, a strong sound of breaking wind was heard in the fog. Whoosh! A high-speed spinning javelin flew out and directly pierced a black eagle, and the pirate on the black eagle was also pierced. After killing 2 creatures, the javelin still rushed towards the sky with its remaining momentum. Seeing the power of this javelin, the remaining 8 pirates felt a chill in their hearts. Was this thrown by a human? Even if the dead ghost leader has 150 points of strength, he can't throw a javelin like this, right? Do we still need to attack? Is there any point? Fear spread in everyone's heart, and just before they rushed into the fog, they instinctively controlled the Black Hawk to change direction and fly upwards. They no longer dared to rush into the fog, as they did not have the courage to face the being that could hurl such ferocious javelins. Fear often makes people lose their reason, thus accelerating their own destruction. Choosing to fly upwards is equivalent to exposing the Black Hawk's belly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A wave of arrows came and all the remaining black eagles were pierced by arrows. The thermal energy arrows and the pollen of the charmed butterfly finally made the Black Hawks unable to bear it, and they began to fall. Bang, bang, bang! Finally, the Black Hawks and pirates all fell down and hit the ground. Add more money, you have to pay more! The one-eyed man screamed, and just as he finished speaking, he was hit on the forehead by a stone axe. Tip: the pirate group has been completely wiped out. Congratulations on resisting this attack. Tip: You killed the leader of the Black Wind Pirates, and the hatred between the pirates and you has increased. You get battle reward, free attribute points plus 15 points. Seeing the prompt, Luo Yu sighed softly. The defense of the territory was still not strong enough. If he hadn't acted at the last moment to scare the pirates, this group of people would have rushed into the fog. This was something he didn't want to see. He hoped that all attacking units would not even be able to break into the fog. Xiao Dai, wake up Xiao Kong and Xiao Jin, let's go down and take a look. Good. Xiao Dai responded sweetly, and Luo Yu jumped directly from the balcony and walked slowly towards the stone gate. By the way, add the newly acquired attribute points. 15 attribute points, exactly one attribute is added with 3 points. As for the attribute of luck, it cannot be allocated with attribute points and can only be increased in various special ways. The next period of time was naturally spent on treating the captives and the Black Hawks that were not yet dead, collecting the spoils, throwing the pirate corpses into the incineration pit, and slaughtering and eating the animal corpses. Luo Yu was busy from dawn when the attack occurred until noon. He took a shower and had a comfortable lunch. It must be said that the richness of the spoils this time was beyond his expectations. The 40-man raiding unit received a total of 10,000 gold, 14,000 jade, 50,000 silver, 20 small accessories of various types, 40 ordinary cold weapons, and 32 cannons and crossbows. Pirates are rich. So rich. In addition, 6 pirates were captured alive, 3 men and 3 women. What surprised Luo Yu was their attribute values. The 3 attribute values of these 6 captives are basically 100 points. One of them is a female pirate named White Snake, with strength of 130, agility of 135, and constitution of 136. It is worth mentioning that the one-eyed dragon did not die. Although there was a hole in his head, his vitality was very strong and he was rescued by Luo Yu. The attributes of this one-eyed dragon are even stronger than those of the White Snake, with strength of 147, agility of 120, and constitution of 155. To be honest, the attributes of these elite pirates are quite terrifying. Just one person can destroy a base with a score of around 4,000 when attacking. A prisoner with this kind of attribute would definitely sell for a sky-high price. Even if not sold, he could definitely become a star by making money in the fighting arena. Pirates, what an outstanding group. After lunch, Luo Yu walked towards the zoo. At this moment, a wounded black eagle was lying on the haystack. Looking at the black eagle as big as a calf, Luo Yu's eyes showed admiration. This is the only surviving black eagle, and it must be tamed no matter what. He walked up to Black Hawk and held out his hand. You used the taming skill. You have successfully tamed the Black Hawk with a 68% chance. It succeeded in one go. Combining his own appearance, luck, taming level, animal tamer, etc., he tamed a black iron level animal in one go. Black Hawk, adult male, intermediate intelligence strength 31, constitution 35, agility 48. The attributes are pretty good, especially its ability to carry people. It is a rare flying pet and will be very useful in future mercenary missions. The tamed Black Hawk stood up with difficulty and wanted to rub Luo Yu's arm affectionately, but he was seriously injured and grimaced in pain every time he moved. Luo Yu smiled faintly and touched the Black Hawk's head, and named it Air Force One, or Air Force One for short. Kong Yi was very happy with his name. Luo Yu clicked on its attribute panel and began to add points to it with silver. After a bit of operation, Air Force 1, Strength 100, Agility 100, Constitution 100. Immediately, Kong Yi became active again, flapping his wings and flying around, and his original serious injury became a minor injury that was insignificant. Kong Yi, from now on you will patrol the sky when you have nothing to do, and see if there are any big fish, rabbits or other animals hunting in the territory, understand? Kong Yi called out twice crisply, and immediately began to faithfully carry out the order. Animals with intermediate intelligence have little ability to make proactive judgments, but they have no problem executing mechanical commands. Luo Yu smiled faintly and was about to go to the mine when he suddenly received a prompt. Tip: because there are prisoners with high attributes being held, the risk of jailbreak in the luxury prison is increased. Current jailbreak risk, 50%. The 50% risk of jailbreak surprised Luo Yu. Indeed, the attributes of these pirates were quite impressive. There may be pirate attacks in the future, and the risk of jailbreaking will become the norm. Luo Yu is not worried about the security issues caused by jailbreaking, but is afraid of losing money. Once they escape from prison, the prisoners will be killed by the arrow tower and electric shock tower immediately, which is a huge loss. After seeing the prompt, Luo Yu pondered. It is definitely unrealistic to build a luxury prison now, it is too expensive, and it will only reduce the risk of jailbreak by 20%. It may be possible to upgrade the prison in the future, but not now. Treating the symptoms but not the root cause. We have to consider it from other aspects. How can we reduce the risk of jailbreaking? After clicking on the construction page and flipping through it, Luo Yu saw a small thing and his eyes lit up. Chapter 164, Transaction, Gardener Characteristics. Barbed wire, installed in prisons reduces the risk of jailbreak by 3%. Reducing the risk by 3% is actually nothing, but the barbed wire can be modified. The effect of direct power supply should be much stronger. Luo Yu did it as soon as he thought of it. He directly pulled a circle of wire on the wall of the luxurious prison, and then an energy pipeline ran through the wall and reached the top of the wire circle. You build a wire fence, reducing the risk of jailbreak by 10%. The current risk of jailbreak is 40%. Is there still 40%? Luo Yu touched his chin and started thinking again. After thinking for a moment, he finally decided to build an arrow tower inside the prison. Yes, building defensive facilities such as arrow towers inside the prison will greatly enhance the deterrent effect and reduce the risk of jailbreak. In addition, the pirate attack in the middle of the night also sounded a huge alarm for Luo Yu. The base needed more anti-aircraft firepower. Although the firepower of the arrow tower is far less powerful than that of the shock tower, it is better to have it than not. Arrow tower 2 *, wood *30,000, stone brick *30,000, silver *32500, gold *500, iron or *5,000. To be honest, it's quite expensive, but there's nothing we can do about it. Resources have to be used. Resources spent on defense are more worthwhile. Now there are enough other building materials, but not enough wood. Luo Yu looked at the circle of fragrant leaf forest beside the small lake. The original maturity period of the bay leaf tree is about 60 days, but due to the high fertility of the territory, the growth cycle is shortened by half. And because the hygiene value of the territory occasionally gets a buff that improves the growth progress of the plants, now the forest is basically mature. It can be cut down. Luo Yu calculated in his mind that if he cut down the trees now, they should be able to mature before winter sets in. It would be a waste if he didn't cut them down. Moreover, the weather is getting cooler, and the price of wood in the auction house started to rise a few days ago. It has now risen to 1:4. It is not suitable to buy wood to build an arrow tower. Let's chop wood. But before that, we have to take a good look at the individual characteristics of these prisoners to see if there are any outstanding characteristics that can be copied. After checking them one by one, he was a little disappointed to find that the one-eyed dragon and the white snake, who he had originally placed high hopes on, had no personal characteristics. It wasn't until he saw the last bald man that Luo Yu's eyes lit up. This guy has a gardener's personality. Are you Baldy-chan? Gardener, 1-star planting speed plus 20%, crop yield plus 20%, poison resistance plus 20%. This feature is pretty good. I checked the auction house and found that the personal characteristic transfer scroll was being sold for 600,000 yuan each. This price is obviously too high, so I won't suffer this loss. World Channel, Human Anonymous. Receive personal characteristic transfer scrolls, personal characteristic copy scrolls, can be exchanged for things, some are traded. After waiting for a while, the trading box was sent to me. On the other side was a member of the Wood tribe from Jupiter in Virgo. He directly placed the scroll on the trading box and said, "Brother, do you have any gold? I won't cheat you either. 5,000 gold and the scroll are yours to take." 5,000 gold is currently worth 550,000 silver. Luo Yu was annoyed and said, "You haven't cheated me yet? Do you think I can't count?" "This?" the Mu people asked hurriedly. "Then how much do you plan to give?" Luo Yu. 3,000 gold is the most. This scroll can only turn on low-level features. You don't think a low-level feature can be worth more than 500,000, right? The Wood Tribe member. 3,000 is too few, 4,000. 4,000 gold transaction. The two negotiated for a long time, and Luo Yu insisted on the price of 3,000 gold. The people of the Mu tribe did not want the scroll to rot in their hands. After all, the price of scrolls was high now. Finally, the deal was done for 3,000 gold and a crossbow. The other party was about to close the dialogue box, but Luo Yu asked, "Wooden man, you are good at plants. Do you have any interesting plant seeds to sell to me?" "Oh?" The other party became interested and asked, "Which type do you want?" Luo Yu. "Fruits that can increase attribute points after eating, or tree seeds that grow faster and have a large yield, etc. Do you have any?" The Wood Tribe member. "The fruit you are talking about is a natural treasure. The worst natural treasure requires a fertility level of over 300%. Are you kidding me? I don't have any trees with a large yield, but I did cultivate a red thunderwood seed before, which can be used to make furniture. Do you want it?" Luo Yu. "Put it up here for me to see." The other party put the seeds on the transaction box, and Luo Yu immediately became interested when he saw it. Red thunderwood, it grows slowly, but can absorb lightning to accelerate its growth. When it grows up, the texture of red thunderwood is excellent. It can improve the appearance and comfort of furniture. It is also one of the materials for making props such as thunder bombs. Improving the aesthetics was already in line with Luo Yu's requirements, and the fact that it could also be used to make a thunder bomb immediately aroused Luo Yu's interest. He had read the information about the thunder bomb. If he was lucky, one thunder bomb could knock down more than a dozen attacking units at the same time. Luo Yu. "How do you want to sell it?" The Wood Tribe member said. "Do you really want it? Brother, it's autumn now. If you plant it, it will stop growing soon. There is rarely lightning in autumn and winter. If you want to harvest, you have to wait until the year after next. I advise you to focus on developing your defense and not do these fancy things." Luo Yu smiled faintly and replied, "You are a real person, but I certainly have my uses. Well, in consideration of your kind words, I'll give you 100 gold to buy this seed. Although the red thunderwood is good, its growing conditions are a bit harsh, and 100 gold for one seed is indeed a very high price." Wood Tribe member. "Deal!" Virgo and the Milky Way have a long-lasting friendship. The transaction is successful, you get one red thunderwood seed. After closing the transaction box, Luo Yu first used the characteristic transfer scroll. Immediately, the Bald Brothers Gardener characteristics were transferred to the scroll. Luo Yu clicked to use it, and a prompt came. You gain the Gardener trait 1 star. Tip: your characteristics have reached 10, and you cannot obtain new characteristics. You can choose to forget the characteristics or go to the mall to exchange personal characteristics slots before you can continue to increase the characteristics. Are there 10 types now? Take a look at the feature panel: Hero, Zerg Nemesis, Miner, Tamer, Chef, Brewer, Fighter, Handsome, Mobile Incentive, Gardener. It really has all 10 features. Most of them are very practical, except that the Brewer and Mobile Incentives are a bit fancy, but it is impossible for Luo Yu to choose to forget them. Over. Chapter 165: Plant 5,000 Trees. I opened the store and looked at my personal trait slots. One trait slot can add 5 trait slots, but the redemption conditions are: Personal characteristic slots: Crystal Stone *5, Iolite *5, Moonstone *5, Pure Young Stone *5, Obsidian *5. Although these can be mined, the probability. Luo Yu has been mining for such a long time, but has only produced 1 crystal stone. He needs to collect 25 stones in total. Okay, you are so cruel. Luo Yu directly closed the interface without saying anything else and went to chop down trees first. With his overall working speed and strength, he could chop wood very quickly. In just 2 swipes, he chopped down a bay leaf tree to the ground. You get wood *100, scented tree seeds *4. The chopped off scented tree simply disappeared, turning into a pile of wood and 3 seeds. The initial amount of wood obtained from the bay leaf tree is 60. Luo Yu planted 500 bay leaf trees in the previous wave, and 1,000 bay leaf trees in the second wave. That is to say, after all the trees in this batch are cut down, 60,000 wood can be obtained. However, due to the influence of luck, planting, and gardener characteristic level, this value is directly pulled to around 100. After 2 hours of chopping wood, Luo Yu had chopped down all the wood. In total, he had 100,000 pieces of wood, enough to build 3 arrow towers. Arriving at the prison, Luo Yu began to operate. After a while, light flickered around the prison and 3 2-star arrow towers appeared one after another. After looking at the current jailbreak risk, a 2-star arrow tower reduces it by 10%, so the jailbreak risk is only 10% now. The remaining 10% will remain like this for now. We will wait until we have enough resources to build another arrow tower or think of other ways. I looked at the time. It was now 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The prisoners were currently working in the quarry. Xiao Jin was cutting stones, Xiao Kong was fishing, and Xiao Dai was making bedding and the like. Everyone had their own things to do, and Luo Yu went to the lake again to start planting trees. There are currently 18,000 pieces of wood left in the territory, which is almost enough to replenish defensive facilities such as arrow towers and automatic crossbows, but it is not enough to build anything else. This time, Luo Yu decided to expand the planting area and expand the planting area of the fragrant leaf forest to 5,000. Solve the problem of wood shortage in the territory in one fell swoop, and see if you can make some money in the winter. This is a big project. Luo Yu's current planting level is LV8. Combined with strength and other data, the gardener's characteristics, and the global working speed of 350%, it only takes 1 minute to plant a tree. You can plant 60 trees in an hour, keep working on it. Xiao Kong, who was fishing by the lake, saw her owner planting trees quickly, so she threw away her fishing rod and ran over to help. As the sun sets, Xiao Dai finds that her master has not prepared dinner. She walks out of the house and sees the 2 guys working hard. They were smart enough to select some captives with high planting levels to help with planting. She also helped her master with the work, and finally even Xiao Jin came along. The family just wanted to be together. This time the speed is much faster. On this day, Luo Yu and others ate something casually, worked from the afternoon until late at night, and planted all 5,000 trees. The planting level soared to LV10, and Xiaokong's planting level even reached LV11. Xiaokong is good at planting. He gets a lot of experience for planting a tree. Maybe this is his talent. The captives were so exhausted that they went to bed early. In the big bathroom, Luo Yu washed off the dust and fatigue, enjoying the massage from the little beast girls, and fell asleep unknowingly. When Luo Yu woke up in the early morning, he found himself sleeping in a warm big bed with 3 little cuties around him. He was too tired yesterday and guessed that it was Xiao Jin who carried him back to the room last night. With a faint smile, he got up and started a new day of work. The family had breakfast one after another. Luo Yu walked to the west side of the territory, built a small wall, and planted red thunderwood. This is the red thunderwood planting area that Luo Yu plans to open up. Because this plant absorbs lightning, Luo Yu planted it farther away to prevent lightning from harming his own forest. At the moment of planting, he silently said something in his heart. 100 times critical hit trigger. The growth progress of red thunderwood has been critically affected. As soon as the prompt sounded, the planted seedlings quickly grew up. In just a moment, it turned into a small red tree. The branches and leaves of the small tree were all red, and it looked very beautiful. Red thunderwood, current maturity is 70%. This wood grows slowly, and even when it is hit hard, it is not fully mature. Luo Yu still has 2 critical hits left, but he doesn't plan to use them for the time being. Naturally, he has his own way. Doesn't red thunderwood absorb lightning? Okay, arrange the lightning rod. Lightning rod, copper or *1000, gold *1000, silver *20,000, beast soul core *1. The cost of a lightning rod is around 210,000 silver, which is actually very expensive. Luo Yu wants to try whether it has any effect on the growth of red lightning wood. It would be best if it works, but it doesn't matter if it doesn't work. Just connect an energy line directly to the lightning storage box and it will be done. Just in time for the new electric tower to be added, the more lightning the better. I bought the beast soul core from the auction house and clicked to build it. Then a golden lightning rod appeared on the top of the small tree. A lightning rod can stably absorb 300 lightning energies every day. We will check it later to see how effective it is. After doing all this, Luo Yu went to the mine and started mining. Luo Yu dug crazily for 6 hours and his mining level reached LV11. Feeling a little mentally exhausted, he ended today's mining trip. Yes, mentally exhausted rather than physically exhausted. Doing the same thing over and over again at a high intensity for 6 hours in a row would make anyone tired. At this time, you need to relax and have some entertainment to restore your spirit. If there are no proper entertainment facilities in the territory, it will be impossible to effectively relieve mental fatigue. In such a situation, it is easy to get sick in a few days, so the entertainment value is actually very important for a territory. Luo Yu's territory's entertainment value is naturally sufficient, and the entertainment method he chose today is swimming. Swimming with the little cuties. Normally, swimming in autumn would cause a cold, but because Luo Yu possesses heroic characteristics, the lowest comfortable temperature is -20 degrees Celsius. The lower limit of humans' comfortable temperature is about 15 degrees. Due to his characteristics, even if Luo Yu is not wearing anything, his comfortable temperature is -5 degrees, and he can swim in ice water without blinking. The 3 little cuties were playing in the water wearing the swimsuits Luo Yu prepared for them. Seeing them playing together, Luo Yu felt more and more relaxed. Chapter 166 Double Happiness. When you engage in recreational activities, your constitution is +1. Xiao Jin, go get my juice. Ouch. Xiao Jin jumped out of the water and went to get some juice in her swimsuit. Now all the captives were locked up in prison, so she was not afraid of being seen and could just walk away gracefully. After a while, Luo Yu happily drank a sip of apple juice and felt refreshed. He touched Xiao Jin's wet tail and said with a smile, Xiao Jin, when you were wandering outside, did you meet other beast girls? Woo! Xiao Jin blushed immediately, drooped his ears and whispered, No, don't touch the tail, it will itch. When you are doing recreational activities, strength +1. You won't let me catch you, but I'm going to touch your tail. Luo Yu laughed in his heart, playing with Xiao Jin's tail and said with a smile, Have you ever encountered this? Yes. Xiao Jin blushed slightly and said, In my limited memory, I vaguely remember that there was a pair of beast girl sisters in the nearby mountains. One has green hair, and the other has pink hair. I can't remember their exact breeds. Oh? Luo Yu immediately perked up and started asking questions carefully, but unfortunately, Xiao Jin had lost a lot of memories after being tamed. From her vague description, he could tell that the rank of this pair of beast sisters should not be low. According to the descriptions on the Beast Girl Encyclopedia, there are generally only 3 or fewer types of beast girls in one area. Xiao Kong, who existed in this area, was already by his side. Xiao Dai was captured during a mission, and Xiao Jin was not counted as a wanderer. It was very likely that this pair of sisters were the last 2 beast girls nearby. You have to find a way to lure her over. If something random happens and she gets caught one day, it would be a huge loss. The base is currently very short of manpower. Once the workshop is made, Xiao Jin will need to forge it, Xiao Kong will be responsible for fishing and planting, Xiao Dai will be responsible for sewing, and there is also a lack of people who can cut stones, clean and cook. These are rigid needs. In addition, there are people who are responsible for animal training, fishing, long-range shooting, etc. The more beast girls the better. Luo Yu wishes there were 100 beast girls in the territory, then he could really rest easy. Before going to bed, Luo Yu went to check on the red thunderwood. The original growth progress was 70%, but now it has reached 75%. Wow, this growth is so fast. Since 1 lightning rod is effective, wouldn't 2 double the joy? The money was originally used to develop the base, so Luo Yu decided to go all out and directly made another lightning rod, installed it on the red lightning wood, and then went back to his room to sleep. In the early morning, he came to the red thunder tree first. After taking a look, he was doubly happy. The growth progress was directly 100%. After cutting down the trees with the Yang double swords, I got 150 red thunderwood and 3 red thunderwood seeds. It takes 1,000 units to make a dining table made of red mulberry wood. Keep up the good work. Luo Yu planted 3 saplings of red thunderwood, and then installed lightning rods on the 3 red thunderwoods. Little by little, it adds up to a lot. Maybe one day this place will become a forest of red pampas grass, and that would be nice. However, After making 3 red thunderwood seeds in succession, the family's money was also spent a lot, and after all the miscellaneous expenses, only 200,000 silvers were left. A moment later, in the basement, Xiao Dai seemed a little bored while operating the sewing machine. Luo Yu gave her the task of making bedding and storing it for sale during the winter. Seeing her master coming, Xiao Dai perked up immediately, and took Luo Yu's arm affectionately and said, "Master, I have made 70 quilts. When are you going to sell it?" "No hurry." Luo Yu smiled faintly and said, "First, make 100 quilts, and then make cotton-padded clothes and trousers according to the drawings I gave you. Our chance to make money will come soon." Xiao Dai nodded happily. She thought of something and said, "Master, the furs and cloths are almost all used up. Then I looked at our food this morning. Because there are too many captives, the meat and vegetables are consumed very quickly. You have to find a way to open source it." Luo Yu naturally knew about this matter, and nodded and said, "Okay, I'll find a way. Don't work too hard. You can swim or play billiards when you have nothing to do. Got it?" "Yes. Thank you for your concern, Master. I have already gained attribute points by swimming." Xiaodia's little face was flushed, and there was obvious admiration in her eyes when she looked at Luo Yu. Luo Yu naturally knew that his little cutie admired him, so that was it was good. He also checked Xiaodia's attributes. Strength 102, Constitution 104, Agility 103. The various values of the base not only affect the trial takers, but also the beast girls with top-level intelligence are also beneficiaries. After all, they can also participate in entertainment activities, etc. Except for being classified as animals, they are almost the same as the trial takers in other aspects. On this day, Luo Yu did not go to the mine, but rode on Air Force One and took off. Oh my goodness, they flew up to a height of 1,000 meters. Luo Yu felt a little panicked. What if Air Force One was unstable? I guess I would be the first trial taker to fall to his death from the sky. Fortunately, all 3 attributes of Air Force One reached 100, and it seemed to sense the concern of its owner, so it flew steadily. Luo Yu looked down at the earth. From the sky, he found that the territory below was not as prosperous as he had imagined. There were not enough buildings. Except for the impregnable defense on the east side, the defense on the other 3 sides was still very flawed. Looking further away, there was still fog. Even with the vision buff, Luo Yu could not penetrate the fog and see the things in the fog. His plan to find the exact location of the 2 beast girls from the sky failed. Of course, he didn't plan to succeed. The airspace limit of the territory is 5,000 meters. If you go higher, you will encounter an air wall. After getting familiar with takeoff for a while, Luo Yu basically mastered how to ride the Black Hawk. His animal training level is high, and this natural advantage enables him to master animal-related matters more quickly. A moment later, the Black Eagle hovered 50 meters above the territory. Luo Yu took out the special milk from the storage and let the Black Eagle hold it. He lay on the Black Eagle's back, looking at the blue sky, quietly waiting for the attack to come. Meat, furs, etc. were in short supply, and he needed a wave of animal attacks to enrich the resources of his territory. Affected by the beauty, when you look up at the sky, your agility is +2. Time passed minute by minute, and as the Black Eagle circled, the scent of the special milk had covered the entire territory. After waiting for a while, a prompt appeared. Warning: a group of bucktooth beasts, attracted by special milk, are attacking your territory. Chapter 167, 1 billion people cut in line at once. The attack is coming. A moment later, a group of beasts the size of calves, with big buck teeth and 6 legs, rushed into the attack formation from the east. This was an ordinary attack. The territory's score was high now, so even if it was an ordinary attack, 200 units came at once. Luo Yu rode on the back of the Black Eagle and looked down. This group of ferocious buck-toothed beasts rushed directly into the corridor of death, rushing forward desperately. Sizzle! The electric tower began to attack, and the arrow tower sprayed arrows into the death corridor, all of which were arrows carrying thermal energy. The bucktooth beast isn't even at the black iron level, and its attributes are barely over 20. How could it possibly pass through the corridor of death? The entire army was wiped out after just 2 stops. Luo Yu got off the Black Hawk and called on all the prisoners to come and help. It's still the same as always. Slaughter the dead ones, heal and tame the living ones, and then put them in the auction house. Leave a few for the fighting arena business, and that's it. An industrial chain has already been formed in Luo Yu's mind. Animals are selling well nowadays. First of all, more and more fighting arenas are opening, and everyone needs animals to support the scene. In addition, now that the weather has turned cold, everyone wants to keep some animals in captivity so that they can kill them and eat the meat when winter comes. It is always better than starving. This time, 50 bucktooth beasts were sold at an average price of 4,000, making a profit of 200,000 in one go. 3 strong ones were left behind to fight in the fighting arena and earn money. A lot of bucktooth beast meat came out, totaling 100,000 pieces of meat. Even if the territory consumed 5,000 pieces of meat every day, it could last for 20 days. Luo Yu didn't have much demand for meat before winter. The bucktooth beast produces ordinary fur, which costs 20,000 in total. The fur consumption of a quilt is about 500, which means it can make 40 quilts, a huge amount of money. Unfortunately, the beast girl was not lured over. After looking at the special milk, its current effectiveness has evaporated by 70%. Basically, the special milk produced by a cow at one time can only attract one wave of attacks, and after the cow produces a wave, it needs 7 or 8 days to recover. While the special milk still had some effect, Luo Yu drank it directly. You take special milk, physical fitness +2. During lunch, Luo Yu saw Ah Dai and Ah Tai fighting outside the house. 2 black iron level animals were fighting each other. Both of them had an attribute value of 100 and neither could do anything to the other. It was just a dog-eat-dog fight. After the fight, he found that both of these guys had increased their physical fitness by 1 point, which gave Luo Yu an inspiration. Yes, you can let cows fight with other animals. If I can be promoted to black iron level, then can I improve my attributes? If you click on the attribute, the interval between milk production may be shortened. Thinking of this, he immediately started the experiment. In the fighting arena, a cow and a bull were surrounded by 4 insects, and the 2 sides began to fight each other. Luo Yu in the stands saw all this and nodded with satisfaction. After a while, the 4 bugs were defeated. After Luo Yu treated the animals and gained some experience, he felt that the bugs were too rubbish and could not withstand the attack, so he decided not to use them anymore. This time we're using captives for training. After a while, 2 captives were thrown into the fighting arena. Luo Yu chose a man and a woman this time. The attributes of these 2 captives were similar to those of bulls and cows, so there would be a greater chance of advancement in the fight. There was a lot of fighting and the 2 of them were evenly matched. Luo Yu treated both cows again. Now both cows were exhausted, so Luo Yu let them go and would continue tomorrow. I still don't believe I can't get promoted. As for the 2 prisoners, they will continue to go to the quarry after treatment. The base will not keep idle people. Luo Yu was waiting for the 6 pirates with super attributes to recover. These 6 guys were definitely good at digging stones, and they had strong physiques, so they would not necessarily be crushed to death if the quarry collapsed. The one-eyed dragon survived being shot in the head by a stone axe. Are you kidding me? At night, while eating at the table, Xiao Jin suddenly said in surprise, "Hey, I gained a little strength. The meal the master cooked today is so delicious." Luo Yu was slightly stunned. He cooked every day, but he had never observed the specific cooking level. He took a look and found that his cooking level was 8. In fact, you can make exquisite dishes at level 6. Fine cuisine, basic meat *10, basic vegetables *10, nutritional value, intermediate, shelf life 10 days, food poisoning probability 10%, attribute point acquisition rate 2%. The chance of obtaining attribute points by making exquisite dishes is obviously higher, so let's start making exquisite dishes from tomorrow. In the evening, Luo Yu carried out his usual entertainment activities and entered the arena while taking a bath. As soon as you enter the arena, you will get a prompt. The warm-up event for the world's #1 martial arts tournament has begun. If you win 5 games in a row in the exclusive channel, you can participate in the lottery and have a chance to win diamonds, platinum equipment, and other items. Still warming up the event? Did Tian now hire a planner for this? Luo Yu laughed and entered the exclusive channel. Wow, there were too many people and he had to queue. Your current queue position, 1038210272. Because your territory score is higher than most people, you can jump the queue. Your current queue position, number 17. Wipe. This time, we have joined the team of 1 billion trial takers? Luo Yu opened his mouth. The benefit of having a high score finally came. He could cut in line with 1 billion people at a time. By the way, there are actually 17 people ahead of me. Who the hell are they? Their territory scores are higher than mine? There really is always someone better than you, right? The group chat became lively at this moment. Fan Yiming said, "Oh my god, there are more than 30,000 people in line. How about you?" Naker, "My number is over 70,000, but it seems like the number is jumping pretty fast." Alice, "I read the instructions. If you lose a battle, you will be kicked out of the channel. All battles are randomly arranged. You may meet an opponent or a team." Nyoda, "Then should we form a team now?" Alina, "If you form a team, the ranking will be calculated based on the last person in the team." Lao Nyo, "What's your rank?" Nyoda, "I am 507328818. Luo Yu, "More than 50 million? I'm about to enter the channel. How about the ones with similar scores form a group first?" Nakor, "Wow. We are holding Luo Yu back. I'm so sad." Fan Yamum, "This is not called holding back. We are just a small pendant on his legs, goose, goose, goose." Nyoda, "Hold on tight to the boss's big thick legs." Elena, "I won't team up with you guys anymore. I want to test my own strength alone." Alice, "Okay, let's stick with the original arrangement. Luo Yu and Elena will act alone, and I will be with Kaer and Yu Meng." Chapter 168: The Fighting Chicken Among the Hens. Luo Yu sent a smiling emoji. "Strive for consecutive wins and get a regional seed." Nyoda, "Goddess Alice, have you forgotten something?" While chatting with everyone, Luo Yu's eyes blurred and he entered an unfamiliar environment. You enter the warm-up arena, current competitive map, Stone Forest. Your opponent, T-Turtle Team, 10 people. Luo Yu was slightly surprised. This was not a fight in a room like the arena, but a fight in an open stone forest. Looking around, there is a grassland with stone pillars standing on the grassland. The air wall surrounds this area. It looks like a circular area with a radius of about 1.5 kilometers. In other words, Luo Yu needs to defeat his opponent in this circular stone forest. If the arena is a head-on battle of strength, then here it's not just about strength, it also requires wisdom, tactics, and so on. The warm-up for the world's #1 martial arts tournament is actually in this format. It seems that the real competition will also be carried out in the form of a map like this. Having said that, it's quite outrageous that it's 1v10 at the beginning. Luo Yu hid behind a stone pillar at the first moment. After looking around, he found several opponents. The opponents seemed to have discovered him as well and hid themselves immediately. For a moment, the entire stone forest was silent. After a moment of silence, a hen suddenly flew out from the stone forest. In this state of high mental concentration, any movement will stimulate the shooter's shooting instinct. Swoosh! 2 arrows shot out from the darkness and hit the hen directly. What was unexpected was that the hen dodged the arrow by dodging it in the air. This hen is so agile! Both archers had this thought, but the next moment, an arrow shot out from the shadows and pierced the male archer's throat with a puff. What an accurate arrow! The man opened his mouth, fell to his knees and died instantly. After killing one person, Luo Yu smiled and commanded the hen to fly onto a stone pillar again. After the hen flew up, it moved its head a few times, as if it had found its target. It flapped its wings in one direction, calling and jumping. Oh! Luo Yu immediately turned sideways and threw out a javelin. The javelin made a sound of breaking wind and spun at high speed, actually shattering the stone pillar. A Martian holding a long sword fled in a panic, but was pierced through the throat by an arrow the next moment. No! This guy is an expert at playing with chickens. Kill the hen first, and then kill him! A loud shout was heard not far away, and a strong man jumped out from behind a stone pillar where he was hiding, and chopped the hen on the stone pillar with the axe in his hand. It wasn't just him. Almost at the same time, 6 or 7 people, some holding spears, some holding swords, and some holding shields, suddenly rushed towards the hen. Luo Yu's hen looks like a hen, but because its attributes are maxed out, it is a fighting chicken among hens. It actually flew into the air, dodged the weapons that were coming at it very flexibly, and turned into a beam of light that flew past the man holding a sword. 3 chicken claw marks appeared in the man's throat. He covered his throat and turned his head to look at the hen flying away in disbelief. What kind of chicken is this? As the voice fell, the body disappeared. The next moment, several arrows were shot out continuously, and several members of the T-Turtle team were hit by arrows. They looked at the man who was drawing the bow and arrow not far away, and they were also shocked. Before disappearing, a thought flashed through their minds. Isn't the shooting speed of this archer a bit fast? Damn human, die! The sturdy man roared and rushed towards Luo Yu with an axe in hand. Almost at the same time, a black light suddenly shot out from the ground. A black poisonous snake suddenly appeared near Luo Yu and attacked him. This is the method of the animal trainer. But at this moment, a sarcastic smile appeared at the corner of Luo Yu's mouth. He swung the moon blade in his left hand horizontally, splitting the poisonous snake in half on the spot, and swung the yang blade in his right hand back, splitting the strong man and the axe in half on the spot. The strong man disappeared without even saying a word. In an instant, only 3 people were left in the team of 10, a female archer, a male beastmaster, and a girl holding a dagger and carrying a box on her back, who should be a medical herbalist. Looking at the 3 pale-faced people not far away, Luo Yu brandished the Yang double swords and smiled as he walked forward. You are a team with excellent personnel configuration. But unfortunately, it's still not good enough in my eyes. What do you think? Do you want to withdraw on your own or do you want me to do it? The female archer of the fiery tribe shouted angrily. You can defeat us, but you cannot trample on our honor. Before he could finish his words, a hen flew over from behind and hit him on the neck. You cheated? Bang! The female archer's body shattered and disappeared, and almost at the same time, the double swords in Luo Yu's hands were thrown out by him. One of the methods in the second level of Quangfeng sword technique, Li Shudo. The 2 swords flew out, spun around the 2 of them, and then flew back into Luo Yu's hands. The male beastmaster and the female herbalist covered their necks at the same time, but their throats were cut. Luo Yu took the 2 swords and said calmly, Honor is important, but victory is more desirable. Remember, always pay attention to what's behind you. Honor without victory is nothing but a joke. Bang, bang! The figures of the 2 began to disappear, and they looked at Luo Yu with a hint of shock in their eyes. Today's battle left a deep impression on them, and the image of this young man will remain in their hearts forever. KO. You defeated the T-Turtle squad and won your first victory. Your progress to receiving the Easter egg is 1/5. You have 5 minutes to rest. After 5 minutes, the system will automatically match you with an opponent. After showing off, Luo Yu touched the hen's head with a smile. Everything in the world of heaven cannot be calculated by common sense. Who could have thought that a harmless hen has 100 strength and agility? With a chuckle, Luo Yu simply stopped waiting and chose to enter the next game directly. After clicking OK, the world in front of his eyes started spinning and Luo Yu appeared in a completely new environment. You enter the warm-up arena, the current competition map, Island Beach. Your opponent, Aqua Anonymous, 1 person. In front of him was a beach, and on the other side of the beach stood a tall man with blue skin and a harpoon in his hand. This was Luo Yu's opponent, a member of the Water Tribe. Chapter 169: A Sudden Disaster. Speaking of which, the aquatic creatures look very similar to humans, while the sea creatures are the strange-looking shrimp soldiers and crab generals. After confirming that Luo Yu was a human, the man from the Water Tribe grinned fiercely and threw the harpoon in his hand towards Luo Yu. When? With a dull thud, Luo Yu did not retreat or evade, but stood where he was. When the harpoon got close to Luo Yu, it was directly bounced away by the invisible light curtain. The purple light shield activates automatically, and diamond-level clothing still needs to be activated occasionally. It makes me feel like a master, so cool. Fuck shield? The waterman was shocked and jumped directly into the sea. He quickly swam to a very far distance and threw out another small harpoon. Bang! The harpoon was blocked by the shield again. The man from the Water Tribe laughed and said, Human, I want to see how many times you can activate the shield. Come down and fuck me if you can. The veins on Luo Yu's forehead jumped, and he just waved his hand. Boom! A giant octopus appeared in the air and fell into the sea with a bang. The next moment, it pounced directly towards the man from the water tribe. What the hell? Fuck you, seafood guy, that's a huge octopus. The aquatic man cried out in surprise, but the next moment, he was hit on the forehead by the octopus's huge tentacle. Bang! With a loud bang, the waterman disappeared on the spot. You're not qualified enough to fly my kite. Luo Yu took the giant octopus back with a wave of his hand, and a prompt appeared at the same time. KO. You defeated your opponent and won your second victory. Your progress to receiving the Easter egg is February 5th. After winning another game easily, Luo Yu waited for a while to let the purple light shield charge up, and then played the third game again. In the next half hour, Luo Yu played 3 games in a row, all of which were against the Mavericks, and all of them were crushing victories. Maybe if he encounters a strong team, it will cause him some trouble, but the Mavericks, unless it is a high-level race, it is really not good enough. After winning all 5 games, Luo Yu was teleported to an empty room. There was a golden egg in the room and a silver hammer next to the golden egg. You win 5 games in a row, and get rewards, 8,000 silver, chance to crack the golden egg *1. In this warm-up room, you can get 500 silvers for winning 1 game, 1,000 for winning 2 games, 2,000 for winning 3 games, and so on. It is also a way to make money, provided that you can win. Buying Luo Yu didn't care much. He walked to the golden egg and hesitated when he picked up the hammer. According to the instructions, after breaking the golden egg, there is a high probability of getting some rare metals, such as a pile of gold and jade. If you are lucky, it would be good to get a piece of platinum. The delivery rate of various stones such as diamonds and crystal stones is very low. In the best case scenario, you can get powerful pet eggs. According to probability, the probability of getting pet eggs is probably less than 1 in 100,000. Luo Yu muttered to himself before smashing it down. 100 times critical hit trigger. Can this also be a critical hit? Luo Yu was so overjoyed that he smashed it hard. Crack! The golden egg broke into 2 halves, and 2 pieces of stone emitting soft moonlight appeared. Moonstone, a rare and precious material that can be used to unlock advanced technology, and exchange for various high-level items. Gave 2 moonstones at once. There was surprise in Luo Yu's eyes. He had expected that a critical hit would 100% produce a special stone, but this time 2 pieces appeared. He was really overjoyed. After all, there are 25 points of luck added, and your luck will get better. After smashing the golden egg, a flash of light appeared before his eyes, and Luo Yu's consciousness returned to his body. In the bathtub, he took out 2 moonstones. The stones looked even more beautiful under the moonlight. Placing these stones in the room as embellishments could increase the beauty of the room. After taking a shower, the little cuties were combing each other's hair. Their hair was quite long, so they would shave it in a couple of days. Thinking this, Luo Yu returned to the room and placed the 2 moonstones on the bedside table. As soon as I saw the aesthetics, I added 10 points. Affected by the beauty, when you appreciate the stone, your strength is +2. The aesthetics are getting better and better now, and the chance of giving 2 attributes is getting bigger. Just when I was thinking about going to sleep, the group started to get lively. Myoda. Oh my god, I met a small team in the first round and I was eliminated directly. Elena. I also met the team, but I eliminated them. Myoda. Elena, I have tolerated you for a long time. Fan Yamung. Elena is amazing. The 3 of us are in the 3rd round now, but we are surrounded and feel dangerous. Naker. Yamung, stop chatting. Go ahead and I'll flank the opposing archer first. Fan Yamung. Oh. I feel like the other side will cut me off first. They were still piking, and the topic ended here. Luo Yu smiled faintly, closed his eyes and went to sleep. In the morning, it's another beautiful day. After checking the condition of the stone bricks, I see that we are still a little short of completing the construction of the luxurious workshop. I estimate that it will be almost done by tomorrow. I was having breakfast when it suddenly started raining outside. The autumn rain was drizzling down. Luo Yu looked at the temperature and found that it was only about 10 degrees Celsius. The weather is getting cold really fast. By noon, Luo Yu felt something was wrong. The rain was getting heavier. It was drizzling in the morning, but now it was raining heavily. I glanced at the small lake and saw that the wind-powered water pumps were spinning rapidly, and the wind outside was very strong. Tip: a typhoon has hit the world of Tiandao due to the influence of mysterious forces. Please be prepared for flood control. Typhoon! Luo Yu frowned and cursed in his heart. You didn't send a typhoon during the summer heat wave, but you sent a typhoon when the weather gets cooler in the fall. Are you trying to torture people to death? The world immediately started cursing, and people in the group also spoke up. Just when Luo Yu wanted to say something, another prompt suddenly appeared. Blessed by the mysterious power, all crops in the Tiandao world have entered the maturity stage. Huh! Harvest blessing? Luo Yu was stunned again, then he reacted. Luo Yu. Everyone, all the crops are ripe. We must harvest them all before the typhoon reaches its peak, otherwise there will be nothing to harvest in the whole autumn. Nyoda. What kind of bullshit blessing is this? It's pushing people into a dead end. Fan Yamam. Everyone, please be safe, and don't get sick. Elena. There's no point in talking anymore, go and harvest the crops. Alice. May you all be safe. Call. Under the reminder of the blessing of harvest, the typhoon became even stronger, the sky was dark, and the strong wind blowing in the face was at least level 12. When I opened the map interface and looked at the wind speed, I was shocked to find it was already level 12. Chapter 170 Storm. Tiandao also said that we should be prepared for flood prevention and control, but after just a few words, the wind is already this strong. Prepare? Allow you? Luo Yu originally wanted to mobilize the captives to help, but now the wind is definitely not strong enough. Letting them go out in this situation would be tantamount to suicide. The entire territory was now in a storm. At the gate of the villa, Xiao Jin shouted, Master, which crops shall we harvest first? Cut down the tree first. Luo Yu shouted in the rainstorm. The planting area is blocked by drainage ditches and walls. There is no great danger for the time being. Let's cut down the trees first. Yes. Xiao Jin also responded loudly and rushed directly into the wind and rain. After all, she is a diamond-level beast girl with 3 dimensions over 300. Heavy rain and typhoons can't do anything to her. Woohoo! Xiao Kong also jumped into the wind and rain and rushed over with Xiao Jin. Although her attributes were far inferior to Xiao Jin's, the characteristics of the mountain beast girl were there, and she was not very afraid of wind and rain. Xiao Dai, on the other hand, although her strength was also over 100, was delicate and weak. Seeing that she was about to rush out, Luo Yu grabbed her and shouted, Xiao Dai, stay at home and sew a raincoat. Don't want. Xiao Dai couldn't tell whether it was rain or tears on her face. She shook her head vigorously and said, I want to be with you. Don't hide at home alone. Fool! Raincoats are definitely selling well right now, and you are the most important. Go quickly! Make a few for us first. Otherwise we'll get sick. Luo Yu's voice seemed to be blown away by the strong wind. Xiao Dai wiped the water droplets on her face after hearing this, nodded vigorously, turned around and ran to the basement. Looking at her back, Luo Yu showed a gentle smile. The next moment, he also rushed into the wind and rain. He rushed out this time and almost lost his balance under the sudden impact of the typhoon. My goodness, with my strength of 179 and physique of 174, I almost couldn't stand steadily. I was afraid that the typhoon had reached above level 15 while I was talking. Luo Yu rushed directly into the prison. The prisoners were originally lying leisurely on the beds, but when the door opened, the strong wind blew and frightened them so much that they jumped up. Bang! After closing the door, Luo Yu went straight to the second floor. One-eyed dragon, white snake, the rest of you come with me to cut down trees. Ah? The one-eyed dragon laughed awkwardly and said, My lord, there is such a strong typhoon outside. We have just recovered. I am afraid. Before he could finish his words, he was slapped to the ground. Luo Yu said angrily, Stop talking nonsense, hurry up. Be careful or I'll kill you. Seeing that Luo Yu had a bad look on his face, the pirates fell silent and followed him into the wind and rain. The storm was so violent that even people with a strength of around 80 might not be able to stand firm. Fortunately, Luo Yu had strong attributes, and those pirates were the elites among the elites. Under the influence of the blessing of harvest, the fragrant leaf forest that had just been planted has all matured. A full 5,000 trees are being toppled over in the strong wind, and I'm afraid they won't be able to hold on for much longer. Xiao Kong and Xiao Jin were already cutting wood. The two girls were very efficient, especially Xiao Jin, who was really amazing. Her planting level may not be as high as Xiaokong's, but her strength is too strong, and she has a global work speed buff, so she works too fast. Luo Yu stuffed swords into the hands of several pirates and shouted, "What are you still standing there for? Get to work!" The moment the pirates got the swords in their hands, their hearts skipped a beat and a hint of ferocity appeared in their eyes. Tip: some prisoners get weapons, the risk of escaping increases by 50%. The 6 pirates had just exchanged glances when they suddenly saw the golden figure in the wind and rain. King Saberu? The pirates were all startled and immediately stopped their attack. Tip: the prisoner has discovered an invincible existence. The risk of escaping the prison is reduced by 60%, current risk, 0%. Shocked, the warden is right next to me. Luo Yu glanced at the 6 pirates who were desperately chopping trees, and a hint of amusement appeared at the corner of his mouth. The storm showed no sign of stopping. If the men chopping down the trees didn't all have a strength of over 100, they would have been unable to withstand it. Luo Yu felt the pain of the rain hitting his face. He estimated that the wind was getting stronger. He shouted, "Xiao Jin, you continue to cut trees with the prisoners. Xiao Kong and I will go to collect cotton first." "Good. Master, rest assured, I will take good care of them." Xiao Jin responded loudly, and Luo Yu pulled Xiao Kong and rushed into the cotton field at a rapid speed. The cotton fields were planted in the inner circle, and the outer circle was the scented forest. The cotton fields were fine because the dense forest blocked most of the strong winds. Luo Yu and Xiao Kong started collecting cotton without saying a word. Luo Yu even bought 2 sealed metal trucks in the mall for this purpose. Both of them worked very quickly, especially Luo Yu. His efficiency in harvesting cotton was several times faster than that of a machine, and he filled a truck in no time. "Rhinoceros, elephants, gibbons, come here!" The animal tamer's characteristics were activated, and the rhinoceros and elephant that were hiding from the wind and rain in the training field appeared directly in front of him. "Pull the car to the warehouse. Gibbon, you are responsible for opening and closing the door. Remember, don't let the wind and rain get the things in the warehouse wet." The 2 large animals nodded, and the gibbon jumped around on the spot to show that it understood. It was highly intelligent, and apart from being unable to speak, it could basically clearly interpret the commands given by its master. The transportation and warehousing were all arranged, and Luo Yu and Xiao Kong were collecting the cotton at a rapid speed. When people are faced with adversity, they either collapse completely or burst out with great potential. Luo Yu is the latter. At this moment, he felt that the speed at which he was harvesting cotton had exceeded his maximum working speed. It was so fast. Tip: when you work, you gain +1. In just over 10 minutes, all the cotton was harvested, and all that could not be moved in time was stuffed into Luo Yu's storage bracelet. Turning his head to look at Xiao Kong, her whole body was completely wet in the wind and rain, but her eyes were firm without any fear at all. Looking at her attributes, her strength and physique had been trained, and her cultivation level had reached LV12. "Come on, follow me to the vegetable garden!" Luo Yu picked up Xiao Kong and ran straight to the vegetable field. At this moment, the ground was a little muddy. He glanced at the sanitation value and saw that it was dropping rapidly. "We can't take care of so many things now, we should save the vegetables first." Rushing into the vegetable field, the vegetables were indeed blown all over the place, but it was not as messy as imagined. The entire planting area is not exposed, but is surrounded by a 5-meter-high wall. The 5-meter height can effectively block strong winds. Chapter 171: A friend in need is a friend indeed. At this moment, all the vegetables have matured under the influence of the harvest blessing. Luo Yu said nothing and started harvesting again with Xiao Kong. It is much easier to harvest these vegetables than cotton. Just pull them out and stuff them into the metal cart, and you're done. After working all afternoon until after 8 o'clock in the evening, Luo Yu and others finally finished all the work. All the bay trees have been cut down, and crops such as cotton and vegetables have been successfully stored in the warehouse. As for sowing, it is definitely not possible now. Wait until the weather is better before trying to sow. Tip: due to the impact of the typhoon, the risk of disease in the territory has increased. After receiving the reminder, Luo Yu took the little cuties to take a shower in a hurry. After taking off the wet clothes, they rinsed themselves comfortably with the diamond shower head. The warm water really made their whole bodies feel comfortable. Tip: if you use a diamond nozzle, your risk of disease will drop significantly. With the diamond nozzle, it's hard to get sick. Soaking comfortably in the bathtub, Luo Yu immediately opened the panel to check the overview of the base. The animals were all hiding in the animal training grounds. In fact, the low-level animal training grounds were not well ventilated. Luo Yu was not too worried about the quality of the animals, but was more worried about the unquality burrowing beasts, zerg and the like. There are no grades for bulls or cows either. Even if animals have strong immunity, they will still get sick if they are exposed to strong winds and rain for a long time. After hesitating for a moment, he opened the virtual map of the territory, clicked on the construction page, and built a corridor between the low-level taming arena and the entertainment room. The wind and rain outside were too strong, and ordinary animals would be blown away as soon as they left the zoo. There was no choice but to build a corridor and transfer the animals to the entertainment room first. Since there was no carpet on the first floor of the recreation room anyway, the animals could live there temporarily, and a luxurious menagerie would be built later. There are now a lot of stone bricks. After clicking to build, a corridor formed by two walls appears in the base. In the Tianao world, it is often not necessary to command the animals personally. Luo Yu clicked on the area interface and divided the entertainment room into an animal activity area. Then click on the animal interface and divide all non-grade animals into this animal activity area. Immediately, the animals that received the order began to leave the arena and walk along the corridor into the entertainment room. They generally would not leave the designated area without orders. Tip: reduced risk of animal disease. After doing all this, Luo Yu breathed a sigh of relief, finally finishing his work. They are all luxurious buildings, so they are not afraid of being blown down by the typhoon. All they have to do next is drink juice and play with the beast girls in the villa and wait for the disaster to pass. I watched the World Channel and it was horrible. Damn it, Heavenly Tao! If you want me dead, there's no need for all this fancy tricks. I'll die right now to show you. Wind, please continue to blow, to dispel the fog of this world, and to dispel the confusion in my heart. I'll buy the raincoats for a high price. There are people swearing, being immature, doing business, and all kinds of things, but the overall tone is a bit tragic. The situation on regional channels is similar. Many people have given up on treatment, and are just hiding in their houses waiting for the typhoon to pass. No one spoke in the small group at this moment. Luo Yu thought that everyone was busy. To be honest, Luo Yu was quite worried about them and didn't even have the heart to go to the arena. Under such extreme weather conditions, ordinary base members and animals are of no help at all. Fan Yumeng and the others may have maxed out their attributes, but it would be a bit difficult for them alone to minimize the losses. After thinking about it, Luo Yu decided to lend a helping hand. He said in the group, "How are you guys?" Fan Yumeng, "Don't mention it, we are still saving the vegetable fields, let's not talk about it for now." Naker, "Meow, I'm chopping trees and the wind is so strong." Everyone was indeed rescuing people, and just as Luo Yu thought, only they, as trial takers, had the ability to withstand the terrible weather in their territory, and ordinary base members were completely useless. Luo Yu said in a deep voice, "If you want to reduce losses and prevent diseases, you must upgrade the attributes of all members of the territory to 100, at least the strength and physique must be maxed out." Naker, "There's not enough money, so let's leave it like this for now." Luo Yu, "If you don't have enough money, come to me. If you don't have enough people, come to me. I have money and prisoners. I can lend them to you first. Just return them to me when the time comes." Naker, Great, Luo Yu, lend me 20W quickly, I will improve their physical fitness first." Fan Yumeng, "Then I won't be polite either, Luo Yu, just lend me 150,000 yuan." Elena, I need 250,000 yuan, and I will pay you double that amount when the time comes. Alice. I also have 250,000. I will definitely return it to you. Nyoda. Boss, I don't need it anymore, because everything that can be blown away has been blown away. Luo Yu. Okay, wait a moment. Luo Yu currently does not have enough money in stock, but he has a lot of things that can be sold quickly, such as bedding. We originally planned to sell it in winter, but in such extreme weather, the prices of things that can keep out the cold, such as quilts, have skyrocketed. Luo Yu set the price of a quilt at 30,000 yuan. At this time, raising the price several times is really nothing. World Anonymous. The quilts are now available at the auction house. If you need them, hurry up and buy them. They will be out of stock after the expiration date. The 30 quilts on the shelf were sold out instantly, and 900,000 silver coins were added on the spot. In the group chat, Luo Yu first clicked on Fan Yuming's transaction and directly put 150,000 silver coins on it. Fan Yuming. Thank you. Let's talk later. Luo Yu. If you need help, just tell me. Fan Yuming. Yes. Thank you. Then he traded with Naker and others and lent out all the money. Even Yoda lent him 200,000 yuan and asked him to use it well. It was a time when a friend in need was a friend indeed. Although there was a storm outside, everyone's hearts were warm. Fan Yuming and the others immediately upgraded the attributes of the territory members who had not yet maxed out. Only with 100 strength and 100 physique could they work in the storm. 2 hours later, it was past 10 o'clock in the evening and the team members finally completed the harvest of the crops. Although there were losses, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the losses were controlled to a relatively small extent. Myoda was so tired that he went straight to bed. The girls were soaking in their bathtubs and tubs, chatting comfortably. Nah, Kir. Luo Yu, thanks to you. My sister and I like you more and more. Luo Yu. Words are not enough, send me a screenshot to let me see if you really like it. Nakor. Meow. You knew we were taking a bath, but you still wanted to see the screenshots. I won't show them to you. Chapter 172 Sheephorn Green Bud, Sheephorn Red Bud. Luo Yu. No? Kur, is this how you talk to a creditor? If you send me a screenshot now, I can consider not charging you interest. Nakor. You are so annoying! You are bullying me again. I am blushing. If you have the guts, come and collect the debt now, ha ha ha. Luo Yu also made a laughing expression. He loved teasing Kur the most. Alice. Thank you, Luo Yu. I will always remember your kindness in my heart. Luo Yu. Sister Alice, you are too kind. We are all in the same team, and it is only natural for us to help each other. You can pay the money back any time, or not at all. Fan Yuming and Nakir spoke almost at the same time. Then I am not bad either? Luo Yu. No. When the weather is good, you guys should return the money to me quickly. Fan Yuming, Nakir, and Elena. Luo Yu, you are obsessed with looks. Everyone was chatting happily. Alice thought of something and brought up a topic. I saw a paragraph when I was reading the instructions of Tian Now before. In extreme weather, animals in nearby areas have a chance to wander into the territory to seek shelter. The prerequisite is that there must be a wildlife shelter. If you have extra stone, you can try to build one. Maybe some strange animals will come to seek shelter. Fan Yuming. I have a professional mining team and have found a lot of stones. Thank you, Sister Alice, for your reminder. Luo Yu also had an idea. He might not have a professional mining team, but he had a professional quarry death squad. Aren't the bricks rolling in? He quickly clicked on the building page and actually found the animal shelter building in the corner. Like other buildings, they are divided into primary, intermediate, advanced, luxurious, and extravagant levels. The higher the level of the shelter, the better the shelter effect. Luo Yu was thinking about the two little beast girls. After thinking for a moment, he prepared a luxurious shelter. Just as they were about to start construction, Fan Yuming said in the group. Huh! Not long after I finished building it, it seems like some animals came over. It's a group of sheep. He also posted a screenshot. So soon? Miss, don't you even read the instructions? Luo Yu was complaining in his heart when the sharp-eyed Nakir said. Yu Meng, the color of your screenshot is wrong. There are pink and cyan sheep in the flock. As soon as these words came out, Luo Yu's heart moved, and he hurriedly looked at it carefully. After taking a closer look, he really discovered it. Could it be the 2 beast girls that Xiao Jin mentioned? Fan Yameng. Yeah. I checked the territory summary, and now there are 2 beast girls in the wild animal column. One is called Zhangjiao Fia, the other is called Zhangjiao Qingya. They are sisters. Wow. Their attributes are so high, I can't do anything with them. Na Claire. Let Luo Yu go, he's awesome. Alice. Luo Yu, if you have time, you can help Yu Meng. Fan Yameng. Luo Yu, come quickly. Fan Yameng immediately sent a visitor invitation, and Luo Yu naturally wanted it very much. He burst out with 174 points of agility, dried his body at the speed of light, put on his clothes and pants, and clicked OK. A light gate opened, Luo Yu stepped in, and as the world spun around, he finally appeared in Fan Yuming's territory. Ah! There were 3 girls screaming. When I looked closely, I was actually teleported to the bathroom of Fan Yuming's house. Amid the mist, Fan Yameng and the other 2 girls in the family were in the bathtub. The 3 girls squatted down almost at the same time and hid their bodies in the bathtub. The HR manager blushed with embarrassment, while the younger sister looked at Luo Yu shyly. Fan Yameng held her chest and stammered. You, how did you come so fast? Luo Yu stared at Fan Yameng and said calmly, Who would have thought that you set the teleportation point in the bathroom? It's okay, I'll close the door for you. As he said this, he actually closed the bathroom door, then walked straight to the bathroom window and looked through the gap. Because of the buff of vision, he could clearly see the 2 beast girls hiding in the flock of sheep in the distance even through the storm. That's great, Yameng, it's really the beast girl. Good for you. Fan Yameng hid her body in the water, her face flushed as she said, Luo Yu, go out first. After we put on our clothes, we'll find a way to capture the beast girl. It's okay, just put it on, don't worry about me. Luo Yu stared at the beast girl outside the window and pretended to be calm and said, Yameng, Sister Lan, Zaya doubting, we are old friends. You don't have to be so polite. Puff. The girl called Zaya doubting couldn't help but laugh out loud, and looked at Luo Yu with admiration and a little shyness. Sister Lan gently covered her hot face, wanting to laugh but feeling embarrassed. Fan Yameng said in embarrassment, How polite! It's so awkward! Luo Yu, get out! Well? Seeing Yu Meng getting mad, Luo Yu quickly opened the window and jumped out. Fan Yameng looked at the window that was shaking in the wind, blushed and gritted her teeth and said, This bastard has no gentlemanly manners at all. Sometimes I really want to stab him to death. The little bean chuckled and said, Sister Yameng, didn't you praise Luo Yu for being responsible and a man before? Now you're a scumbag again? I think brother Luo Yu is pretty good. Sister Lan also chuckled and nodded. Well, he's good in every way except that he loves to tease Yu Meng. Both girls laughed. Yu Meng spat softly, her little face flushed, and it was unclear whether she was angry or shy. After a while, Sister Lan and Xiao Doubting went to make a midnight snack together, while Fan Yameng and Luo Yu were in the living room of the villa, lying by the window with the window opened a crack, observing the 2 beast girls in the distance. As a lord, Fan Yameng was able to view their attributes, and after sharing, Luo Yu also saw it clearly. Sheephorn Green Sprout, Platinum, Juvenile Strength 201, Constitution 188, Agility 155. Sheephorn Sprout, Platinum, Juvenile Strength 159, Constitution 190, Agility 200. The attributes of the 2 beast girls are terrifying, and one is a strength type and the other is an agility type. Luo Yu carefully read the description of the beast sisters. Although their attributes were very high, the description showed that they were quite timid and would run away immediately if frightened. They would only become brave after being tamed. Moreover, not only do the hair of these 2 beast girls grow faster than that of ordinary beast girls, their tears are also very rare items. Chapter 173 Sheephorn Green Bud, Sheephorn Red Bud 2. The tears of Qingya and Fia can stimulate the birth of plants and make them grow quickly. To be honest, this passive ability is almost comparable to Xiaokong's lucky box. Fan Yameng beside him whispered, Luo Yu, what should we do? This attribute is too powerful and we can't beat it. Luo Yu felt that Fan Yameng was a little close to him, and the faint fragrance on her body made him somewhat distracted. Luo Yu? Fan Yameng saw that Luo Yu had nothing to say, and immediately understood something. She blushed slightly and said angrily, "What are you thinking about? Don't recall it. Just be as forgetful as a chicken. Hurry up and find a way to tame the beast girl," Luo Yu said with a smile. "Okay, forgetful then. It's not easy to tame these two beast girls. Look at the instructions. They will run away if they are frightened. It will be difficult for us to catch up with him if we are so agile." Fan Yameng was a smart girl. She whispered, "You mean we should lure them here and lock them up in a certain building, and then we can capture them in one fell swoop? This young man is teachable. Do you have a better place to trap people?" "Have." Fan Yameng pointed down and said, "There is a basement in the small villa, which can temporarily trap them. But the entrance is inside the villa. How can we lure them in?" A smile appeared on Luo Yu's lips. The special milk was something that even Xiao Jin could be tempted by, and he happened to have 2 drops of Guiyuan liquid. "It looks like I have to go back to my old ways." However, it was windy and rainy outside, and the smell of the milk flakes was difficult to spread all at once, so it was necessary to slowly approach the 2 little goat-horn beast girls. "Watch me." Luo Yu was about to go out, but was stopped by Fan Yameng. "Luo Yu, the opponent's agility is so high that he will be discovered in no time. If they go berserk, even if you're fighting 2 of them alone." She was concerned about Luo Yu. Luo Yu smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, I have my own way. Then we'll each have a little cutie. I want Fia." "Puff." Fan Yameng chuckled and said, "Do you like pink little girls? Macho color?" "No," Luo Yu said seriously. "The power of Qingya is high, and it will be of greater help to you." Fan Yameng was stunned for a moment, but Luo Yu had already jumped out of the window. Looking at his back, Fan Yameng gently touched her cheek and found it was a little hot. "This guy, why did he suddenly say something like that?" She whispered to herself, but her face turned even redder. At this moment, Luo Yu had no time to pay attention to what Fan Yameng was thinking. The stealth skills he acquired that day finally came in handy at this moment. In the dark night, amidst the violent storm, Luo Yu seemed to have merged into the darkness, slowly approaching the flock of sheep and the 2 beast girls. The other party was under the awning of the shelter and didn't notice anything. 20 meters away from the shelter, Luo Yu gently put down a milk tablet made of special milk, and then quietly retreated. The milk flakes melt slowly, and even the impact of rain can hardly wash away all the fragrance. After a while, the beast girl with a keen sense of smell smelled the aroma of milk slices. Qingya and Fia walked out of the awning together and headed towards the direction of the milk slices. Walking closer, Fia picked up some melted milk flakes on the ground, sniffed them and licked them gently, with a look of surprise in her beautiful eyes. "Sister, this is delicious!" The innocent Qingya took the milk slice handed to her by her sister, licked it with her little tongue, and then a beautiful smile appeared on her face. "Huh! There are more!" After all, Feiya was more agile and had sharper observation skills, so she discovered a piece of milk not far away. In the rain, she ran over happily, picked up the milk slice, licked it a few times and ate it directly, and a look of enjoyment immediately appeared on her face. "Oh, it's delicious!" The pink-haired Fia is slurping the milk slice, so cute. These milk slices do not contain Guiyuan liquid. After all, they are outside the base. God knows how fast these 2 little guys can run. If they find out that there is poison and run away, and disappear before the Guiyuan liquid takes effect, they will be doomed. They absolutely cannot be missed, so Luo Yu would rather waste more milk slices and tried to keep them close to the center area. Fortunately, I had saved a lot before, so it was enough for consumption. Besides, Fia took her sister's hand and ran over happily. She picked up a milk tablet and handed it to Qingya, saying, "Sister, this one is for you." Qingya nodded happily, and it seemed that the 2 sisters had a very good relationship. The 2 little cuties were looking for milk slices along the way. They had unknowingly entered the fence. At this time, Qingya found that they had entered someone else's territory. Fear appeared on her face. She pulled Fia and said, "Sister, we have crossed the line. Feiya also showed a look of worry on her face. She looked around and found that the door of the villa was open and 2 pieces of milk rolled on the steps leading to the basement, which put her in a dilemma. Even though they have top-level intelligence, they are still animals after all, and these milk tablets are too attractive to them. After hesitating for a while, Feiya bit her tongue and said in a low voice, "Sister, the Lord here should be out for something. We will eat his food and leave our hair as compensation to him when we leave. Let's go!" As he spoke, he took Qingya's hand and walked towards the door. After walking through the door, the 2 beast girls stood on the steps of the basement. Qingya picked up a milk slice and handed one to her sister. The 2 little cuties immediately sat on the steps and started eating happily. At this moment, the cover above their heads slammed shut. Qingya and Feiya were so frightened that their whole bodies shuddered and they immediately tried to push the cover open. But it was too late. These 2 milk tablets contained Guyuan liquid. Guyuan liquid, colorless and tasteless, it can forcibly return the user's attributes to 10 points within 2 hours after taking it, and seal the level and all special skills. The original attribute value of 200 became 10 points, and they were completely transformed into weak little cuties. Qingya pushed the iron door above her head with all her strength, but it didn't move. Feiya heard footsteps and a glimmer of candlelight in the darkness below. She was so scared that tears came out, and she hugged her sister. Qingya was also very frightened and hugged her sister as well. Walking closer, Luo Yu and Fan Yimeng looked at the 2 beast girls who were hugging each other, looking at them in horror with tears in their eyes, and joy appeared in their eyes. Fan Yimeng walked up to them and said softly, "Don't be afraid, we are not bad people. From now on, you guys will be with your brothers and sisters, okay?" Fan Yimeng was very friendly. After all, she was a natural beast tamer and a level 3 beast trainer. After hearing these few words, the 2 beast girls actually stopped crying. Chapter 174 Beast Girls' Tears. You tricked us into a scam, bad people! Xiao Feiya said this with some anger and fear. Fan Yimeng said softly, "I'm sorry, brother and sister shouldn't treat you like this. As compensation, I will take good care of you in the future. From now on, stay with us, okay?" Looking at Fan Yimeng's beautiful face and feeling the kindness coming from her, Qingya and Feiya looked at each other, hesitated for a moment, and nodded slightly. "Huh! You agree now?" Looking at the smiling Fan Yimeng, Luo Yu was a little surprised. Yimeng's method of taming animals is completely different from my own style. Luo Yu is rather rough when training animals, either by knocking them out or intimidating them, or simply threatening them by stepping on their faces. The most typical case is the Shaojin tragedy. Just tie them up and tame them. Whether the cat is black or white, as long as it catches mice it is a good cat. Different methods but the results are the same. Fan Yimeng chuckled and said, "Luo Yu, you go first." "Good." Luo Yu stepped forward and grabbed Feiya's hand, smiling faintly. "Don't be afraid, close your eyes." Feiya closed her eyes very obediently. The next moment, a light flashed on her body and she had been tamed. You have tamed the horned scarlet bud with a 98% success rate. Sheep horned sprout, platinum, juvenile strength 159, constitution 190, agility 200, currently all 10, territory beauty plus 10, owner luck plus 5, current hair growth progress 100%. Planting LV8, sowing LV6, cooking LV3, medical LV11. The tears of sheephorn Feiya can increase the growth progress of crops by 3000% and last for 1 day. Courage. After Feiya becomes a pet, courage increases greatly, and the overall working speed increases by 50%. Companion Aura Shield. Feiya is a companion pet. When accompanying its owner, it will produce a pink aura to resist one attack from flying objects. Rocket Headbutt. Feiya's horn impact is extremely powerful. Star Combo. Feiya will throw darts continuously, hitting objects within a 50-meter range. Looking at this attribute, Luo Yu was a little stunned. I won't mention the beauty of the basic attributes. First of all, the number 3000% scared Luo Yu. A 30-fold birth-inducing effect in 1 day is so powerful. Of course, this presupposes that you have the ability to collect Feiya's tears. The shield aura can block a sneak attack, but the key is that Feiya is actually a long-range attacker. Xiaokong's slingshot and Fia's darts can both form a firepower network. By the way, what's up with this courage affix? Not easily scared to tears? I don't need Feiya's courage at all. This is deliberately increasing the difficulty. After being successfully tamed, Feiya immediately became different from before. One of the characteristics of a companion pet is that it is clingy. Feiya wiped her tears, stood up, and took the initiative to hug Luo Yu's arm, staring at Luo Yu with eyes full of admiration. Now I can't even see my sister, I can only see my master. On the other side, Fan Yimeng also tamed Qingya. Qingya also hugged Fan Yimeng's arm, while Fan Yimeng stood there in a daze. Oh my god! Luo Yu, the attribute of green bud. Is this the beast girl? She stared at the little girl beside her in amazement, her face full of disbelief. Luo Yu was used to big scenes, and said with a smile, Okay, look at what you have accomplished. We still have work to do. Eh? Fan Yimeng came back to her senses and asked curiously, Is there something you want to do? This, what else do we have to do? To tame the sheep. See those sheep? Their wool is almost dragging on the ground. Right. Wool! Fan Yimeng chuckled excitedly. At this time, Qingya said, Master sister, Fia and I can bring the sheep here. Fia nodded and said, Master brother, just let me and my sister go over. Fan Yimeng was about to nod, but Luo Yu shook his head and said, No! It's stormy outside, how can Yimeng and I bear to let you go out? Of course, Yimeng and I will do such a dangerous thing. Isn't that right, Yimeng? Seeing Luo Yu blinking at her, Fan Yimeng reacted and nodded repeatedly. Ah, yes. I can't bear to part with yours. Owner. Fia and Qingya were so moved that their eyes were filled with tears. Seeing this, Luo Yu was delighted and said again, You are all my and Yimeng's little darlings. With us here, we will not let you suffer. Woo-woo. Master! Fia and Qingya's tears immediately flowed down. Luo Yu hurriedly took out the cup he used to drink milk and collected their tears. Luo Yu. Fan Yimeng looked at Luo Yu at this moment, and couldn't help laughing out loud. This smile was like a blooming lily, so beautiful. After a while, the two little beast girls stopped crying and hugged their masters tighter. Luo Yu put the cup of tears into his storage bracelet and blinked at Fan Yimeng, as if to say, It's mine now. Fan Yimeng had a bright smile on her face and nodded slightly to show her approval, while secretly giving him a thumbs up. The next step is to tame the flock of sheep. With Feiya and Qingya, taming is easy. The problem is that once they leave the shelter, the sheep will be blown away by the strong wind. Finally, it was Luo Yu who came up with a solution. He asked Fan Yimeng to buy an iron cart from the mall, and immediately load each tamed animal into the cart. When there was no more room, the cart would be transported back to the animal training ground. Fan Yimeng's animal training arena is of intermediate level, one level higher than Luo Yu's, and can block wind and rain. After going back and forth 4 or 5 times, all 54 sheep were finally tamed and brought back. By this time, it was already late at night. Except for Nyoda, no one else in the group had gone to bed yet. Fan Yimeng suggested dividing the sheep group into 6, with 9 sheep per family. Luo Yu also agreed to this proposal, but Nakor, Alice and Elena objected, saying that they were receiving something for nothing and would have to pay even if they were given something. But her objection was futile. Fan Yimeng insisted on giving it to the family, saying that they were all family, and it would be awkward if she didn't accept it. As a result, each person had 9 sheep, 4 males and 5 females. Luo Yu felt a little tired when he returned to the territory. After taking a bath with Xiao Fia, he carried her to the big bed and slowly fell asleep. Feiya seemed a little surprised that her master had so many beast girls as companions, and even a king sable, but these were no longer important to her. Now she was just like Shao Kong and the others, and only had her master Luo Yu in her eyes. Luo Yu was very satisfied with getting a beast girl, and he slept particularly soundly. Chapter 175, Lake Flooding. When I woke up in the morning, the 4 little beast girls were all clinging to me. Although I was very happy, I also had troubles. The originally spacious bed seemed a little crowded. There are 2 ways to expand a diamond-grade bed. The first is to expand it at a high price, and the second is to build another diamond bed. Putting the two beds together will automatically merge into one. If you want to separate, just click disassembly, it's easy. Luo Yu prefers the latter because the expansion materials are fixed, but if he wants to build another big bed, he can use critical strike. The prerequisite is to be able to critically hit the diamond bed. Although the number of critical hits has been refreshed, now is not the time to make a bed, so just squeeze in. Luo Yu doesn't mind squeezing together with the little cuties. Tip: you get buff while sleeping, action frenzy. I opened the curtains. Although it was already early morning, it was still dark outside and heavy rain was still falling. Woo! Shao Kong rubbed his eyes and sat up. After looking at the sky outside the window, he said dazedly, "Master, it's raining today. Shao Kong won't go fishing." "Well, how about going mining with me today?" "Good." Shao Kong likes to be with his master the most. Shao Kong came closer affectionately, and Luo Yu seemed to have thought of something. He quickly pushed Shao Kong away, jumped off the bed, and rushed to the balcony. At first glance, the water level of the small lake was indeed full. It seemed to have just overflowed not long ago. Tip: the lake is flooding, and the current loss of aquatic resources is 1%. Fortunately, only 1% was lost, and the aquatic production limit was not damaged. According to the description of the heavenly Tao world, abnormal situations such as the flooding of small lakes or the discharge of lake water outside the territory will lead to the loss of aquatic resources. Maybe you can't see a few fish and shrimps flooding out, but they just disappeared. If the situation continues to be serious, the upper limit will be lowered, which is the most fatal thing. The upper limit has been lowered, and even when resources are updated at the beginning of the second month, it cannot be restored. This is a permanent loss. Luo Yu didn't even have time to wash his face or brush his teeth. He hurriedly clicked on the construction page and started building the dam. The 20-centimeter mini wall built before was definitely not enough. After checking that there were enough bricks, Luo Yu planned to build a flood control dam in earnest. Flood control dams are divided into simple, solid, beautiful, luxurious, and other grades. After Luo Yu took a general look, he decided to build one of the beautiful grade. It's already built, so please give it a higher score if it looks better. Beautiful flood control dam, per meter stone bricks *50, iron or *50, gold *1, jade *1. The cost is a little different from that of a wall. The dam consumes more iron ore to ensure that it is more solid. After clicking OK, Luo Yu stood on the balcony, and a beautiful dam immediately appeared where his finger pointed. The dams are all 1 meter high and 30 centimeters thick. Not to mention, the various patterns on them are quite beautiful. Now is not the time to appreciate it. Luo Yu drew a circle around the lake with his finger from a distance. The original mini wall was replaced by a beautiful dam. Please select the flood discharge location. The dam naturally has a flood discharge point, which is not used at ordinary times. However, if the water level is high one day and an attack happens to come from the north, and it is difficult to resist, Luo Yu can choose to discharge the flood to kill those bastards. Of course, it will definitely cause great losses to yourself. The flood discharge point is actually a few sluice gates built on the dam. Luo Yu opened a sluice gate each in the southeast, northwest, and northeast of this circle of dams. After everything is built, the beautiful dam is completed. Sure enough, the flooding of the lake stopped on the spot, and water resources stopped being lost. However, this consumed a large amount of Luo Yu's stone bricks. At a glance, there were only 3,000 bricks left of the original large number. As the saying goes, plans cannot keep up with changes, so this is all we can do. I watched the World Channel and it was filled with resentment. Heavenly Tao, fuck you, seafood boss, why do you have to do this? You spent so much effort to create a Heavenly Tao world just to torture us, right? Let me tell you a secret. Tiandao is my son. I am the Lord of Tiandao, or Tianai for short. You are the Lord of Heaven and I am the ancestor of Heaven. What should we do if it floods? Will it flood our homes soon? Please, some kind person, please take me away. I don't want to work hard anymore. The world is miserable, but there is some nutritional content in the regional channel. Portino Centaur. Gentlemen, I think we should dig ditches. It is better to lose the aquatic resources than to drown them. Lu Chongwei, Human on Earth. You make it sound easy. It's raining heavily. How many people do you have to dig ditches? What if someone gets sick? Terry's entry. Buy prisoners. Take advantage of the low price to buy a batch of them to dig ditches. It's the only way to avoid disaster. Okamoto Hikawa. Yo, why don't we have man-made dams? Simple dams are not expensive to build. Luo Yu. Brother Okamoto, what did you do in the past? Okamoto Hikawa. Brother Luo Yu, your Japanese sounds like a colonel's level. Lu Chonwei. Luo Yu and I want Hua girl to do some work. Hichien, Earth Human. Can you three speak human language? July. Don't speak your planet's dialect on the regional channel. Find a solution quickly. Dio, Cobalt. I have a solution. I'll build a dam to surround my home, so I don't have to worry about sleeping in the water. Everyone in the regional channel spoke enthusiastically and summarized two solutions, which are nothing more than building dams and digging ditches. In the group, Fan Yameng asked curiously, "What do you think? A simple dam or a ditch?" Elena. Build a dam. Alice. I also think that if we build a dam, the overall aquatic resources will be compressed when winter comes. If we dig ditches now and cause a large amount of aquatic resources to be lost, it will make winter particularly difficult. Nyoda. I have stones, I have a lot of stones, I love mining. If you don't have enough stones, come to me. Naker. I haven't mined all the bricks from the last crustal movement. I saved some of them before. If you don't have enough, come and ask me for them. Luo Yu. The simple dam is not very good. We don't know when the rain will stop. If the water level is too high and the dam breaks, all our efforts will be in vain. My opinion is to build a second type of dam that is strong enough. You see, a solid dam can adjust the proportion of iron ore and bricks by itself. You don't have enough stone bricks, so you can use iron ore instead. I have plenty of iron ore here, so if you don't have enough, ask me for it. Fan Yameng. I agree to build the dam. Naker. Agreed. Nyoda. I agree too. Chapter 176 Dealing with Disaster. Alice and Elena both agreed with the solid dam plan. Luo Yu. Let's get started right away. If you have any difficulties, please tell us in the group and we will definitely help if we can. Everyone in the group was busy, but Luo Yu keenly captured the business opportunity. How many people have the ability to build a dam? To survive this flood of the small lake, most people would probably choose to dig ditches. So the question is, digging ditches requires a large number of people. Where do these people come from? Captives and animals that can dig. The price of captives, which had hit rock bottom, will definitely rebound. The market is always the first to react. When I went to the auction house, I saw that the price of the captive had returned to 6,000. I'm afraid it was already rising last night. Luo Yu has more than 100 captives in his hands, and he will definitely not sell those pirates. As for the others, we are not in a hurry. Let the prisoners dig stones first, because he thinks the price of prisoners will definitely go up. After breakfast in the morning, Luo Yu organized all the captives to go to the quarry and dig stones crazily regardless of wind or rain outside. There's no such thing as humanitarianism. Anyway, I'm planning to sell them, so let me use them to my advantage before I do. The heavy rain showed no sign of stopping. Although the strong wind was not as severe as yesterday, it was still at least level 11. It was blowing so hard that it hurt when it hit my face. Well, at this time the quarry is not blown by the wind or hit by the rain, so it is actually not that cruel. By the afternoon, the price of prisoners had begun to soar, and everyone found that there was not enough labor to dig the ditches on their own. If you need to dig, you have to dig a big ditch to release the water. A small ditch is of no use at all. Luo Yu discovered that the water level of the small lake was rising rapidly, and had exceeded the flood level by 50 centimeters. In other words, the water level is at 0.5 of the height of the Meijing Dam. The current height of the dam is 1 meter, which is a bit dangerous. Have to keep raising it. This requires more stone bricks. For the first time, Luo Yu felt that building an aesthetically pleasing dam was not a good choice. The cost of raising it was 4 times that of a solid dam. Now, the price of prisoners in the market has soared to 12,000. After thinking for a while, Luo Yu released a batch of 20 prisoners, 10 men and 10 women, all of whom had the worst attribute points. The price was set directly at 2W. It is certain that no one will buy it now, but that may not be the case after a while. At this moment, he could no longer sit still and had to do something. Xiao Dai, continue making the quilts. Xiao Jin, you continue cutting the stones. Xiao Kong and Fia, follow me. He led the two little cuties into the mine. Both of them were strong. Luo Yu gave each of them a pickaxe and said, "Get to work. Work hard at mining, and I'll treat you to milk later." Oh! Fia and Xiao Kong both cheered and started working without saying anything. Fia's mining level is LV4, Xiao Kong's level is slightly higher at LV6, but they both sleep in big beds and have the buff of action frenzy, so their mining speed is very fast. The clanging sound of the hammers was like a symphony. But in terms of mining speed, Luo Yu is faster. If the two of them mining is like a symphony, then Luo Yu's mining is like a rapper chanting. That digging is faster than a rapper can spew out lyrics. Various iron ores, copper ores, silver ores, and stones rolled out, and the rhinos, elephants, gibbons and golden beetles behind them had no time to move them. As for another mining expert, the golden scorpion king, he was sent to the quarry to dig stones. Its speed in digging stones is also amazing, and its thick skin and flesh make it not afraid of being hit. Time passed slowly. After 3 hours, the two little cuties were still mining vigorously, but Luo Yu was a little tired. It's not a problem of attribute values, but mental fatigue. In this respect, he is not as good as the beast girl. There is no such thing as mental fatigue for animals. As long as they have strength left, they will work happily until they collapse. But the trial takers or territory members don't have such stamina and need to have some entertainment and relaxation in between. With a sigh of relief, Luo Yu stretched his body while looking at the prompts. You know what, there is a surprise. Tip, the captive you listed has been purchased. In one afternoon, all the captives priced at 20,000 yuan were sold out in an instant, making a profit of 400,000 yuan in one go. He was short of money at the moment, so this money came in handy. This time he put 20 more captives on the shelves, who also had the worst attributes among the remaining batch, 15 men and 5 women. The price this time is 30,000. If I can sell it, I will sell it. If I can't sell it, I will lose some deposit. It doesn't matter. The captives have just been put on the shelves, and the prompt is here, warning, the water level in your territory is high and will soon flood. The dam built this morning is about to flood now? Luo Yu was startled and rushed out of the mine. He found that the small lake in the strong wind was like a bowl of water that was about to be overturned and spilled. Looking at the stone bricks in the territory, he found that 50,000 of them had been cut in a day, and there was still a lot of iron ore. Luo Yu chose to raise the dam without saying a word. Raising a dam is not like building a dam directly. The materials required are relatively less, and the amount of material consumed is proportional to the height of the dam. This time, Luo Yu increased the height by 20 centimeters, using up all the bricks, and finally stabilized the water level. Looking at the rain outside, it was slowly subsiding, but Luo Yu knew that this subsidence was only temporary. The typhoon is still there. The low pressure is still there, so heavy rain may fall again at any time. We need to keep up the good work. After working for another hour, the prisoners could no longer work, so Luo Yu had no choice but to let them return to prison for the time being. There is hot water in the prison. You can take a shower or eat there. You don't have to worry about it for now. Xiao Kong and Feiya were full of energy, especially Feiya, whose physical strength was outrageous. The mining speed did not slow down at all. Just looking at the level, he found that he had upgraded one mining level in one afternoon. Xiao Kong also upgraded to a higher level in mining, and she is also a monster in terms of physical strength. After doing physical work for an afternoon, the strength and physical fitness of the two little beast girls have increased a little, which is not bad. After dinner, the heavy rain outside turned into moderate rain, and the water situation finally eased a little. Just as I was about to take a bath, a reminder suddenly appeared: the risk of jailbreak in your prison has increased, please pay attention. Huh? Didn't we just build 4 arrow towers? Luo Yu frowned and walked towards the prison angrily. Bang! Luo Yu kicked the door open and was about to get angry, but the scene in front of him stunned him. Although they were all locked up in the cell, At this moment, the male and female prisoners were accusing and quarreling with each other. After understanding the situation, Luo Yu showed a helpless look on his face. Chapter 177, Balancing Methods, The Emperor's Mindset. It turned out that the first thing everyone did after returning was to take a shower. Luo Yu did not separate the barracks for the male and female prisoners, so they were seen taking a shower, which made the prisoners angry. It's time to replan the area. In fact, it was Luo Yu's own negligence before. This luxurious prison has 3 floors in total. The 3rd floor is for holding special persons. Can't the 1st and 2nd floors be used to hold male and female prisoners respectively? Bang! After closing the prison gate, Luo Yu operated it, and all the cell door locks opened automatically. Everyone come out! Luo Yu shouted loudly, and no one dared to disobey, and they came out one by one. Female captives are okay, as they know to wear clothes to cover their modesty. But it is quite outrageous that many men come out shirtless. Go back and put on your clothes, or I'll castrate you! Luo Yu shouted angrily, and the male prisoners fell silent and ran back on the spot. After a moment, Luo Yu began to distribute. From now on, the 2nd floor will hold female prisoners, and the 1st floor will hold male prisoners. Do you hear me? I heard it! Everyone said in unison that there was nothing they could do. In the Tianao world, there were no humanitarian provisions such as prisoner management regulations. Once the Lord was in a bad mood, killing a few prisoners was just a matter of words, right? Luo Yu looked at the one-eyed dragon. His head was chopped off by an axe, and he had to sew 70 stitches to save his life. Now the scar looked like a giant centipede lying on his head, very ugly. No wonder the aesthetics of the prison has declined recently. What's the point of talking about aesthetics with him around? Luo Yu said unhappily. One-eyed dragon, find a rag and cover the scar on your forehead for me. It makes me sick to see it. Yes, I will follow your orders. Luo Yu got back to the point and said, From now on, all the male prisoners on the 1st floor will be in your charge. Manage them well. If a situation like today happens again, I will hold you accountable. Yes. Don't worry, Lord. I will take good care of all the male prisoners. The one-eyed dragon stood at attention, and a look of excitement appeared in his remaining eye. This is an official position. People always strive for higher positions. A soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. That sounds nice. Luo Yu said calmly. How are you going to prove it to me? The one-eyed man was stunned at first, then he understood something. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, and he slapped another male pirate companion next to him to the ground. He stepped on his face and said, My lord, this green ghost is the one who started the trouble. He was the first one to peek at a female prisoner taking a bath, and he whistled at her and said she had a great body or something like that. Yeah? Luo Yu said in a deep voice. This must be investigated thoroughly. Which female prisoner did he say has a great figure? Let this female prisoner come out and prove it. The one-eyed dragon immediately shouted. Did you hear that? The Lord wants to check whether your bodies are as good as the green ghost said. Why don't you stand out? The female captives were intimidated by the Lord's majesty and stood up. Luo Yu's forehead vein jumped when he saw this. What's the matter? You all think you have a great body, right? He waved his hand and said, All right, this won't happen again. That green ghost, I should have killed you for starting the commotion, but considering that you performed well in digging the rocks just now, I'll let it go. From now on, you will be the deputy captain of the male prisoners and assist the one-eyed dragon in management. Qin Gui didn't expect that he would not only not be killed, but also get a small official position. He jumped up, knelt down and kowtowed, saying, Thank you for your appreciation, Lord. I will definitely make you look at me with new eyes. He turned his head and glanced at the one-eyed dragon with a hint of complacency in his eyes, but the one-eyed dragon looked at him with a slightly frown, obviously intending to plot against him or tell on him. The expressions of these two people caught Luo Yu's eyes, and made him secretly happy. The superior cannot allow any of his subordinates to dominate at any time. He needs someone to check and balance them so that he can keep everyone under control. This is the emperor's mindset and cannot be known to outsiders. Although Luo Yu had never been an emperor, he understood this principle to some extent. Similarly, he also set up a captain and a deputy captain for the female prisoners. The captain is naturally White Snake, and the deputy captain is Red Spider, also a female pirate, a three-dimensional figure of over 100. Come to think of it, whether it's pirates or people from the tribe, their names are all quite strange. The prison was tidied up, and in order to reward the prisoners, Luo Yu announced on the spot that each of them would be given a can of vegetables the next morning. All the captives cheered, and each of them thought that the Lord was a good man, giving them such a good place to live and canned food. He is simply a living bodhisattva. This is the method used by certain groups. They beat you with a stick and then give you a sweet reward. They sell you out, and you have to help them count the money. When leaving the prison, Luo Yu checked the risk of jailbreak, 0%. There is no risk at all. Luo Yu felt that this was related to his good management of prisoners in the prison. Before, physical methods were used to reduce risks, but it seemed that he had to be more flexible and diverse. He reminded himself in his heart and walked back to the villa. A moment later, Luo Yu and the 4 little cuties were soaking in the warm bath, and it was time for some pleasant entertainment again. By the way, Fia, I see that the milk production of those ewes is almost 100%. How is your progress? My progress? Fia instinctively looked down, then reacted, hugged her chest and squatted in the water, blushing and spat. You are the one producing milk! Master is a pervert, disgusting! Affected by the entertainment value, you gain +2 physical strength when you are entertained. Luo Yu laughed loudly, and his mood suddenly changed from cloudy to sunny. Xiao Dai, go get me a glass of juice. Oh! Xiao Dai stood up, and Luo Yu entered the arena, the exclusive warm-up channel for the world's #1 martial arts tournament. Tip: due to bad weather, all channels in the arena are closed and will be reopened after the typhoon passes. This reminder was a bit unexpected. What does a typhoon have to do with a virtual channel of yours? Could it be that the network cable was broken by the typhoon? Luo Yu complained in his heart. He was still thinking about collecting all the rare stones as soon as possible. After a moment, Luo Yu took a sip of the juice handed to him by Xiao Dai, then began to browse the World Channel. As usual, a lot of scolding. The World Channel has been completely devoid of nutrition lately. It's all about cursing the way of heaven. It seems like everyone is being tortured enough. Regional Channel, Hichien. Is Yaman here? Does your team need any bricks? Hichien, Lu Chongwei, Brother Okamoto and others are in the same team. There is also a fiery Martian and a Zenithian in their team. Chapter 178. Someone owes me 300,000. Fan Yameng. Bricks are never enough. Qianqian, do you have much? Hichien. Yes. During a special event before, I got a lot of stone bricks, and there are enough for the team. If you need any, you can exchange with me. Hichien. Is Luo Yu here? Luo Yu. Looking at it, Hichien, what do you want? Hichien. We want wood to build some defensive equipment like arrow towers. July. Hichien, you are going too far. Do you know what the price of wood is now? It's 1:6 now, and winter is coming. You're exchanging stones for wood now. Isn't that taking advantage of the situation? Hichien. You stupid pig, it's none of your business. Fan Yameng. Qianqian, this wood is indeed a bit difficult to deal with. We don't have enough. Do you want anything else? Hichien. Can we exchange it for some meat and vegetables? July. Now that the loss of aquaculture is so serious, you want meat, right? Luo Yu. That's fine. July. Luo Yu, do you have a lot of meat? Luo Yu. It's not bad. I was lucky enough to get some before. Hichien, trade with me. In fact, Hichien is quite smart. There have been no large-scale animal attacks since autumn, and the strong winds and rainstorms have destroyed many people's vegetable gardens and aquatic resources. The prices of these two things will definitely increase in the future. Vegetables, in particular, are becoming a necessity again. Stone bricks, however, are something that can be produced continuously. There is a great demand for them now, but there will be no demand for them after the typhoon. We should take advantage of this wave to make some money. The reason why Luo Yu agreed was because he had a lot of meat and seafood, and his special milk could attract monsters, so he was not afraid of running out of meat. Luo Yu. The ratio of meat to bricks is 110, and vegetables is 115. What do you think? He Qian. Okay, we are real fellow villagers, it's easy to talk. Of course it's easy to say. I'm afraid this ratio will change a lot in the future. She may be making a small loss now, but she will definitely make a lot of money in the future. She directly put 25W stone bricks up and said, 1W meat, 1W vegetables, do you have any? Seeing her being so straightforward, Luo Yu was even more straightforward and put in 20,000 meat and 20,000 vegetables. Seeing that you have a lot of stone bricks, I will trade this batch first, and you can rearrange it. He Qian. Okay. After a while, a prompt came, transaction successful, you get 50W stone bricks. 20,000 meat and vegetables is not a particularly large number for Luo Yu. Just yesterday, he collected nearly 70,000 vegetables. There was a pile of stone bricks on the open space in front of him. Luo Yu immediately raised the beautiful embankment by 1 meter. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the water level in the territory overview was no longer above the warning line. I spent 250,000 on stone bricks in one go, and there is no need to rush to use the remaining 250,000. Because the urgent situation has been alleviated now, stones will continue to be produced in large quantities in the future, and the dam can be continuously raised depending on the situation, so the situation will not be as tense as before. Luo Yu clicked on the transactions one by one. Fan Yuming, Nakor, Alice, and Alina each gave them 50,000 stone bricks. However, Nyoda didn't need any because he had given up on treatment. Luo Yu. Including the silver you owe me from the last wave, each of you owes me at least 300,000. Ladies, is there anything wrong with this account? Luo Yu sent them an IOU and asked them to sign it, including Alice. Being obsessed with white hair and being obsessed with looks are just talk, the money still needs to be collected. The 4 girls signed the IOU very straightforwardly. This was a common IOU in the Tiana world. If the payment was not made within the deadline, it would be offset with other materials in the base. For example, if you have no money, when the due date comes, your house, walls, and other buildings will be automatically demolished and exchanged for bricks, silver, and the like, and automatically returned to the creditor. It is so violent. Unless the creditor agrees to an extension. Na Kir. 321,173 silver. Luo Yu, you calculated it very clearly. Fan Yumum. Hey, there's no interest. Luo Yu, how much money do you have? I'll borrow it all. Luo Yu. I unilaterally declare that Fan Yuming's interest rate is 10% per day, and there is no upper limit on the compound interest. Fan Yumum. Who cares about you, goose, goose, goose? Alice. Luo Yu, I will definitely return the money to you as soon as possible. Luo Yu. No need, Sister Alice, you can return it any time you want. Elena. What about me? Luo Yu. Give it back to me as soon as possible. Alina. Damn man. Not here, Fan Yamon. Nyoda. Boss, I owe you money too, why can't I write an IOU? Luo Yu. I was just about to say this. I used your photo to scare people before, so just consider that money as a portrait fee. Take 2 more brutal photos for me later. Your photos are pretty scary. Nyoda. Okay. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Luo Yu was happily chatting with everyone, and now he was completely relaxed. The violent storm cannot destroy his territory, and with this wave of stone bricks, my friends will be able to get through it safely. Peace of mind. When he woke up in the morning, Luo Yu still looked at the prompts out of habit. Affected by the entertainment value, you gain strength +2 when performing entertainment activities. It's so early in the morning, and I don't have any entertainment. Luo Yu looked at the cute little ones crowded around him, and immediately understood why the system thought he was entertaining. I opened the curtains and saw that it was still raining outside. The rain was probably moderate. It had been raining on and off last night. It seemed that this typhoon would not pass for a while. The current water level is maintained at 75%, so there is no need to worry about overflowing for the time being, but we still need to work hard to cut stones today. After breakfast in the morning, Luo Yu's first thing was to cut the beast girl's hair. The little cutie's hair is quite long. It's not convenient to work with long hair, and it gets dirty easily. It's a good time to collect some of the beast girl's hair. I helped them cut their hair into shoulder-length pieces, and got 700 units of beast girl hair in one go. Originally, the 4 beast girls should have been worth 400, but due to Luo Yu's beast taming level and other factors, the amount was nearly doubled. After accumulating for so long, the beast girl's hair has accumulated to 3,000 units, which is finally enough to make sheets and quilts. The sheets, pillowcases and quilts made of beast girl's hair are very beautiful and comfortable. These bedding items are related to the acquisition of your own attribute values, so of course you have to get the best. The number of critical hits is sufficient at the moment, so do it when you have time. After the haircut, the little cutie went to work in high spirits. The prisoners, led by their respective captains, also went to the quarry to mine in an orderly manner. Chapter 179 Gold Soft Armor for Scrolls. Luo Yu took some time to look at the situation of the prisoners. There was a huge difference between having someone under management and having no one under management. Although the original group of prisoners were also digging stones, their efficiency was really not satisfactory. But now, because there are captain and deputy captains supervising them, and the captain and deputy captain seem to be competing with each other, their voices are louder than each other. This speeds up work efficiency and produces more stones. Luo Yu smiled faintly, returned to the room and began to observe the pot of flowers. The holy amaranth flower produces a drop of purifying water every month. Luo Yu had forgotten about it before, but now he remembered it. After observing it carefully, he found a drop of crystal clear water on a petal. Purified water washes away all impurities and can be used to purify equipment, make advanced medicines, etc. Luo Yu carefully collected the purifying water, then took out the golden soft armor from the bracelet and dripped the purifying water on it. A circle of light appeared on the golden soft armor. The next moment, a hint came. The purified water had purified the golden soft armor, and it was no longer the clothes of the dead. Done! A look of joy appeared in Luo Yu's eyes. He didn't need any protective gear, but he could sell it. You can also exchange for various things. Gold-level defensive items are actually more expensive than gold-level weapons. World, Human Anonymous. Golden soft armor can be exchanged for characteristic upgrade scrolls. If you have any, please send me a private message. The characteristic upgrade scroll is worth 10 million in the mall. Are you crazy? You want to exchange it for gold-level armor? Brother, you don't understand this. No one will buy it for 10 million. Upgrading it to LV1 won't improve its characteristics much. Gold armor can save your life at a critical moment. I don't have an upgrade scroll, but I have a transfer scroll. Would you like to exchange it? Personal characteristic copy scrolls in exchange for a large amount of stone bricks. What a trade! Luo Yu was waiting for business to come to him, when he suddenly saw someone using his personal characteristic copy scroll to exchange for stone bricks. This could not be missed. He directly sent a transaction box, but the other party seemed to have entered the transaction state. It seems that there are many people who want to take advantage of the opportunity. At this time, a transaction box was sent to Luo Yu. After he confirmed it, the other party actually directly put up a feature upgrade scroll. Troll Anonymous. Give me the golden soft armor quickly. Troll Tribe? This is a relatively high-level race. Why are you in such a hurry? Luo Yu asked tentatively. Brother, why are you so anxious? What happened? Trolls. Nonsense, you aren't like human. Trade the golden soft armor immediately. I'm too lazy to talk to you. Oh? Although Luo Yu wanted the golden soft armor very much, he was also very curious. He replied, If you don't explain it clearly, I will feel uneasy. Tell me, do you have a feeling what's going to happen? The trolls were silent for a while, and seemed a little impatient, but they looked at the soft armor and said, The heavy rain will wash out the unclean things. You are a low-level race with a low score. It has nothing to do with you. Trade immediately. There is nothing wrong with what he said. The territory scores of races such as trolls and blood demons are at least over 20,000. Luo Yu didn't say much and clicked on the transaction. The transaction is successful, and you get a personal characteristic upgrade scroll, unlimited. Got the stuff. Although he cared a lot about what the troll said, Luo Yu's excitement was beyond words at the moment, and he directly chose to use the scroll. You use the personal characteristic upgrade scroll, unlimited, to upgrade the hero's characteristics to 3 stars. Hero characteristics: 3 stars, maximum comfort temperature plus 30, minimum comfort temperature minus 30, global working speed plus 60%, global attack speed plus 60%, global success rate plus 60%, personal beauty plus 30, luck value plus 30. Wow, the attributes have been comprehensively improved, and 30 points of luck have been newly activated. Attack speed 60%. And now your luck value is 60 points. Awesome! I exchanged a piece of gold soft armor I robbed for this 1000 W scroll. What a huge profit. This wave of improvement gave Luo Yu full confidence that he could make good use of the world's #1 martial arts competition in winter. However, what the troll said just now made Luo Yu vaguely concerned. What unclean thing! After I built a beautiful dam, the score of my territory reached 43,225 points. If I really had to attack based on the score, it would definitely be my turn. Luo Yu wondered if he should strengthen the defense of his territory. As he was thinking this, a transaction box suddenly popped up in front of him. It turned out that the guy who had just exchanged the stone brick for the characteristic copy scroll had clicked on his own transaction. Moonlight Tribe, Anonymous. This scroll can be exchanged for 500,000 stone bricks or food of equal value. When Luo Yu saw it, he just XCD'd the transaction box. 50W, what a cosmic joke. He left the room and went down to the basement. Although it was a rainy day, it didn't seem damp at all because the entire villa was paved with sterile floor tiles. The flowers in the basement were in full bloom, which was actually quite beautiful. The automatic sewing machine was working, and Xiao Dai was sitting on a small stool beside it, operating it happily. Seeing Luo Yu coming, she immediately stood up and ran to Luo Yu, holding Luo Yu's arm and said, "Master, you are here!" Affected by beauty, you gain agility +2 when viewing beautiful women. After all, the aesthetics level is 395, so the attribute points were given quite suddenly. Luo Yu smiled faintly and said, "Well, I miss you, so I came to see you. Master is so nice." Xiao Dia's face was flushed, and she had an intimate expression on her face. After talking with Xiao Dai for a while, a blue quilt appeared at the outlet of the sewing machine. Wolfskin quilt, bedding, insulation. Xiao Dai was about to put new cloth and fur into the sewing machine, but Luo Yu smiled and said, "Let's do something else. I'll do it." Oh! Under Xiao Dia's gaze, Luo Yu put in 300 units of beast girl hair, clicked on the pillowcase production, and said something silently in his heart. 100 times critical hit trigger. But within a moment, colorful light came out from the outlet and a pillowcase appeared. Colorful Lucky Cloud pillowcase. Diamond level rest efficiency increased by 15%, disease recovery increased by 15%, positive buff increased by 15%, beauty +20, territory score +200, comfort improved. Wow! Diamond grade! Master is awesome! Xiao Dai seemed very happy, and Luo Yu also had a smile on his face. Most pillowcases were of silver attributes, and only the diamond grade ones could add some extra attributes. After all, it's just a pillowcase. Tip: you are the first trialist in the nearby area whose territory beauty exceeds 400, and you will be rewarded with 1,000 gold and 1,000 jade. Chapter 180 Human Race, The Gods Among Ants. Another extra reward. Luo Yu smiled faintly, and then remembered something. My own big bed, bedside tables, and now pillowcases, all seem to improve my rest efficiency. A look at the properties shows that the rest efficiency has increased by 85%. This means that fatigue can be recovered in almost half the sleep time. No wonder I woke up at 3 or 4 in the middle of the night recently, and I was so energetic that I had to count sheep in bed for a while before I could fall asleep. It turns out this is the culprit. Luo Yu was thinking whether he should go to the arena in the middle of the night and participate in some midnight activities in the future, while stuffing 1,200 units of beast girl hair into the sewing machine. This time I chose to make a quilt cover. 100 times critical hit trigger. Next, Luo Yu attacked the quilt cover and bed sheet as planned. Although the sizes were different, their properties were almost the same as those of the pillowcase. They are all colorful diamond level. This time the rest efficiency has reached 105%. Are there any insomniacs at midnight? In the midnight arena, the battle will last until dawn. After doing all this, Luo Yu touched Xiaodia's little head, turned around and left the basement under her admiring gaze. Having made diamond-grade bedding 3 times in a row, Xiaodia's admiration for her master is like a torrent of water. In the following time, Luo Yu continued to mine, but he kept thinking about what the troll had just said. Dirty things will attack high-scoring territories? Can I stop it? What defensive equipment is most effective against unclean things? While digging wildly and thinking about something, suddenly, there was a crisp sound of gold and iron hitting his ears, and Shao Kong fell to the ground with an ouch. Luo Yu took a closer look and found that it was Shao Kong who had dug up the exclusive treasure chest. I hurriedly picked up the treasure box. Anyway, I still have one last chance to get a critical hit, so I might as well use it. Seeing that Luo Yu was about to open the box, Shao Kong and Feiya both put their little heads over, their beautiful eyes flashing with anticipation on their faces. Triggered by 100 times critical hit. When the treasure chest was opened, the glittering gold inside was dazzling. When he looked closely, he saw that it was a piece of gold the size of a fist. Feiya picked up the gold nugget, bit it with her teeth, and said excitedly, "Master, it's gung gold." "What is gingjin?" Shao Kong was quite curious, but Feiya stuffed the gold nugget into Luo Yu's hand, hugged Shao Kong and giggled. "Shao Kong is amazing, gingjin is a good thing." "Oh, my hands are so dirty, I made you dirty too." "Woohoo! Hug!" Luo Yu naturally didn't care about the 2 beast girls. Now he only had eyes for this gold brick. Gingjin, 500 units materials for making and upgrading high-level weapons. Can also be used as construction materials instead of gold. Ratio, 1 gingjin equals 100 gold. After carefully reading the instructions, gingjin is generally the material used to make weapons and protective gear above the Grandmaster level, and can greatly increase the sharpness. Now it is enough for Luo Yu's Yang double swords. He didn't have the ability to make such a thing, so he just used it for construction. 500 units of gingjin are equal to 50,000 gold, which seems to be able to be used to build an electric shock tower. But the critical hit chance is gone. I will build it again tomorrow. After putting the gingjin into the storage bracelet, Luo Yu continued digging frantically. Various minerals such as iron ore, copper ore, silver, etc. are continuously produced. As the level has been raised, gold can occasionally be dug up. Compared to Luo Yu, the 2 little cuties around him are much worse. They usually dig out stones. That's fine, stones are quite important now. It takes time to upgrade the mining level, and the mineral resources consumed by them now should be regarded as an investment. By the way, after so many days of crazy mining, the mineral resources in this vein were consumed very quickly, and only 110% was left. It was mainly dug by Luo Yu, whose overall working speed was outrageous. Okay, let's finish digging early and complete the task early. The rain fell on and off throughout the day. By evening, Luo Yu had raised the Meixiang Dam to 3 meters, using up all the stones that had been left behind and those that had been dug today. This won't leak out now, right? I took a bath at night and gained 2 points of strength as soon as I lay on the bed. The new bedding is so awesome. The little cuties also fell asleep comfortably. They didn't need pillows or anything because Luo Yu's arms and legs were their pillows. Another beautiful morning has arrived. Tip: you get Action Frenzy 2 days. The Action Frenzy buffs have accumulated over the past month. Luo Yu looked at the water level immediately. It was 2 meters overflowing and the dam was 3 meters high. Fortunately, it was okay. Today, the rain outside is much lighter, but the wind is still howling. The clouds in the sky have been squeezed dry, but the wind is still so noisy. The world of heaven is indeed a magical place. The captives that were previously on sale for 30,000 have been sold out. There is a shortage of people everywhere due to flood control and rescue efforts, and it's not easy for everyone. While eating breakfast, Luo Yu was browsing the World Channel. I didn't know until I saw it. I was shocked. My aquaculture limit has been reduced by 30%. 30% is pretty good. I dug a big ditch to drain the water, and it dropped by 40%. Look at the price of meat. I estimate that on average, the entire Tiannao world loses more than 30% of its aquatic resources per person. I watched helplessly as a treasure chest slipped away. I, the Demon Lord, have lost 70% of my power. You are nothing! Luo Yu smiled secretly and posted a message. I built a 3-meter high dam and not a drop of water leaked out. Grass. Depend on. Go to hell. Damn the anonymity of the human race. Humans are the gods among ants. People in the regional channel were also complaining that a lot of their aquatic resources had been lost. However, in their own small groups, everyone was smiling happily. Naker. I want to tell the world loudly that I didn't let any fish escape. Fan Yamung. Luo Yu's bricks have been a great help. I always feel that I owe him something. Luo Yu, is there anything we can help you with? Elena. He wanted us to wear Band-Aid swimsuits. Alice. Excuse me, what exactly is a Band-Aid swimsuit? Luo Yu. Elena, you know me well. But this time, Lao Nyo and I had a private chat and came up with a new style, a hemp rope swimsuit. Do you dare to wear it? Fan Yamung. Luo Yu, you really don't want to hide your identity as a LSP, right? Na Ke. Ha ha ha, Luo Yu is good in everything except that he likes to tease us. But I don't hate him. Nyoda. Boss, when did you discuss this with me? Luo Yu. You have no vision at all. I don't have a little brother like you. Chapter 181 Flash Floods, Ancient Creatures Attack. Nyoda. I remember now, the boss did discuss this with me before, and it was me who suggested the hemp rope swimsuit. Look at my poor memory. Fan Yamung. I thought of a word to describe Neo University. Luo Yu. I know what you are going to say, ha ha ha. This girl definitely wants to say licking a dog. No, it should be licking a cow. The time chatting with everyone is always so happy. After breakfast, today's schedule is the same as before. The little beast girls did what they were supposed to do, and the captives went to the quarry to dig stones. However, because the captives were constantly being sold, several leaders showed a hint of sadness in their eyes. The team is getting smaller and smaller. Luo Yu walked into the garden and prepared to build an electric shock tower. Electric strike tower, primary copper ore asterisk 50,000, gold asterisk 50,000, silver asterisk 50,000. There is just enough copper ore. If there is not enough gold, we can use Gingjin to replace it. As for money, we made a lot of money by selling prisoners, and we have enough silver. Let's get started. After clicking to build, Luo Yu muttered something in his heart. 100 times critical hit trigger. Top level electric strike tower, attack range 50,000 meters, including air, accuracy 100%, attack interval 5 seconds, power, instant kill below 500 physique, adjustable. Another top-level electric shock tower was erected in the territory, and as usual, it was built near the villa. The big villa is Luo Yu's lair, so the defense is naturally the most strict. Previously, the villa had a main door and a back door, but now a side door is built on the left. Luo Yu nodded secretly. He learned from watching TV and reading novels before that lightning is most lethal to things like filth. Now there are 3 electric shock towers in the territory. Come over, any monsters or demons, I am not afraid of you. The newly built electric shock tower gave him unlimited courage. As he walked towards the mine, he checked the resource overview of the territory. Silver, 50W. Wood, 12W. Iron ore, 4W. Stone bricks, 1050. Copper, 1,500. Jade, 65,000. Gold, 1.2W. Platinum, 1,000. Diamonds, 0. For cloth, 7.1W. Meat, 11W. Vegetables, 6.5W. What we lack now are stone bricks and copper ore, but everything else is fine. Having said that, there are a lot of jades, so it's time to consider increasing the aesthetics. In the morning, Luo Yu was mining in the mine when he suddenly saw a message. A geological change occurred in the quarry. He hurried over to take a look, only to see a tragic scene. Suddenly, stone spikes appeared on the ground of the quarry, and some of the suicide squad, who were mining, were stabbed to death. Excessive logging can lead to dangerous incidents. The captives were smart, and ran away as soon as they saw something unusual on the ground. They could accept the death of 2 of them, but all the insects died. All the earthworms were stabbed to death. The ground badgers reacted quickly, however, and only 4 of them died. Intermediate wisdom is still much better than low-level wisdom. Looking at the one-eyed dragon and others standing in front of him, Luo Yu sighed softly. It is hard for a clay pot to break without a well, and it is inevitable for a general to die in battle. Rest in peace, my dead brothers. After a fake sigh, Luo Yu said, One-eyed dragon, organize the people to throw all the bodies into the incineration pit, and the other brothers immediately cut off all the protruding stone spikes and send them to Lord Jinjisabaru. Yes. The prisoners started working immediately. It was impossible for another geological mutation to happen immediately, right? The death of 2 prisoners and some bugs is nothing. We are a suicide squad, so there will be casualties. As the saying goes, a blessing in disguise. These large number of protruding stone spikes are ready-made stone bricks, and Xiao Jin just needs to cut them directly. In just 2 hours, 150,000 stone bricks were cut out. Standing on the wall, Luo Yu looked up at the sky and saw that all the clouds had been squeezed dry. The water level was considered to be under control. Luo Yu plans to use these bricks to build a water tower and some wind-powered water pumps. First, we can take advantage of the current strong wind. Second, it can also alleviate some of the surging lake water, of course, only a little bit. The main thing is to store more water in case of emergency. God knows what kind of strange disaster will happen next. Wind-powered water pump, stone 10,000, silver 500, iron or 500, requires natural wind. Beautiful water tower, 30,000 stone bricks, 1,000 iron ore, 1,000 silver, 100 jade, water storage capacity, 16 tons. This time, Luo Yu directly built 3 beautiful water towers and 5 wind-powered water pumps, using the newly acquired stones. A row of wind-driven water pumps were spinning rapidly in the small lake. Luo Yu heard the clean water continuously being poured into the water tower, and a smile appeared in his eyes. By dinner time, the rain had finally stopped and the howling winds were gradually weakening. The whole world was celebrating the end of the disaster with joy. People in the group were also chatting excitedly. No one had lost any aquatic resources and they were like winners. At night, Luo Yu had just finished taking a shower and was about to go to bed when he suddenly received a reminder. Warning: the typhoon caused flash floods. There are some ancient creatures hidden in the flash floods. They will control the flash floods to impact territories with a score of more than 30,000 points, seize resources and territory cores. Please be prepared. Everyone received this notification at the first moment, and was stunned. The World Channel and regional channels immediately became lively. Oh no, ancient creatures are attacking! This is a flash flood. Won't it destroy the base? We're doomed! Stupid X, didn't you see that the rating is over 30,000? Are you worthy of being hit by a flash flood? Oh, it has to be more than 30,000. It turns out I'm not worthy of it. That's fine. The bosses above 30,000 are so powerful that they can easily deal with flash floods, right, bosses? It's a punishment from heaven. It's the way of heaven to maintain balance. It's your fault for making you develop so fast. You deserve it! Everyone in the channel was making sarcastic remarks, and Luo Yu had already heard the rumbling sound of a flash flood coming from all directions. Boom! Boom 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 boom! The muddy mountain torrent rushed into the strike array from the eastern entrance. It was a mudslide. Under the impact of such a terrible mudslide, the durability of the walls of the strike array dropped rapidly. Luo Yu chose to repair them without saying a word. Wall durability, 38%, under repair. Wall durability, 71%, 42%. The durability of the mechanism wall is higher than that of the surrounding wall, and the repair speed is also faster, but the silver consumption is very high. The rolling mudslide surged past the first corner and rushed into the second death corridor, madly consuming the durability of all the mechanism walls along the way. Fortunately, it was a mechanical wall, so the repair speed was fast enough. If it was any other wall, it would have been washed away. Chapter 182 Tentacle Monster, the dirty stuff is coming. The mudslide rushed through 3 bends along the way, but stopped at the 4th bend. A large amount of rocks and other things were accumulated at the corner, finally preventing the mudslide from destroying the entire strike formation from the front. The mudslide cannot move forward, but it still keeps pouring in from the outside. It looks like it can't move forward, but it's about to overflow. At a certain moment, a rolling mudslide overflowed directly from the top of the strike array wall and spread in all directions. Seeing this scene, Luo Yu breathed a sigh of relief. The sound of the mudslide was heard coming from all directions, and it seemed that it all gathered at the east entrance. This once again confirmed his idea. The air wall at the bottom in other directions not only blocked Luo Yu from going out to explore, but also blocked everything outside from coming in. As for the upper part, it seems that the air wall cannot stop the flying birds at present. To the east, the mudslide quickly overflowed outward, and the arrow tower began to be impacted, but fortunately it was a 2-star arrow tower, mostly made of stone and relatively solid, so it could be repaired quickly. Luo Yu clicked on all the repairs in a hurry. In just a short while, he had already consumed nearly 50,000 silvers in repair fees. How can you describe how expensive it is? The flash flood lasted for about 10 minutes. The overflowing mudslide was not as lethal as a direct rush in. Moreover, Luo Yu's territory was very large, and a lot of mudslides overflowed, but only in the east direction. Watching the mudslide gradually calm down, Luo Yu began to become alert. Sure enough, a tentacle stretched out from the rolling mud and rocks within the strike array. Black tentacles. More and more tentacles began to appear, and then, a large number of black tentacle monsters that looked somewhat similar to squids jumped out from the mudslides everywhere. There were a total of 20 of them. The largest of them was a tentacle monster as big as an elephant, and even had a human face, looking extremely ferocious. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! The moment the tentacle monsters appeared, the arrow tower immediately started shooting, but what surprised Luo Yu was that the bodies of these tentacle monsters were very elastic, and all the arrows hitting them were bounced back. Stupid low-level creature, do you think a few bows and arrows can do anything to us? The tentacle monster with a human face actually spoke. The voice was very harsh and loud, making people feel dizzy when they heard it. Ah! As the voice fell, the human-faced tentacle monster screamed again. The harsh sound waves rolled over, and Luo Yu only felt dizzy, nauseous, and wanted to vomit. The ancient evil tentacle creature roars, affecting all trialists and territory members. Mental attack! He shook his head and looked at the little cuties around him, but didn't react at all. They are animals, not trialists or members. Xiao Jin! Oh! Xiao Jin immediately understood what Luo Yu meant and let out a deafening tiger roar. Roar! An even more powerful sound wave swept out, directly suppressing the scream. King Saberu! There are such things in the land of vile and inferior creatures? The expression of the human-faced tentacle monster became even more distorted and hideous. It actually opened its mouth and spit out a black round bead, which shattered with a bang, forming billowing black smoke. The black smoke gradually turned into a ghost face, which made people feel scared when they saw it. Owner! Xiao Dai and Xiao Kong looked at the ghost face in the sky with horror. Even Xiao Jin showed an uneasy look on his face. They all hid behind Luo Yu. The only exception was Fei Ye, who stood in front of Luo Yu and was very courageous. Fearful ghost face. All creatures that see the ghost face will fall into a state of fear, except for those with special abilities. This exception includes Fei Ye and Luo Yu. Fei Ye has the skill of courage and is not afraid of any enemy. Luo Yu has heroic traits and is immune to fear. He sneered and said, If this is all you have, then you can go die. Sizzle! 3 bolts of lightning burst out and hit the 3 tentacle monsters on the spot. The 3 little tentacle monsters were struck by lightning and black smoke came out of their bodies, but what surprised Luo Yu was that they did not die. Lightning Tower! The human-faced tentacle monster let out another shrill scream, which sounded like a charge. It ignored the shooting from the arrow tower and rushed straight towards the territory. Their speed was originally very fast, but this time the impact was much slower. The tentacle monsters found that their bodies were slightly hot and they had difficulty moving. Thermal arrow! Despicable race, die! The human-faced tentacle monster opened its mouth again, and this time it spewed out a cloud of black mist. The black fog was about the size of a room and floated directly towards Luo Yu. It was obvious that the fog of war could not block the monster's vision. This black fog is obviously a very filthy thing. Who knows how many viruses and bacteria it contains? Once hit by it, you will probably get sick and bleed from all 7 orifices on the spot. The dirty thing that the trolls said would attack us now seems to be really dirty. Luo Yu was still standing on the balcony at this moment. Seeing the black fog coming, he quickly rushed into the room and carried out the holy Aman Luowa. This holy flower can keep away filth and evil spirits. The holy Amanro flower is a master-level flower. The light covers a large area. The light spreads out with the balcony of the villa as the center. When the black fog touches the light, a screen comes out from the black fog and dissipates on the spot. Complete defeat. The black fog is no match for the holy light. Holy flower! You actually have such a thing! We must destroy it. We must destroy everything that is pure. Kill, kill, kill! The horrible face of the human-faced tentacle monster was completely twisted together, and dozens of tentacles were swinging wildly, at a speed a little faster than before, rushing towards the base. Boom! Boom, boom! The catapult was launched and smashed towards the little tentacle monster. After being attacked by the heat energy, the speed of these little tentacle monsters slowed down a lot, and they were unable to dodge for a while. A stone hit one of the little tentacle monsters. Bang! With a loud bang, the little tentacle monster was smashed and sprayed out a ball of black water, with blood and flesh splattering everywhere. But the terrifying thing is that the tentacle monster, with half of its body smashed off, is still rushing forward and is not dead at all. What monster? Luo Yu was really surprised. These ancient creatures always come up with new tricks. He decided to go all out and directly adjusted the power of the 3 top-level lightning towers to the maximum value. Instant kill for those with less than 500 physique. Sizzle! 3 arcs of electricity struck out again, directly splitting the 3 tentacle monsters and causing them to explode. Chapter 183 Electric Tower, the Eternal God. All the exploded flesh and blood was emitting black smoke, as if the soul was being burned by lightning. After letting out terrible screams, it stopped moving. Completely died suddenly. Good! Luo Yu nodded with satisfaction. After seeing this scene, the human-faced tentacle monster kept screaming, urging the tentacle monsters to move forward quickly, while using mental attacks to try to scare the trial takers in this territory into idiots. If it were any other territory, this screaming tactic might really work, but unfortunately, there was only one trial taker in Luo Yu's territory, and he had heroic characteristics. As for the prisoners not being able to hear anything, the luxury prison was designed for the wardens to do shameful things like torture in there, so the sound insulation effect is so strong. The mental attack effect is invalid. Sizzle! 3 more full-strength lightning bolts struck, killing 3 tentacle monsters. Under the continuous lightning bolts, only 10 tentacle monsters were left. Sizzle! The arc flashed, and only 7 were left. But it must be said that even with the thermal energy invasion, these tentacle monsters are still very fast, and now they are only about 150 meters away from the city wall. You despicable creature, once we rush in, we will make sure you die without a burial place. The human-faced tentacle monster let out a sharp cry, but was greeted by arrows. A large number of thermal energy arrows fell from the sky and shot at them densely. Because a new 2-star arrow tower was built to prevent prison escape, plus the ones built before, there are 10 2-star arrow towers inside Luo Yu territory, and one wave of shooting is 100 arrows. The thermal energy arrows fell down with a crackling sound and hit the tentacle monsters, especially the human-faced tentacle monster that was rushing the fastest. Although the densely packed arrows shot at it, and were bounced back by its flexible skin, the force was mutual. The arrow was bounced back, but the human-faced tentacle monster was also knocked back by the force of the arrow. Even it retreated, not to mention those little tentacle monsters. At the same time, the tentacle monsters felt their body temperature rising continuously, as if they were melting from the inside. The arrows were bounced back, but the arrowheads were very hot. Even if one arrow only transmitted a trace of heat poison, one can imagine the impact of so many arrows being shot at in an overwhelming manner. Sizzle! After retreating continuously, 3 more tentacle monsters were taken away by the electric tower. At the same time, the internal temperature of one of the tentacle monsters was too high, and it suffered from heat stroke and died instantly. Luo Yu breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the tentacle monster that was being hit and forced back by the arrows. With the help of counterattacks, it seems these tentacle monsters are doomed. He had seen it before. Every time a tentacle monster died, something seemed to fall out, like some metal stuff. Sizzle! Including the human-faced tentacle monster, the remaining 3 tentacle monsters were hit by the electric arc again. The 2 small tentacle monsters exploded directly, and the human-faced tentacle monster was also smoking from the electric arc. It seemed that it was seriously injured. All the arrows in the sky are now shot at the human-faced tentacle monster, and it is the only one left. Under such intensive arrow shooting, the human-faced tentacle monster was knocked more than 10 meters away even though it was very powerful. At the same time, its originally black skin turned into a fiery red. It seemed to realize that it was about to die, and it let out a sharp long howl again. I want to curse you to be filled with endless fear. Sizzle! Before he could finish his curse, he was concentrated by 3 500-watt lightning bolts and exploded on the spot. Curse is ineffective. This is the attack speed. Tip: you killed all the ancient creatures and survived this flash flood successfully. You get battle reward, free attribute points plus 10. You have attracted the attention of the ancient crypt kingdom in the nearby area, and you are now a target of attack. Bang! Various things exploded from the human-faced tentacle monster and scattered on the ground. Luo Yu laughed, got out of the villa and walked out slowly. As for whether it's a kingdom or not, if you dare to come you will die. Is the electric tower kidding you? Electric tower, forever the god. After a moment, looking at the spoils in front of him, his eyes were filled with excitement. Congratulations on obtaining the item, Weapon Empowerment Technology Scroll. Congratulations on winning Silver *20W. Congratulations on winning Gold *1W, Emerald *1W, Platinum *2000. Congratulations on getting Dishio Lingye *1. Congratulations on obtaining the Personal Attribute Scroll, Sharp as the Wind, Platinum level. Congratulations on getting the Dun Fruit Seeds. Luo Yu was overjoyed when the human-faced tentacle monster dropped a lot of stuff, and it was obvious at first glance that they were very valuable things. Collect them all. We need to deal with the aftermath first. We will study these spoils carefully later. The world is still full of ambiguity at this moment, but the higher-level races have also spoken. Dragon Clan, Anonymous. What are these things? They are difficult and disgusting, even more disgusting than the vampires. Blood Clan, Anonymous. Earthworm, please speak more clearly, or I'll skin you alive. But having said that, it's true that these tentacle monsters are disgusting and difficult to deal with. Demon, Anonymous. The mental attack is quite interesting. It drove more than a dozen of my maids crazy. I'll remember this. Angel, Anonymous. Are you a demon who is not crazy? That's a shame. In the past, it was rare to see this group of races speaking in the world. Once the truly high-level races spoke, those who were originally sarcastic immediately dared not speak anymore, and the entire world channel felt refreshed. In the regional channel, an angel girl also spoke up, but she only said, Alas, the ancient creatures are not easy to deal with. Has anyone been attacked like me? No one dared to speak. Legend has it that angels are not only beautiful, but also a very powerful race, which is somewhat racially suppressed. In the small group, Fan Yameng asked tentatively, Luo Yu, you won't be attacked? Luo Yu. Lucky, I got a pot of flowers that can control filth. As he said this, he took a screenshot of the holy amaranth flower and posted it in the group channel. Fan Yameng. Oh my god, you've really been attacked. The 30,000 rated boss is right next to me. At the same time, when the girls saw the holy amaranth flower, they were all amazed. Elena. Ha, Luo Yu, you actually raised the holy flower. Are you determined to stand on Alice's side? Alice. Luo Yu, this flower is so holy. You are the one blessed by the goddess of light. I am very happy. Naker. So beautiful. You are so lucky. Fan Yameng. Is this luminous plant technology? It's so beautiful, but why is there no such flower on my technology tree? Chapter 184, Outrageous Technology. While Luo Yu was chatting with everyone, he looked at the large amount of flesh and blood formed after the explosion of the human-faced tentacle monster. Contaminated, filthy meat. After eating, it will be infected with various diseases. Burying it in the ground will gradually transform the soil in the area into cursed soil, accelerating the growth of some special plants. Oh? These meats are interesting. Luo Yu's eyes lit up. These filthy meats could also transform the land. He had seen cursed soil in Elena's territory before. It was very suitable for the growth of strange plants such as heartbreak grass and poisonous mushrooms. It's not just this piece of filthy meat, every tentacle monster has the same effect and can cover a certain area. These corpses are useful for more than just their meat. Luo Yu discovered the secret that they can bounce back arrows. Tentacle monster skin, elastic, absorbs damage and removes power, can be used as a material for making some weapons and clothing. In addition to useful skin and meat, every small tentacle monster will drop some materials after death, mostly copper or gold, and the like. These tentacle monsters are so disgusting. Luo Yu is not willing to let the little cuties deal with the corpses, so he lets the captives do it. After a moment, looking at the prisoners standing in 2 rows in front of him, Luo Yu said loudly, "I know everyone is very tired from working during the day, but we must display the spirit of continuous fighting and hard struggle. No one should sleep tonight. Let's deal with the spoils and corpses, and dig out all the mud and rocks that poured into the strike formation, okay?" "Good." The one-eyed man and 4 other, minor officials, responded immediately, but the other captives were listless. Luo Yu naturally didn't care about that. As long as he was still alive, he had to work. By late night, the captives had collected all the spoils. The foul flesh of the monsters was gathered in a corner on the west side of the territory, forming a cursed soil area of approximately 300 square meters. The captives are now clearing the mudslides and the strike array. Under the moonlight, Luo Yu walked alone to the cursed soil area and carefully transplanted the heartbreak grass. After transplanting each plant of Gastrodia elata, the growth rate increased from 200% to 600%. On the cursed soil, the growth rate of the heartbreak grass is 3 times that of the outside, but Luo Yu also discovered that the cursed soil is polluting and will gradually pollute the surrounding land over time. You should know that ordinary crops cannot be grown on cursed soil. After transplanting the heartbreak grass, Luo Yu tried to transplant the Ulan leaves, and it was also effective, reaching a growth rate of 600%. Cursed soil also has a speed-up effect on spiritual crops. A smile appeared on Luo Yu's face. The next step was to find a way to frame this area to prevent the cursed soil from polluting other places. This is actually very simple. Just build a sterile wall and sterile floor tiles under the soil to completely block it. Now there is still silver, let's build it. After a series of operations, the cursed soil in front of him turned into an evil vegetable garden, specializing in growing all kinds of strange things. At this time, the one-eyed dragon ran over and said respectfully, "Lord, the rocks carried by the mudslide are all black spot stones. Should we ask the brothers to clean them and send them to Lord Shaojin?" "Oh?" When it comes to stone bricks, Luo Yu becomes excited. "How many are there?" "At present, we can cut out at least 200,000 or 300,000 stone bricks." "Very good." Luo Yu patted his shoulder and said, "Do as you say." As he said this, he took out a rattan whip and said, "One-eyed dragon, you have been doing well recently, so I'll give you this whip. Beat anyone you don't like. Remember, this whip represents me. It is the Imperial Sword. I think you should understand its meaning." "Clear!" The one-eyed dragon's remaining eye was full of excitement. He knelt on the ground, took the whip, and went to work happily. Luo Yu smiled faintly and went to take a shower as soon as he returned to the villa. You use the diamond shower head to wash away all the dirt on your body, gaining physical fitness +1. The little cuties had already fallen asleep, so Luo Yu soaked comfortably in the bathtub alone and began to study his spoils. Weapon Empowerment Technology Scroll grants attributes to weapons of gold grade and above, allowing them to have additional effects when attacking. After reading it carefully, Luo Yu found out that this was a bit like a special effect. After unlocking the technology, after placing the Yang twin swords on the thermal energy storage box for a period of time, the Yang twin swords would absorb and store thermal energy, and release it when fighting with the enemy. In other words, if Luo Yu slashed you, not only would you bleed, you would also get heat stroke. It's quite outrageous. The same is true for the lightning box. When Yang Yang's double swords collide with other people's weapons, if the opponent's weapon is conductive, the opponent will be electrocuted. An even more outrageous attribute. They are all some weird technologies. Luo Yu laughed and clicked on the relevant technology page. Weapon Empowerment Technology. Weapon Empowerment Technology Scroll *1, Gold *50,000, Emerald *50,000, Silver *50000. My goodness, look at the cost. The cost of this outrageous technology is also outrageous. Luo Yu discovered that after unlocking this technology tree, not only weapons can be empowered, but also armor can be empowered. It is very likely that if someone cuts you, you will get an electric shock or heat stroke. Who can stand this? At present, gold is far from enough, but jade is enough. I have just produced a wave of sterile materials with silver, and I need to accumulate some more. The big problem is still gold, there is never enough. Thinking about how he had previously built a lightning strike tower with Gingjin, Luo Yu felt that it was hasty. This cost is not fair. Earth Beauty Liquid, one of the natural treasures, after taking it, physical fitness plus 20, planting skills plus LV3, individual permanent immunity plus 20%, blood circulation plus 20%, personal beauty plus 5. This natural treasure is much better than the previous Julong fruit. Luo Yu simply poured the small bottle out, and a drop of pure white liquid entered his mouth. Then, the vial also disappeared. You are taking Dixieling liquid and it is producing results. Luo Yu felt his whole body slightly warm, with an indescribable feeling of comfort from inside to outside. This is a feeling of joy that comes from the heart. It is the cells cheering as life evolves. After a few moments, the effect was fully effective. Number: Earth Summer Country 23333. Base score: 43,835 points. Personal rating: 3397. Health value: 207 points, current 71 points. Entertainment value: 151 points. Beauty: 450. Strength: 183. Physical fitness: 195. Agility: 176. Luck: 60. Blood circulation efficiency: 120%. Immunity: 120%. Life skills: planting LV13. Chapter 185, Strong as the Wind. 2 new affixes, blood circulation and immunity, have been added to the personal panel. It seems that these hidden affixes need to be unlocked slowly. By the way, why is there no such affix as personal aesthetics? I also want to see how attractive I am. After reading the instructions of Tianao, I learned that the beauty added by individual life forms is counted towards the overall beauty of the territory. Because each race has different aesthetics, there is no need for the charm value attribute. Luo Yu knew that he had become more handsome. He might be considered a handsome young man in the eyes of humans or races with similar aesthetic standards to humans, but in the eyes of some other races, he might be considered an ugly man or even food. Keep looking at the spoils. Strong as the wind, platinum movement ability plus 20%, overall working speed plus 20%, immunity plus 20%, immune to all slowing effects. This personal characteristic is awesome, it is a platinum level characteristic after all. Apart from anything else, the fact that he is immune to all slowing effects is already very awesome. Speaking of which, his current hero characteristics increase global working speed by 60%, vigorous as the wind by 20%, diamond clothes by 100%, plus the long-standing action fanatic that increases working speed by 50%, this data has reached 230%. If you add in bonuses for doing certain specific jobs, and some weird buffs, it would be incredible. Having said that, if your personal characteristics are full, it means you need to give up one characteristic. Among all my characteristics, the winemaker characteristic is relatively useless, or not very useful for the time being, so that's you. Of course, he wouldn't really abandon it completely, he had to find a way to preserve this feature in other ways. You can copy or transfer scrolls of personal characteristics. I searched the auction house and found that the transfer scroll was not for sale, but the copy scroll was priced at 800,000. So expensive. Luo Yu remembered the guy who wanted to exchange the copy scroll for stone bricks before, and sent him a private message tentatively. Do you still have that copy scroll? Moonlight Tribe. Still in my hand? If you want it, bring food in exchange. Luo Yu smiled secretly in his heart. Now that the rain had basically stopped, the demand for stone bricks was no longer so great, and food became the top priority. Luo Yu. Okay, but the food prices are so high in the market now, I can only give you 15,000 pieces of meat at most. Moonlight Tribe. Then let's make a deal. This time, this guy was very straightforward. The meat and vegetables were easy to sell, and he could even resell them for silver. The transaction is successful, and you get a copy of your personal characteristics scroll. Luo Yu smiled faintly. You can get meat by just using a fishing net, but this scroll is really hard to come by. He first tried to use the scroll to copy the hero's super characteristic, but failed, and was prompted that ordinary copy scrolls could only copy life-related characteristics. Even the Zerg Nemesis can't be copied. Okay, Luo Yu copied the winemaker's characteristics onto the scroll according to the original plan. You choose to give up the winemaker characteristics, are you sure? After confirmation, the brewer's characteristics were gone, and there was an extra empty space in his characteristics column. You have chosen to use the platinum feature. Are you sure? Click OK, a light will flash, and it will take effect immediately. This time, all aspects of the attributes were strengthened again. Looking at the time, it was already 2:30 in the morning, but Luo Yu was not very sleepy. When you open the map, you will see that the white dots on the map are still moving, which proves that the prisoners are still working. Since you have set up a prisoner leader, you no longer have to worry about the prisoners slacking off. Continue digesting the spoils. BU and fruit seeds, natural treasures, need to unlock special crop sowing technology, sowing soil fertility of more than 350%. After taking a look, I just XCD out the description box. The territory's fertility is only 206%, it's still early. Luo Yu took a look at some other resource items and found that he got 5,000 gold, 7,000 jade, 500 platinum, and 10,000 copper ore in this wave. Not bad, the drop rate of these ancient monsters is actually quite good. After a while, he lay down on the big bed, closed his eyes, and slowly fell asleep. Luo Yu woke up at dawn the next day. Although he had only slept for more than 3 hours, his sleeping efficiency was too high. He woke up naturally after getting enough sleep. After washing up, Luo Yu strolled towards the east of the territory. The strike array has been completely cleared, and the various stones cleared have been piled up at Shao Jin's stone cutting site, and the cleared soil has been piled into a small hill. The prisoners were lying on the ground in a mess, looking extremely exhausted. Luo Yu woke up all the captives and asked the women to stay inside the wall of the strike formation first, while he ordered the men to take off their clothes and stand in a row. A water pipe was directly connected. Luo Yu held the pipe and used the rushing water to wash the male prisoners one by one. The prisoners were very dirty. If they walked into the prison like this, who knows if they would bring in some germs. Even though the method was a bit rough, the water was hot, which came from a new pipe connected by Luo Yu from the bathroom. Many captives looked at Luo Yu with a touch of emotion in their eyes. The Lord here provided them with good food, good accommodation, and hot water for bathing. It was simply just like a kind father. After washing, Luo Yu waved his hand and said, "One-eyed dragon, take the man back to the prison. Have breakfast and have a good rest. You are given a day off today." "Thank you, Lord." Everyone was so moved that they knelt down. Seeing this, Luo Yu was annoyed and said, "Why are you kneeling? I just washed you clean. Put on your shoes and get out of here." "Yes." No one even dared to take their clothes. They just covered themselves a little and ran to the prison. A moment later, it was the female prisoner's turn. Luo Yu always treated everyone equally. He asked them to take off all their clothes and stand in front of him, and then he washed them one by one with warm water. This time, Luo Yu took a long time to wash them clean. Shao Kong brought all the fragrant leaves over. To these female prisoners, Luo Yu's tone became much gentler. He said, "You can't wear these clothes anymore. Use the fragrant leaves to cover them temporarily. We will give you new prison uniforms later. Attention, Everyone must cover up. If anyone does not cover up or deliberately makes a coquettish gesture in front of the male prisoners and causes chaos, I will give her to my Minotaur brother." As soon as these words were spoken, the female captives' faces, which had originally turned red, showed signs of fear. "White Snake, let them cover themselves up before you go back. Take these fragrant leaves back with you and give them to the one-eyed dragon." "Yes." As the leader of the female prisoners, Baishi is naturally quite capable. Chapter 186, Paying Debts. "Yes." As the leader of the female prisoners, Baishi naturally has some abilities. After a while, the female prisoners also left, and Luo Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He felt his heart beating violently. To be honest, the scene just now was very nice for the eyes. Well, the female captives usually hunt in the mountains and have great figures. The key is that these natives look like mixed-race people, which is in line with the aesthetic taste of Earthlings. Luo Yu feels very happy seeing them. Tip: affected by the aesthetics, your physical fitness will increase by 2 when you are doing recreational activities. After giving 2 points of physical fitness, my chi and blood became more abundant. Well, we can hold more group bathing events like this in the future. Luo Yu smiled secretly after receiving the reminder. The water used to wash the prisoners comes from a pipe connected to the diamond nozzle, which directly washes away the filth on these people, so you can rest assured. Then he asked Gibbon to collect all the clothes taken off by the prisoners, wash them with water sprayed from the diamond nozzle, and then load them onto the truck and transport them back. Finally, I removed the water pipe and everything was settled. It is no longer raining and the wind is much weaker than before. It seems that the typhoon is about to pass. I looked at the temperature. It is currently 7 degrees, which is quite cold. The autumn rain brings a chill, and the weather changes in an instant. A moment later, Luo Yu threw all the prisoners' old clothes into the fabric recycling table. Various materials appeared, and together with the large amount of cotton cloth that he had rescued before, he planned to make prison uniforms. Prison uniforms do not need to be of very high quality, as long as they can cover the body and keep warm. There are about 60 prisoners now, so we will make 60 sets of prison uniforms first. The uniform fabric for a set of prisoner uniforms is set at 800 pieces of cloth, which will cost a total of 48,000 pieces of cloth and will take some time. The weather hasn't gotten completely cold yet, so there's no rush. That night, a reminder appeared: the storm is over, please prepare for the aftermath of the disaster. The World Channel and the Regional Channel were all cheering and celebrating the end of the disaster. Everyone in the small group was relieved and said that if the rain continued for a few more days, there might not be enough bricks. While everyone was chatting, a reminder appeared again. Due to the impact of the previous typhoon, a large number of ancient flying boats floating in the sky were destroyed, and now all kinds of wreckage will be scattered. Please be prepared. Naker. Ancient flying boat! Those ancient monsters are about to appear. Everyone be careful. Everyone's reaction when receiving the prompt was the same as Naker's. Luo Yu hurriedly ran to the balcony and looked up at the sky, only to see a meteor shower falling in the sky, with a large number of light spots falling towards here. Luo Yu was shocked when he saw this scene. If it fell down, wouldn't the entire territory be razed to the ground? He rushed into the room immediately, picked up Xiao Kong and Xiao Dai in one hand each, and shouted, "Xiao Jin, take Feiya and follow me." "Oh!" Xiao Jin immediately hugged Feiya, and the 5 of them jumped directly from the balcony and rushed into the ice cellar under the warehouse at the fastest speed. This ice cellar can be used as an air raid shelter at critical moments. In the ice cellar, Luo Yu nervously waited for the moment of destruction to come, but there was no explosion or shock wave for a long time, and at the same time a prompt appeared: the wreckage of the ancient flying boat has fallen into your territory. Falling? You scared your dad to death. He breathed a sigh of relief, and after leaving the ice cellar, he climbed up the watchtower and saw a piece of spaceship wreckage in the south of the territory. It is hard to imagine that this pile of wood is falling from the sky, which violates the law of gravity. Maybe this is the world of heaven. I brought the 4 little cuties closer and found a total of 5 spaceship wreckages. There were no ancient creatures in the wreckage, but there were quite a few other resources. Luo Yu very decisively used the decompressed spiritual liquid and dropped it on the wreckage, which immediately turned into various piled-up resources. Wood *150000, silver *150000, gold *15,000, jade *15,000, flying boat energy core *1, random item box *1. After decomposition, a lot of resources are given. As expected, the whole world is saying that no one has ever been attacked by the ancient creatures, and this is a pure welfare event. Welfare after a major disaster? Fan Yamung. 30,000 wood and silver, 3,000 gold and jade, how about you? Elena. Me too, we gave the same. Naker. Huh! Me too! Nyoda. Why am I only 1/3 of yours? Alice. It seems that the rewards are given according to the territory's score. People all over the world are talking about it. About 10,000 scores are one level. Fan Yamung. Huh! Didn't Luo Yu give 3 times the resources? Luo Yu. Well, about the same. It's almost strange. He gave 5 times the resources and 2 special items. Fan Yamung. By the way, Luo Yu, please trade with me and I will return your money to you. Then she sent a transaction box over. After Luo Yu confirmed it, she put in 3,100 gold and said, Here, all the gold is yours. We're done. Luo Yu. Yu Meng is very trustworthy. Girls who keep their word are the most beautiful. Come to me if you have any difficulties next time. Just ask. Fan Yameng. Oh? What if I don't pay? Luo Yu. It's okay, it's okay. I can pay it back in other ways. I naturally have my own way. Fan Yameng. Am I thinking the wrong thing? I always feel that you are talking about weird things. You just like to bully me. I hate it. The transaction is successful. You get 3,100 gold. Luo Yu directly chose to destroy the loan note, and the account was cleared. Alice. Luo Yu, please trade with me. I will return the gold to you just like Yu Meng. Good. In the following time, Luo Yu traded with everyone, and his friends paid off all the money they owed to Luo Yu. Even Nyo De gave his 1,000 gold to Luo Yu. Luo Yu didn't want it at first, but Nyo Dating insisted, so Luo Yu just let it go. After all, too many rejections will hurt feelings. In this wave, I got 17,000 gold in one go, plus my own 15,000 and the savings before, a total of 49,000 gold. Silver also made a lot of money. So wouldn't this be enough to unlock weapon-enabling technology? It feels comfortable. But before that, Luo Yu had to do the cleanup work first. The animals moved the resources into the warehouse, and Luo Yu installed the energy core in the energy room, providing a constant 1,000 energy per day. In the long run, this thing is very valuable. There is another treasure chest. I will use the critical hits to open it tomorrow morning. Chapter 187 Territory War. Only one person's territory. Luo Yu returned to the villa and took a bath while paying attention to the information on various channels. Tips: the typhoon is over, the warm-up channel for the world's #1 martial arts tournament is open, and the new mode is updated. Territory Battle Mode, one of the 4 PK modes of the martial arts competition. The territories of the 2 sides will be projected on the same map. All kinds of weapons and equipment, trialists, members, animals, etc. in the territory will be fully integrated. Reminder: this mode is an important mode of the world #1 martial arts tournament, and the rewards will be more generous. This hint directly detonated the entire Tiandao world. Wow, a new mode is out. The first mode, individual battle. The second mode, team battle. The third mode, territory war. The fourth mode, unlimited chaos. The world channel went viral first. The territorial war is open. You despicable races, you are finished. My territory score is 15,000. I want to see how many people are better than me. Hee hee, it's time to show your real skills. Go to the Territory Wars channel. I'll marry whoever has the highest territory score. I'm from the Succubus clan. Hey, aren't the Succubi one of the most powerful races in the universe? Do you still need to get married? The regional channel was also buzzing with excitement. Brother Okamoto, He Qian, Zhu Lai, and others all seemed very excited. In the group, Fan Yimeng spoke first. Friends, the territory war is open. I will not form a team tonight. Naker. Go to the channel quickly, there will be a lot of people queuing up soon. Elena. I prefer individual battles. Alice. Opening a territory war should be the most beneficial to Luo Yu, right? His territory has a score of 30,000. Nyoda. It's the most disadvantageous to me. Luo Yu also replied with a smile. I don't know the specific operation mode yet, let's go into the channel and take a look. He clicked on the warm-up channel and chose the territory battle. Waiting in line, your current position, 50894527833196. The unit of this queue number is trillion. It is detected that your territory has a high score, allowing you to jump the queue, current position, 135. Oh? There are a lot of people with higher scores than me, right? While waiting in line, Luo Yu checked the instructions for the territory war. After a moment, he entered the channel, but did not enter the battle mode immediately. The first time he entered the channel, he was allowed 5 minutes to familiarize himself with the rules and various settings. Tip: it is detected that there are 2 unconnected positions in your territory. Only one position can be displayed in the territory battle. You can move the defense facilities of the other position. This means that your strike formation is quite far away from the main base and cannot appear in the territory war at the same time. This is easy. Luo Yu just needs to place all the 2-star arrow towers and automatic crossbows in the main base. Then he familiarized himself with the various settings and rules of the territory war, and the time was about up. Luo Yu felt as if the world was spinning before his eyes, and he found himself in a completely new area. This is a plain with a 10-meter wide river in the middle. My base is 150 meters away from the central river, and there is also a base 150 meters away from the other side of the river. This should be the territory that I need to fight against. The territory of the human race, Anonymous, score 43835, vs the territory of the snow race, Snowman, score 20171. Tip: the game will start in 1 minute. Please set the location of your base, the placement of defense facilities, territory members, the attack position of territory animals, etc. Wow, this is a bit like playing chess. Is this river in the middle the boundary between Chu and Han? You now have 1 minute to freely place your defenses, just like placing chess pieces. Luo Yu took a look and found that all the animals were there, even the giant octopus and the big snake were in the zoo. The entire territory was projected, and it was real-time projection. The animals were sleeping in the training arena, while he and the beast girls were bathing in the bath. The war is coming up, and taking a bath with the little cuties is quite embarrassing. It's already soaked, so let it be. Luo Yu calculated in his mind that 150 meters was the limit for the placement of defensive facilities such as arrow towers and crossbows. If he wanted to rely on arrows to blow up the opponent's territory, it would be better to place them close to the river bank. However, the opponent will definitely place their arrows close to the river bank, which may result in a situation where the arrow towers of both sides shoot at each other as soon as the battle starts. In addition, the entire territory can be moved, and the farthest it can move is to the edge of the air wall, which is about 2 kilometers away from the middle of the river. Recently, you can move directly to the river, but you cannot cross the river. Luo Yu immediately understood that in this mode, whoever has longer arms has the advantage. Speaking of arm length, the shock tower has a range of 5 kilometers, which is longer than the entire grassland. Who dares to be taller than me? He acted decisively and moved his territory directly to the edge of the air wall. On the other side, there were 4 people standing on the wall. The handsome man among them should be the Lord Xuanan, and there was a beautiful snow girl beside him, who was also a trial taker. She should be the Snow Man's wife or relative or something. The Snow clan is actually quite powerful. They must have come to him for surrender later, or the 2 territories must have merged. There were 2 other men who were members of the territory, and they were probably captives who joined. The 4 of them stood on the wall, and the Snow Girl was surprised and said, "The human race's territory has a score of over 40,000. My husband, it seems that we are no match for them. Should we just give up?" Hearing this, Xuanan said helplessly, "We haven't fought yet, it's not like that. Promise me that you will only surrender to me, okay?" "Oh." The Snow Girl blushed. The snowman looked into the distance and said proudly, "So what if it's 40,000? Haven't we seen human territories before when we were on mercenary missions? Most of the territories of this greedy race are flashy and just inflated." See? He ran directly to the air wall. I guess he wanted to drag out the 1-hour battle. But the snow girl looked ahead and said hesitantly, "It's the fog of war. Husband, the other side has something called the fog of war, which is very disadvantageous to us." As we were talking, a reminder floated in the sky. The human race, Anonymous, proposed to bet 100,000 silver in this game. Do you accept it? If you do not accept, you will automatically lose. Xuanen took a look at the basic overview of the other party's territory and found that there was only one trial taker and 0 territory members. There is only one person in the entire territory. Bang! After seeing this, Xuanen punched the wall and said angrily, "There is only one person in this territory, and you dare to bet money? This is too much. Come on." He ignored his wife's advice and directly bet 100,000 yuan. Tip: the game will start in 10 seconds,